I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 144. The First Watchtower. We have to leave, Leon whispered to the other three. If we stay here, we'll eventually be caught. That man is still alive. One of the men responded. If we can get to him, and how would we get to him? Leon demanded. There are more Veilmen arriving every second. Leon nodded at the crowd of Veilmen, gleefully watching the last man assigned to the second watchtower begin to burn. Their numbers had swollen to almost 100, and as Leon stated, more kept trickling with each passing moment. Leon could even sense a number of third-tier mages, as well as one man who he couldn't see through, a fourth-tier mage, another Thane of Hackenfire Beards, he presumed. The man sputtered. We can't do anything. We can only save ourselves, Leon said. Our destination now is the first watchtower. Let's get moving. The other three were reluctant to leave, but once Leon got Alex moving, the other two men fell in line quickly enough. As they left, Leon took one last look at the last living man of the second watchtower. His feet had started to catch fire and his face twisted in agony. Leon could only sigh and move on. He could only spare his attention to those that he was trying to take responsibility for. The four snuck around the second watchtower, then moved on. Once they had traveled almost half a mile, Alex wondered aloud, why didn't the second watchtower fire off their flare? Didn't they? Asked one of the men. No, they didn't. The sky was clear. If the signal flare had been activated, it would have been still burning hundreds of feet in the air. The fort would have been alerted. Alex responded. Maybe they were caught unaware, suggested the other man. The third watchtower didn't launch their own signal flare, either, added Leon. Plus, I think I saw one of Hacken's Thanes in that crowd of Veilmen. If a fourth-tier mage were involved, it's conceivable that the men in the watchtowers could be taken in a surprise assault before the flare enchantment were to be activated. It's not like the men were particularly attentive, either. We need to get to the first watchtower. Alex said worriedly. Indeed, it's likely they're already under attack, but we're also deep in the pass. We need to move with caution, Leon said. With that, the four ceased their talking and concentrated on getting back to the fort. The terrain in the pass was just as rough on the way to the first watchtower as it was going south to the second. The need to move silently slowed the group down even further. Suddenly, after barely going more than a single mile from the second watchtower, Leon quietly said, "Stop. Get down." The other three didn't question him, although the two men did give him strange looks and came to a halt. Leon got a few more odd looks when he dropped down onto his stomach and hid himself in the roots of a tree, but he hurriedly waved the other three down to join him. "What the fuck are you doing? We have to keep moving," demanded one of the men. Leon almost cringed at how loud the man spoke, then whispered, "Veilmen are close by." The man scowled, as he didn't hear or see anything, but once Alex crouched down and hid, the other two got down as well. As soon as they did, they heard rustling in the trees. Mere seconds later, 5 Veilmen appeared, stopping less than 20 feet in front of Leon's group. "I definitely heard someone speaking," said one of them. "You're just hearing things," said another. "See, there ain't anybody out here." "Well, nobody who ain't us." Leon glared at the man who had questioned him, but the man couldn't see it, due to Leon's helmet. "I know what I heard," the first Veilman said. "I'm going to check things out." "Well, I'm going too, better to be safe than sorry," said the second. The other three agreed as well. As the Veilmen started walking forward, the two men in Leon's group looked at each other, then, with no word of warning to Alex or Leon, sprang out of hiding and rushed at the enemy. Leon's eyes widened in alarm, but he couldn't stop them in time. Even if he tried, there would have probably been enough of a scuffle to alert the Veilmen anyway. "Shit," he muttered. Then, he jumped up and charged, with Alex close behind. "Veilmen bastards!" shouted one of the men as he stabbed forward with his spear. The Veilman dodged with suspicious ease, then smiled and said, "You just made a huge mistake, Southerner." With a downward swish of his axe, the Veilman ripped the spear from the man's hands, then smashed the butt of his axe into the man's chin in an almost derisive follow-up attack. The man's neck broke and his head was almost ripped clean from his shoulders. He was only a first-tier mage, but he chose to attack a third-tier Veilman. "No!" shouted the other man in fear and rage. He'd stabbed one of the other Veilmen, though not fatally, and charged at the third-tier Veilman. The Veilman sidestepped and disarmed the man by breaking both of his hands with the backside of his axe head. But, just as he raised his axe and was about to bring it down on the man's head, he was forced to lunge back. He brought his axe around and used the haft to deflect a sword that appeared from behind the Legion man. Leon's blow sent the Veilman reeling backward, and he didn't let up. The Veilman barely managed to block the flurry of strikes Leon sent his way, and every time, he was forced back several steps. Leon's killing intent sword, which kept the Veilman under pressure and unable to counterattack. The other 4 Veilmen were so caught off guard at Leon's sudden appearance that Alex was able to skewer one of them on her spear before they could react. The 3 remaining Veilmen started to panic, with one of them choosing to engage Alex, a second moving to finish off the last surviving man in Sam's squad, and the third scanning the trees for any more attackers. If all 3 ganged up on Alex, she might have been in trouble. However, she could easily handle one lone Veilman. He attacked with his axe as she was pulling her spear out from his dead comrade. She leaned to the side, dodging his strike and putting her in a perfect position to slam the end of her spear into his stomach, knocking him down and leaving him vulnerable. Alex finished him off by stabbing him in the throat. She then turned her attention to the other 2 first-tier Veilmen. It took her long enough to kill the second Veilman that the third Veilman already slit the throat of the last man in her squad. He turned his attention to her while the 4th Veilman turned to face her as well, confident that no other Legion soldiers were going to spring out from the shadows of the forest. They attacked almost in unison. Alex was able to block, but she was forced to concentrate on her defense. She didn't have enough breathing room to go on the attack again. Meanwhile, the 3rd-tier Veilman had his hands full simply trying to survive Leon's onslaught. Every thrust and slash were dodged or blocked by the skin of his teeth, and Leon didn't let up. With every blocked strike, the Veilman struggled to hang on to his weapon, and eventually, he found it impossible. Blocking one of Leon's slashes ripped the axe from the Veilman's hands, and Leon lunged forward to stab the Veilman through the heart. The Veilman tried to dodge, but Leon was too fast. The 3rd-tier Veilman was killed, and Leon didn't linger. He immediately moved to assist Alex, who was still being pressured by the last 2 Veilmen. Alex's opponents weren't expecting Leon to finish off their leader so quickly, and certainly weren't prepared for his assault, not that there was going to be much they could do to stop him anyway. With a single slash, one of the Veilmen was decapitated, while the other was so distracted and terrified at the sight that Alex was able to easily finish him off. With the fight over, Leon and Alex stood there, surrounded by 7 bodies. "Damn fools," Leon muttered while looking at the bodies of the 2 fallen members of the squad. Alex was quiet, but she slowly turned to look at him with fury in her eyes. "Couldn't you have warned them about that strong Veilman?" she demanded. "I was trying to be silent," Leon answered, "and I didn't think they'd be stupid enough to attack 5 Veilmen." Alex was about to say something else, but she shut her mouth. The fight wasn't necessary, and if her last 2 squad mates hadn't attacked or at least waited for Leon rather than rushing out by themselves, then they wouldn't have died. Veilmen mages were hardly a match for Legion soldiers of a comparable tier. They lack proper training techniques, so their magical powers are typically much weaker and their bodies unable to handle the same level of mana. There was a moment of silence between Leon and Alex as they checked the 2 fallen squad members. They confirmed that the 2 men were as dead as they suspected. "Come on," Leon said, "we have to get to the first watchtower. Veilmen are probably still crawling all over this forest, so we're not even close to being safe yet." Alex took a deep breath, then nodded. The 2 set off again, leaving the bodies behind. They moved as quickly as they could while keeping their eyes open for any more Veilmen. Fortunately for them, the rest of the way to the first watchtower was uneventful. "Look, in the sky," Leon whispered to Alex as they neared the watchtower. When she turned her eyes upward, Alex saw a red ball of fire 1,000 feet in the air, burning bright enough to be seen for over 100 miles. "They got the signal out," she said happily. "I wouldn't celebrate quite yet," Leon said. "This probably means that Veilmen are at the first watchtower. If they got the signal out, though, then they've probably successfully evacuated. Even if they haven't, though, we're still likely on our own." Alex frowned, and the 2 continued. After several hundred more feet, they started to climb the hill the watchtower was built atop of, and Leon had them stop. He strained his ears and eyes, trying to see anything that might tell them the situation at the watchtower. He couldn't see anything that would indicate the watchtower was burning, but he could hear some shouting. What he heard didn't seem to be cries of pain, though. so he nodded to Alex and they started moving up the relatively clear hill to the watchtower at the top. Once they saw who was at the watchtower, the two halted in their tracks and Leon pulled them both to the ground into the shadows of the long grass. 40 or 50 Veilmen had surrounded the watchtower, and Leon counted at least 2 among them whose power he couldn't see through. They were at least of the 4th tier. Suddenly, the door of the watchtower burst open, and an immense man stomped out. He was almost impossibly huge, with arms thick as tree trunks, and a long dark red beard. Leon paled slightly when he saw him. His aura was astounding and the killing intent within turned Leon's legs to jelly. "Was there anyone within?" asked one of the 4th tier Veilmen. "It was empty," the huge Veilman replied with a hateful expression. "Damn, we were too late then," the 4th tier Veilman said. "It's fine, we weren't going to take all of the watchtowers by surprise," the huge Veilman said. He glanced up at the sky. The sun had set an hour before, leaving the flare to be a poor substitute. "We press onto that flimsy wall the Southerners think will keep us out, and if we're lucky, we'll find that piece of shit that killed Eric along the way. I think burning him alive would be quite cathartic right now." Leon instinctively pressed himself further into the dirt when he heard that. He had his suspicions about who that huge Veilman was, and now he knew the Veilman wanted him dead. The Veilman left the watchtower, moving south. Fortunately, none saw Leon or Alex. Who was that? Alex wondered out loud. "That was Hakon Firebeard," Leon answered. "And it seems he's coming for me." Chapter 145, Retreat to the Fort. "That was Hakon Firebeard?" Alex asked in a fearful tone. "I think so," Leon said, his own voice slightly trembling from Hakon's tremendous aura, for of course, that was Hakon Firebeard himself. Leon and Alex quietly fell back to the tree line and hid there for about 10 minutes, giving Hakon's party plenty of time to gain distance. Then they set back out. "Should we check the watchtower?" Alex asked as Leon led her around to the south side of the hill. "I doubt anyone could have hid from that guy," Leon responded. "But what if they did?" Alex asked again, with more insistence in her voice. Leon frowned. He wanted to get back to the fort and put this failed resupply mission behind him, but Alex had a look in her eyes that told him she wasn't about to let this matter drop. "Fine," Leon said with some hesitation. The two approached the watchtower again, with Leon constantly scanning the trees around the hill for any signs of more Veilmen, while Alex kept her eyes on the watchtower. As they approached the door, Leon stopped Alex from just opening the door and walking right on in and pulled her to the side. "Quiet, for a moment," he whispered. Then, he strained his ears, listening for anything that might be alive within the tower, such as Veilmen left behind by Hakon. He heard nothing, so he nodded at Alex and the two entered the watchtower with sword and spear drawn. The first floor was devoid of any human life. The supplies Sam's squad had delivered remained where they had been stored, and nothing else seemed to have been taken. "Looks like that Veilman party didn't loot the place," Leon observed. "No blood or bodies, either," Alex said. "The men stationed here probably escaped. We don't know that for sure, though," Leon thought, but he decided to keep that to himself. The two moved up to the second floor at the top of the watchtower. Again, there wasn't any blood or bodies. Leon and Alex didn't stick around and left the watchtower as soon as it became clear it was empty. "We need to get back to the wall as soon as we can," Leon whispered on their way out. "Every minute that passes, there will probably be more Veilmen between us and the wall." Alex nodded, and they took off into the trees. They took a circuitous route, swinging a long way to the east almost as far as the edge of the pass before turning completely south. Leon figured that since the Veilmen were coming from the northwest, they would have the best chance of reaching the wall if they went southeast. Leon and Alex stealthily moved through the forest, remaining completely undetected until they finally came within a mile of the wall. It had been a stressful few hours as they moved on from the first watchtower, with the two almost running into large groups of Veilmen twice and being forced to stop and hide another 4 times to let more groups move past them. "How many are moving south?" Alex wondered aloud. "Thousands, probably," Leon answered. "He's undoubtedly got the numbers. That wouldn't be enough to defeat a single legion." Alex said, "Probably not, but it's certainly enough to get past the wall, killing everyone in the fort, and ravaging the surrounding countryside," Leon grimly replied. "There aren't any full-strength legions in the area, and I doubt Count Whitefield would be able to field a large enough army to do much more than defend his own domain. Hakon Firebeard can still do a ton of damage, even if he lacks the power to truly threaten the Bull Kingdom." The two kept moving south, over small hills and past small seasonal streams. They had gotten lucky, as none of the Veilmen who had come close to them on the journey noticed them after the last battle. They were being cautious and moving relatively slowly compared to their complete lack of caution on the resupply mission that took them north in the first place. But their luck couldn't hold out forever. As they were moving around a clearing less than half a mile from the open ground in front of the wall, they nearly ran into a group of dozens of Veilmen for the third time. They froze, then dropped to the ground, obscuring themselves behind a large bush and cluster of ferns. The Veilmen party was only about 50 feet in front of them, sitting and laying down in a slight depression. Neither Leon nor Alex had seen the party until now because they were waiting in complete silence, and were mostly concealed by the dark trees and other foliage. "Who's out there?" shouted one of the Veilmen, having heard Leon and Alex drop to the ground. "Shit," Leon muttered. There was no way the two of them were going to pass as Veilmen, not dressed as they were, and lying was risky. Before he could try to lie, however, the rest of the Veilmen started to get up and reach for their weapons. "I think we've got some Legion soldiers out there," one of them said. "They would have come forward if they were our guys." Leon glanced at Alex and whispered, "Run to the left." The two then jumped to their feet and Alex took off sprinting to the east. Leon lagged behind a little, to intercept any Veilmen who might be fast enough to catch up. "There!" shouted a Veilmen. "They're running." The small war party ran after Leon and Alex. With all of them up and out of the depression, Leon was able to start counting. There were about 30 Veilmen, far more than he was confident of taking alone, even though they were all second tier or below. It was fortunate, then, that they didn't pursue Leon and Alex with any kind of coordination. They just ran after them, with the faster Veilmen leaving the slower behind. "You're dead," the lead Veilmen shouted. He was a second-tier mage, armed with a spear, and he just caught up to Leon. He lunged forward just as Leon stopped in place and ducked. The spear passed over Leon's head, and the Veilmen ran straight into Leon, who knocked him to the ground and drove all the air from his lungs. Leon drew his sword and took the Veilmen's life in one smooth motion, but it still took enough time for 3 more Veilmen to catch up. One of the Veilmen narrowed his eyes when he saw Leon. He turned to his 2 comrades and said, "I think I heard the Great Chief looking for someone in black armor. This should be the guy." The other 2 Veilmen took a closer look at Leon, but Leon heard what the first Veilmen said and lunged forward, impaling the Veilmen on his sword. The other 2 panicked and jerked backward, leaving them open for Leon to kill one with a quick slash across the chest and to run the other through with a follow-up thrust. But more Veilmen kept arriving. 4 more caught up once Leon had finished off those 3. Instead of continuing to fight, though, Leon turned and ran off into the trees. Some of the Veilmen stopped to examine their fallen comrades, but most ran right past in pursuit of Leon and Alex. The land grew rougher as Leon, Alex, and their pursuers started to enter the mountains. This slowed down the former 2 and allowed the latter to catch up easier. Along the way, more Veilmen recalled Hakon moving through the area shouting about someone in black armor, so a couple peeled off from the chase to find their great chief after getting a glimpse of Leon. Unfortunately for the Veilmen, they couldn't stop Leon or Alex. Leon was acting as an effective rearguard, allowing Alex to gain more and more distance, while the Veilmen seemed to refuse to coordinate. At least that's the way it seemed to Leon, as they only came at him 1, 2, or 3 at a time. They had the numbers to pose a real threat to him, but they didn't use them. Plus, whenever it seemed like they might start to gather together, Leon would unleash his killing intent and kill 1 or 2 in the resulting moment of weakness. After 10 minutes, Leon had whittled down the pursuing Veilmen to about half of their original number, and the rest were keeping their distance. They no longer tried to run him down, rather they only tried to keep him in sight, as they had long since lost sight of Alex. Leon couldn't see her, but he hadn't lost Alex. She was far ahead of him, and he was trying to follow her trail as best as he could. She had run east, then turned south again after going roughly a quarter mile. Leon was about to sprint after her when he heard an odd sound, the jingling of bells. He was so startled by how out of place it was that he unconsciously paused for a moment. This was a grave mistake, as the bells came from one of Hakon's thanes, a short but muscular man with a sash decorated with dozens of small bells that jingled with every step. This man saw Leon in his black armor, smiled, and sprinted toward him. Leon's eyes widened in alarm and he turned to flee. He could sense that this man was at least of the 4th tier, and he didn't particularly want to resort to Zaffin's demon fire again. Fortunately, it seemed like he was faster than the thane, as he gained ground fairly quickly despite the Thane's dogged pursuit. Leon could tell that he was catching up to Alex, and he picked up the pace. As the Thane behind him started losing sight of him among the trees and foothills of the mountains, he pulled out a horn and gave a long blast loud enough for the entire pass to hear. Leon clenched his teeth and kept going, even as a second and third horn blast sounded from behind him. As he ran, he finally caught sight of Alex again, but he also saw something else that sent a chill down his spine: more Valemen ahead of them, easily counting 100 or more. Additional groups started materializing to their right, as well. Alex started to slow down with so many Valemen ahead of them, which prompted Leon to shout, "Keep moving." Alex hesitated for a moment but then kept moving. That moment was enough for Leon to finally catch up to her, and he quickly matched her pace. "There's going to be a single moment for us to get past them, don't waste it," Leon told her as they continued to charge at the Valemen to their front. "The wall is behind them, and safety beyond that, so keep moving." "Right," Alex responded with determination. Leon had gotten her through every disaster throughout the day, so she placed her trust in him again. Seeing the two of them charging at them, the Valemen spread out a little, forming a half circle. Under normal circumstances, sprinting into the center of that circle would be suicidal, but Leon and Alex were desperate. Leon, especially, as he knew there was a Thane not too far behind. That desperation made his killing intent all the more potent when it erupted from him, and even the hardest Valeman among the group felt the harsh bite of paralyzing fear. The Valeman directly in front of Leon and Alex when Leon's killing intent was unleashed felt another harsh bite, that of Leon's sword slicing them open. 3 Valemen fell to Leon's blade, and he and Alex ran right past the rest, who were still shaking off the effects of Leon's killing intent. A minute or two later, Leon and Alex burst out from the trees and into the open land between the trees of the pass and the wall. They ran forward and turned toward the gate. They were perhaps a mile away from it, so close were they to the mountains. It would take a few more minutes of running to get there, but fortunately, the Valemen didn't pursue the two of them past the tree line. If they had, that would have put them in range of the Legion archers on the wall. As they ran, Leon and Alex drew the attention of said archers. Luckily, the two of them weren't a big enough group that the archers opened fire on sight, but most of the men who manned the wall were watching them like hawks. Consequently, Leon and Alex maintained as much distance between them and wall as they were comfortable with, and once they realized the Valemen weren't pursuing them, they slowed down to appear less threatening. Once the doors of the wall came into view, a voice came from the wall that shouted, "Stop. Identify yourselves." "We're Legion soldiers," Leon responded. "We're survivors of those who left yesterday morning on the supply run," Alex added. There was a brief silence, during which Leon presumed those on the wall were conferring with a knight or two. They must have decided to believe them, because much to Leon and Alex's relief, the doors opened. "We made it," Leon said with a sigh. The two hurried back into the fort, and only started relaxing once the doors slammed shut behind them. Hakon Firebeard watched Leon and Alex return to the relative safety of the fort from the trees. He'd heard the sound of his Thane's horn, but he and rest of his Thanes had been too far away to help. "I will kill that man," Hakon said, glaring at Leon in his black armor. Even once the doors closed and he lost sight of Leon, Hakon continued to stare at the doors with such hatred that the other Thanes remained silent until he turned his attention back to them. "Let's go," he said to them. "We need to rest and wait for the rest of the war party to arrive. Then, we can knock down that wall, burn everyone on the other side, and get on with our raid." Hakon and his Thanes walked back to their camp while the Valemen who heard Hakon's statement shouted and celebrated. They didn't care if the soldiers on the wall heard them, as they already knew the Valemen had arrived in staggeringly large numbers. Back at the Valemen camp, Hakon noticed some of the third-tier warriors building a funeral pyre. Walking over to them, Hakon asked, "Who's the pyre for?" The Valemen had certainly taken quite a few casualties during the day, but none that called for building a pyre in the center of Hakon's own camp. One of the third-tier warriors looked at Hakon in slight confusion. "For Eric, my chief," he said. "No," Hakon said forcefully. The warriors working on the pyre immediately froze, then slowly backed away from the pyre. Hakon frowned at the looks of fear on their faces, as if they had done something heinous and wrong. Hakon took a deep breath, clapped the two closest third-tier warriors on the shoulder, and said, "You all have done nothing wrong. However, I want Eric to see the south before we send him to the Sky Mother. To that end, I can think of no greater pyre to build for my fallen Thane than out of the ruined fragments of that." Damned fort. At Hakon's mention of destroying the fort, the surrounding Valemen raised a battle cry, then continued to get ready for the upcoming assault, leaving Hakon and his other 5 thanes alone with Eric's body. Silence fell as the third-tier warriors left for their own camps, and Hakon let his fierce chiefly demeanor slip as he sat down next to Eric. "I'm sorry, Hauker," he thought. "I promised to lead your son out of the northern vales and show him the south, but instead I've brought him to his own death. But, if you can hear me where you are in the Sky Mother's embrace, please forgive me for stalling your reunion with Eric, for I would fulfill my promise even though his eyes have been closed for good. I will show him the south, and then I will send him to you atop the corpse of that black-armored bastard." Chapter 146. Rest. The doors in the wall slammed shut behind Leon and Alex, with half a dozen soldiers hurriedly locking it, just in case the Valemen in the past decided to attack while the door was still unsecure. Leon and Alex breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a long and bloody day, and they were both quite tired. But their rest would have to wait, as Sir Jean, the tribune in charge of the fort, had been informed of their arrival and met them at the doors. "Ursus," Jean said to Leon, "what in the hell happened out there? Where's Sam?" Alex's face fell with that reminder, and she didn't speak a word as Leon answered simply, "He's dead. So is the rest of the squad. Killed by Valemen." "He's dead," muttered Jean. "Come with me. I want a report of what happened." Jean then turned around and started walking back to his small cabin, which was both his quarters and his office. Leon and Alex followed, along with about 20 other 3rd and a few 4th-tier knights. Within the cabin was a large wooden table and just enough chairs to seat everyone. Most of Jean's personal furniture was behind a linen curtain that divided the cabin in half, leaving the front half of the cabin with nothing but the table, accompanying chairs, and Jean's small desk tucked away in the corner. Upon entering, all of the knights took a seat, while Leon and Alex awkwardly stood off to the side and Jean moved to close the windows. "Please, take a seat," Jean said to Leon and Alex, waving his hand at a few empty chairs. Once everyone was seated, Jean turned to Leon and said, "Now, explain everything that happened, in detail." Leon launched into his explanation, briefly touching on the mission and how uneventful it was until he found the Valemen camp. He kept the details light until he reached the point where the squad found Jack and the Valemen war party chasing him. He paused for a moment when he reached the part about how he killed Eric, and when he started again, he said that he merely exploited the Valemen's lack of training and overconfidence to win. Alex gave him a strange look, but she didn't speak up to refute him. In fact, she didn't say a single word. As a first-tier mage, the knights didn't really expect her to say anything, either. Leon described the journey back to the fort, including the deaths of the 2 survivors from Sam's squad who attacked a group of 5 Valemen, the grisly fate of those at the 2nd watchtower, and the tense journey back south. When Leon was finished, Jean leaned back in his chair and said, "That's a hell of a story, boy, but I don't see any reason not to believe you. Good job killing that Thane. Should make our job defending the wall just a little bit easier. But that still leaves us with an unknown number of Valemen against us, and a barely half-strength battalion," Jean continued. "We need more information, and we need more men to defend the wall. I don't think we're going to get very many of the latter, but Dion, I want you to go to see the local barons. I doubt they want to see Valemen rampaging through their lands, so I'm sure they'll cough up a few hundred men to help us out." Dion, the knight Jean spoke to, nodded, and left immediately. Time was tight, and no one was playing around. "We also need a more accurate picture of what we're up against," Jean said. "To that end, we need every able body up on the wall. That means you, Ursus. We have too few 3rd-tier mages as it is." Leon frowned, but nodded. "You can get in a few hours of rest and shut-eye, but make no mistake, you're not out of the woods just because you're literally out of the woods," Jean stated. "Those Valemen are still coming, so we need to be ready. All right, you all know what you need to do. Ursus, stay here for a moment so we can discuss your specific role in the defense. Everyone else, get to it." With that, the meeting was over, and all the other knights got up and left, leaving only Leon, Jean, and Alex sitting at the table. Alex was about to leave as well, but Jean said, "You can stay, too. I meant it when I said we need every able body, and you're absolutely no exception." "What, then, do you need us to do?" Leon asked. "Your squad has been obliterated, along with one of my best knights. You're not a knight, Ursus, but you're a 3rd-tier mage from the Knight Academy. I need you up on the wall, leading your fellow men of the Legion." Leon paled a little. Stepping up to lead the last 3 members of a shattered squad was one thing, but actually leading soldiers in battle was another. I get your hesitation, Jean said, seeing Leon's apprehension, but there are only 4 4th-tier knights here, including myself, and only 21 3rd-tier men, including you. And, when I say, lead your fellow men of the Legion, I don't mean I'm actually going to put you in command. I just want you on the wall, ready to lead the defense wherever an anointed knight isn't. I'll do it, Leon eventually said. He didn't like it, but he didn't have much choice, and besides, gaining this kind of authority was one of the main reasons he joined the Knight Academy in the first place. It was just a little sudden for him, even if it wasn't permanent or official. Good, I'll let Alex, was it, act as your informal squire. You'll be a knight in all but name. Alex hardly responded, but Leon nodded. Good, Jean said. Now, get some rest, you two. I think we're going to have a long few weeks ahead of us, until the rest of the legions in the Northern Territories arrive to back us up. Jean and Leon hammered out a few more specific details, and then Leon and Alex left Jean's cabin. They returned to their tent, which suddenly seemed to be quite a bit bigger. It was almost midnight, so the two didn't even bother getting out of their clothes and immediately dragged out a pair of cots and collapsed. Lying there in the dark, neither of them were able to sleep, despite their extreme fatigue. There had just been too much that happened that day, and for Alex especially it was all starting to crash back in without something else happening to distract them. Leon heard Alex begin to sob. She was trying to be quiet about it, but he heard her anyway. He could understand why. She had lost a family member less than half a day ago. The journey back to the fort had kept her mind off it, but now she couldn't take her mind off her grief. But, just because Leon could understand her tears, that didn't mean he knew what to do about it, or even if he should do anything at all. They had spoken a little on the way back, but they still didn't know each other that well, certainly not enough for either be willing to speak words of comfort to each other. So, Leon didn't do anything except lay there in the dark, listening to Alex cry and trying to think of what to do. In the end, Leon didn't say anything. Nothing suitable came to mind, so he did nothing more than stay awake long enough to make sure Alex fell asleep first, before nodding off himself. By the time the sun rose, Alex had steeled herself and didn't shed another tear, but that also wasn't to say that she didn't express any nervousness about the current situation. In fact, she was clearly anxious and scared about the Valeman just north of the wall, as her clumsiness in cleaning up the tent displayed. Leon, who had been helping her clean up and organize the personal items of the rest of the squad, noticed and took a deep breath. The situation he was in put him in a position of authority, and that came with responsibilities. If Alex was to be his informal squire, then he had to do something to try and cheer her up. With that in mind, Leon quickly finished up his own work, then went to help Alex out with hers. Thanks, she whispered when he appeared at her side. So, listen, Leon began, deciding to try and take her mind off the previous day rather than bring up something sensitive right that moment. We have about an hour before we meet up with Sir Jean. I'd like to take that time to see how well you fight with that sword. Alex glanced at the sword she had taken from Sam. She hadn't used it at all on the way back south, which both of them felt answered Leon's curiosity, but she got the meaning behind Leon's request to spar. The two quickly finished up their cleaning and readied themselves in the center of the tent. There was plenty of room to practice with only the two of them there, and Alex certainly didn't want to put her lackluster sword skills on display for the entire fort. Over the next hour, Leon tested Alex's fighting skills, while offering her some critique and suggestions. He didn't do the same with her skills with the spear, as she was undoubtedly much more skilled with the spear than he was, as Artorias had only ever given him some cursory lessons with spears. Suffice it to say, Alex wasn't going to be using Sam's sword in battle anytime soon, if ever. Still, when the sparring session was over and it was time to get back to work, she muttered a "thank you" to Leon. The exercise helped her get her mind off her mourning, and her fear. But, that fear came back when they left the tent and it was time to come back to reality. Legion soldiers were running around everywhere near the wall, carrying supplies to various sections, such as arrows to the towers and barricades to build another wall around the doors. The latter was technically illegal, as Count Whitefield unambiguously stated that the Legion wasn't allowed any other defensive wall apart from the one that blocked the pass, but with thousands of Valemen still gathering, Jean didn't much care for legality. "Do you think that will help?" Alex asked Leon. She didn't expect him to answer, as she was just expressing her own cynicism over the situation now that she had gotten some rest and had time to process, but answer her Leon did. Every little bit helps, he said. Who knows how many Veilmen are out there right now, so every second that they haven't managed to break through these defenses is another second we get to keep breathing. The more fortifications that can be built to stave off our deaths, the better. The Veilmen have hundreds of third-tier mages. We're still going to lose this, Alex responded. A third-tier mage will die as quickly as any man under arrow fire from second or even first-tier mages, Leon replied. Don't put so much stock in magical tiers. Even the strongest of mage can be killed by the weakest of mortals if they're not careful. Plus, we should be able to keep them at range, if the archers are worth their salt. Alex took a deep breath and tried to internalize what Leon was saying. Look, Leon said, bringing them to a halt, we're going to need everyone on point if we're going to survive this. We can hardly just run away in this situation, we'll just get executed as deserters, so try to keep it together. Don't go saying such things like, we're still going to lose this around anyone else. Have to keep morale up, and all. Leon's words weren't particularly eloquent, but he got his point across. Alex nodded, and Leon said, we're going to make it through this, no doubt in my mind. We just need to stay, if not positive, then at least motivated. Once a legion or two arrives, this Veilmen army will break and recede like the waves of the endless ocean upon the shore. Right, Alex said, putting some of the energy she had only a few days ago back into her voice. Good. Now, let's get to work. Chapter 147. A clearer picture. The motivation Alex worked up after speaking with Leon didn't last long. The two were assigned to a tower that lacked a third-tier mage, and the resulting guard duty that lasted for hours without doing anything else instilled a boredom that killed just about all excitement and motivation. When they had arrived, the squad that had been in the tower to begin with didn't seem particularly thrilled about having them around, or at least, the squad leader didn't appreciate Leon's presence. He seemed to think that Leon wanted to take over his unit and deprive him of command. Things only became less tense when, after a few barbed comments, Leon assured the squad leader that he wasn't intending to usurp authority. He was only there to guard against higher-tiered Veilmen who might try to attack the tower. But, even though tensions were lowered, Leon and Alex still weren't quite welcome in the tower. The other 10 soldiers barely even looked at them, leaving them to their own devices. On the one hand, this led to the aforementioned boredom, but on the other hand, Leon quite enjoyed the treatment. Alex, however, wasn't used to being treated so coldly. Noticing her discomfort with the situation, Leon suggested, why don't we pass the time with some training? Most of the floors of the tower weren't being used, as there just weren't enough soldiers manning the wall. This would give the two plenty of space and privacy for training. Sure, Alex said. With nothing else to do, she jumped at the chance to do anything that would take her mind off the previous day's events, which were creeping back into her mind. They spent an hour or so doing some more light sparring. Then Leon taught Alex the same breathing techniques that he taught Charles on the way to the Night Academy over a year before. Through a combination of meditation and sparring, the day passed quickly. Before they knew it, the sun was beginning to set. Leon was starting to think that he liked teaching, as he'd barely noticed the passing of time. Alex, too, didn't keep track of the time as she was far too ecstatic at how full of magic power she felt from meditation. In fact, it wasn't until Alex's stomach growled that they glanced out of the nearest window and noticed the reddening sky. Time to get some food, Leon suggested. He, being a third-tier mage, was a little more resistant to hunger than the first-tier Alex, but he was a man who enjoyed his food. He hated missing meals. Absolutely, Alex replied. The food for the tower guards is brought to the ground floor every day. There weren't enough people in the fort to allow the guards to leave for long. Most of the tower guards slept in tents right next to their towers, in fact. Leon and Alex walked down the stairs to the ground floor to get something to eat, but just as Leon was about to grab a piece of bread, one of the fourth-tier soldiers stuck his head through the door of the tower, looked around, then said, Ursus. There's a meeting in the commander's cabin. All third-tier mages are to attend. Leon automatically nodded before looking back at the food with a look of dejection. He wasn't missing much, just some bread and dried meat, but he still wanted a few minutes to eat. The fourth-tier soldier wasn't leaving, though, so Leon could only grab a piece of bread and leave. Hopefully, this shouldn't take too long, Leon said to Alex on the way out of the door. She couldn't help but frown as she was left in the tower. What's this about? Leon asked the fourth-tier soldier on the way to Jean's cabin. Don't know, the soldier responded. I'd guess something about scouting the Veilman position. They seem to still be assembling their forces, so we have some time to get a good idea of how many of them are out there, and maybe plan some kind of delaying action. Leon hummed in acknowledgement. He had a few more questions, but he held his tongue for after the meeting. All 30 officers of Fort 127 including Leon crammed themselves into Jean's cabin just as they had the night before. Leon and the fourth-tier soldier with him were actually the last to arrive, so the meeting began as soon as they took a seat. Well, Jean began, I think we all know what our current situation is, so let's try and make this quick. We have an unknown number of Veilmen outside of our wall, though we know that number is likely over 10,000. Several of the knights around the table grimaced at that number, especially considering that their own battalion was only 500 strong. 500, to man 2 miles of wall. Jean continued, fortunately, Dion returned just half an hour ago with good news. He visited the castles of the 5 barons within 20 miles, and we should be getting 200 or 300 men early tomorrow morning. Any more reinforcements, though, will depend on when Count Whitefield or the Consul of the North arrive, which may be a week or 2. That's how long we're going to have to hold this wall, to keep these Veilmen from sacking half the northern territories. Which brings us to what we're going to need to do tonight. I want 8 volunteers to scout the Veilmen positions. We need to know what we're up against. Jean paused, waiting for volunteers. The other 3 fourth-tier mages apart from him immediately raised their hands, and Jean nodded in appreciation. 4 third-tier mages then raised their hands in rapid succession, but no more. After waiting a moment, Jean said, I want at least 1 more, and cast his gaze around the table. During that second pause, Leon noticed several of the other knights surreptitiously glare at him. Seems like you have some enemies, Zafin remarked. Maybe not enemies, Leon responded, but certainly not friends. I guess they think that a Veilman should be the one to go out into the pass, but they're all anointed knights, so they can't just rudely demand that I volunteer. I'll go, Leon said out loud. Then we have our 8, Jean said. Assemble at the doors at sundown. I'll want you all back in less than 3 hours, as the Veilmen might try to attack us tonight. If they do, they'll probably do so at midnight, so everyone else, get some rest and make sure your units are ready for battle then. Jean rose from his chair, signaling the end of the meeting, and the knights around the table began to get up and make their way to the door of the cabin. Why did you volunteer? Zafin asked. I mean, it's noble and all, but I'd rather you didn't get yourself, and me by extension, killed by doing something foolish and reckless. I'm sure I would have been volunteered if I'd waited any longer. Best to get it over with, Leon replied. Besides, might win me some goodwill. With the way those asshats were staring at you, you could probably save their children from a burning building and they'd still hate you, Zafin said. Leon couldn't deny what the demon said, so he remained quiet as he walked back to his assigned tower. Soon enough, the appointed time came for the scouts to assemble at the doors of the wall. Jean met the 8 of them there, and he said, don't take undue risk. We need every one of you to make it back. So focus on returning alive, even if you don't bring back any valuable information. The volunteers nodded in acknowledgement, and then made for the wall. They only met at the doors, they wouldn't leave through them as the Veilmen were likely keeping an eye on them. Or at least, it was better to assume that they were, even if none of the knights truly thought the Veilmen had the discipline and organization to do such a thing. All 8 scouts would investigate their own separate areas of the pass, focusing on the largest clusters of campfires they could see from the top of the wall. Leon chose the biggest cluster of campfires, about half a mile from the doors of the wall. You made a bold choice, Zafin said as Leon jumped down from the wall to the north side of the pass. As the scouts were all 3rd or 4th tier, they could jump down easily, as well as back up when they returned, so what Leon did wasn't anything particularly special. I have the best chance to successfully scout out that area, and the better this scouting mission goes, the better chances we'll have to live through this, Leon responded. Are you talking about that ring? Zafin asked excitedly. I am, indeed, Leon replied with a smile. He'd finished figuring out how to use the invisibility ring he had taken from the assassins who came for him on the galley, but he hadn't had a good chance to use it yet, or at least, not a chance that wouldn't have left a squadmate on their own. But, now that he was on his own, he could use the ring with impunity, without any fear of revealing another of the cards up his sleeve, as he had with Zafin's flame. Alex hadn't followed up with the latter, so it seemed like his secret was safe on that front, at least for the moment, but he still didn't want to so openly display his capabilities. Leon sprinted across the open field on the north side of the wall and vanished into the trees. He then hid himself behind a large bush and waited to see if any Veilman that might have seen him would show up. When no one came, he smiled and rubbed the emerald ring on his right index finger. First time actually using this thing, let's see how well it works, Leon said to Zaffin with anticipation. You know, Zaffin replied, I've always wanted some kind of piece of gear with an invisibility enchantment, but I never managed to acquire one. So, this ought to be enlightening. Leon channeled his magic power into the ring, activating the enchantment. It took a few seconds, but light began to bend around him, obscuring his body with a black lightless veil, then making him completely transparent. Holy shit, Leon muttered when he looked down and saw nothing, his body had completely vanished. Okay, that's pretty damn cool, Zaffin appreciatively. It really is, Leon responded with a smile, though no one could see it. Time to get to work. Leon darted out from his hiding place and silently made his way through the forest. He moved boldly, not even stopping when Veilman appeared in front of him. He passed by 3 fairly sizable Veilman camps, each with more than 500 men within, and when he reached his destination, he felt a strange confidence that he never had before. The ring made him feel almost omnipotent. But, Leon quickly quashed those feelings by remembering some of the limitations the ring had, like immediately dispelling the effect if he came into contact with anything else magical such as another mage. If Leon so much as bumped into someone else, the invisibility effect would fail and it would take no less than 5 minutes for him to reactivate it, during which he would probably be killed. So with that in mind, Leon took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then entered the main camp. There were tents almost beyond counting, though Leon tried. His efforts weren't helped with the Veilman's haphazard method of building the camp. With no organization whatsoever, tents weren't arranged in a grid pattern, as the Legion did, rather every Veilman would set himself up wherever he saw fit. Leon carefully made his way through the camp, ignoring most of the Veilman but making sure to count every third-tier mage he saw. None of them saw any sign of Leon among them. After about 5 minutes, Leon felt his mana supply starting to run low, so he turned back. However, as he was doing so, he noticed a group of tents in the distance. They were near the center of the main camp, but no other Veilmen set up their tents near this little sub-camp, forming a small uninhabited ring around it. Leon could see several of the men in the sub-camp sitting and chatting around an enormous campfire, and every one of them had an aura that he couldn't see through, indicating their strength. These were Hakon Firebeard's Thanes, and if they were around, then Hakon himself wouldn't be too far. Leon's hand found its way to the hilt of his sword and he started to slowly edge forward, closer to the Thanes' camp. However, as he grew close, another man walked out of a tent. Seeing him, Leon froze. This man was gigantic, over 8 feet tall, though his hunchback was so severe that he was reduced to a mere 6.5 feet. The proportions of his body were all off, with an inhumanely muscled upper body, arms that were long enough to reach past his knees, and legs that seemed far too skinny to hold up his massive frame. His skin was white enough that it almost glowed in the moonlight, but most of it was obscured by thick black fur-like hair that covered his exposed back, chest, and arms. His eyes burned blood red, and his face was elongated like the snout of an animal. A werewolf. Leon recognized the misshapen body from his lessons in the Night Academy. At that moment, he didn't wonder why the man was there, or why he was tolerated within the Veilman camp, but he didn't think that his ring of invisibility would help him much if he got closer. He suspected the werewolf would be able to smell him without any trouble. Leon took a quick glance at the werewolf's aura, and when he saw that it was at least of the 4th tier, Leon turned around and made to leave the Veilman camp without hesitation. When he reached the edge of the camp and plunged back into the dark forest, he allowed the invisibility effect to dissolve, and he leaned against a tree, panting from panic at seeing the werewolf and exhaustion from using so much magic power. After a few minutes of quiet recovery, Leon hurriedly began sneaking back to the fort. There wasn't anything else he could learn from the Veilman camp that he thought was more important than bringing back word of a 4th-tier werewolf in the enemy ranks. Chapter 148, Delaying Action A werewolf. Jean asked Leon in shock. Yes, Leon confirmed, and it seems like he's quite taken with the curse, his body is twisted and bestial. Shit, Jean muttered. Well, that's something to think about. He didn't say anything more, even though he was panicking on the inside. Jean had been waiting at the doors for the scouts to return, and that's where he met Leon and received the report. They were still there, waiting for the other 7 scouts, and surrounded by other Legion soldiers, so Jean couldn't afford to express his panic. After a few more hours, 6 of the 7 scouts came back through the doors, bringing back reports of their own. However, the last scout didn't return, even after Jean and the rest of the fort's leadership waited until almost sunrise. "Where is he?" Jean demanded in frustration. "He's gotten captured," said the filthy supply officer that Leon first met when he arrived. "Paul's right, sir, I don't think we're going to see Victor again," one of the 4th-tier mages hesitantly agreed. Jean grit his teeth, then said, "I guess there's no helping it, then. Everyone, to my office. We need to plan and compile your reports." "Aaghh!" The missing scout screamed in pain. His arms were tied to a pair of wooden stakes that kept him propped upright while a Veilman slowly made his way up the scout's leg, breaking a bone with a war hammer every time the scout refused to answer a question. "How many of you are there?" the Veilman demanded. The scout clenched his teeth and growled through gasps of pain, "You'll get nothing from me, barbarian." "Won't I?" asked the Veilman as he raised his hammer, waited a moment for the scout to change his mind, then brought it down with a sickening crunch on the scout's right thigh. "Well, that makes every bone in your right leg broken," the Veilman said. "Color me impressed. I suppose we're just going to have to move on to your left." The screams of pain and defiance from the scout continued for half an hour, drawing a large crowd of jeering Veilmen. Many threw rocks, which knocked loose a few teeth and left the scout's face bloody and bruised. A couple drunk Veilmen even came forward to urinate on the scout's head. When the Veilman torturing the scout had made it to the scout's right arm, the crowd of spectators had grown to almost 1,000. They cheered with every crack and crunch that came from the scout and laughed at every cry of pain. The Veilman with the hammer raised it again after another spit of defiance from the scout, but right before he was about to bring it down on the scout's hand, he noticed something odd. The crowd in the back seemed to be parting. Obviously, someone important was coming. About time, the Veilman thought. "I sent a messenger over an hour ago, but only now is a Thane coming." However, the Veilman was wrong. It wasn't a Thane on his way, but Hakon Firebeard himself. The crowd split, and Hakon stepped forward, laying his cold blue eyes on the scout, then on the torturer. The torturer understood what Hakon wanted with that one glance, and he lowered the hammer and stepped back a respectful distance. He was only of the 3rd tier and didn't have high enough status to speak with the great chief. Hakon approached the scout, who was slumped over against the stakes he was tied to, almost unconscious. Hakon grabbed the man's hair, wrenched his head up to look him in the eye, then said, "If you answer my questions, I'll end your suffering." The scout glared back at Hakon, but he didn't have the will to say a single word of opposition. "I'm looking for a man, probably 3rd tier, with black armor." "Who is he? What is his name?" Hakon demanded to know. The scout kept his silence. "How strong is the commander of your people?" Again, the scout remained quiet. "How many of your people are cowering behind your wall?" The scout glared back at Hakon, and no words fell from his lips. Hakon gave a stoic grunt, then stood back up. He turned around and walked back to the edge of the crowd. There, he stopped and simply said, "Burn him," before returning to his own camp. Many of the watching Veilmen surged forward, grabbing leaves, twigs, and bits of wood, while others started to hack at the surrounding trees for branches. These flammable things were piled up at the scout's feet, and once there was a small pile, a Veilman ran to the nearest campfire with a leafy tree branch. As the scout watched the Veilman return with the flaming branch, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in terror. But he didn't make a sound. He faced the Veilman around him with as much stoicism as he could manage with his broken legs, and waited for the moment when he wouldn't feel any more pain. "We have to attack them first, before they have a chance to attack us first," argued one of the 4th-tier mages in Jean's cabin. "That's suicide. Our reinforcements from the local barons haven't even arrived yet, and you want our 500 soldiers to attack a force of over 15,000, shouted back the other 4th-tier mage. "They won't expect it, and we can catch them off guard. With their lacking discipline, it should be easy to chase them off with only a few casualties," shouted the former 4th-tier mage. "I agree with Arius," said a 3rd-tier mage. "Although, I don't think we should be attacking head-on, rather, we should wait to attack them tomorrow night. I don't think they'll be quite ready by then, and we should get in some good hits before retreating back to the wall." That still leaves us open and vulnerable at a time when we don't even have enough men to guard the wall, shouted the second fourth-tier mage. We're getting a little heated here, Jean said, trying to soothe the debaters a little. Let's bring the intensity down some. We're all friends here, and we don't need division in our ranks right now. As he said this, Abel, a respected older third-tier mage who had been at the fort longer than anyone else, spoke up. I, too, agree with Arius. If the Veilmen attack us, we're going to lose the wall. That's guaranteed. If we attack them, however, we might be able to swing the upcoming battle in our favor. It's a long shot, but it's better than a guaranteed defeat. But our focus is only to defend for as long as we can. If the wall is breached, then we can fall back and rendezvous with the legions when the consul gets here. Attacking will only serve to get our men killed, when their duty is only to defend the wall. Edmund, I think you've made your case, Jean said. Ultimately, the decision lies with me. We will do whatever I say. Everyone in the room watched Jean with bated breath, even Leon, as he knew that whatever was decided, as a third-tier mage he'd be right in the middle of it. We will attack them. Tomorrow night, Jean said. Most of the men around the table had been convinced by Arius and Gaston, the third fourth-tier mage, that attacking was a better alternative to simply waiting for the Veilmen to come to them. We won't kill enough of them to make them retreat, warned Edmund. All this will accomplish is to provoke them to attack us earlier than they were already planning to. It will hasten our defeat and our deaths when we should only be trying to prolong this. That's what we're doing, Edmund, said Gaston. We must take the initiative, especially since we don't know when they're going to attack us. As you said, they're guaranteed to attack us, and we're probably going to lose that fight. We just don't have the numbers. To hunker down here is to accept defeat. Enough. I've made my decision, Jean said forcefully. Moving on, we need to find a way to deal with the werewolf Ursus saw. That monster might just be more dangerous than Hakon himself. The last thing we need right now is an outbreak of lycanthropy. That assumes the information that the barbarian brought back is trustworthy, a third-tier mage muttered. Leon glared at the man, but he didn't say a word. He just turned his gaze back to Jean, who was also glaring at the soldier. Say something like that again. I dare you, Jean challenged menacingly. The man, who had been staring arrogantly at Leon, suddenly turned sheepish and quiet. We have tens of thousands of Veilmen on our doorstep, Jean continued, speaking to the entire room. This is not the time for disunity. If I hear anyone disparage any of our officers here, I will personally throw you from the top of the wall and laugh as the Veilman burns you alive. The room was quiet in the wake of Jean's threat. I'll take that to mean that everyone understands. I'll be most aggrieved if anyone doesn't. Now, let's get to the specifics of our attack. How are we going to do this? I'm open to suggestions. The Veilmen were quiet the next day. They didn't respond to the capture of the scout during the night, which Jean believed meant one of two things. Either they were still waiting for more Veilmen to arrive, or they were waiting for night to fall. In the morning, there was a steady stream into the fort of about 200 men, warriors in service of the local barons that were led by about a dozen knights, and taking up positions upon the wall. There wasn't much conflict between them and the legion soldiers, as most of the soldiers were locals and their spirits were lifted by quite a bit to see some reinforcements, even if the number was fairly limited. Leon and Alex trained in the lower rooms of their assigned tower all day, alternating between sparring with swords and meditating. Just as he'd done with Charles, Leon passed on some tips and tricks that he'd been taught by Artorias. These weren't anything special, no more really than what Alex would have learned if she had attended the Knight Academy, but she still started to make much faster progress toward the second tier than she had when studying under Sam. These techniques, which had been passed down by some of the most powerful noble families in the entire kingdom, were far superior to what little wisdom she could have ever gleaned from Sam's own insights into magic. For his part, Leon could feel himself on the edge of the fourth tier. He couldn't say exactly when he might ascend, though he knew it wouldn't be in time to help with the current crisis, but he felt it would be within a month, maybe a month and a half. He was able to make that estimation because his brain had been adapting to magic so well, increasing his control of and sensitivity toward magic. The two ended the day with a nap and more meditation, so that they could be ready for the night operations. They weren't needed to man the tower, only to be there in case of an attack, which gave them all the free time they needed to train and rest. Are you ready for this? Leon asked Alex as they prepared to leave the tower. I'm ready, she answered with a determined look. I want to push those Veilmen back, to avenge my uncle and to make sure they don't cause those who live in this region the same pain. Leon didn't quite buy her resolute demeanor, so he said, "If you're not ready to kill, that's all right. I'd rather you not have to suffer through losing an entire squad again." "That's appreciated," she responded, without a hint of resentment or confrontation at Leon's seeming lack of confidence in her. "I'll be fine." "Meaning you're not fine now?" Leon inquired. Alex's face froze, and it took her a few moments to respond. "I'll be fine," she repeated. "Can you tell me, honestly, that you can do this?" Leon asked. "Yes," Alex said without hesitation. Leon stared at her for a few seconds, then said, "Well, good enough, I suppose. Let's go." Leon thought he could sense a hint of killing intent in her aura. And that made him smile. It assured him that she was ready to kill, at least. The two met up with 300 Legion soldiers near the doors, who were armed with spears and bows, while Leon was also packing a few spells he'd prepared. Jean and the other 3 4th-tier mages were there as well, ready to lead the soldiers out into the pass and kill some Veilmen. They, and the 8 3rd-tier mages who took on lesser leadership roles, had already briefed the soldiers on their jobs, and now, it was the time to execute their mission. Chapter 149. Delaying action. To Leon, Alex, and 300 other Legion soldiers went over the wall and charged into the forest. They were being led by Jean and the other 3 4th-tier mages. Not counting Leon, there were 8 3rd-tier mages leading the force as well. In contrast to these mages, however, Leon wasn't assigned any leadership role. Jean may have told Leon upon his return to the wall that he needed every leader he could get his hands on, but in practice, he seemed to be reluctant to allow a Veilman to lead his soldiers. Or maybe those soldiers didn't want to be led by a Veilman and Jean was simply preventing any problems that may present themselves with Leon in charge of a couple squads. Leon honestly didn't care which it was, as it meant that no one was going to tell them what to do. To an extent Jean and the 4th-tier mages could still do so, but they were attacking different camps than Leon. Instead, Leon and Alex accompanied a group of about 50 soldiers toward one of the larger camps. They were armed with bows, though Alex hadn't much training in that area, and were ready to inflict some damage on the Veilmen. The opportunity to do so came early, as the soldiers in front of them spotted a few Veilmen about 100 feet from them. The soldiers were marching in a rough line 3 men deep, so word was quickly spread, and the soldiers rapidly shot the Veilmen dead before any alarm could be raised. There were a couple more encounters that went similarly, and none of them held the soldiers back for long. Less than half an hour after leaving the wall, Leon, Alex, and the rest of their group found themselves looking down at their target camp from a small hill. "You're up, let's see what you can do," the 3rd-tier mage leading the rest of the soldiers muttered to Leon. Leon smiled back, reached into his satchel, and pulled out a small stack of several dozen sheets of spell paper. "Pass these out," he said. These were all fire spells. The soldiers only had to tie them to their arrows, activate them, and then shoot them into the camp. A few more volleys with regular arrows would be their follow-up, but the fire spells would do the bulk of their damage. The 3rd-tier mage started passing out the papers to the best archers present. Naturally, Leon kept one of them, and he gave one of the spells to Alex. "I'm not good with bows," she said, trying to hand the spell back to Leon. "You don't need pinpoint accuracy," Leon said, pushing the spell back into her hands. "All you need to do is get it into the enemy camp." Alex sighed, then nodded. "I can do that much," she muttered. The two of them quickly wrapped the spells around the shaft of the arrows they planned to shoot, then tied the spells to keep them secured. "Everyone ready?" the group leader asked quietly. He glanced around at the 50 soldiers with him, none of whom said they weren't. "Good," he whispered. "Then knock your arrows and prepare to fire. And don't hit the trees," said another 3rd-tier mage who was essentially acting as second in command. "Aim for the largest tents and any piles of boxes or barrels you see," Leon added. "Draw," the leader whispered, and the soldiers drew their bowstrings back to their cheeks. "Loose," the leader said, and 50 arrows were launched toward the Veilmen camp. It was large enough that from their hill, the soldiers could see dozens of tents, with even more deeper in the forest. Each likely held half a dozen or more Veilmen, judging by their size. Alex fired her arrow as well, while Leon had to prepare himself a little with his shot. He was still using the same bow he'd bought back in the capital, and like his armor, he hadn't gotten around to enchanting it yet. The other soldiers were using bows given to them by the Legion, which were lightly enchanted. This made up for the strength difference between most of the soldiers and Leon, allowing all of them to have similar range. Leon only delayed a second before firing his own arrow. It sped through the air toward the largest tent he was confident he could hit. A second later, the camp was rocked with dozens of explosions, and illuminated with bright white fire. Tents went up in flames, as did the Veilmen sleeping within. There were dozens of Veilmen still up and spending time around the campfires, but many of them were hit by arrows from the soldiers who didn't have the fire spells, though few of the hits were fatal. Leon's arrow hit its mark. Leon chose his target due to the size of the tent and the strength of the Veilmen that surrounded it. He guessed that it held the supplies for the Veilmen in the camp, and he couldn't help but smile as it was burned to the ground. Unlike the last time he used these fire spells, which was to burn the supplies of the allied trainees back in the Night Academy, these spells weren't designed to contain the fire. The tents burned, with white fire starting normal orange fires that the Veilmen scrambled to extinguish. But only a few of the Veilmen tried to tend to the fires. The rest had grabbed their weapons and began running out into the trees, searching for their attackers. Many of these Veilmen were felled by the next volley of arrows fired from the soldiers, but again, few of these injuries were fatal. "Fall back," the leader said once the soldiers fired their third volley. "Come on, we can stay and kill a few more, can't we?" One of the second-tier soldiers asked. "No, if we stay, we'll be killed by all those Veilmen. Better to leave now and be satisfied with the damage we've already done," the leader replied. His words made the rest of the soldiers give the camp another look, and they saw that they had really kicked the beehive, and now hundreds of Veilmen were streaming out of their tents to help with the fires and to find the soldiers. "Staying here to fight would be tantamount to suicide," the other third-tier mage said, backing up the leader. There were no more arguments after that, and the soldiers melted back into the darkness of the trees. They rapidly moved back south, stopping only to kill one more group of 4 Veilmen they encountered along the way. "There, we're almost back," the leader said once the wall came back into sight. "Get moving," the other third-tier mage said, hurrying the men along and keeping them from getting complacent at this last leg. And it was good that he did so, since just as all 50 soldiers had left the trees, another dark shape emerged barely a quarter mile from them and started barreling towards them at an alarming speed. Most of the soldiers were too busy running for the doors in the wall to see it, but Leon noticed it just in time. "Veilmen on our right," he shouted while slowing down and preparing an arrow. But before he could fire, the dark shape was upon them, ripping through one of the soldiers with its right hand and sending Leon flying over a dozen feet with its left. Had Leon not been wearing his armor, he suspected he would have been torn in half, like the other. Unfortunate soldier. The shape didn't stop there. It slammed straight into 3 more soldiers and killed them almost immediately. As Leon struggled to his feet, he took a moment to get a good look at it. It was enormous, covered in thick black hair, had an extreme hunchback, and its body's proportions were all wrong, being considerably top-heavy. It was the 4th-tier Veilmen werewolf he'd seen the previous night. It snarled and growled and lunged forward, striking with its sharp claws at the nearest soldier, who was so terrified that he'd stopped running. "Not so fucking fast," the third-tier leader shouted as he stabbed at the beast's outstretched claw with his spear. The force of the claw and spear connecting was tremendous, as it shattered the spear and knocked the leader backward. But it had also thrown back the werewolf, though not as far as the leader had been, and saved the soldier from death. Leon drew his sword and charged at the back of the werewolf. Its attention was on the leader, as the soldier it was originally targeting had taken the opportunity to get moving again. The soldier understood that he wouldn't be any help in this fight, so he retreated as fast as he could. Leon's sword sank into the werewolf's flesh, but not nearly as deeply as Leon expected it to. The werewolf's skin wasn't particularly thick, but its freakishly big muscles in its back were like steel, and Leon's sword barely drew blood. But the beast still felt the strike, and twisted on its stumpy legs. Leon was thrown off its back and sent flying again, but he was able to use the momentum to roll and spring back to his feet almost immediately. While the werewolf was reacting to Leon, the leader struck again, targeting the beast's legs with his freshly drawn dagger. He slashed at the heel tendon, but just like with Leon, the muscle proved too thick to cut, though he still managed to draw a little blood. With another swipe of the beast's claws, the leader was thrown back with deep gashes in his chest. Leon barely had time to process the potential fallout from that, as he was too busy lunging forward again. His fighting style relied almost exclusively on attacking, so he could ill afford to remain on defense even if he were fighting an enemy of comparable power to him. Unfortunately, like his last attack, Leon's slash failed to penetrate the beast's armor-like muscles, but he struck at the werewolf's exposed flank and drew significantly more blood than he had before. In fact, though Leon didn't slice through the beast's muscles, the werewolf still yelped in pain and slammed its claw into Leon's chest again. Fortunately, Leon's armor wasn't penetrated, but he was still thrown back again. "You," the beast growled through its garbled snout, "you are the one that killed Eric." Leon had no intention of replying, but he also didn't know what he could do in this situation. He didn't want to rely too heavily upon Zaffin's fire, especially in a place that could be so easily seen by the soldiers on the wall, but he didn't feel like he had much choice. He started to call upon the demon fire and felt the familiar feeling of being burned from the inside. The werewolf had waited a moment for Leon's answer, and when no answer came, it snarled and leapt forward with its claws outstretched, ready to cleave straight through Leon. However, before it closed the distance and before Leon could raise his left arm, a hail of arrows rained down upon the werewolf. Leon glanced over and saw the last third-tier mage, Alex, and about 24 of the soldiers about 100 feet away, continuously firing arrows at the werewolf. Their fire was supplemented by the arrow fire from a dozen more soldiers from the nearest tower and a few more along the wall. This amount of force stopped the werewolf's charge cold. "Come on!" the third-tier soldier shouted to Leon, beckoning him to run to the wall. Leon took off sprinting for the wall. He didn't stop for the dead men as they were close enough to the wall that they could be retrieved once the werewolf had been killed or chased off. "You're not leaving," the werewolf shouted as it lunged at Leon again, but the arrows that pelted its body didn't let up. None were causing serious damage, but all those that hit its skin tore it open and drew blood, not to mention blunting its charge. Leon managed to scramble away, but the werewolf ignored its mounting injuries and pursued. It quickly closed the gap between itself and Leon, then extended its claws to try and tear through Leon's midsection, and hit a sword. "Not a fucking chance, monster!" shouted Edmund, one of the fort's fourth-tier soldiers. He stood between Leon and the werewolf, his sword raised and blocking the werewolf's razor-sharp claws. "Animals like you should be killed on sight," added Gaston, another fourth-tier soldier, as he appeared from behind the werewolf and struck into its back with his sword. He wasn't able to drive his sword any deeper than Leon had, but he leaned forward and put all of his weight on the hilt, slowly driving the blade further into the werewolf's back. The werewolf howled in pain, but just as it was about to shake Gaston off its back, another soldier appeared, Jean. These three fourth-tier soldiers had finished their attacks and returned to the fort before Leon, and they had come running as soon as they saw the attack take place. "Creatures that feast on men are lower than dirt," Jean said as he slashed at the werewolf's heels. Unlike when the third-tier mage leading Leon's did the same, Jean's sword managed to cut through the beast's thick muscles and cripple its legs. The werewolf fell to the ground with a tremendous crash. But it wasn't done. It swiped at Edmund to its front, knocking the fourth-tier mage back, then shook its back and threw off Gaston. But just as it was about to try and turn itself to face Jean, Leon and the remaining third-tier mage of his group sprinted forward and went for its throat and eyes, respectively. The third-tier mage sank his dagger deep into the beast's left eye, while Leon's sword slashed its throat open. The five men then jumped back, while the werewolf slumped over with a quiet gurgle. "Shoot this monster," Jean shouted, and dozens of arrows fell upon it from the watching soldiers. Without mana supplying magic to its muscles, the arrows sank deep into the werewolf's flesh. The beast twitched and struggled a couple more times, but then it ceased to move. Again, Jean bellowed, and the beast was pelted with more arrows. "Grab our men and get back south of the wall," Edmund shouted to Leon's group of soldiers specifically. He shouted at those who weren't shooting at the werewolf. These men surged forward and grabbed the men who had already been killed by the werewolf, as well as their leader, who was still breathing but had two massive gashes in his chest that were leaking blood at an alarming rate. Then, everyone beat feet and sprinted for the wall. The strongest mages took the casualties and jumped right up the wall, alongside the unencumbered second-tier mages, though the latter had to get some help from those already on the wall. The first-tier soldiers, however, had to have a number of rope ladders lowered to them, something which the men on the wall would never have done if 3 of the fourth-tier mages weren't present. But, in minutes, all 50 of Leon's group had made it over the wall. The werewolf was left there lying motionless in the dirt, surrounded by bloody grass and a couple hundred arrows sticking up from the ground. Chapter 150. ULFR Haken's camp was in chaos. He had sent his thanes out to restore order among the war party when the attacks began, but there were still third-tier warriors coming and going constantly as the fires were put out and the dead were counted. But, finally, after 2 hours of getting what passed for coordination among the Valemen re-established, the camp quieted down and Hakon's thanes returned. They immediately made for Hakon's tent, which was easily the largest tent in the entire war party and decorated with small silver statues and black silk grass banners depicting thunderbirds. In the center of the tent was another banner, with a black mountain beneath the pale blue sky, representing the Mountain Father and the Sky Mother. So, in total, our losses appear to be 703 dead, and 1,316 injured, Hakon's white-haired thane reported. Horned serpents take those fatherless bastards. Hakon muttered bitterly. Sometimes I wish I weren't chief of our tribe, so I could pursue our enemy myself. Waiting here and yelling at worthless third-tier jackasses who don't know how to put out a damned fire isn't nearly so fun as running through the woods with an axe in hand. Speaking of fires, the white-haired thane said, paying no mind to Hakon's frustrated ramblings, the Black Valley tribe's camp was the worst hit. Over 50 tents were burned, along with all of their occupants. Their supplies were also burned, so if we don't get them some food by tomorrow morning, then we're going to have 4,000 angry warriors stirring up trouble. I'll leave it to you, Rorecker, Hakon said to the white-haired thane. Just pushing your duties onto me, huh? Rorecker said with a playful smile. I doubt anyone will make any trouble if you tell them to give up some food. Especially since I ordered it, Hakon stated, glaring at the dozens of third-tier warriors who surrounded him and his thanes. Those warriors who were representatives of subordinate tribes scowled, but none of them had the guts to go against Hakon's order and deny the Black Valley tribe food. Moving on, where's Ulfr? I sent him to hunt down as many southern bastards as he could find, but he hasn't returned. Haven't all of those dogs returned back south with their tails between their legs, or is he still out tracking? Hakon asked, looking at his 5 remaining thanes. He's still not back yet, answered one thane, a man of average stature and looks. He had a round face, light brown hair, and brown eyes. In fact, apart from his relatively young age and 4th-tier aura, there wasn't anything particularly notable about the thane judging by appearance alone. Well then, where is he? Hakon demanded. None of us are sure, it's not like he keeps us informed of where he goes, Rorecker said with a shrug. Hakon frowned and went quiet for a moment. Ulfr may be a werewolf, but he was still one of his most trusted thanes. Hakon would have been perfectly comfortable with placing his life in Ulfr's hands, so the fact that he wasn't back yet despite the attack being over for more than an hour gave him a bad feeling. Halmar, Hakon began, directing his next order to the average-looking thane, I want you to get some people together and find Ulfr. I'm sure he's fine, but I want to make sure, of course. Halmar said, rising immediately and gesturing to a handful of the third-tier warriors behind him. His group left the tent to begin their search. Now, then, Hakon continued, what are we looking at? Is the war party ready for an attack? Despite the losses we just suffered, yes we are, Rorecker said. All 27,000 warriors have assembled less our casualties, of course, and will be ready to assault that wall tomorrow. Night. Good. Make sure everyone gets their rest today. Hakon shouted. And get some damned lookouts. We can't allow a repeat of what just happened before we get our own attack underway. The warriors heard their chief's orders and left his tent to get the parts of the war party they were responsible for ready. The following night would be long, but glorious. Every warrior that followed Hakon south knew that this was their chance to be part of a legend that every Valeman would know of for generations to come. Bring some bandages to the first aid tent. Jean shouted as he, Leon, and the rest of the men carried their casualties over the wall. Most of them were dead, but the third-tier mage who led Leon's group was still breathing. Unfortunately, the blood seeping from his wounds had started to bubble, showing that air was leaking into his chest. Move, Edmund yelled, getting the men on the wall out of their way as he carried the third-tier mage down off the wall, closely followed by Jean and Gaston. For a moment, Leon was going to let them go and tend to the wounded soldier themselves, but Alex walked up to him and said, aren't you going to help? Leon gave her a strange look and said, wasn't planning on it. Why? This fort lacks healing spells. That man's going to die without them. Leon's eyes narrowed in annoyance. He had made some healing spells, which Alex knew about, but he thought that the fort simply didn't have many such spells. He figured that what few they had would be taken out for the third-tier mage, and that he didn't need to bother. But, Under Alex's accusatory gaze, he nodded and sped off after Jean and the others without another word. They moved quickly once off the wall, and Leon didn't catch up to them until they were already in the first aid tent, trying to bandage up the man's wounds and prevent more air from deflating his lungs. "If we can bandage the wound, he might make it," one of the medics said to Jean. "His own natural healing abilities from being a third-tier mage should be enough to help him live through the night, and if he can do that, he'll make a full recovery." "But it's not just the chest wound that's the problem," Jean informed. "Those wounds were made by a werewolf's claws. If Hughes contracted lycanthropy, then he'll probably die from the wounds." The medic frowned. "We don't have the supplies to treat lycanthropy here," he said helplessly. Jean was about to shout in frustration and disbelief, but he knew the supply situation of the fort better than anyone. That they could help Hugh with what their paltry medical staff had available was a fool's hope. "Keep an eye on him," Jean said. "If his condition worsens, sir," interrupted one of the other handful of medics. "We just received some healing spells." The medic speaking with Jean immediately turned and ran over to the other medic who had just spoke. Leon had just handed him a small stack of about 10 healing spells, and both medics closely scrutinized them. "You made these?" the lead medic inquired. Leon quietly nodded. The two medics glanced at each other, whispered a few words, then raced over to Hugh's side. They both pressed a pair of healing spells onto Hugh's chest, and the spells sparkled with golden light showing that they were working. "We might be able to save him with these," the lead medic mused. Everyone was so preoccupied with Hugh's treatment that no one noticed Leon slip out of the tent, despite being responsible for the healing spells. There simply wasn't anything more he could do, so he left. He made his way back to his assigned tower, where he found Alex waiting for him, though he made a quick detour to their original tent first to grab his books, enchanting supplies, and some of his clothes. If he was going to be stuck in the tower during the day, then he wanted to at least get some work done. He wrapped everything up in his white snow lion coat and returned to the tower. "Did you give them the healing spells?" she asked. "I did," he answered. Alex's face broke out into a radiant smile. "Good," she said. "Sir Hugh and Sam were friends. He's a good man, and I didn't want to see him die." "He may still die," Leon said bluntly. "They're treating him now, but that doesn't mean he'll live." Alex's smile quickly disappeared, replaced with a worried expression, and Leon quickly regretted his choice of words. "I'm sure he'll be fine," Leon said. "The medics were hopeful and had already gotten to work when I left." Alex grimly smiled at him, but she didn't speak. An awkward silence followed, during which the two sat down on a pair of cots they'd moved from their tent to the tower. "You should get some sleep," Leon said. "Or train if you can't sleep. No use sitting up worrying over something that you can't change, I suppose," she muttered. She then sat up to meditate and help herself relax from the night of tension and violence. After a few seconds, Leon added, "And thanks for staying. I mean you shooting arrows at that werewolf. I know you said you weren't that good with bows, so I do appreciate you not being like those other guys who just ran away. You helped me get back to the wall after my uncle's death," she responded matter-of-factly. "I wasn't going to leave you behind like that." The two stared at each other for a moment, then Leon nodded and let her get back to her meditation. She wasn't quite used to violence and needed to meditate to wind down, but he was already starting to relax. In mere minutes, he had already nodded off to sleep. "He's dead?" Hacken asked in a disbelieving tone. "That's what I was told," Hallmar responded. He was pale and out of breath, a strange sight to see for a fourth-tier mage, but he had sprinted back to Hacken's camp as soon as he heard Ulfer's fate. "What happened?" Hacken demanded. "From what we can tell, he pursued a group of Southerners all the way back to their wall but was then killed by the archers in the nearest tower," Hallmar responded. "I was even told that they left his body there, to rot." "Show me," Hacken shouted. Hallmar turned around and ran out of the tent with Hacken right behind him. They blitzed through the trees and arrived within sight of the wall in minutes. "He's there," Hallmar said, pointing to a large dark shape lying several hundred feet past the tree line. It had been clearly shot by dozens of arrows, and there were hundreds more still sticking up out of the ground all around it. "ULFR," Hacken whispered in grief. He was far away, and it was dark, but he could still recognize his friend. There were about a dozen other Veilmen around, so he couldn't express his grief. Instead, he channeled those feelings into anger, and his killing intent drove the other Veilmen around him to their knees. "Those Southerners will die tomorrow night," Hacken whispered. "Alert the camps." I don't give a single fuck if we're still waiting on a few small groups to arrive. We attack that wall tomorrow. And we will burn everyone within to raise the souls of our dead. With that said, Hakon reined in his aura, allowing the surrounding Veilmen to rise back to their feet. We need to get his body, Hallmar said. We have to lay him to rest. I'll get it, Hakon stated. Then, with barely any time for his Thane to register what he said, Hakon burst out of the trees and sprinted for Ulfr's body. Wait, Hallmar shouted, but he was far too late. He swore under his breath, then charged out after his chief. Just as Hakon reached Ulfr's body, he heard the sound of a horn coming from the nearest tower on the wall. And Hallmar reached him less than a second after. They've seen us, Hallmar said. You've a splendid grasp of the obvious, Hakon growled. Help me with ULFR, he's fucking heavy. The two powerful Veilmen each grabbed one of the werewolf's enormous arms and pulled. They started dragging him across the open space between the wall and the tree line, while all around them, arrows began to fall. What happened? Jean demanded as he arrived at the wall. Veilman, sir, answered the nearest knight. Jean recognized the man as one of the knights sent by the local barons. Jean glanced over the wall and saw two men hauling the corpse of the werewolf back to the trees, while the first volley from the archers fell all around them. There were only about 15 archers, and they had all arrived at the wall that morning. Thus, they needed that first volley to gauge the range they were firing at. None of them expected to hit their targets with their first volley, but their second volley would be aiming to kill. Draw, commanded the knight, and the archers drew back another shot. That's Hakon Firebeard, Jean thought to himself as he stared at the two men. One of them he could tell was a 4th-tier mage, but it was the man whose aura he couldn't see through that drew his attention. There was only one man who could possibly have such a strong aura that Jean couldn't see through it, and the blood-red beard Jean could see from the wall only confirmed his suspicions. Take your time and aim carefully, Jean told the archers. That's the leader of the Veilmen down there. I will personally reward all of you if you can bring him down. Hakon and Hallmar kept dragging Ulfr's corpse across the ground. The werewolf was incredibly heavy, and even those two were having a hard time maintaining any kind of speed. Then, to compound their problems, more arrows fell around them, with a few even lodging themselves in ULFR. Hakon growled in anger and frustration, but there wasn't anything he could do except keep dragging ULFR and hope to not get shot. Well, he could always drop ULFR, but if he was willing to do that he never would have run out into the line of fire to begin with. Almost there, Hallmar shouted as they passed a few trees. The arrow fire thinned out, but just before they reached safety, an arrow pierced Hallmar's thigh. Keep going, Hakon shouted, and Hallmar fought through the pain and kept dragging his fallen friend. Fortunately for them, no more arrows found their marks, and they reached the safety of the trees. Are you okay? Hakon asked Hallmar when the arrows stopped and the other Veilmen rushed out to keep dragging ULFR. I'll live, Hallmar said as he pulled the arrow out of his leg. Barely even a flesh wound, he said with a smile. Still, make sure to get it bandaged up, Hakon said worriedly. Too many of my friends have died these past few days, I'm not adding you to that list. Right, Hallmar said with a smile. The two had lost many friends before, so while they mourned for Eric and ULFR, they didn't slow down. But, they kept that grief and anger in the back of their minds, and with a last, hateful look at the wall, the two Veilmen returned to the central camp, with Ulfr's body in tow. Chapter 151, Jean's Promise. I'm sorry, sir, the knight said to Jean. The archers he'd brought to the fort to reinforce the Legion soldiers hadn't managed to kill the two Veilmen who had ventured out to retrieve the corpse of the werewolf. Jean had to restrain his fury and frustration at missing such a golden opportunity. We almost had Hakon Firebeard himself. If these shitty archers had killed him, that Veilmen army would have disintegrated. Jean though to himself, if these were my men, we'd have gotten him. However, with the knight waiting for his response and the archers also casting their eyes toward him, Jean clamped down on his emotions. It's all right, he said. We can kill him later. For now, we just need to focus on working together to prevent the Veilmen from breaching the wall and ravaging the northern territories. The knight and his archers smiled and nodded, while Jean had to turn around and walk away, so as not to let his anger get the better of him. He ended up walking back to the first aid tent, where the medics had just finished with Hugh's treatment. How is he? Jean asked the lead medic. He's actually going to be fine. Those healing spells we got from that other knight worked perfectly. In fact, Sir Hugh had contracted lycanthropy from his wounds, but with the healing spells, we managed to lift the curse before it became irreversible," the lead medic said excitedly. "That's great," Jean said, his excitement rapidly matching the lead medic's own. "Wait a minute, what knight did you get those spells from?" "I thought they were from Leon Ursus. He was a third-tier mage, sir. I just assumed he was a knight," the lead medic said with a shrug. Jean could understand the confusion. There were over 500 men at the fort on a normal day, and the lead medic couldn't be expected to know everybody, especially not someone who only transferred in the week before. "Thank you," Jean said, clapping the medic on the shoulder. "When do you think Sir Hugh will be fit for battle?" "He could be back on his feet by tomorrow night," the lead medic replied. "Wonderful. Keep me informed if anything changes," Jean said as he turned and left the tent. Outside of the tent, Jean was alone. Everyone in the fort who wasn't critical for logistics was on the wall, which made the rows of tents quiet, dark, and devoid of human life. Jean took a deep breath to steady himself. He hadn't gotten more than an hour of rest at a time ever since he received word that the first watchtower had lit its flare. He was exhausted, but he couldn't let himself rest for more than a minute or two, given the situation the fort was now in. He yawned, stretched, then started making his way to the tower he'd assigned Leon to. Leon had only been sleeping for about half an hour when Jean knocked and entered his and Alex's room, but he was a light sleeper and woke up immediately. "Sir," he said in greeting as he groggily sat up. "Please, stay comfortable," Jean said as Leon rose and Alex stopped meditating. "What brings you here, sir?" Leon asked after shaking himself awake a little. "Just to thank you for those healing spells. I've been told that Sir Hugh will live thanks to them." "That's good to hear," Leon said, glancing over at Alex and seeing her face light up in happiness. "I was wondering," Jean continued, "did you make those spells yourself?" Leon nodded. "I see. I don't suppose you have any more?" Jean asked tentatively. Leon nodded again. "Well, if you have any spare spells, I'd like to ask you to give them to the medics in the first aid tent. The coming battle will leave a great many of us injured or dead, and even one spell can make the difference for a soldier on death's door. I hate to seem pushy, but it is literally a matter of life and death." "I understand," Leon said slowly. "I have a few extras that I don't think I'll need, so I'll run them out to the medics first thing in the morning." "Thank you," Jean said. "Moving on, you've done damn fine work these past few days. With your performance in mind, I've decided to have united once this situation blows over." Leon's eyes widened in shock. The Knight Academy required every trainee to serve a squireship for no less than 2 years before they could graduate, but technically, any knight or lord can knight someone if they feel like it. "Sir, I appreciate it, but I don't think the Knight Academy would look too kindly on," Leon began before being interrupted by Jean. "To hell with them," Jean said. "They sent you here, so you're my guy. You've been acting as a knight, so I'm going to hold a knighting ceremony for you when we fight off the Veilmen. It's not like the Knight Academy can actually do anything to me. They just won't like it. The only deterrence they have is denying their high-quality squires to any knight that breaks their regulations, and I never would have gotten any of their squires anyway. I'm still confused as to why they sent you all the way up here. Whoever made that decision must be blind or something." Leon fought back a smile. He very much wanted to be a knight, and Jean's promise greatly excited him. But he only had to remember that there were thousands of Veilmen outside ready to kill everyone in the fort for his smile to die back down. It's an empty promise, Leon thought to himself. It's not likely that anyone's going to get out of here alive, so his promise to knight me when this is all over doesn't actually mean much. "Thank you, sir," Leon said out loud. Jean nodded, then said, "I'll let you two get back to it," and left. When he closed the door, Alex said excitedly, "You're going to be a knight." Leon lay back on his cot and frowned. "Maybe," he said. "You're doubting the commander?" she asked. "No, but we have thousands of Veilmen to carve through first," Leon answered. "Better to get some rest than worry about what will come next, assuming we survive. Rest will help us a lot more than worry." Alex frowned at Leon's lack of excitement at Jean's promise, but he closed his eyes and quickly went to sleep, so she returned to meditating. After all, she didn't intend on dying, she wanted to be a knight as well. The entire fort was awake by noon. No one woke them up, but there was a deafening blast of a horn that disturbed the rest of everyone still sleeping. What's going on?" Leon asked, hauling himself out of bed and grabbing his sword. Alex grumbled as she rubbed her eyes. "That's the signal for someone approaching from the south side. it's not a Valeman attack. She turned over and went back to sleep. She'd only gotten a few hours and needed a lot more. Leon, however, had gotten plenty, so he walked outside onto ramparts to see what was happening. He took a deep breath of the cool northern air, then cast his gaze to the south of the fort, where he saw about half a dozen riders bearing a noble banner. If he recalled from the old book of noble heraldry Artorias had taught him with correctly, it was the banner of Count Whitefield. Or reinforcements on the way, he thought hopefully. He didn't have to wait long for an answer, as Jean sent a messenger to summon him and the rest of the fort's leadership and other high-tiered mages. They assembled around the conference table in Jean's cabin. Jean sat at one end of the table, while the 6 Whitefield knights sat at the other. Most of the fort's knights sat at the table, but a few soldiers such as Leon had to stand so that room could be made for their guests. Said guests were dusty from the ride, but their clothes were still colorful and obviously expensive. The knight in charge even wore a blue tunic that Leon recognized was made from silk grass. That one garment cost more silver than an average family made in a year. The rest of the Whitefield knights wore clothes that were all over the spectrum but were all just as bright and eye-catching. You received our message, so how soon could we expect reinforcements? Jean asked the lead Whitefield knight as politely as he could. The knight didn't answer right away, instead leisurely brushing a long strand of rich brown hair away from his perfectly chiseled face. My lord has confidence in your garrison to deal with a few pathetic barbarians, he finally said, his words dripping with scorn and derision. So he won't be sending any warriors to help man the wall? Jean asked, attempting to restrain his rapidly mounting anger. It is my lord's understanding that you have already received reinforcements, the knight said with a mocking smile. My lord's vassal barons were kind enough to send you their personal warriors, were they not? 200 men are hardly enough to call reinforcements, Arius said angrily. Jean glared at Arius, shutting him up, then said, we're eternally grateful to the local barons for recognizing the threat we're now under, but the men they were able to send are not sufficient to deal with the thousands of Valemen on our doorstep. Thousands? The knight asked rhetorically. I doubt they number that many. The men of the Legion are the hardiest and most skillful soldiers His Majesty possesses, surely you all can handle a few unwashed savages. Jean merely frowned, but most of the fort knights grew furious and almost lunged forward at the Whitefield knights. The naked arrogance and dismissiveness they were displaying were too much for many of these battle-hardened men. But Jean slammed his fist into the table and forced them to restrain themselves. We only number 500. 700 with the warriors from the local barons. And we have 2 miles of wall to defend. When the Valemen attack, the wall will be breached, and then Count Whitefield will have to deal with the Valemen in the open. They will raid his villages, rape and enslave his people, and burn his land. If you don't come to our aid, your lord will be, at the very least, ruined, Jean explained as calmly as he could. Unlike you, the Whitefield knight said while sneering at Jean, we can handle the savages. If they, somehow, push south, they will break themselves upon our swords and spears. When they push south, your lord will have allowed thousands of Valemen into the kingdom. What's more, he will have allowed the destruction of a legion fort and the massacre of its garrison. If I make it out, I will make it my personal duty to ensure he's arrested and executed for treason, Jean threatened. He glared at the knight, but the knight seemed unperturbed. In fact, his derisive smile only grew wider as he said, if. Another Whitefield knight next to their leader added, make all the threats you want, but at the end of the day, you're only a disgraced tribune exiled to the fringes of the kingdom. You have no power to follow through with your big talk. I think we're done here, the lead Whitefield knight stated, and he and his entourage stood up and made for the door, shoving their way past a few of the Legion knights in their way. Noticing the expressions of said Legion knights and knowing a fight was about to break out, Jean rose from his seat and shouted, let them go. The Legion knights glared, but they allowed the Whitefield knights to pass. However, the last Whitefield knight to leave the cabin glanced back over his shoulder at Jean, then spat on the floor. Jean scowled, but he still let them go. Those cocky bastards ought to be strung up by their entrails, muttered Arius. They want us dead, Jean said. Why in all the fucks aren't they going to help us? Edmund angrily wondered. Count Whitefield fought hard to stop the Bull King from building a legion fort on his land, Jean answered. Now, he sees an opportunity to get rid of us, namely by letting the Valemen overrun the fort. But he'll lose the support of his outlying barons as well as thousands of his own peasants, Gaston remarked. I'm sure he considers it a small price to pay to get the legion out of his land, a cynical third-tier knight replied. His motivations don't matter, Jean said. What matters is that he won't be bringing his army to help us. We're on our own, at least until the Consul of the North arrives. When might that be? Edmund asked. A week, Jean guessed. He'll probably have to wait for permission from Count Whitefield to enter his lands, and the Count will no doubt stall. So then, we're fucked, another third-tier mage muttered. We can't hold the wall against thousands of Valemen. They'll breach our fort and kill us all. We have to run. We're not deserting our posts. Jean forcefully shouted. To do so would be to abandon the Legion itself, and for such a crime, we'd be sent straight to the headsman's block. Besides, without Count Whitefield, there are thousands of peasants in the surrounding villages that would be left to the mercy of the Valemen if we were to run. The rest of the knights stared at the man who advocated running away. Leon, too, stared. He had never once considered running. To do so would be to abandon any chance he could begin his investigation into his family's downfall from within the Bull Kingdom. He had committed to his path, and a small thing like a Valeman army wouldn't make him alter course. Plus, he still had his invisibility ring. If things were to truly go to shit, Leon was confident he could find a place to hide and activate it, then escape. But, that was only an option if everyone else, Alex and Jean specifically, along with most of the garrison, were dead, and the walls had been breached. Until then, at least, he was still a Legion soldier. Chapter 152. The Valeman charge. Leon returned to his and Alex's room in their assigned tower after Jean dismissed everyone. Any news? Alex asked once he pushed the door open and strolled in. We're on our own, Leon said. Count Whitefield won't be coming to help. That bastard, Alex whispered. It's certainly disappointing, but not out of anyone's expectations, I think, Leon said. I haven't heard anyone here say a single good thing about Count Whitefield, so I doubt anyone really thought he'd march his forces up here to defend the wall, though it does put his own lands and holdings at risk. Has there been any word from the Consul of the North? Alex inquired. None that I know about, Leon answered. Alex controlled her expression, but she stumbled a bit from where she had been training and almost collapsed onto her cot. Then we're all dead, she muttered. 700 people can't defend this wall against thousands of Valemen. Hey, Leon said, don't think about that. That's not guaranteed. It doesn't look good for us, but technically, we don't have to prevent the Valemen from breaching the wall. Alex looked over at him in confusion. What do you mean? She asked in a slightly suspicious tone. Just that the Valemen have to defeat us here, or their supplies would be cut off and they'd be trapped between us on the wall and whatever army comes to stop them. That means that even if they get through the wall, they still have to defeat all of us here. And that won't be easy, so long as we control the towers. Is that why you don't seem so concerned? Alex asked, pointing out Leon's seeming lack of worry. Leon was silent for a moment, debating with himself whether or not he wanted to say anything to her. And speaking of concerning things, Alex continued while Leon deliberated, why are you able to use elemental magic? Have you been concealing your magical tier? I have not been concealing my power, Leon finally said. But, I do have my own secrets which I'm under no obligation to reveal. Alex frowned, but she nodded in understanding. And it's because of those secrets that you're not worried? She asked. I wouldn't say I'm not worried, Leon replied, just that I'm confident that I can escape even if the worst comes to pass. Well, aren't you lucky? Alex said sarcastically. Some of us don't have the luxury of being able to run away. I never said I was going to run, just that I can escape if the situation were to require such a thing. I have every intention of staying here until the end, Leon defended himself. Alex didn't seem to buy it, though, as her expression turned bitter and her frown grew deeper. That doesn't make you not an asshole, she muttered. An awkward silence followed their exchange. Upon looking back at his statements, Leon felt like he could understand why Alex would be mad. He had essentially bragged about being able to leave at any time and not being in any real danger. Of course, that wasn't the case, but that was what Leon had indicated. You know, Leon tentatively began, any of us could leave if we wanted to. There isn't anyone watching to keep any potential deserters from running, and most of the soldiers on the wall very much don't want to be here. Any of us could leave right now if we really wanted. But none of us are. What's your point? Alex demanded. I could leave if I wanted, but I don't want to, just like anyone else here could leave if they wanted, but they aren't. I'm not going anywhere, Leon said reassuringly. I've made the choice to stay here to the end, and I will. I'm not going to take the initiative to go anywhere, at least not without you. Me? Alex asked out of shock. You're my squire, at least unofficially. And, in the future I hope, a friend. Alex stared at Leon. They'd known each other for barely 2 weeks, and here he was talking about not leaving without her and saying he hoped they could be friends. The sheer ridiculousness and naivety of it actually caused her to burst out laughing, releasing her mounting tension. You're not going to ask me to marry you now, are you? Alex asked while gasping for breath in between rounds of laughter. Leon's face reddened a little, but after his interactions with Elise his tolerance for such teasing questions was a lot higher than it used to be. He kept a straight face and said, I wasn't planning on it. Good, Alex said as she recovered from her laughing fit, because you're not really my type. But, I suppose we can start at friends. The two smiled at each other. 2 weeks wasn't enough time for them to get to know each other well, but they had been through a couple life and death situations with each other. They could at least call each other friends. They spent the rest of the day meditating and doing some light training. Late in the afternoon, a messenger arrived at the tower, telling Leon that if the Veilmen hadn't attacked by midnight, then Jean would order another attack on their camps. They couldn't afford to waste the entire night waiting for the Veilmen to attack, after all. Are we ready to attack tonight? Hakon asked his thanes. When he had ordered the war party to move south, his thanes numbered 7, but now they were only 5, and his war party hadn't even gotten past the first southern obstacle in their path. Hakon was in a bad mood, to put it mildly, and his anger and sadness blended into his aura and put all of the watching Veilmen on edge. We're ready, Rorecker replied. The Black Valley tribe was our biggest concern, but they have received replacement supplies, though it's put us on something of a time constraint. If we don't get past that wall in the next few days, we're going to have some problems feeding everyone. We're going to break through them, Hakon growled. There's no way they have the numbers to fully defend that wall. If they had, they would have launched more than just a single raid against us. No, we'll break through that wall tonight, and tomorrow morning, we'll burn every southerner and raise our honored dead to the Sky Mother. As he said this, Hakon's eyes drifted over to a back corner of his tent, where Eric and Ulfr's bodies could be seen. They'll pay for the deaths of our friends, Hallmar stated with a confident smile. They will, Hakon agreed. Tonight, they die. Tomorrow, we build a pyre. Speaking of killing the southerners, Rorecker said. Right, Hakon said quietly. It's time to decide which section of the wall each tribe will attack. The pass was quiet once the sun set behind the mountains. It was an eerie calm, one that no man atop the wall wanted to disturb. The sky was cloudy, the wind was silent and gentle, and the only light in the fort came from torches, candles, and the few magic lanterns in the towers. Within his tower, Leon grew restless. There was a storm coming, and it was preventing him from getting comfortable. With every gust of wind that came in through the arrow loops, he smelt the damp air and knew that rain wasn't that far off. Ever since he experienced his first storm post-Bloodline Awakening back in the Night Academy, he had experienced half a dozen more. None of them provoked a reaction as strong as the first one did, with each successive storm having weaker and weaker effects. By the last storm, Leon was so used to the feeling that he could have easily ignored it if it wasn't so beneficial to his training. But his current restlessness couldn't be ignored. Eventually, about 2 hours before midnight, Leon rose from his cot as silently as he could and made his way out of the tower and onto the wall. Most of the men guarding the wall did so from the numerous towers, so he actually felt more privacy out there on the ramparts than he did in the room with Alex. Leon slowly breathed the night air, relishing the chill as it entered his lungs. It reminded him of the air in the forest of black and white. He leaned against the timber battlements and entered an almost meditative trance as he enjoyed the rush the oncoming storm was giving him. He breathed deep. Leon, said Zafin. What is it? Leon lazily asked. I think you might. What was that? Leon suddenly interrupted. Asked a startled Zafin. Leon's eyes snapped open and he stared out into the pass. It was still quiet and seemingly peaceful, but Leon could hear footsteps, the snapping of twigs and branches, and the rustling of leaves coming from the forest in the pass. I think the Veilmen are moving, Leon said. Shit, whispered Zafin. I'm going to prepare myself to aid you in this fight. I don't think you'll get out of it otherwise. You're probably not wrong about that, Leon grimly replied. He darted back inside the tower and made his way to the top, where the guards who normally staffed the tower were. Under the usual conditions, they'd be playing cards, joking around, or otherwise trying to stay awake. However, with the Veilmen so close, all of the men were at least wide awake, if not alert. What's up? The lead guard asked. Can any of you hear that? That sound coming from the forest? Leon asked. The lead guard strained his ears for a moment, then asked, what should we be hearing? The sound of marching Valemen, Leon answered. The other guards at the top of the tower paled, then readied their weapons. They may be disdainful of the Valemen among them, but the story of Leon using his personal healing spells to save a Legion Knight had spread. That, plus his third-tier strength, meant that when Leon said something, the guards treated it seriously. I think I might hear something, one of the guards said apprehensively. Me too, added another. Leon glanced at the lead guard. Sound the alarm. Better to be safe than sorry, he said. The lead guard still couldn't hear anything, so he hesitated. Seeing this, Leon added, I'll take responsibility for it if it's wrong, but for now, sound the alarm. The lead guard went pale, but he nodded and touched a runic circle on the battlements. A deep rumble resounded through the fort, which repeated itself after 5 seconds. It was enough to wake every Legion soldier, and the metallic sounds of men as they dressed and armed themselves rang out from every tower. Hakon heard the alarm from within the forest and he knew the war party had lost the element of surprise. He swore under his breath, then shouted, forward. His thanes and the third-tier warriors passed his order down to every one of his warriors and to every subordinate tribe. In minutes, the forest shook from the footsteps of more than 20,000 Valemen who no longer cared about keeping quiet. They shouted war cries, they bellowed insults at the soldiers on the wall, and those with shields banged them. To the soldiers on the wall, it must have seemed like all the northern vales were about to crash down upon them. Hakon smiled at the enthusiasm of his warriors. He could see the tree line in front of him, and just past it, the wall. There were a few hundred feet to clear between him and it, but that was nothing to a 5th-tier mage. He fully expected thousands of his warriors to die in those few hundred feet, though. As he stepped out from the shadows of the trees, he saw the light shining from the fort towers. At the bottom of the biggest tower at the center of the wall was a dark spot that he knew to be the door. That was the target of the men at the side. His target, however, was the tower itself. Hakon looked to his right, then to his left. His thanes emerged from the forest seconds after him, each leading their own group of warriors. Further down the line were the subordinate tribes, each one baying for blood. On his far right, the Black Valley tribe didn't wait for his order and started sprinting for the wall. Morons, Hakon thought, but he couldn't blame them. They had taken the most casualties in the previous night's raid and had to suffer the indignity of being given food from the other tribes. Their honor had been gravely insulted to the point that they didn't wait for their great chief to order the attack. Fuck it, Hakon muttered, then he raised his voice and bellowed, Cha-Arg. Chapter 153, Battle for the Fort. Hundreds of Valemen came pouring out from the trees and charged at the wall. Archers, fire at will. Jean shouted. Only the few towers closest to him could hear his voice, but all the knights repeated his order down the wall. In seconds, arrows began raining down upon the charging Valemen. Guess they finally got tired of waiting around, Jean muttered as he raced to the main tower from where he had been standing on the wall. He'd heard the alarm Leon had raised and ran to the tower with his sword, bow, and armor, so he and all the rest of the soldiers were ready. The main tower had been built directly over the doors, to function as a sort of gatehouse, though the doors weren't quite big enough to be considered a gate. Within, there was a small console of runic circles and a glowing diamond the size of his head locked within a cage. Jean hurriedly fished out a couple keys from his pocket, then he slammed his palm into several of the runic circles once the cage was open. Hopefully the enchantments in the wall will work, Jean thought to himself. He'd activated the enchantments several times in the past few days, but they had never been tested in battle before, so he had no idea if they would function as they should. Compounding his worry was the state of the diamond that powered the enchantments. It was glowing a dull red, rather than the orange it should have been if it were full of magic. After a few tense seconds, he could feel the wall almost start humming with magic power, while the light emanating from the diamond flickered a few times. These damn things had better hold up. The wall was the only thing that was built here with any kind of care, Jean worriedly thought. He then turned around and made for the top of the tower, locking the cage behind him. 6. Leon silently counted as he knocked and drew another arrow. There were so many Valemen that he could shoot blindly and still hit an enemy, but he took a brief moment to find the strongest warriors. He fired his arrow at a second-tier Valeman who had managed to sprint so close to the wall that Leon barely needed to aim. Leon's aim was true, and the arrow pierced the Valeman at the base of his neck. The Valeman warrior crumpled, while Leon counted 7 as he drew yet another arrow and searched for his next target. Beside Leon was Alex and the 10-man squad that had been assigned to guard the tower. "There!" shouted the squad leader, pointing at a large cluster of Valemen huddling behind their shields advancing up the hill their tower had been built upon. The squad targeted them and rapidly shot arrows, hitting the Valemen in their exposed legs and shoulders. The Valemen fell, and a second round of arrows finished them off. Alex tried to follow along with them, but her skills with the bows were lacking. Fortunately, if there was one thing the fort had in abundance, it was arrows, so even though she missed frequently, the supply of projectiles didn't suffer. In fact, every tower had been stocked with thousands of arrows that had been accumulated in the years since the fort had been built. This let every soldier in every tower shoot with almost reckless abandon, and Valemen fell in droves to this non-stop fire. "They've made it to the foot of the wall," shouted the squad leader in Leon's tower. This shout redirected everyone to target those huddling down by the wall rather than those still climbing the hill. Unfortunately, the towers were rather limited in their fortifications and lacked machicolations, so to fire down at such a low angle, the soldiers had to lean out over the battlements. What made this problem worse was that some of the Valemen had bows, and they hid behind those with shields, so the soldiers had to endure counter fire when leaning out. But this was less of a problem for Leon, who had his full suit of metal armor on. He glanced over the edge, located the strongest Valeman at the foot of the wall, then popped out from behind the battlements and shot him. "Shoot at those who are charging. I'll take these assholes below us," Leon shouted to the squad leader. He'd noticed that the other soldiers were wary of exposing themselves to Valeman arrows, so he went about trying to pick up the slack and let them go back to shooting those Valeman farther from the wall. The squad leader nodded to Leon in thanks, then shouted at his men, "Fire at those closer to the tree line." Arrows kept flying out from their tower and striking Valemen. The 12 of them in the tower alone had already killed over 100 Valemen, but more kept coming. From the tree line, Hakon could see hundreds of Valemen fall to the southern arrow fire. He didn't react in the slightest, as he couldn't care less about the warriors from subordinate tribes. Hakon glanced back over his shoulder at the hundreds of warriors from his own tribe waiting in reserve. They were quiet, but he could tell from the way they fidgeted about most of them wanted to get into the fight. He guessed that those he left with his thanes were equally restless, but he trusted his thanes to keep them in check. "Patience," he whispered to those closest to him, "patience. Wait for those worthless dogs to deplete the southern arrows before we attack." Hakon's eyes scanned over the length of wall that he could see. By his reckoning, several hundred second-tier and a few dozen third-tier warriors had made it to the foot of the wall. According to the plan, they would now try to jump over. This was a difficult task with the men in the towers shooting at them, but there were too many targets for the southerners to stop them. "Get ready," he called out, signaling his own warriors to prepare to charge. He was waiting for the Valemen to leap atop the wall to distract the southerners enough for Hakon's men to attack in relative safety. He saw one third-tier warrior, a chief of a small tribe of barely 3,000, jump up and reach out his hand for the edge of the wall. The wall was built high, but not so high that third-tier mages couldn't reach the edge. But the chief couldn't reach it. His fingers just barely missed the battlements, and the chief fell back to the ground. Hakon could see the look of disbelief on the Valeman's face as he stared up at the wall. The chief squatted down, then jumped again, putting far more strength into his legs than he had before. Yet, again, the chief didn't reach the wall. Hakon watched him closely that time and saw that the chief had seemed to slow down near the top, as if he had run into sludge. The chief loudly cursed and the warriors around him stared as more arrows from the towers fell upon them. "Damned walls enchanted," Hakon muttered. Looking to his right and left, he could see that all the second and third-tier warriors that attempted to scale the wall were running into the same problem. The Valemen couldn't get over the wall. A few warriors with climbing picks and a few more with axes tried to climb over or chop their way through the timber of the wall, but the picks couldn't pierce the wood and the axes bounced off. Hakon scowled, then angrily growled to the man at his side, "Sound the fucking horn." 29, Leon counted as he fired arrow after arrow. The hill beneath the tower was littered with the bodies of dead and injured Valemen, but there were thousands out in the clear zone swarming around the feet of the towers. Those that had shields had raised them to block the arrows, but from their positions, the soldiers could kill the Valemen with near impunity while only having to worry about the few Valemen armed with bows. The battle had only been going on for about 15 minutes, but it already seemed like the Legion soldiers could win, despite the catastrophic difference in numbers. "Hold out," the squad leader shouted. "Just hold out and keep whittling their numbers down. We'll get through this, just keep shooting." Leon stuck his body out over the edge of the tower battlements and fired another arrow, hitting his 30th target in chest. The Veilman dropped, but another Veilman fired an arrow back at Leon. The arrow bounced off Leon's helmet, having no more effect than giving Leon his 31st target. "This isn't so bad," Leon thought as he brought the archer who shot at him down with a well-placed arrow. "Not nearly as bad as I thought it would be." Just then, Leon felt a shock run down his spine, and a tremendous clap of thunder roared over the wall. Or maybe it was just in his head, as when he stumbled back from the battlements, slightly dazed, none of the others looked even the slightest bit perturbed. "Hey, are you all right?" Alex asked as she rushed forward to steady Leon. Yeah, I'm fine," Leon said with some surprise. He shook himself a little, then got back to shooting, as he didn't have the luxury of time to stop and think about what had just happened. Leon seemed fine, so Alex, too, went back to shooting at the Veilman, though with markedly less effect than most of the other soldiers. But, with so much practice, she was getting better. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a horn blast. "That isn't a Legion horn," someone said. "Get ready," the squad leader shouted. "They're probably getting ready for another charge." The men quickly got back to shooting, but something drew Leon's eye. A small group of several hundred Veilmen had emerged from the forest, and leading them was a man whose power he couldn't see through. Without a word, Leon stopped shooting at the Veilmen below the tower and aimed at the leader of the newcomers. "What's up?" the squad leader asked. The others had already targeted that group, so it was surprising to see Leon stop what he was doing and turn his attention to them. "Their leader is a Thane," Leon answered, "looks to be 4th tier." The squad leader paled, and there was a pause in the arrow fire from the others as they alternatively stared at Leon or the Thane. After a moment, the squad leader glared at the others and growled, "Get back to shooting." "They still can't get over the wall." "That one can," murmured Zafin. "What was that?" Leon asked. "The enchantments on this little wall look like it creates a kind of cushion of compressed air that keeps anyone from just jumping clean over," Zafin explained. "However, it seems to me like they've either decayed from lack of use and maintenance, or were rather haphazardly inscribed to begin with. Knowing the skills or more accurately, the lack thereof of the enchanters in this corner of the universe, it's probably both. A 4th tier mage should be able to get past this air pocket." "Shit," Leon muttered. "If you don't just stand there like a slack-jawed idiot, maybe you can kill that bastard before he makes it to the wall," Zafin forcefully said, almost shouting at Leon to get him back to the task at hand. "Right," Leon said as he pulled out a few more arrows. The Thane raised his sword, shouted a few words that couldn't be heard over the sounds of battle, and led the Veilmen at his back in a slow march to the wall. These few hundred Veilmen all had shields and had raised them into a crude shield wall, causing the arrows fired at them to, more often than not, bounce off harmlessly. The shields were made of thin wood and weren't enchanted, though, so a few lucky shots fired at the right angle allowed arrows to pierce through. Leon breathed deeply, then fired off a shot at the Thane. However, the Thane seemed ready for it, and easily sidestepped the arrow. Leon stared in shock, then fired another arrow. Again, the Thane dodged, then smugly smiled at the tower. "He's mocking us," Zafin said angrily. "I know," Leon replied. He could feel the demon's quiet rage, and it started to affect him as well. He glared at the Thane confidently walking toward the wall, smiling at the tower as if none of the soldiers atop it could do anything to harm him. Leon was determined to prove the Thane wrong. He fired half a dozen arrows as fast as he could at the Thane, but all of the shots were dodged with the same ease as before. To the squad's frustration and fear, the new group of Veilmen climbed the hill and made it to the base of the tower with negligible casualties. "Kill that one," the squad leader shouted, pointing at the Thane. He had trusted Leon to kill the Veilmen, but now he had made it to the wall. The rest of the squad aimed and fired at the Thane, but after hearing the shout, the Veilman ducked behind a shield of his own, and the arrows failed to harm him. Then he laughed as loudly as he could and jumped with all of his might. The Veilman rocketed into the air, then slowed when he hit the air pocket. He didn't stop, though. His hand reached out for the battlements and found purchase, and the Thane hauled himself up onto the ramparts. He had made it atop the wall. "Shoot him, kill him," the squad leader insistently shouted. Seeing the Thane get past the defensive enchantment terrified him, and he was almost hysterical. The Thane grinned at the soldier at the top of the tower, then started to menacingly walk to the tower door on the rampart. "I'm going to come up there and kill every single one of you," the Thane shouted with glee. "If you're smart, you'd lay down your weapons and wait for your death, for I'm going to make the last man's death long and painful." The Thane cackled and blocked the next volley of arrows with his shield. Leon frowned. "I'm going downstairs. He won't get past me," he said with determination. The squad leader glanced at Leon like he was insane. "Good luck," he said apprehensively. He was going to try and argue for Leon to stay, but he saw the look in Leon's eye and knew that Leon wasn't going to listen. "Target the rest of the Veilmen. Kill them all," the squad leader yelled, redirecting fire away from the Thane and back to the hundreds of Veilmen below them. Leon, meanwhile, darted down the stairs of the tower. Alex made to follow, but Leon shook his head at her. "Stay here and keep shooting, I've got this," he said. Alex wasn't happy, but she stayed. Once he was alone, Leon took another deep breath. Now that he was inside, he could feel the oncoming storm all the more intensely. The distant rumblings of thunder echoed in his ears as if lightning had struck the ground next to him, and he felt the urge to go back outside, back to the top of the tower. However, Leon resisted that temptation. Instead, he crouched down in a corner of the room with his sword drawn and the emerald in his invisibility ring gleaming. Outside, the Thane bashed his shoulder against the door. With every shoulder bash, the wood around the hinges splintered and broke, and the door sagged in its frame. "I'm coming in, and this shitty door isn't stopping me," he shouted. "Get ready, because here I come." With a bash sync to his last shout, the door burst open with the lock and hinges torn from the frame, and the Thane rushed inside. He expected several of the soldiers to be down there waiting for him, but instead he saw an empty room. He almost couldn't believe his good fortune, so he smiled and made his way for the stairs. Invisible, Leon silently crept up behind the Thane, and lunged forward with his sword as soon as the Veilman's back was turned. The Thane's defenses were lowered, so the sword sank in deep, sliding between his ribs. The Thane let loose an ear-splitting scream and tried to turn, but Leon just twisted his hips and sliced the Veilman's chest open. The Thane fell to the floor, mortally wounded. He glared at Leon, who had reappeared as soon as his sword touched the Veilman. The Thane struggled to push himself up, but Leon didn't give him the time. He raised his sword and plunged it down into the Thane's neck, separating the Thane's head from his shoulders. Ha ha ha, he wasn't expecting that, now was he? Maybe he might have sensed something if he was paying more attention and wasn't so arrogant. Zafin shouted in glee from Leon's soul realm. For his part, Leon remained quiet. He could barely hear Zafin over the roar of the thunder in his ears. He only took a brief moment to stare down at the dead Thane before he sprinted back up to get back to the fight. Chapter 154. Battle for the Fort 2. Leon rushed back up the stairs to the top of the tower, returning his sword to its sheath as he went. When he made it to the top, he was confronted by the squad leader and two of the other soldiers brandishing their spears at him until they realized who it was. "That Thane's," the squad leader began hesitantly. "He's dead," Leon confirmed. "But the door was torn off. I'd recommend sending some of the guys here to fix it." The squad leader stared at him for a moment in disbelief before Leon's words sunk in. "Right," he said a moment later. "You two, go take care of the door," he directed to the two men at his side. "Back to shooting," Leon muttered as he took his bow off his shoulder and returned to the battlements. Arrows whizzed past Hakon's head and feet, and more bounced off his shield. He'd led his men to the base of the tower overlooking the door and endured withering fire from the most heavily fortified place on the wall. Fortunately, though, he'd only lost a handful of men. When they reached the locked doors, the rate of fire his group had to take was greatly reduced, as the Legion soldiers were firing at a disadvantageous angle and there were a few Veilmen with bows shooting back. "Why is this damned door not open?" Hakon demanded of the handful of third-tier warriors standing before the door with Griataxes. "The thing's magic shut," the warrior in charge, a chief of a subordinate tribe, answered. "Our axes bounce right off." Hakon frowned. He didn't want to jump over the wall, as he'd be left alone surrounded by at least 40 Legion soldiers. He trusted his Thanes to take the other towers they'd targeted, but he wanted to bust down the door. "Move," he said, shoving past the tribal chief. "And give me your axe." The chief frowned, but Hakon wasn't going to let him say no. The great chief grabbed the axe out of the lesser chief's hands and approached the door. Hakon had his own axe strapped to his back, of course, but he wasn't about to let his blade be dulled upon a legion door, and neither was he going to subject his hatchet to the same indignity. Hakan took a deep breath to focus his mind and channel his magic. He could feel the wind around him pick up slightly, and the air around the axe head compress itself into a sharp blade. Hakan then wound himself up, then brought the axe down upon the door with terrific might, and it rebounded right off the door, to the dismay of the watching Veilman. But Hakan wasn't deterred. He saw the splinters that came from the door, and he knew that despite the enchantments, he could get through. He heaved the axe above his head and smashed it into the door again. Then he did this a third time, and a fourth. He kept swinging, and even started to more actively use his magic, causing the air blade he covered the axe with to explode on impact with the door. The door started to shake with every chop, and the Veilmen started to take heart, as they could see it was only a matter of time before their great chief brought the door down. In the tower above Hakan, Jean could see the Veilmen breaking down the door. He directed some of the archers to shoot at him, but the other Veilmen were covering him with their shields. "This bastard," Jean muttered. "Squad 3, get down to the secondary wall." Immediately, 10 men were led by a third-tier mage down from the tower into the crude walls constructed around the door. Even if the Veilmen broke the door down, the hole they'd create would be small enough that a single squad could keep them from coming through, especially once the bodies started piling up. Only, Jean was hoping it wouldn't come to that. "Get the rocks," he ordered another third-tier mage. The soldier in question then disappeared down the stairs, returning a minute later with a bag of large heavy stones. 4 other soldiers had followed him, bringing enough stones for every man on the tower to start throwing and dropping them with impunity. Meanwhile, Hakan kept chopping his way through the door. He was making slow but steady progress, chipping splinters away from the door with every strike and shaking the hinges loose. But then, stones began to fall upon the shields of the Veilmen. Those shields had been enough to protect the Veilmen from the rain of arrows, but the stones were far weightier, and smashed right through the shields. Veilmen started to drop like flies, despite their shields. In just a few seconds, 4 men around Hakan fell from trying to block the falling stones. "Damn it," Hakan shouted as another man rushed forward to protect him, only to shatter his arm blocking another stone. Hakan clenched his jaw and just kept chopping through the door, even as the stones fell around him. But then, finally, with one last mighty blow, the door gave way and was blasted off the wall. "Follow me," Hakan roared as he stormed through the doorway. The enormous crowd of Veilmen surged forward to follow him, but they couldn't get through in any kind of hurry. What greeted them on the inside were another set of walls. They weren't enchanted and had been clearly made in a hurry, but the men in the crude towers at the far corners started shooting at the Veilmen immediately, so there wasn't any time for them to exploit the wall's weakness. His wind barrier caused the first arrow to slide past Hakan's cheek instead of into his eye, leaving a bloody cut just below his right eye. The handful of Veilmen directly behind the great chief weren't so lucky, and were hit in the chest, stomach, or thighs. They were down for the count. Aargh. Hakan howled in rage. He channeled his wind magic into 4 blades and fired them into the towers with all the force he could muster. The soldiers in the towers could only watch in horror as 3 of their comrades were ripped apart by Hakan's magic. The 4th blade Hakan had slung at one of the thin wooden columns that supported one of the towers, slicing it clean through. The tower began to slowly tilt before, seconds later, collapsing entirely. The Legion soldiers within the other tower panicked, while their squad leader bellowed, "Shoot him! Shoot him!" Eventually, the squad leader's 3 remaining men got a hold of themselves and fired their arrows at Hakan, who was slowly advancing toward them. "Not going to happen," Hakan shouted as he activated his wind magic again. The arrows wobbled in flight and were deflected away from him, harmlessly impacting the wall behind the Veilmen chief. Hakan calmly walked to the tower, then hacked away at the columns with his borrowed axe. They splintered before his strength, and he quickly stepped back as the tower came crashing down. From behind him, the Veilmen came sprinting forward, slashing and stabbing at the Legion soldiers as they tried to extricate themselves from the rubble. Hakan, however, left them alone. Instead, he stared at the wall, then called forth as much of his power as he could. Just getting through the door and dealing with those towers had cost him much of his mana reserves, but he knew he still had more within him. He unleashed this power with a great swing of his axe, and a wind blade over 10 feet long smashed through the flimsy inner wall. The Veilmen gave a great cry of victory as they spilled out into the fort, and Hakan tossed the borrowed axe back to its owner. Above, Jean watched with a grim expression as the Veilmen started to make their way through the tents, searching for soldiers to kill or loot to plunder. "Second squad," he yelled. "Fire on those in the fort." 10 of the 35 men left in the tower turned around to fire at their new targets, but as they did so, a lucky arrow from a Veilmen bow struck one in the eye, killing him instantly. As the men next to him began to lose their cool, both from their fallen comrade and from their breached wall, Jean shouted, "Keep calm. Drag him to the side and do your jobs." His shout brought the soldiers back to reality, and they quickly followed his orders. This was no time to mourn. Moving on, Jean quickly shouted, "Fourth squad. Get downstairs and head off any Veilmen who try to break through the tower doors." With those orders, only about 20 men remained at the top of the tower to shoot down at the Veilmen. Making matters worse, the Veilmen could now use what was left of the inner walls as cover from the arrow fire, and since they were moving through the doors, they weren't stuck at the foot of the tower, though there were still a considerable number bunched up at the door, waiting to squeeze through. Hakon turned his eyes to the tower. He allowed the subordinate tribesmen to set about looting the camp, as there were plenty of warriors from his own tribe dutifully standing at his back, with many more slowly filtering through the door. "Let's go kill them," Hakon said with a brutal smile. The Veilmen behind him raised their weapons and shouted a war cry, then sprinted for the stairs. The doors to the tower were on the wall. There had been other entrances down at ground level, but they had been in the way of the inner wall, and so had been covered up. Suddenly, Hakon heard a shout from somewhere further down the wall. It wasn't distinguishable, but it was repeated a few seconds later, louder and clearer. Hakon smiled, as he recognized it as Rorekker's voice. "Over here," he called out. "Chief," Rorekker shouted. Hakon was a little startled at his appearance when he finally came into sight. He was covered in blood, most of which came from his numerous injuries, and his shirt was in tatters. "What happened? Are you all right?" Hakon asked once Rorekker ran up to him. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just ran into another 4th tier mage, is all. We fought, and though he did a number on me, I still won." Rorekker smiled reassuringly at Hakon. "I might not be able to continue fighting for the time being, but the Southerners have lost a powerful mage." Hakon laughed and clapped his thane on the shoulder. "Well done," he praised. "Well done. Now, I'm going to go finish this. Have the horn sounded. We may not be able to get through at other points, but we can get through here." "Got it," Rorekker said, and he raced off to find a hornsman. Hakon, meanwhile, turned his attention back to Jean's tower. The great chief breathed deep for a few seconds, giving his soul realm and heart time enough to infuse more magic into his blood, then he started walking toward the tower doors up on the wall. The Veilmen who got there before him were having trouble opening them, which he guessed meant the soldiers had barricaded themselves within. "That won't work for me, though," Hakon thought. As he walked, he regained enough power for one more wind blade, and he prepped just such an attack as he pushed past the crowd of Veilmen on the wall. He paid no mind to the occasional arrow that hit the shields around him, his attention never wavered from the door. The Veilmen in his way parted, giving him an open shot at the door, which he took. He extended his fist, then opened his hand, firing his prepared wind blade into the door. It sliced clean through the door and most of the frame, and Hakon heard shouts of pain from the other side. Without missing a beat, Hakon walked right up to the door and kicked it with all of his 5th tier strength. The broken door almost exploded inward, and Hakon darted in with his hatchet flashing. In an instant, the 3 soldiers holding the door were killed, though they had already been injured by his wind blade. The other 10 Legion soldiers in the room stared at him in shock, before 3 of them attacked Hakon with spears. Hakon nimbly dodged them, then swept them aside with his hatchet, ripping them out of the hands of the soldiers and breaking their fingers. They didn't have the time to process what just happened, though, as in a flash, Hakon's hatchet opened all of their throats in one swift motion. As he did this, more Veilmen poured into the tower, and the remaining soldiers were quickly overwhelmed. The Veilmen were merciless, and all were stabbed, hacked, or bludgeoned to death. Hakon started making his way upstairs. He moved at a slow, confident walk, as he didn't think there were any soldiers around who could stop him. His thoughts were confirmed when he arrived at the top of the tower and saw the stunned faces of the soldiers still there. The strongest man there was Jean, a 4th tier mage, but the soldiers could still threaten him with their numbers. Well, they could have if Hakon's Veilmen weren't following him. They rushed out and engaged the soldiers in combat while Hakon and Jean stared each other down. Hakon towered over Jean, and he sneered at the soldier. "You're done, Now, Southerner, Hakon said hatefully, practically spitting the words out. Not yet, Jean said while raising his sword. Hakon smiled, then charged at the soldier. Jean was fast and strong, certainly more so than Hakon was expecting, and Jean had the training and experience to be genuinely threatening. Jean blocked every strike and dodged every shield bash Hakon threw his way. He even threw in a few counter moves, but Hakon pressed forward, pushing Jean to the edge of the tower. As strong as Jean was, as strong as a 4th-tier mage with the proper training was compared to a 5th-tier who had more or less muddled his way through the magical tiers, Jean simply couldn't get past Hakon's shield. Every counterattack Jean threw his way bounced harmlessly off the shield, and when Jean found his back pressed against the stone battlements, he knew that it was all but over. Still, he didn't give up. He kept swinging his sword at Hakon, even as the Veilman's hatchet bit into his thigh. Jean still didn't give in. He swung his fist at Hakon after the Veilman parried with his shield and knocked Jean's sword from his hand. Hakon's next move was vicious. He brought his hatchet down on Jean's outstretched fist as he dodged, chopping Jean's hand off at the wrist. Jean screamed in pain, but this still wasn't going to make him stop resisting the Veilman chief that had led an army to his fort. Every second he could keep the Veilman at the fort was another second his men might be saved, and it was another second that the people in the surrounding villages would be safe. So, the 4th-tier soldier fought through the pain in his injured leg and threw himself at Hakon's waist, trying to tackle the larger Veilman to the ground. Hakon, however, remained standing, and after tossing away his hatchet and shield, he wrapped his arms around Jean and lifted the soldier into the air. Then, with some difficulty from the struggling Jean, he lifted the soldier high above his head, and he threw him from the top of the tower. Under normal conditions, such a fall would hardly be anything to Jean. But, with his injuries, he couldn't properly brace himself with his magic, and he hit the ground with a gut-wrenching crunch. From the top of the tower, a slightly winded Hakon stared down at the motionless Jean and smiled. "This fort is ours," he roared. As he did, he heard the sound of a Veilman sounding a horn. Rohrecker had found a hornsman, and now the entire Veilman army began to converge on the breach. There were still a few towers to deal with, but the Veilman had made it through the wall. Chapter 155, Battle for the Fort 3. Hakon Firebeard triumphantly walked down the stairs and left the tower. He didn't want to move quickly as his magic was almost depleted, so he walked as dramatically as he could, strutting down the steps of the wall and standing over Jean as heroically as he could. The Veilmen around him looked to their great chief with shining eyes, as they could barely believe that he had led them into the south. Rohrecker met Hakon where Jean fell. "This one is still alive," Rohrecker said after a moment, noticing the bubbles in the blood around Jean's nose. "Well, we're just going to have to fix that," Hakon said as he raised his hatchet and brought it down on Jean's head. "These Southerners are tough," he said as he straightened up. "I think any of us would have been killed had we suffered this fall." "Fortunately, we didn't," Rohrecker said with a smile. From a little to the east, a voice said, "You did it. You breached the gate." The two Veilmen turned and saw Hjalmar, who had also made it over the wall. He, however, wasn't quite so battered and bloody as Rohrecker. "You look like shit," he said to Rohrecker. "I'm alive, though, which is more than can be said for the bastard that fought me," Rohrecker responded. The three Veilmen had a little chuckle, but then they got to work. They had to coordinate the rest of their army coming through the doors, which Rohrecker took care of, and they had to get the men looting the fort under control, which Hjalmar went to deal with. Hakon, however, went back up to the wall and took a seat where he could look out over the fort. He was exhausted, and he needed some rest. Following the second blast of their horn, all of the Veilmen around Leon's tower began to retreat back down the hill. "Shoot them," the squad leader cried. "Shoot them now, while they're exposed." All 12 of the soldiers atop the tower began to fire arrows as fast as they possibly could. It took the 1,000 or so Veilmen that were around their tower almost 10 minutes to cross the distance between the tower and the forest, but they left another 100 or 150 behind, dead or bleeding on the ground. "Is that it?" one of the soldiers asked. "Did we win? If we managed to fight them off, we'd have gotten a signal from the center," the squad leader said. "A horn blast, or a signal flare. This can't be a retreat, maybe they got in somewhere else," Alex theorized. "They couldn't get in here due to the wall's enchantments, and the only one of their people who could was killed by Leon. Maybe another one of the Thanes got through in a different place, so that's where all the Veilmen are going." Leon and the squad leader glanced at each other. They both suspected the same thing, since the Valeman horn had sounded from a direction that seemed disturbingly too far south. Maybe, the squad leader said quietly. For now, we don't need so many people up here. Maybe we should focus on barricading the entrances to the tower. Leon suggested. That's a good idea, the squad leader agreed. He quickly took 8 of the men downstairs to do just that, leaving Leon, Alex, and one other soldier up on top of the tower to keep watch. The 3 stayed up there in tense silence. If the Valeman attacked again, they'd immediately raise the alarm, but it didn't seem like that was going to happen. After their attackers left, there had been no sign of movement from the forest hundreds of feet away. But they couldn't let down their guard not until they received word from Jean that the danger had passed, anyway. Hey, someone's coming, Alex suddenly cried, pointing to the wall. Leon hurried over and checked it out. A man was running along the ramparts of the wall, and it seemed like he was injured as one of his arms was held close to his chest. It looks like he's a 4th-tier mage, Leon said with some trepidation. Should we raise the alarm? Alex asked, nervously. No, Leon said after a moment of thought. Then, he shouted down at the rapidly approaching man, stop. Or we'll shoot you. To Leon's surprise, the man actually stopped. After a short moment of silence, he shouted, I'm Edmund, a knight of the Legion. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and Leon called out, sorry, just have to make sure. Edmund ran up to the door while Leon went down to meet him. Fortunately, the squad was still working on the ground-level doors and hadn't yet started on the wall-level doors, so Leon could let Edmund in. You're injured, Leon remarked once Edmund entered the tower. I am. A 4th-tier Valeman tried to jump over the wall and attack my tower. I came out on top, but many of my men can't say the same, Edmund answered, wincing at both the pain of the wound on his chest and from losing his soldiers. Leon pulled out one of his healing spells and handed it to the knight. This should help, Leon said. Thanks, Edmund replied as he applied the spell. So, did all the Valemen around your tower leave, too? Leon asked. They did, and I was going to find Jean to see what was happening. I can't believe the Valemen would just leave like that, after barely an hour of fighting, Edmund explained. It is strange, Leon replied. How are things here? Edmund inquired. We're good, Leon answered. Another 4th-tier Thane attacked, but I surprised him after he opened the door. Managed to kill him. All of my guys are doing fine. That's good to hear, Edmund said with a smile. As they spoke, the healing spell was exhausted and, though Edmund had to move gingerly, he no longer needed to try to keep himself from spilling out through his wound. Anyway, the knight said, I'm going to the main fort encampment. You should come with, to see what's happening. Leon frowned, but after a moment of thought, nodded. Hang on, he said, let me tell the others here. Don't take too long, Edmund said. Leon quickly informed the squad leader of what he and Edmund were doing, though he referred to it as scouting the encampment, rather than looking for Jean, and then he went and did the same with Alex. What should I do? Alex asked. Stay here, Leon answered. I have a very bad feeling about where those Valemen went, and it would be best for you to stay in the most defensible place you can. A 1st-tier mage won't survive long outside if the Valemen have indeed gotten inside the fort. Alex frowned, but she understood her own power and the need to stay behind, so she agreed to stay. Leon went back downstairs to where Edmund was waiting and said, let's go. Edmund nodded, and the 2 left the tower. They ran along the wall in silence for a few seconds, long enough to escape earshot of the people in Leon's tower. So, Edmund began, his voice wavering slightly, the main encampment has probably fallen, I figured as much, Leon said grimly. Good, I didn't want to say so back in your tower, though it seemed you were taking some precautions. Even if the Valemen found a way through the fort, they still need to take the rest of the towers so that we don't refortify the wall and prevent them from going home, Leon said matter-of-factly. Indeed, they can't afford to leave us behind, Edmund agreed. How many towers are between us and the center? Leon asked. 5, Edmund answered. Let's hope they're intact, Leon said. Fortunately, when the 2 arrived at the closest tower, they found a squad of soldiers who, despite being worried and confused, were all fine. The next tower, however, wasn't so lucky, all the soldiers stationed there were dead. The 3rd tower was the same, only with 20 soldiers instead of only 10. Leon and Edmund glanced at each other on the way out of the tower. With only 2 more towers to go, they could see the top of the central tower over the hills and hear a loud commotion from the main encampment, a commotion that those who were left to defend the center couldn't make by themselves. No doubt anymore, Edmund said, the Veilmen are in. Should we fall back and try to barricade ourselves in a tower, try to wait until reinforcements arrive? Or should we run? Leon asked. Edmund's eyes narrowed as he thought. Let's get a little closer to see the situation first, he muttered. Leon clenched his jaw, but he nodded. He also subtly started to twist the invisibility ring on his finger and hoped he wouldn't need to use it. The Veilmen rampaged through the fort's tents, but given the size of the place, the looting was over less than an hour after Hakon broke through the door. So, what now? Rohrecker asked Hakon. We wait for everyone else to assemble, then we crush the rest of the towers, Hakon growled. How long will that take? Hallmar asked. As long as it needs to, Hakon said. In the time he had been sitting and waiting on the wall, one more of his thanes had arrived, the man whose clothes were covered in bells, and most of the Veilmen that had been sent to other parts of the wall were lining up to come through the relatively small doors. It was a slow process, moving so many Veilmen through, but they were essentially in control of the fort, so they weren't in too big of a hurry. I want a count of how many warriors we still have, Hakon ordered. I also want scouts sent out so we know what's nearby. We're going to need to find food in the next couple of days, and I want to know where that food is. What about our missing thanes? Hallmar asked. Hakon grimaced. They might not have made it, he said quietly. Speaking of which, should I get started on building Eric and Ulfr's pyre? Rohrecker asked. There's a few cabins nearby that we can tear down. Do it, Hakon said bitterly. We'll burn them tonight. Use the men who guarded this tower as kindling. Tomorrow, we finish our job here, and destroy the last remaining towers. We need to get back to the towers, Leon whispered, seeing the thousands of Veilmen down in the encampment. He was quietly thankful that he moved all of his irreplaceable items out of Sam's squad's tent while he was able, though he felt like he wasn't going to see most of his clothes ever again, which had been left behind. No, Sir Jean may still be around here, Edmund whispered back. Leon frowned, but he didn't press the issue. The two were up on the wall, hiding within the shadows. As they waited, Leon felt a familiar itch as thunder roared in his ears and lightning flashed miles to the south. Shit, muttered Edmund. If this storm hits us, it will affect our archers, assuming the Veilmen don't wait until it's over. That storm is coming for us, Leon said with certainty. With the way this battle has gone for us, I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, Edmund said. Hey, look at that pyre, Leon said, pointing to the enormous wooden platforms that the Veilmen were building from the ruins of the cabins. What am I looking for? Edmund asked. The only thing of note he could see were the Veilmen celebrating the seizure of all the spare weapons from the supply cabin. Look at the bodies that are being stacked, Leon directed, pointing to the area beneath the main platforms where the spare wood had been piled. Edmund followed Leon's directions and saw that the bodies being piled on top of the wood were men he recognized. In the center of the pile was a figure he recognized as Jean, though it was only by his clothing that Edmund could identify his commander, as his skull had been pulverized beyond recognition. The knight stared in shock, horror, and grief, his mouth agape. And his eyes wide and teary. After giving him a few moments to process, Leon gently said, we need to get back to the towers we still control. We need to prepare for the Veilmen. Edmund didn't respond. This funeral will give us some time, Leon continued, but we have to use it. We need to leave. I can't leave him here, Edmund said quietly. He slowly turned to look at Leon and said remorsefully, I'm not going back with you, Leon. I have to get to my commander. Leon looked back at Edmund in disbelief. His expression alone demanded, why? I can't let him go out like that, Edmund said, turning his attention back to the pyre. I'm not going with you, if you do this, Leon said slowly. And I'm not asking you to, Edmund said with a smile. Go back to the towers, get everyone ready for what's going to come for them. I'm going to get Jean, and I'll meet you back there. I think you're being overly optimistic, Leon replied. Optimism is a good thing, Edmund said. He was still smiling, but his eyes seemed hollow and hopeless, and they didn't leave Jean's body. Good luck, Leon whispered, then he vanished back into the darkness and started making his way back to his tower. Edmund stared down at the pyre and thought to himself, I'm sorry for wasting your healing spell. Then, disregarding all caution, he jumped down from the wall. He walked right up to the encampment, which was still chaotic enough that it took the Veilmen a moment to notice when he walked out into the light. Those around him stared in shock at the Legion soldier that just waltzed out of the darkness. So shocked were they that they barely had the time to react before Edmund had drawn his sword and killed 3 of them with a single slash. "A southerner is attacking," another Valeman bellowed. Then he and his comrades fell back and spread out into a circle around Edmund. "You made a big mistake coming here, moron," another Valeman said derisively to Edmund. Edmund, however, just smiled back at the man and lunged forward. Almost faster than the Valeman could blink, Edmund had skewered him upon his sword. The knight then twisted, slicing clean through the Valeman and biting into the flank of the next Valeman in the line. The rest of the Valeman weren't going to just stand there, though, and several of them stabbed toward Edmund with their spears and axes, but Edmund twisted out of the way and counterattacked. The Valemen around him were only of the 1st and 2nd tier, so his 4th tier strength and speed nearly overwhelmed them, and after killing 15 in less than 2 minutes, only 3 were left. There were far more Valemen among the tents watching, however, and as soon as Edmund finished off the last 3 of the initial group, more Valemen rushed in to take their place. There were even a few with vicious smiles on their faces as they anticipated the entertainment they'd get from watching the soldier face hundreds of Valemen a handful at a time. However, before Edmund could move to finish his last 3 opponents, a wind blade came ripping out of the darkness and sliced his sword arm clean off. Edmund fell to the ground with a blood-curdling scream, and Hakon stepped out into the light, closely followed by Hallmar and Rorecker. They paid no mind to the dead Valemen, as they were from a subordinate tribe, which was another reason why the other Valemen didn't come in to help, as those watching were all from different tribes. "You're brave to come here alone," Hakon said with cold fury. He didn't wait for Edmund to reply before he brought his hatchet down upon the knight's head, just as he'd done to Jean's. But it was still a mistake. Hakon finished. Chapter 156, Battle for the Fort. IV Leon sprinted back west along the wall, over the hills and through the towers filled with dead soldiers, until he reached the closest tower to his own. "What happened? Where's Sir Edmund?" asked the squad leader in charge of the tower once Leon entered. "He stayed behind, to attack the Valemen," Leon hesitantly said. The squad leader stared at Leon, and his subordinates had to hold in their panic at the loss of one of the only 4th-tier soldiers in the fort. Why would he do that? "Did you do something?" the squad leader asked accusingly. Leon didn't take the question too seriously, as he could see how affected the soldiers were at the news. "I didn't do anything to warrant him staying behind to let me escape, if that's what you're asking," Leon stated in an even tone. "Sir Jean was killed, and I think Sir Edmund lost all hope when he saw that. It wasn't until he saw Sir Jean's body that Sir Edmund made the decision to stay and attack the Valemen." "Sir Jean," the squad leader whispered in horror. He staggered back a step and had to lean against a table to stay upright. What do we do now?" he asked quietly, his accusatory tone directed at Leon long gone. Leon took a deep breath and looked around at the hopeless and dejected faces of the 10 soldiers in the tower. "We keep doing what we've been doing," Leon said simply. "We're going to be killed if we do that," shouted one of the soldiers. "If you're telling us to stay here, you can fuck yourself." "I'm not going to stay here and wait for the Valemen to come and kill us all," shouted another as he made for the door. "If you don't stop that one, you're going to have a serious problem," Zafin observed. "I know," Leon responded. "If I let one go, none will stay." Leon released his killing intent and halted the soldier in his tracks. However, the tone he struck was conciliatory and reassuring, or rather, as conciliatory and reassuring as Leon could be. "I'm not saying we stay here." The soldiers were spread out among every tower along the wall to try and keep the Valemen from breaching it at any point. "Well, the wall has been breached and the Valemen are in, so we don't need to spread ourselves so thin." "What are you saying?" the squad leader asked. He was only of the 2nd tier, so he wasn't going to argue with Leon much even if the news Leon had brought back weren't so crushing. "I'm saying we should gather as many of the soldiers that are left alive into one tower," Leon said passionately. "We take as many supplies as we can, bar the doors, and prepare for a siege. The Valemen won't leave us here to patch the breach and dig in while they're off raiding. If they do that, they'd only be caught between us and whatever force is assembled to fight them. No, they're going to come for us, so we need to prepare." "How many men do you think are left?" one soldier asked. "Not sure, but as many as a couple hundred," Leon answered. "Potentially everyone to the west of my tower." The fort had been built to be staffed by thousands of soldiers, even though Count Whitefield only allowed 500 to be stationed there, so there had been plenty of towers for the small garrison to spread into. A couple hundred might be a bit of a squeeze, one soldier mentioned as he glanced around at the tower. It could comfortably hold dozens of people if need be, but 200 was definitely pushing it. We'll make do, Leon said with a shrug. If we need to hold 2 or 3 towers, then so be it. But we need to link up with other units if we're going to survive. Makes sense, the squad leader said quietly. All right, then we'll follow you to your tower. Everyone, pack up any arrows, food, and water that you can find. Leon patiently waited for a few minutes while the soldiers scrambled to collect all the critical supplies they'd need, then found ways to carry them. He even offered to carry some of it. We can always come back later, Leon said, looking at one soldier who was carrying so much he was practically hunched over. I guess, but I'd personally rather to get this done in one trip so we don't have to, the squad leader admitted. Leon shrugged. Everyone ready? He asked. They all were, but he only asked out of politeness. When they all nodded back to him, he smiled and said, then let's go. Leon picked up his own pack of supplies and left the tower, leading everyone west. The people in his tower were a little surprised to see a squad of soldiers appear on the wall, but with Leon in the lead with his unmistakable armor, no one was shot, and Alex came downstairs to meet them. Leon filled her in on what happened as he put down the supplies he was carrying. As he spoke, both squad leaders came over and listened in. So it would be ideal if someone could go to the other towers and have them come back here, Leon said. And it would probably be most ideal if that person were myself. I agree, said the squad leader who followed Leon from his tower. As do I, agreed the other squad leader. If you're leaving again, I'm going with, Alex said with determination. Leon thought for a moment, then nodded. I doubt there's going to be any Veilmen in our way, but if any appear that are 3rd tier or above, you are to retreat to the nearest inhabited tower. Alex nodded her agreement. Good, then we should get going right now. We don't know when the Veilmen might attack, after all. Our numbers are around 19,000, Hallmar reported to Hakon. The great chief was silent for a moment, letting that number sink in. So we lost almost 10,000 warriors in our assault? He asked solemnly. You're not wrong, but I'd guess only 6,000 or 7,000 were actually killed or wounded. The rest of our missing warriors just deserted after witnessing the massacre, I'm sure, Rorecker added. Their loss is our gain, once we move on to the proper raid, Hallmar said with a smile. Rorecker let out a deep contented sigh as he leaned back in the cot he was laying in. What are you two going to do with your loot once we get home? He asked. Hallmar smiled and said, I'm going to present my wife with slaves that can do her work for her. She spends all day weaving silk grass, so her hands are more calloused than a carpenter's. Not a bad idea, said Hakon. Personally, I will make a tribute to the Sky Mother and her Thunderbirds. You would give away a portion of your silver and slaves to the priests? Hallmar asked. We must honor her, and our fallen friends, Hakon replied. We must show her why we had to send so many into her embrace, to show her that their sacrifice wasn't in vain, that we accomplished what we set out to do. Hallmar frowned, but Rorecker said, I'm not so sure about paying the priests that didn't want to accompany us south, but Hakon is right, the Sky Mother must be honored. She is more even-tempered than our wrathful mountain father, but he will only kill you, she will damn you for eternity. What about the families of our fallen? Hallmar asked. Will they get a portion? Yes, Hakon answered. Even if I must give up all of my treasures, those who gave us their sons, daughters, fathers, and mothers so we could come south, and will never see them again, shall at least see southern silver. Well, then, said Hallmar as his frown turned into a smile, maybe we ought to get started on getting that silver. What are you suggesting? Asked Rorecker. Hallmar sat up from his own cot and paced a little as he thought. There are only, 100 southerners left here. We don't need 19,000 warriors to stamp them out. Let's have half of our warriors kill the remaining southerners, and then have the other half raid the closest villages. We can seize food, silver, and slaves all while we secure our way back home. Hakon frowned. Stamping out the rest of the people here is the priority, but send out a few thousand raiders. Make sure they know to bring back food above all else. Beyond that, we're going to have one hell of a time taking those towers tomorrow, so we're going to need most of our warriors to concentrate on that. What's the plan? Hallmar asked. Start in the east, then work our way west. Why in the east? Rorecker asked. Flatter terrain, which means more towers with southerners. Less southerners in the west, so we can safely ignore them for the time being. With their strategy set, Hakan and his two thanes relaxed and went to sleep. Hakon's last surviving thane finished funneling the Valemen through the open doors of the wall an hour later and joined them. All 19,000 Valemen were now south of the wall. Only 50 soldiers, Alex muttered as she and Leon watched a squad of soldiers barricade the doors and another squad fortify other parts of their tower. Leon frowned. He'd hoped that the other towers would have had more soldiers to assemble, but it seemed that several of the towers to the west were considered so low risk that they weren't even staffed. Given that only 4th-tier mages and up could get over the wall, he understood assigning the soldiers to places where they were more needed, but he couldn't help lamenting Jean's distribution of manpower in his current situation. Making matters worse, many of the towers to the west were attacked by hunting tribes that were more used to the rougher terrain, and which had a higher than usual number of archers. This led to the soldiers in the western towers taking significantly more casualties to Valeman counter fire than Leon's group had. "It is what it is," Leon said with resignation. "Now, we can only do what we can with what we have. Our tower is on a hill and has 4 floors, including the roof. All but the ground floor has arrow loops and all of our doors are being barricaded. We can hold out for a long time. We only have enough supplies to last 3 days, Alex countered. Then we're going to have to ration, Leon replied. Jean's estimation yesterday was that the Consul of the North would be able to bring 3 legions to reinforce us within a week. We're going to have to make those supplies last. That's a long time to wait with thousands of Valemen out there and only 50 of us in here, Alex mentioned. Leon frowned again. He slowly started walking up the spiral stairs leading to the roof, as he could still feel the storm coming. We will hold out as long as we can, he said quietly. Not much else we can do. 50 soldiers will be slaughtered out in the open. This tower will be our only hope of survival. Alex began, but then she caught herself. She could hear the pessimism and argument in her voice with only a single syllable, so she waited a moment before speaking again. I understand, she said. Let's get some rest. It's been a long night, and I doubt the Valemen will wait for tomorrow night to attack us again, not with their advantage in numbers, Leon said, stopping at the room he and Alex used to train in. The two collapsed into their cots, as had about a couple dozen other soldiers. There was only enough room for 2 squads to work on fortifications at a time, and with a 3rd squad keeping watch on the roof, that let 2 squads rest at a time. It was dark the next morning. Storm clouds still covered the sky and lightning was striking the surrounding mountains with increasing frequency. The clouds were so thick that it was almost impossible to tell that the sun had risen. Leon and Alex slept in a little, but suddenly, Leon was awoken by Zaffin's voice resounding from his soul realm. Wake up, Leon, wake up! The demon shouted. Leon shot up and wildly looked around the tower room, his hand reaching for his sword. What is it? He asked groggily. It's the storm. It's coming now, you need to get up to the roof. Leon was disturbed by the sudden awakening that he didn't even question how Zaffin knew the storm was coming, but he trusted his partner. He bolted up the stairs, waking Alex up at the same time. What is it? She asked with some panic, but Leon didn't answer. Instead, he startled the squad on the roof when he burst out onto the roof and whipped his helmet off. What's wrong? The startled squad leader asked. It's raining, Leon said calmly as a few drops of rain fell upon his cheek. Chapter 157. Battle for the Fort V. The rain started as a gentle drizzle, but in minutes, it hammered the tower in torrential sheets, while the wind howled in the ears of the soldiers, and the sky lit up with frequent flashes of lightning. Leon kneeled at the top of the tower and closed his eyes to meditate, seeming to not care about the rain that soaked through his charcoal skyflax armor. Compounding this strange sight was the fact that the soldiers had rigged up numerous pieces of wooden furniture above the battlements to serve as cover from arrows, which the soldiers on top of the tower were now huddled behind to get cover from the rain. What the fuck is he doing? One soldier wondered aloud, giving Leon a strange look. Who cares? Asked the squad leader. Let him be weird, you just get back keeping watch. The soldiers had to shout to be heard over the rain, wind, and thunder, so there wasn't much talking once the storm started. Leon, what are you doing? Alex asked with some concern. She lay her hand on his shoulder, but a sharp shock of static caused her to jerk her hand away. She was a little annoyed, but it wasn't until she reached out again and had the exact same reaction that she started looking genuinely worried. Answer me, what are you doing? She demanded. I don't think he's going to tell you anything, the squad leader said. Just so long as he responds, in any way, Alex responded. She tried to shake Leon's shoulder one more time, but again, she had to jerk her hand back due to a painful static shock. Alex frowned and stood there in the pouring rain watching Leon, waiting for anything that might show he was all right. Hakan smiled when the rain started. He opened his arms and welcomed it, relishing every drop that fell upon the roof of the central tower. He watched the blood on the wooden timbers of the roof wash away under the relentless rain, to run down the side of the tower and onto the ground, where the ruins of the inner walls lay. The rain washes away the blood, consecrating this land of our victory with the life force of our enemies, Hakan thought to himself as he smiled wider. Do you see this, my friends? He asked of the Veilmen in the fort below him. Do you see how the Thunderbirds bless our actions? How is this a blessing? A second-tier Veilman bitterly asked as he struggled to stand up straight in the slippery mud. Unfortunately for him, the great chief heard him. You doubt my words? He thundered at the hapless Veilman, who shrunk back like a scared kitten in the face of the wrathful Hakan Firebeard. And no, he squeaked. Which would you rather have, a slippery bit of ground or a southern arrow in your chest? Hakan demanded to know. The first one, the Veilman whispered meekly. The Thunderbirds of the Sky Mother have blessed our attack, there's no other reason for this storm. Those who rule the sky, those who boiled the oceans and killed the great horned serpents have granted us cover from the southern arrows. We will be upon them before they have any idea we are even there. Yeah! Shouted one encouraged Veilman. We are blessed! Bellowed another. Burn the southerners! Called yet another. Yes! Hakan Firebeard shouted in agreement. Burn the southerners! Stab the southerners! Shoot them! Slash them! Kill them! The crowd of Veilmen were roaring their agreement in between each one of Hakan's shouts. They bayed for blood so loudly that even the deafening sound of the rain and thunder were momentarily drowned out. Find those who live, cast them from their stone towers. Light their wall aflame, find them. With this last shout, Hakan gestured with his hatchet, follow me, then he charged eastward from the central tower. Like crazed beasts, the Veilmen followed their great chief to the east. They broke into every tower and ransacked the rooms, checking and rechecking to make sure no Legion soldiers remained within. It wasn't until they had gone nearly half a mile that they encountered their first inhabited tower. Gaston stood atop his tower and stared out into the distance, or at least, as far as he could, given the rain and the darkness. There were 2 Legion squads behind him, huddled over and trying to keep warm and dry despite the lack of shelter from the rain. Endure it, Gaston said to them. This rain won't last forever, and I doubt the Veilmen will attack in this weather. So for now, just try to deal with it. After all, isn't it better to be rained on than to have to endure a Veilman? At that moment, a wind blade sliced through the battlements Gaston was leaning against and cleaved him in half. He had been taken so completely by surprise that he hadn't even the opportunity to summon his magic power to defend himself. The rest of the soldiers stared in shock at Gaston's body as it collapsed into a bloody pile, with his eyes still frozen open in shock. There was a tremendous crash as the Veilmen broke through the shoddy barricades they'd managed to set up, followed by the sounds of battle, but only a few of the soldiers were able to react. Get up! A squad leader shouted. Get up, we're under attack, get up and fight. But for most of the soldiers, the sight of Gaston's body, the body of their only 4th-tier mage in the area, in pieces was too much. A few men dropped their weapons. A few more stared at Gaston's body, unmoving even as Veilmen arrows fired almost from the base of the tower arced up and fell upon them. Several more fell to their knees or collapsed in despair as their squad mates were shot around them. Finally, a gigantic Veilman with a blood-red beard and a blood-red hatchet appeared at the top of the stairs. He was followed by a short and physically unremarkable brown-haired Thane who wore a sadistic smile, another Thane with shining white hair and a grin of triumph, and one more Thane with long black hair and a sash adorned with small bells. Kill them, the leading Veilman growled in a deep voice that seemed to shake the foundations of the tower. The remaining eastern towers fell before noon. They were unable to stand against the full might of the Veilmen once the latter had reached the southern side of the wall. But that wasn't to say the Veilmen didn't take casualties. They in fact took many, about twice as many as the soldiers did, but when the Veilmen turned their attention west, they still numbered more than 18,000 strong. And all of these thousands of Veilmen that hadn't been sent on a supply raid were marching on Leon's tower, where the last 50 soldiers of the fort that still breathed were taking shelter. The rain and thunder were loud, blocking the sounds of their marching through the southern hills and forests. The soldiers were also distracted by Leon's odd behavior, as he continued to kneel in the middle of the tower platform with his face turned upwards and his eyes closed. Zafin stared at Leon within the latter's soul realm. The pseudo-magic body created by the Thunderbird still sat upon Leon's throne, and it was surrounded by the same lightning cage that Zafin had come to expect whenever a thunderstorm appeared. But the demon was anxious. He stared intensely at Leon, keeping watch for anything that might seem strange or out of the ordinary. The Thunderbird itself hadn't made an appearance since the first time this phenomenon had happened, so Zafin couldn't ask it what was happening. He could only stare at his partner attentively, waiting for the storm to pass. But something happened that caused Zafin's bright orange flames to burn even brighter, and his red eyes to flicker in anger. "Leon!" he shouted. "Wake up! The Veilmen have arrived outside the tower. Wake up!" Of course, Zafin had his magic senses tuned to outside Leon's soul realm, to keep an eye on what was happening outside. If Leon died, so did he, so he had to protect Leon as best as he could. "Wake up!" Zafin bellowed again as his fiery body burned even more intensely. Leon remained quiet and unmoving. Zafin groaned in frustration as he saw the Veilmen come closer, creeping through the dark and the rain closer toward the unsuspecting soldiers in the tower. So, the demon decided to try something drastic. He raised his hand and began to concentrate his magic power into his palm. There, the fire he conjured burned dark red, then began to brighten to orange, then to yellow. Zafin pulled his arm back to wind himself up. "Hrruagh!" The demon shouted as he thrust his arm forward, and the bright yellow flame sped across Leon's tiny soul realm and hit the lightning cage, exploding into a great gout of flame that engulfed the throne as well as the marble slab it was built upon. The fire died down almost immediately, and Zafin saw that it had had no noticeable effect. The lightning cage kept sparking and arcing as it had before, and Leon still knelt motionless at the top of the tower. "If you don't wake up, you're going to be killed," Zafin said quietly. He didn't even mention the result it would have upon him if Leon were to be killed while in this state. Zafin conjured more fire, holding it until it burned a solar gold. However, as he prepared to launch it at the lightning cage again, a lightning bolt streaked out of the mist surrounding Leon's island and struck the demon, dissipating his fire and driving him to his knees. Storm clouds gathered in Leon's soul realm and encompassed the island in an instant, while an eagle-like cry resounded in Zafin's ears. "Why are you attacking my descendant, demon?" the Thunderbird furiously demanded of Zafin as it flew from the mists. "If he doesn't wake up, he'll die," Zafin shouted in response. The Thunderbird landed atop the throne and looked down at Leon. There it stayed, quietly staring, and Zafin awaited its response. "There they are," whispered Hakan as he stared at the vague outline of the tower barely visible in the rain. He and the rest of his army had managed to get close using the forest and weather as cover, but once they emerged from the tree line and assaulted the doors, he felt they would be showered in arrows. "Same plan as last time?" Halmar asked. "No," answered Hakan. "This time, after I deal with those on top, Bragi will take the lead." The dark-haired Thane wearing the bells smiled and said, "I will break down those doors myself and bring death to the Southerners cowardly hiding within. We still haven't found that dark warrior who killed Eric. If we had killed him, I'm sure we'd have heard about it by now," Rorecker said. "Your point?" Bragi asked. "He's probably in that tower, and he's already demonstrated the capability to kill Thanes," Rorecker replied. "But he hasn't fought me yet," Bragi responded with a confident smile. "Cut the dick measuring," Hakan said sharply. "He may not even be in that tower, but if he is, I want him brought in alive. I want to burn him alive on the same pyre that we burned Eric and Ulfr upon." With the great chief's order, the Thanes straightened up and waited for the assault to begin. Hakan waited for a few minutes until his third-tier warriors and lesser chiefs reported in, telling him that the other towers in the west were empty. "That black-armored bastard may have fled, but I'd wager he's in that tower," Hakan thought to himself. Then, with all the hate and power he could muster, he began to channel his magic into his personal gree attacks. The axe head glowed a soft white from the wind magic, and Hakan held it for almost half a minute. As soon as he felt that it was enough, he swung his axe in a horizontal arc, chopping right through the trees to his right and left and sending a sharp wind blade rocketing toward the battlements at the top of the tower. Hakan and his Veilmen expected the same would happen to this tower as had happened to all the rest, that the wind blade would slice the battlements and leave those at the top of the tower defenseless. Then, they would attack the tower almost as they pleased. However, just as the wind blade was about to come into contact with the stone of the tower, the battlements seemed to erupt in dark red flame. Hakon Firebeard's wind blade wavered within the heat, and when it hit the tower, it did no more damage than the wind of the surrounding storm. Time seemed to slow for Hakon in that moment. He felt frustration, rage, and a little bit of fear that his attack failed, but those were all forgotten as the fire dissipated. In the dim glow of the last remaining embers, Hakon could see standing at the battlements a soldier dressed in black armor staring back at him through his visor. And then the embers went out, and the battlements returned to darkness. Chaarge! Hakon furiously bellowed, and the Valemen rushed out of the forest and started to sprint up the hill toward the tower, with Bragi leading the way, all the while arrows fell upon them from the tower. Chapter 158, Battle for the Fort v. Leon felt incredible. It was like he knew exactly where every speck of power within him was, and as if he could direct it with perfect control. It wasn't that he was stronger or more powerful, but that his magic flowed through him with such ease as to be startling. Is this the fourth tier? He wondered. However, before he could really do anything to experiment, he heard Zafin shout, "The Valemen are here. One of them is preparing to launch a wind blade at the tower." Leon's eyes widened in alarm as he stood up from where he was kneeling and drew his sword. He cut an imposing figure, standing in the center of the tower with his armor on and sword drawn, and he drew the eyes of every soldier standing guard. "We're under attack," he shouted, making his voice heard above the rain and wind. There was a moment of silence as the soldiers processed what he had just said, and then they all scrambled to rise and arm themselves. "Alex, go downstairs and raise the alarm," Leon continued. Alex quickly nodded and ran downstairs, her relief that Leon seemed to be back to normal vanishing into the panic of another Valeman attack. Then, Leon turned his attention to Zafin. "Where is the attack coming from?" "The south. Of course it's coming from the south," the demon responded, with a slightly irritated tone at being asked such a question. Leon wheeled around to face the south and stuck his head over the battlements. He couldn't see a thing for the dark and the rain, and channeling magic into his eyes did little to help. He could, however, feel the magic in the air swirling around and being sucked away into the gloom, giving an idea about where the attack was going to come from. "Will I be able to use your fire to counter?" Leon asked Zafin. "Yes," Zafin replied instantly. Leon smiled. He was ecstatic at the thought of finally ascending to the fourth tier, but he had to suppress those feelings of elation until the current crisis was dealt with. He was facing down a fifth-tier mage, after all, and simply being fourth tier wasn't going to deliver victory to him and the rest of the soldiers in the tower. Suddenly, what looked to be a wave came streaking out of the darkness and straight toward him. In that moment, Leon summoned as much of Zafin's power as he could, and let loose with a huge blast of fire, into which the wind blade careened. "You stopped it," Zafin remarked. Leon heard the demon, but he didn't respond. Instead, he glared back at the Valeman who had shot the wind blade, who he could now see from the light of the demon fire and from the wind blade cutting through the rain. They stared at each other until the rain extinguished the demon fire, with Leon's stoic face hidden behind his black helmet and Hakon's face twisting in rage. "Chaarge!" Hakon bellowed from below, and hundreds of Valemen sprinted out from the cover of the trees. "Fire!" Leon said just loud enough for those around him to hear. The soldiers at the top of the tower fired first, as they had the greatest range. Dozens of Valemen fell in the charge, but it was only a small drop in the bucket compared to how many were bearing down on the tower. Alex sprinted back up the stairs, drawing Leon's attention. She nodded to him, indicating that everything was ready. To confirm it, arrows began flying out of the arrow loops on the second and third floors, fired by two of the other three squads in the tower. But, even with their casualty rate doubled, the Valemen kept charging. "There's another wind blade coming," Zafin warned. Leon looked out into the rain and sensed the same gusts of magic in the air indicating a strong magical attack on its way. "Yes," he said to Zafin, "I can see it." "Good," the demon responded. After several seconds, another wind blade, much bigger than the last, swept over the Valemen struggling up the muddy hill and toward the tower, and again, Leon channeled as much of Zafin's strength as he could. Fire burst out of his outstretched hand and met the wind blade, warping the air and dissipating the magic. However, it wasn't enough to stop the attack. The wind blade slammed into the tower and left a light scar across the stone battlements. Leon was hurled back from where he had been standing, but the wind blade hadn't managed to penetrate his armor, so he picked himself up and ran back to the battlements, sheathing his sword and drawing his bow as he went. Several of the soldiers including Alex almost abandoned the battlements to rush over to him, but his immediate rise let them breathe a sigh of relief and get back to shooting. "Please make sure to warn me if another wind blade is incoming," Leon asked Zafin. "I'll be too busy to notice." "No problem, but there may not be another," Zafin responded. Leon would have asked why, but there were Veilmen who had made it to the top of the hill and were taking shelter at the foot of the tower, so he focused on his bow. He drew a handful of arrows, took a quick moment to locate suitable targets, then started shooting. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, Leon killed 4 second-tier warriors and 1 third-tier warrior, and he was only getting started. Hallmar and Roerecker stared at Hacken as he panted from the exertion of the 2 large wind blades. Neither said a word, as they had seen Hacken use his magic enough times to know how draining it was, and after a day of killing Southerners, Hacken was getting tired indeed. Plus, there were still hundreds of Veilmen running past them to start climbing the hill, and implying any weakness on the part of the Great Chief wouldn't do with so many of them around. "Get moving," Hacken sputtered, waving his hand toward the tower. Hallmar made a few hesitant steps in the direction of the tower, but Roerecker shook his head in refusal, so Hallmar came to a quick halt. "We're not going anywhere just yet," Roerecker said, allowing a look of concern to appear on his face for a split second, just long enough for Hacken to see it. The Great Chief was a little angered, but a lot more happy, as he clapped Roerecker on the shoulder with a huge smile on his face. "I'll be fine," he said. "You two, go and break down those doors. I think Bragi can handle himself, but if you want me to reinforce him, I can do it myself," Hallmar said, nodding to Roerecker. As he heard this, Hacken straightened up, took a deep breath, and forcefully said, "Get into the damn tower." Hallmar took off toward the hill, leaving Roerecker to keep an eye on the exhausted Hacken. Leon fired arrow after arrow, felling more than 24 Veilmen in less than 5 minutes. A few intrepid Veilmen tried to shoot back at the soldiers, but the rain and the incline of the hill made that nearly impossible. Making matters worse for the Veilmen were the growing piles of bodies that were accumulating all over the hill. But then, as he was searching for his next target, he saw one particular Veilmen near the foot of the tower. What struck Leon about this man was his aura, which he was able to identify as 4th tier. It wasn't a shapeless and formless mass that blended almost seamlessly into the magic in his surroundings, but could be clearly distinguished. Leon smiled and prepared more arrows, including one he was saving for just such an occasion, targeting this Veilmen. Bragi, the Veilmen in question, had struggled to get up the hill. The rain seemed like it was only growing more intense, and the mass of Veilmen trying to get up the hill behind him was only resulting in small mudslides. The thunder and howling wind made it prohibitively difficult for the 3rd-tier Veilmen to assert control, so by the time he made it to the tower, Bragi was left with less than 100 Veilmen at his side. And that group was only growing smaller, as the soldiers on the roof shot downward to pester him and his warriors, while those in the middle floors of the tower fired out into the sea of Veilmen. Bragi himself had to rely on a shield to make it through the withering fire. He ran straight to the door on the ground floor and rammed into it with his shoulder, hurling himself into it with as much of his strength and weight as he could. He didn't expect the door to burst open, but he did hope for some give. However, he was disappointed and slightly dismayed to see that the door held firm, without a single tremor shaking the hinges from the force of his blow. Bragi grit his teeth and tried again, slamming his shoulder into the door, but the second blow did no more than the first. Behind him, above the rain and the wind and the thunder, he could hear the sounds of Veilmen falling, cursing, and screaming in pain. He howled in frustration, then threw away his shield so he could reach for the axe on his back. However, as soon as he wound himself up to try and chop through the thick wooden door, an arrow appeared from above and sank deep into his shoulder. Bragi stumbled back from the shock and pain, dropping his axe as his main weapon arm lost all strength. For a moment, all he could do was stare at the arrow sticking out of his shoulder and try to raise his arm. The Veilmen around him stared in fear. Seeing an injured Thane was a rare thing, and seeing it before their eyes filled them with dread. "Bragi!" came a shout from the crowd of Veilmen. The Veilmen in question turned around, disregarding his defenses and situational awareness in the shock of his injury. Above him, Leon wasn't going to give the Veilmen an opportunity to recover, so he knocked his special arrow, one that had a spell attached to it. He held the arrow by his cheek for a split second to confirm his shot, then released. In an instant, the arrow pierced Bragi between his shoulder blades and struck Bragi's heart. One of Hakon Firebeard's last remaining thanes fell face first to the ground, mortally wounded. As Bragi fell, Halmar burst forward, freeing himself from the crowd of Valemen stuck on the muddy hill behind the bodies of their kith and kin. From above, Leon could see the thane running to his fallen comrade, but he didn't prepare another arrow. Instead, he watched and waited. "Bragi, get up," Halmar shouted as he sprinted to the side of his fallen friend, who the other warriors had pulled away from the door and behind a small shield wall. Seeing the arrows in Bragi, Halmar turned to the other Valemen near the tower and shouted, "Get over here and help me with High." As Halmar shouted for help, the spell attached to Leon's arrow activated, detonating in a spectacular pillar of bright orange flame. From the trees, Hakon and Rorecker watched in horror as the fire enveloped Bragi, Halmar, and the half-dozen shield-bearing Valemen who had rushed over to help. Without someone there to sustain it, the fire died down in seconds, but the damage had been done. Halmar and Bragi had been incinerated, and the Valemen who tried to help them were horrifically burned. Hakon and Rorecker silently watched the last embers of the spell die in the rain, while Leon merely clenched his teeth and got back to shooting his arrows. "That man," Hakon growled, staring up at the top of the tower. He couldn't see through the rain and darkness, but he knew that's where Leon was. "We'll kill him," Rorecker said with a vicious look in his eyes. The two Valemen started walking forward with a slow, deliberate gait. Hakon was still recovering some of his magic power, but Rorecker was fresh and ready for battle. Their combined auras and killing intent were towering, so much so that Leon could feel it from the tower. "I think you've pissed off that wind mage," Zafin said, unable to hide his slight anxiety. Leon frowned, then replied, "I defended against him twice, now. Doing so again shouldn't be too difficult. Fighting at range is very different than fighting in close quarters," Zafin mused, "but I hope you're right." Down below, Hakon and Rorecker's advance seemed to part the Valemen in front of them. The hardened warriors made way for their great chief and his last remaining thane. With those two going forward, many thought, they might have the chance to scale the hill and join them in raising the tower. As they came into his sight, Leon targeted the two leading Valemen with his arrows. His first arrow missed. It had been aimed at Hakon's unarmored chest, but a seeming random gust of wind knocked it off course. Fortunately, it veered into the arm of a nearby first-tier Valeman, but Leon was hardly satisfied with that. He quickly drew and fired another arrow at Hakon, but again, it was blown off course, this time to land in the mud at Hakon's feet. "He's using a wind barrier to deflect your arrows," Zafin analyzed. "Shit," Leon muttered out loud. "They're going to get to the door." Chapter 159, Battle for the Fort 7. Hakon and Rorecker walked slowly, making sure that their steps were taken with care. This ensured that, despite their slower walking speed, they reached the top of the hill much faster than any of the other Valemen that had tried. As they slowly, inexorably approached the door of the tower, more and more soldiers started shooting at them. However, Hakon's wind barrier was robust, and every arrow was harmlessly deflected away. Seeing the lack of effect their arrows were having, Leon shouted to the soldiers, "Shoot at the other Valemen." Then, he turned and ran downstairs, with Alex right behind him. He repeated his order on every floor, and to his slight surprise, none of the soldiers so much as batted an eye. They all simply followed his command and started shooting the more vulnerable Valemen. "I think maybe they're starting to respect you a little," Zafin remarked. "Maybe is the key word, I think," Leon replied as he came to a stop on the ground floor. The squad leader approached Leon when the latter arrived, breathing a subtle sigh of relief and saying, "I'm glad you're here. I wasn't looking forward to my squad defending the door on our own. Just stand back with your spears out, kill any of them that get past me," Leon said as he approached the door. "Will do," the squad leader acknowledged. He quickly started getting his people organized into a loose spear wall between Leon and the stairs. As Leon stood there and waited, he glanced at Alex standing next to him. "A fifth-tier mage is about to break down that door, and standing next to me isn't going to be the best place when he does," he said. "I'm not leaving," Alex said firmly as she drew the sword that used to be Sam's. Leon was silent for a moment, then said, "I could very well be killed in a matter of seconds. It would be safer for you and better for everyone if you were to join the spear wall." Alex glared at him, then slowly shook her head. "This girl is stubborn," Zafin observed. "I don't think she's going to back down, young mage. You're still in the first tier," Leon continued, speaking bluntly. "I don't want you to get hurt or to get in the way." Alex frowned for a moment, before deciding that her own pride could be set aside and her duties as Leon's squire took more precedence. "I'll be right behind you," she said as she took a few steps further into the room to join the squad at their backs. "Good, because I think it's going to get heated in here," Leon said as the door suddenly shuddered from a tremendous impact. The chairs, tables, and other wooden barricades securing the door shook and loosened. Outside, Hakon chopped and hacked away at the door with his axe. He was in such a rage that he barely even stopped to breathe. Rohrecker stood off to the side, waiting for the door to swing open. Both Valemen were furious in ways that words couldn't describe, having just seen Halmar and Bragi die. After a few minutes, the door to the tower was barely more than a few splinters, and Hakon began to fire small wind blades into the mass of furniture on the other side. These wind blades sliced through much of the barricade but didn't penetrate all the way through. Despite this, the barricade swiftly began to crumble. With one last great swing of his axe, Hakon rocketed another wind blade into the barricade, and it collapsed. Hakon took a step back to catch his breath while Rohrecker charged in through the opening. And he was faced with Leon, suited up in his black armor with his sword drawn, and a dozen other soldiers with their spears at the ready. Still, Rohrecker didn't hesitate. He barreled into the room with a pair of Seek's short swords in hand. However, he barely made it into the room before Leon raised his left hand and engulfed Rohrecker in a blast of fire. Rohrecker had prepared for something like this and channeled as much of his magic as he could into his skin, to protect himself from the heat and the flames. When the fire died down, he was left horribly burned, but still charging at Leon. "You're going to die, Southerner," he roared as he stabbed toward Leon, hoping his speed and ferocity would carry him through to the win, or at least would distract Leon long enough for Hakon to come in and finish him off. But Leon wasn't so easily shocked or intimidated. Instead, he slightly twisted his waist, allowing Rohrecker's strike to connect, but slide off his armor. This put him in a prime position to slice through Rohrecker's left heel, which he eagerly took advantage of. With a quick flick of his wrist, Rohrecker was sent stumbling down onto the floor. Leon couldn't follow up, though, because Hakon came barging into the tower with his hatchet and shield at the ready. Leon immediately used another fire blast, but Hakon crouched behind his shield and countered with a gust of wind. The two magics clashed in between Leon and Hakon, letting only a few sharp slivers of wind through to bounce of Leon's armor and a couple lonely embers to be extinguished on contact with Hakon's shield. Hakon rushed forward, intent on not letting Leon get another blast in. He went shield first, keeping his vitals as protected as he could. As a wind mage, he moved incredibly quickly, and closed on Leon before the younger mage could react. Hakon slammed his shield into Leon's chest, lifting him off his feet and hurling him backward. Leon hit the ground hard, the impact pushed all the air out of his lungs. Hakon raised his hatchet to bring it down on Leon's helmet, but Leon snuck his left hand out from under the shield that kept him pinned and let loose with a third gout of flame. Hakon was caught completely off guard and jerked his head back, raising a wind barrier as he did. The fire twisted into this wind barrier like a tornado centered on Hakon. If Leon had been able to sustain it, he could have kept Hakon pinned, but unfortunately for him, the fire was gone almost as quickly as he summoned it. While Hakon was distracted, one of the first-tier soldiers lunged forward with his spear, trying to stab the great chief in the knee. However, Hakon sensed his approach and sent the man flying into the wall with a burst of wind. It was only a minor setback, but it gave Leon the time he needed to recover, though the soldier's ribs were almost certainly broken. Leon quickly analyzed his options. The brief struggle with Hakon already had him convinced he wasn't going to beat the Valeman in a straight fight, but if the rest of the squad got involved, he might be able to win. On the other hand, that would also open them up to being injured or killed and leave the ground floor defenseless. To make matters worse, his left arm was starting to burn. He'd ascended to the 4th tier, which helped to protect him from the demon fire, but it was still taking its toll. In an instant, Leon made up his mind. Instead of staying and fighting, they'd rely on the 2nd floor's defenses. "Fall back to the 2nd floor," Leon shouted. Some of the soldiers hesitated for a moment, as they were only facing 2 enemies, but those 2 Valemen also happened to be the strongest Valemen left alive. Leon had also left Rohrecker badly injured, but no one had finished him off, so the Thane was struggling to his feet with one of his saws in hand, ready to start killing the soldiers. "You heard him, fall back," the squad leader shouted, and the rest of the soldiers stopped hesitating and sprang into action. They sprinted for the stairs, while Leon darted backward, placing himself between the squad and Hacken. Hacken glared at them but didn't pursue. Despite these few setbacks, he didn't think they'd manage to escape the thousands of Veilmen outside. So, Hacken took the opportunity to help Rorecker to his feet. "Get back outside and rest," Hacken said to his Thane with a worried look. Rorecker looked like he wanted to argue, but he kept his mouth shut and limped back out of the door. Alex, too, looked like she didn't want to leave, but Leon insisted. "Close the hatch," he'd said, and Alex frowned, but sprinted up the stairs after the squad. "So, then, Dark Warrior, what is your name?" Hacken asked. His tone was light and casual, but his killing intent soared, and he stared daggers at Leon. Leon's own killing intent had spiked, resisting Hacken's and keeping Leon from feeling any weakness. "If you do not identify yourself, you will die nameless," Hacken shouted as he lunged forward, swinging his hatchet while keeping his shield up. Leon dodged to the side and countered, targeting Hacken's wrist. However, the Veilman was faster, and Hacken stepped just out of danger before turning and charging at Leon again. Leon had to stay on his toes to keep ahead of Hacken, but he couldn't get a good hit with the Veilman's shield up, so he raised his left arm and let off another blast of fire, scorching his arm and filling his nose with the stench of his own burning arm. As expected, Hacken huddled behind his shield to prevent himself from being burned, and Leon took the opportunity to strike low, aiming for Hacken's exposed shins. But, just as his blade was about to connect, Hacken raised his leg, letting Leon's sword taste nothing but air. "Nice try," Hacken said with an enormous smile. He may hate Leon, but he was clearly enjoying the fight immensely. Leon himself couldn't help but smile through the pain of his burned arm, though it couldn't be seen due to his helmet. He was in great danger, but his perceptions were as high as they could be, and his body was filled with enough adrenaline that his now useless left arm barely stung. He wasn't really having fun, but he was certainly excited. Their exchange of blows only lasted a few seconds, just long enough for the soldiers to finish filing through into the second floor. Alex glanced back down at Hacken with a look of disgust, then to Leon with a look of worry, then reached over to the hatch that would block the top of the stairs and slammed it shut. The surrounding soldiers then immediately began to pile prepared bits of other furniture atop it as a crude barricade. Hearing the hatch slam shut, Hacken briefly looked up, only to see a glyph painted onto the hatch. It was a light rune with half a dozen amplification runes surrounding it. It instantly flashed with a brightness that momentarily turned the entire first floor of the tower white, and left Hacken temporarily blind. Hacken growled in frustration, then said, "That's a good trick," but Leon didn't answer. He was looking to the walls in dismay. Specifically, there were 3 large sheets of cloth that were stuck to the walls covering a number of fire runes that Leon arranged to be drawn. The fire runes weren't activating. "Looks like they're not going to activate, someone must have drawn them wrong," Zaffin shouted in indignation. "No time to dwell," Leon responded. Leon hurriedly began to activate his invisibility ring. His original backup plan if the fire runes didn't work was to blast those on the ground floor with demon fire or attack with his sword while they were blinded, but the Veilman chief kept his shield raised and kept turning to face Leon despite squeezing his eyes closed. So, Leon had to improvise. "He's a 5th-tier mage, he can use magic senses to find you," Zaffin said. "Will my ring work?" Leon asked in slight panic. "Maybe. Try to keep your aura retracted," Zaffin answered, panic seeping into his voice as well. By the time Hacken opened his eyes, Leon was nowhere to be seen. "I know you didn't leave, little boy," Hacken taunted as he spun around, his eyes taking in every detail within the tower. "If you don't come out, I'm going to burn everyone in this tower alive, including that girl you were with, though I may have some fun with her first." When he didn't get a response, he shouted, "Block the door." And one of the Veilmen waiting outside for Hacken to finish stepped in front of the broken door, preventing anyone from escaping. Hacken licked his lips. Once he killed Leon, he could take whatever made the boy invisible for himself. The great chief then stopped turning around and lowered his shield, presenting the perfect target. It was a risk, but one he was more than willing to take. He also closed his eyes and held his breath, straining his ears for any sound he might be able to hear over the rain and thunder. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he slammed the butt of his hatchet into the air. There was a metallic clang, despite not seeming to hit anything, but an instant later Leon materialized and was thrown across the room. He hit the wall hard enough to drive the air from his lungs again and he dropped to the ground. "You're just full of surprises," Hacken said with a hint of both admiration and hatred, but this is where you die." As Hakon strode over to Leon, the latter tried to grasp his sword and rise, but Hakon arrived at his side first and stomped down on his right forearm. Something snapped, and Leon screamed in pain. Hakon then dropped his shield, crouched down, and grabbed Leon by the neck with his now free hand, lifting him into the air and slamming him against the wall of the tower. Turning his head toward the door, Hakon shouted, "Get in here." Now that they were confident that Hakon was done with the wind blades, the Veilmen waiting outside rushed into the tower. "Deal with that door," Hakon said, nodding up toward the hatch at the top of the stairs, and the Veilmen charged toward the second floor. "Now, what should I do with you?" Hakon asked himself as he faced Leon again. His grip was tight enough that Leon wasn't going anywhere, but not so tight that Leon hadn't been able to regain his breath in these few seconds. "Should I burn you alive?" Hakon continued. "Or maybe I should have your ribs torn from your chest, then burn you." Yeah, that second one sounds much better." Hakon began to squeeze, and Leon found himself no longer able to breathe. Leon's vision slowly began to dim, and his mind became muddled. "Stay with me," shouted Zaffin. "Use my fire. Do something. Don't just let this happen." But Leon couldn't process what Zaffin was saying. In fact, he was so close to passing out that he thought he began to hallucinate, for he heard the deep blast of a legion horn in the distance. Chapter 160, Battle for the Fort 8. Leon was not hallucinating when he heard the blast of a legion horn. It was so loud as to be heard by every Veilman surrounding the last tower even over the storm. The Veilmen weren't the only ones to hear the horn, and the soldiers in the tower paused for a moment in disbelief as they looked around at each other, trying to confirm what they had just heard. "Keep shooting," shouted one squad leader. "That was a legion horn. Reinforcements have arrived. Keep shooting." The soldiers gave a great cry of relief and jubilation, then got right back to shooting arrows into the sea of Veilmen still on the hill. The Veilmen on the edge of the massed war party were the first to see the distinctive red armor of the royal legions. As the companies and battalions appeared, the rain lessened and the storm clouds began to break, almost as if the newcomers were bringing the light with them. The forest was thick enough that the legion shield walls had to break into their companies, but that was hardly a troubling matter for their leaders, the 5th-tier tribunes and 6th-tier legates who led the way. It was from these leaders that wind blades appeared to rip apart the closest Veilmen, that spikes of ice and rock thrust forward to impale them, that great gouts of flame and even the odd bolt of golden lightning tore through their ranks. The unprepared, severely under-equipped, and extremely undisciplined Veilmen fell before the advancing line of soldiers like wheat before a scythe, with all Veilmen missed by the leading mages falling to the blades in the shield wall behind them. There was no mercy for the Veilmen, and certainly no quarter. The legions pressed inward, surrounding the hordes of Veilmen and squeezing them in between their ranks in the tower. Just as Hakon was choking Leon into unconsciousness, the horn sounded, signaling the appearance and advance of the royal legions. For a moment, he turned his attention away from Leon to stare out of the broken door, and his grip on Leon's neck loosened just enough to allow Leon to take a shallow breath. That one breath was all he needed to regain a measure of clarity to his mind, and Leon painfully raised his broken, but unburnt, right arm. He'd started to feel like he had overused his left arm, as it hurt far more than his broken arm. Seeing the motion out of the corner of his eye, Hakon turned back to face Leon, only to find himself staring directly into the younger mage's palm just as deep red fire erupted from the latter's fingers. Hakon instinctively dropped Leon and turned his head away, but it was too late. The fire touched his skin and immediately began to scorch his face. Hakon Firebeard's epithet became more literal than intended as his facial hair caught aflame as well. The Veilman chief bellowed in pain and rage. He conjured his wind magic and extinguished the demon fire, but the damage had been done. His beard had almost entirely been burned away, leaving the acrid stench of burnt hair to permeate the tower, while the skin on the left side of his face had been horrifically melted. Additionally, his left eye had begun to boil in the heat of the flame, and though Hakon managed to put out the fire quick enough to save his eye, it had filled with blood and he could only see red. "You bastard!" Hakon roared as he kicked at Leon, who was doubled over on the ground where he had been dropped, trying to regain his breath and struggle to his feet. Fortunately, without his eye, Hakon's aim was a little off, and Leon was able to roll out of the way while grabbing his dropped sword with both hands at the same time. Leon sprang to his feet and darted to his right as quickly as he could. He could see Hakon's red eye was probably blind, so that was the side of the Veilman chief that he wanted to stay in. Plus, Hakon had dropped his shield when he had grabbed Leon, leaving him open for retaliation. Just after he darted to the right, Leon lunged forward. Hacken had a split-second delay in his reaction from having to turn his head to keep up, and that moment was enough for Leon's strike to land. Hacken was forced to raise his left arm to block the attack, and Leon's sword impaled his forearm. Hacken grit his teeth and twisted his arm, ripping Leon's sword from his hands and aggravating both of Leon's severely injured arms. The Great Chief then raised his other arm and let loose with a wind blast. It wasn't as directed as a wind blade, but it wasn't designed to slice. Instead, it hit Leon square in the chest and threw him backward. Hacken was running low on magic power, and pushing Leon back was about all he could manage. In fact, his wind blast was so weak that Leon wasn't even thrown back into the wall and was able to land on his feet. Then, rather than try to keep his distance, Leon surged forward, preparing his right arm for one more blast of fire. He'd mostly used his left arm for magical attacks, but by now it was starting to throb with pain, and Leon knew that he was close to his physical limit with regard to using that arm for Zaffin's fire, which left him with no other choice but to continue using his comparatively less injured right arm. Hacken chopped at the charging Leon with his hatchet, extending the range of the relatively small weapon with wind magic. Leon ducked out of the way and threw himself to the right, back into Hacken's blind spot. Hacken turned to face Leon, and saw the young man extending his right arm again. Knowing he wasn't going to be able to react in time, Hacken conjured a wind barrier to protect himself from the coming fire. But that fire didn't come. Instead, Leon stopped and cheekily smiled at the Veilman chief. Hacken, of course, knew exactly why. Leon was obviously aware, probably based on Hacken's wavering aura, that the wind mage was close to running out of power, and wasting a wind barrier like that was something he couldn't afford to do again. Hacken felt desperation entering his mind, and he roared in anger as he charged forward, reaching for Leon's throat. Leon, however, ducked underneath Hacken's arms and let loose with demon fire upon the Veilman's left leg while he rolled out of the way. With a shout of exertion, Hacken conjured even more wind, using it to again hurl Leon back and extinguish the fire. But with that, Hacken was effectively out of magic power. His blood lacked mana, and he sucked down every breath of air like it was his last. Leon wasn't doing much better, with the pain of using his broken arm for Zaffin's fire growing with every second, and his body feeling far too heavy to keep dodging as he had been. If the situation weren't so desperate, he would have probably collapsed due to exhaustion. And yet, the two started to stagger closer to each other, intent on finishing the fight. So intent were they that they had forgotten about the other Veilman on the stairs. Of course, these other warriors were far too terrified to jump into the middle of a magic fight, plus, they too had heard the Legion horn, inspiring even more fear and dread among their ranks. But, just as Leon and Hacken almost came close enough to resume their battle, a third-tier Veilman sprinted into the tower with a wild look in his eyes. "Great Chief!" he shouted. "The Southern Army has..." Before the Veilman could finish his panicked report, a stone the size of his fist smashed into the back of his skull, shattering it into pieces and killing him instantly. Leon stared at the doorway, realizing only now that the rain had slowed to only a gentle drizzle and sunlight was starting to peek through the clouds. A figure appeared in the doorway with his back to this sunlight, casting his face and any defining features in shadow. "Look at all these whore children," he whispered as a small boulder the size of his modest torso gently floated through the doorway behind him. "I should probably take care of you, to keep you from fucking your close relatives or eating animals raw or whatever else it is you barbarians do." Once he was done speaking, the boulder exploded outward, peppering the Veilman on the stairs with thousands of sharp, tiny pebbles. There were about 100 Veilmen on the stairs, and more than 70 were killed with that one attack, and all of the rest were injured. Seeing this, Hacken screamed in fury, and he sprang toward the dark figure. The figure clicked his tongue in disgust, then, almost casually, backhanded Hacken and threw him across the room. The Great Chief of the Veilmen hit the ground and didn't move again. After a moment of silence, the dark figure glanced over at Leon. "Are you in charge here?" he asked, his disgusted tone softening before Leon, who, based simply on what he was wearing, the newcomer could tell clearly wasn't allied with Hacken. "Who's asking?" Leon asked while his tired legs struggled to keep him upright. The dark figure seemed to chuckle silently, and then he stepped forward into better light, revealing his custom-made armor, made to look nearly identical to the standard Crimson Legion armor. Its differences lay in the details. It was decorated with a golden bull emblazoned across the chest, and he wore a purple sash across his waist, signifying his extremely high rank, while much of the rest of the armor was gilded with glowing enchanted silver. "I am the fucking consul of the North, in command of all the Legion soldiers of the Northern Territories," he said with the pride of a noble and the tongue of a commoner. "Now I'll ask one more time, and one more time only, are you in charge? And if not, where can I find the fucking commander?" Leon was quiet for a moment. He was only a squire, and there were several squad leaders still upstairs who technically outranked him. However, he was easily the strongest mage among the fort survivors, and the squad leaders had deferred to him when it came to the defense of the tower. "I am in charge of the survivors here," he finally hesitantly said. "There, that wasn't so fucking hard, was it?" the consul said, the curse word rolling so naturally off his tongue that Leon barely noticed it. "Your men are safe. I've led 3 legions here from Cyrenaica, and they're busy dealing with the remains of these barbarian shits outside." Leon could hardly believe his ears or eyes. "Are you really here?" he asked. "Ha ha ha." The consul boomed. "Yes, we're really here. You must truly be tired to be so doubtful of what's before your eyes." The consul started walking toward Leon while more Legion soldiers started to flood into the tower. These soldiers made their way through the fallen Valemen, killing any who still breathed. One of these men, a 5th-tier tribune with a vicious-looking halberd, started moving toward Hakon, who had been knocked unconscious by the consul's dismissive slap. "Don't kill that one," the consul said, "that one will be brought back to the fort and executed publicly." "Yes, sir," the tribune responded. He then picked Hakon up by the scruff of his shirt and dragged him out of the tower. "Now, then," the consul said, turning his attention back to Leon, "what's your name?" "Leon Ursus." "Ursus? Oh, you're from the east. One of Torfinn's people?" the consul asked with a look of pleasant surprise. Leon nodded. "Well, that's a hell of a thing, isn't it? How did you get here?" "Came south, joined the Knight Academy," Leon answered. His legs were close to giving out on him, and he could barely think straight with everything going on. But, once he said where he was from, an odd look appeared on the consul's face. He suddenly remembered receiving a letter from the capital inquiring as to a Leon Ursus from the Knight Academy. "You should get some rest," the consul said, clapping Leon on the shoulder. "We can talk more later. For now, just rest, and know that you're still alive." "Yes, sir," Leon responded. He felt like he could lay down right there and pass out from exhaustion, but instead he forced his legs to carry himself up the stairs to the closed hatch. "Open up, all the Valemen are dead," he shouted. He could already hear the barricades on the other side being removed, but he also wanted to confirm with the rest of the soldiers that everything was fine. Once the hatch was opened, he saw the worried and ecstatic faces of Alex and the other 2 squads on the 2nd floor. "Is that it?" asked one of the squad leaders. "We're still alive," the other asked. "Are you injured at all?" Alex asked. Leon looked from one, to the other, to the last. "That's it, it's over, we're all still alive. And I need some sleep." Chapter 161, Consul of the North, "Thank you for your aid," Zaffin said to the Thunderbird. It was still perched atop the throne staring down at Leon, where it had been since bluish-silver lightning had erupted from its feathers and banished the golden lightning cage around its descendant. "I have rendered no aid that would deserve thanks," the Thunderbird stated. Its tone was almost defiant, as if the thanks of a demon was an insult. "But you released Leon and caused him to ascend. We survived because of your intervention. Proper courtesy requires that I at least thank you for it," Zaffin argued. "A demon talking about courtesy?" the Thunderbird asked with some amusement. "And make no mistake, former Lord of Flame, I have bestowed none of my power unto my descendant. His ascension is the result of his own labors, not of my generosity." Zaffin stared at the Thunderbird in confusion. "So, then, all you did was," the demon began. "To dispel the hold the storm had over my descendant's mind," the Thunderbird finished. Then, without another word and, more importantly, without giving Zaffin any time to ask any more questions, the Thunderbird took off back into the mists. Back at the fort's main encampment, much of the rubble of the destroyed fortifications had been assembled into a makeshift execution platform. It had only been a day, but the 3 legions the consul of the north had brought to the fort had quickly and ruthlessly exterminated the Valemen who made it south of the wall, including the few thousand scouts dispatched to forage for food. But there were a small handful of Valemen that had been taken prisoner, most of them for the sole purpose of a public execution. Leon, Alex, and other remaining survivors of the fort's garrison were present, plus several thousand soldiers from the 3 legions. The rest of them were busy cleaning up the bodies from the fort and manning the wall in case more Valemen arrived. Leon and Alex were up on the platform standing next to the consul, the 3 legates who led the legions, and a handful of other legates and tribunes who were a part of the consul's retinue. 6 large wooden blocks were prepared for the last Valeman, including Hakon Firebeard and the heavily burned Rohrecker. And so, for the crimes of invading his kingdom, slaying his soldiers, and attempting to raid the villages of his subjects, Julius Septimius Taurus, bull king and monarch of these lands, has granted me the authority to give you the most severe of punishments, the consul shouted. He was acting as formally as he could, but he had already condensed much of what was normally said in these situations. Leon could tell that he wasn't of noble birth just from his speech, as almost any other noble would have taken an hour to say what the consul had just said in 5 minutes. But, the consul continued, before we begin, I would like to invite Leon Ursus, ranking soldier of this fort's garrison, to come forward and say a few words to the captives in the name of his fallen comrades. The consul beckoned Leon forward with a smile and a wave, while Hakon glared at him with as much hate as he could express. The great chief couldn't speak, though, as he and the rest of his surviving war party had been gagged. Leon took a deep breath and then walked forward. He didn't address the watching crowd of thousands of legion soldiers, and when he spoke, he did so in a quiet and subdued tone that only those on the platform could hear. You came here without provocation, Leon stated, making sure to mention some of the crimes that the consul had just castigated the Valemen for, and you slaughtered the good men stationed here. You attempted to kill myself, the soldiers I had taken responsibility for, and the soldiers who were responsible for me. For this, I will ensure that your bodies are not burned. The eyes of Hakon only grew more terrible and hateful, while the other Valemen paled and tried to scream at Leon through their gags. But, Leon wasn't finished. You will never know the embrace of the Sky Mother. Instead, I will ask the consul to bury you in the same mass grave that is being dug for the rest of your war party. You and your people will have to find peace among the bones of the Mountain Father, and hope his wrath isn't so terrible when he asks you about the failure that brought you to him. The Valemen wailed and struggled against their bonds as Leon backed away, his piece said. The consul behind him was rather amused at Leon's statements, but he didn't let that get in the way of what everyone was gathered there for. He gestured to the headsman, a 5th-tier tribune, to come forward. This particular tribune was the man in charge of maintaining discipline within the ranks of the legion, and as such, one of his duties was to behead brigands and traitors. That being said, brigands and traitors rarely survived long enough to be brought back for him to deal with, so he was a little out of practice. He awkwardly kicked the weakest of the Valemen down onto the block, where a pair of 4th-tier centurions held him down, and then drew an enormous sword. The blade was almost comically large, far too large to be used in battle even for a 5th-tier mage, but it made for quite the spectacle as it flashed in the sunlight as it sliced clean through the Valeman's neck. The tribune's nerves were a little allayed with how smoothly the first execution went, and so, one by one, he started to work his way down the line of captured Valemen. Heads rolled, each one to the deafening sound of legion cheers. After a few moments, it was Rohrecker's turn. The Thane had maintained some semblance of dignity, but that began to crumble as the centurions forced him down onto the block. He turned his scorched head to Hakon, his eyes wide with fear, hoping that his chief could somehow escape and free him, praying that the Thunderbirds, the Sky Mother, of the Mountain Father would save him. His hopes and prayers continued even as the executioner's sword swung down onto his neck. Hakon struggled against his chains as he watched his Thane's head hit the platform and roll away, accompanied by a spurt of blood. His eyes were wild with hate, but that hate was tinged with the fear of knowing that he had come to his end, and that he had led all of his friends to the same end he found himself in. With the memory of Eric, Ulfr, Bragi, Halmar, and Rohrecker, and all the rest of his dead Thanes and tribesmen fueling him, the great chief threw himself against the block, straining to get free of the chains attached to his wrists. His muscles bulged and the wind started to pick up, but the chains were enchanted, and Hakon didn't go anywhere. The centurions appeared at his shoulders, and they firmly pushed him down onto the block, even as he tried to scream and bellow and roar through his gag. He couldn't even properly channel his magic with the enchanted manacles on his wrists. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the flash of the executioner's sword, and everything went dark. The watching legion soldiers cheered, and few cheered harder than the remaining survivors of the fort's garrison. The garrison had taken more than 90% casualties, and seeing those who inflicted those casualties lose their heads was immensely gratifying. After a few seconds, the consul raised his arms, calling the soldiers to order. The cheers and celebrations died down almost immediately. With the punishment meted out to these invaders, we have a far more honorable and dignified event to get to. Leon Ursus, step forward. Leon paled when thousands of eyes suddenly turned to look at him. He had been fine speaking with the Veilmen because they were still the focus, whereas now, everyone's eyes were specifically looking at him. The consul of the north smiled at him and encouraged him to come forward with a friendly wave. Alex pushed him forward as well, which brought him out of his shy paralysis. Don't worry, you don't need to say anything more, the consul whispered to Leon, seeing the young man's nervous and apprehensive expression. You only need to kneel. Leon's eyes went wide as he realized the implications of what the consul just told him to do. He slowly got down onto one knee, facing the consul and the crowd behind him. Leon Ursus. The consul boomed, his voice echoing over the entire crowd. You have led the defense of this fort when all other officers stronger than you were killed. You were only a squire, but you kept almost 50 of your fellow soldiers alive until reinforcements arrived. As he spoke, the consul drew his sword and raised it above Leon. Then, he slowly lowered it to touch Leon's left shoulder, and then his right. Your brave actions have brought honor to your king, to your kingdom, and to all the king's legions. For your bravery, wits, and strength in battle, I now pronounce you, Sir, Leon Ursus. The crowd practically exploded as the consul returned his sword to his sheath and extended his hand to help Leon back to his feet. Leon stared speechlessly at the consul, not knowing what to say or do next. Well done, son. You can return to that young lady's side, the consul said with a smile. Leon hurried back to Alex and the rest of the high-ranked soldiers, several of whom clapped his shoulder in celebration. Meanwhile, the consul called a few more soldiers up to receive honors, to the exuberant celebration of the crowd. After the ceremony that followed the execution, the consul ordered Leon to his tent. Sir, Leon said in greeting when the consul's adjutant showed him inside. Ah, Sir Leon, I'm glad you're here. How are your injuries? After the battle, Leon had collapsed into and passed out in his cot, and when he came to, both of his arms had been wrapped in high-quality healing spells. His broken arm and most of his other injuries had completely healed, but many of the burns from using Zaffin's fire were still raw and peeling. I'm doing well, sir, Leon answered. Good to hear. Well, have a seat, I'd like to talk with you a bit, the consul said good-naturedly as he waved his hand at a triclinium, a grouping of 3 chaise lounges around a small table. Leon knew from Artoria's lessons that such an arrangement was usually reserved for very intimate conversations between nobles, though the style had faded from fashion in recent centuries. Leon stretched and reclined into one of the lounges, while the consul took a seat in the one opposite. So, Sir Leon, I understand you were sent here from the Knight Academy, the consul began. Yes, sir, I was, Leon said, wondering how the consul knew that despite having only known the former for less than a day, having completely forgotten that he'd told the consul that himself before passing out from his wounds the day before. Well, I have to say that a 3rd tier now 4th tier mage being sent to such a remote location is incredibly strange and must mean you have enemies, the consul said. Leon frowned, and the consul continued when it was apparent that Leon wasn't going to verbally respond. I received a letter from the capital a few days ago concerning you. It seems a paladin has been looking for you. I have also received several letters from the legate in Cyrene requesting that I rescind your orders assigning you to this fort and send you somewhere more befitting your strength and training. Leon's eyes grew wider and his frown grew deeper with every word the consul said. I take it from your expression that you don't like one of those things. Let me guess, it's the one about the paladin. The consul asked with an arched eyebrow. Leon didn't answer verbally, but he slowly nodded. I'm not surprised, I can't stand those fuckers down in the capital either. Not liking the knights in the capital wasn't the reason Leon was apprehensive about hearing Roland was looking into him, and the consul no doubt guessed that, but for the sake of privacy and politeness, the consul said something generic about not liking nobles and left it at that. Leon was grateful for that, as he had no idea how he would explain his relationship with Roland, especially his own suspicions about the paladin. He may have linked Adriano's Isonos to Valeria's family, but he hadn't ruled out the possibility that Roland was still involved in Artoria's assassination. In fact, the more Leon thought about Roland investigating him, the more nervous he became. Moving on, the consul said as he noticed Leon's nervousness beneath the stoicism Leon had managed to return to. Given your training history and how well you performed during this incident, The consul paused as he noticed Leon's slight frown. You disagree with something I said? He asked with an interested smile. I do, sir, Leon said with a grim expression. He told the consul about what happened to Sam's squad, and how he had lost 2 of the 4 survivors on the way back south. And if you hadn't arrived when you did, the Veilmen would have broken through the defenses in the tower and massacred the people I had gathered there. We wouldn't have lasted a single night on our own. I'd hardly call that performing well. Once Leon was finished, the consul burst out into booming laughter. Ha ha ha, you're quite the arrogant little shit, aren't you? He said once he regained control of himself. Leon looked at him in confusion. I mean, the consul explained, that you're taking blame for something that isn't your fault. You could have handled what happened with your squad better, for sure, but those 2 dickheads who rushed an enemy that was numerically and magically superior might as well have committed suicide. That wasn't your fault, and you did quite well with the tower after the wall was breached. You gathered together as many survivors as you could, and you held for as long as you could with the resources you had available. Don't undersell that shit, you did good, kid. I still could have done better, Leon said, thinking about the failure of the fire runes on the walls of the tower's ground floor to activate, as well as dozens of other tiny little details that he felt could have been improved. That's a good mindset to have. I know a great many nobles who would simply say, well, I'm perfect, so the imperfections were everyone else at fault. Asshats, the lot of them. I wouldn't have put them in charge of the fucking mess halls back in Cyrenaica. You're reflecting on what happened and looking to make improvements. That's what we need in the Legion. The consul spoke with such passion that Leon didn't even try to argue. The consul got particularly heated when talking about the useless nobles that he had seen, and Leon just sat back while he ranted. Anyway, as I was saying, fucking moving on, the consul said, slowly working himself back down from the fiery passion he just had, brushing a few errant strands of brown hair out of his eyes. With your accomplishments, I agree with the recommendations from Cyrene, that you need to be reassigned. The consul waited a moment for Leon's reaction, which was a slight frown. What will happen to Alex? Leon asked. His unofficial squire had grown on him during their flight back to the wall, training sessions, and defense of their guard tower. He didn't want to leave her at Fort 127. Oh, I don't mind if she comes with you. An official knight needs an official squire, after all, the consul said after Leon explained who Alex was. I'll make the arrangements and make her your squire. She'll go with you wherever you go. Speaking of which, if you don't want to meet with Sir Roland and let him recruit you, I can have you sent somewhere else. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Sir, you've already knighted me against the guidelines of the Knight Academy. I couldn't ask for more than that, Leon humbly said. The consul then responded, fuck the Knight Academy and fuck the legate who runs it. They can't do shit to me. If they don't like that I knighted one of the people they sent off, then they can chortle my nuts. The consul continued on in that vein for a few more minutes, and when he was done, Leon fully understood that he didn't care about any potential repercussion from the Knight Academy. He was a consul, one of the 7 most highly ranked knights in the kingdom. If he wanted a squire, then all the nobles in the northern territories would trip over themselves to offer him their sons and daughters. Since the Knight Academy couldn't do anything to him except try to withhold their own trained squires, they were essentially powerless to do anything to him. Anyway, I've got a friend in the Eastern Territories, works as a diplomat for Prince Trajan down at the Bull's Horns. I can have you transferred to him instead of this dump, the consul said. Leon's eyes went wide for a moment before he regained control of himself. The Bull's Horns were a pair of fortresses on the border of the Bull Kingdom just like Fort 127, but that was the extent of their similarities. The Bull's Horns watched over the one land route into the kingdom from the rest of the plain, and as a result, was the single largest legion fortress complex in the entire kingdom. Making it even more prestigious, 3 combat legions were stationed there, under the command of the king's elder brother, Prince Trajan, who was also serving as consul of the East. Seeing the momentary expression on Leon's face, the consul of the North smiled. I take it you like that potential post. Leon slowly nodded. Then that's where I'll send you. Get your shit packed, I'm sending you back to Cyrene tomorrow. You'll hitch a ride on a river galley and head back south through the capital, all the way down the Naga River until you enter the Gulf of Discord. Then, you'll turn east and go all the way to the Bull's Horns. Leon couldn't contain his smile anymore. It broke out over his face and resisted all of Leon's attempts to stifle it. But then, something occurred to him that sent a chill down his spine. Sir, Leon hesitantly began. What is it? The consul asked. I don't suppose I could request some leave time in the capital. Sure, how much do you want? I can give you a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks would do perfectly fine, Leon said. Then that's what'll happen. The consul said. While you're here, is there anything else you want to ask? It was a rhetorical question, but Leon did have one more thing he was curious about, so he took the opportunity to ask, Sir, if I may ask, how did you get here so quickly? Sir Jean thought it would take you at least a week to get here, not a couple of days, ha. If I'd stayed to wait for Count Whitefield to allow me to enter his land, it would have taken a week. But the Legion's first job is to kill any assholes who invade the Bull Kingdom. I'm not going to wait for some shitstick noble who thinks himself more important than he is to fucking allow me to do my job. Well, for one, I'm glad you didn't wait, Leon said with a genuine smile, which the consul returned with a chuckle. There wasn't much left for Leon and the consul to talk about, so Leon took his leave. You looking to spend some time with Elise? Zaffin asked curiously, referring to Leon's request for leave. She's probably going to be pissed at you. You know, I'm very aware of that, demon, Leon replied with some annoyance, but it wasn't my fault that this place didn't have a damn chapter 162, making plans. Alex looked back at Fort 127 for the last time. It looked completely different with 60,000 Legion soldiers there than it had only a week before, like a small city. Most of those who were garrisoned there had been killed, including Sam and just about everyone she was friendly with. She couldn't help but sigh as she turned south. You all right? Leon asked her. You don't have to leave if you don't want to. I can always get a different squire, it's fine, Alex said quickly. Nothing left for me here anyway. Let's just go. Leon nodded and started walking down the dirt road that would eventually lead them back to Cyrene and the Naga River. His pack was much lighter than it was when he came north, as most of his clothes had been stolen by the Veilmen and lost when the war party was obliterated. He at least still had all of his books and a fair amount of enchanting supplies, as he didn't leave them in his tent when he and Alex moved to the tower. Do you want to stop anywhere? You did say you were from a village around these parts, right? Leon inquired. We have our orders to get south, and we shouldn't stop on my account. Besides, my family moved not long after I signed up. They live on the Great Plateau now, as I recall, Alex replied with a distant look in her eyes. Leon didn't know what else he could say. Probably best not to say anything right now, he thought to himself, give her some time to adapt to the changing circumstances. The rest of the day passed in relative silence. A week later, they found themselves in Cyrene, and Alex was somewhat back to her normal self. The journey had given her plenty of time to think, as well as something to focus on when not thinking. Now, the two of them were in a city that was larger than any she had ever been in before. Her head was on a swivel, constantly looking around and taking in the sights. Cyrene was a Royal Legion fortress city to its core, but it still had more amenities and shops than someone raised in a small village would have ever dreamed of. Remembering his own first time entering a large city not too long ago, Leon didn't say a word, he just let her take in the sights. They slowly made their way through the crowded streets to the Legion Citadel, where they were plunged headfirst into a sea of paperwork. Fortunately, it didn't take longer than a couple of hours, and the two were hurried onto a galley that was scheduled to leave that afternoon. Again, Leon was given a private cabin. He was a fourth-tier knight, after all. As he had a squire, the room was a little bigger so they could share. So, listen for a moment, Leon hesitantly began as he and Alex got settled in the galley after dinner. Alex looked up from the book she was reading and gave Leon her attention. Last time I was on a galley, I was attacked. Actually, I think I was technically attacked twice, once by a group of thugs that had been working as rowers, and the second time several minutes later by those I think hired them. Alex's eyes grew wider as she listened to Leon. Why? She asked worriedly. I'm not sure, Leon admitted. I defeated the attackers, but they didn't have any identifying objects on their persons. I have no concrete idea of who did it, or why. That being said, just about every officer I spoke to when I was being transferred to the fort said that I must have made some enemies in the Knight Academy to get such a remote post. I find myself agreeing with them. No shit, Alex said. So, just be aware of that. I'm not sure what to expect on the way back south, so stay on your toes. Don't leave the cabin alone. Alex nodded to acknowledge Leon's instructions. Moving on, we should talk about what's going to happen when we arrive in the capital, Leon said. We got the authorization for leave? Alex asked, her face lighting up in excitement. I did. We get 2 weeks, starting from the moment we check in at the Legion Harbor. Alex immediately snapped her book closed as she thought about all the things she'd heard about the capital and what she wanted to do during her off time. Seeing her about to get lost in her own plans, Leon said, I will want to allocate some time for training, and I'll expect you to be there. Alex immediately refocused back on Leon with a slight frown, but she knew the importance of training even if she didn't want to lose time in the biggest city in the kingdom. How long will this training last? She asked. 1 to 2 hours of combat training, another hour of muscle training, and 2 to 3 hours of meditation, at least, Leon answered. Alex's face twisted a little at that amount of time, but Leon reassured her as he continued, it doesn't all have to be right after each other. We can have muscle and combat training in the morning, and have you meditate in the evening. Leave the late morning and afternoon all to you. Sounds good, Alex said, her face returning to her usual smile. In the interest of training, we'll be staying at the same place, Leon mentioned. I'm your squire. I didn't think we'd be separated, Alex replied. Well, we're not going to be staying at an inn. Or at least, I hope we don't have to, Leon said apprehensively. Why not? Do you know someone in the capital? A lady, perhaps? Alex asked. She began to inch forward with an immensely curious look on her face. I do, in fact, know a lady in the capital, Leon said with a subtle smile. However, she told me to send a letter to her once I arrived at where I was going. Oh, Alex said, her smile faltering a little bit. She knew that getting mail out from Fort 127 was a nightmare, and the Legion rarely bothered to try. After being at the fort for barely 2 weeks, there wasn't any way Leon could have sent the promised letter to his lady friend. So, Leon continued, she might be a little angry. That being said, I hope we can still stay with her, as being able to come back for a couple weeks rather than having to wait at least 2 years will, hopefully blunt her anger, but, even if she is incredibly angry, I don't think she'd toss us out onto the streets. What's this girl like? Alex asked. Leon sat back in his bed, glanced out of his tiny cabin window, and smiled. It was a gentle smile, one that Alex hadn't ever seen Leon have before. She's incredibly bold, confident in just about every aspect of her life, and very smart, Leon said with a serenity that Alex had also never seen him express. You really like her, don't you? She asked. Leon slowly nodded to her with his smile growing wider. I can tell, she said. It's only been a month since I saw her last, but I'm already greatly looking forward to seeing her again, Leon said in a warm and quiet tone that Alex found incredibly soothing. I'm looking forward to meeting someone who can make you act like this, she said with a mischievous smile. The two stayed awake chatting for another few minutes and went to bed soon after. Or at least, Alex did. Given what had happened the last time he'd taken a river galley, Leon was restless and couldn't sleep. After more than 2 hours of tossing and turning, he sighed and sat up to try and read by moonlight. As Leon reached for one of his family's books on enchantment, Xianxia said, Leon, we should talk a bit. The demon's voice wavered with hesitation, making Leon pause for a moment before agreeing. You're a 4th-tier mage now, and you got there by your own power. I already told you about how the Thunderbird released you from your lightning cage, but we still need to talk about what comes next, Xianxia said. At the mention of the Thunderbird, Leon couldn't help but frown a little. Xianxia had told him about the encounter, but there hadn't been many details, so it had been a short and uninformative conversation. His ancestor's aloofness was something Leon found more than a little annoying. So, what comes next? Leon asked. You must work toward the 5th tier, Xianxia answered quickly. Changing my mana type, Leon muttered. That shouldn't take very long. It's actually something you've been working toward for a while, Xianxia said. What do you mean? Do you remember those exercises your family's books have detailed? Leon thought back for a moment and remembered his attempts to practice conjuring a lightning spear. It had gone about as well as could be expected for a 3rd-tier mage, which is to say it didn't work at all. I think I understand, Leon said thoughtfully. So those exercises were about changing my mana type, right? I believe they were, the demon said. Leon clenched his fist and called forth some of his magic power. He had to compress it as much as he could, then release it and let it arc throughout his body like lightning. Now that he was a 4th-tier mage, he should have the control to accomplish the task. He gathered his power in his chest and squeezed it as much as he could. It was far easier now than when he had last tried it more than half a year before, but he still felt like he couldn't compress his power enough. You don't need to start practicing immediately, Zafin noted. Just so long as you practice when you train. Work on getting to the 5th tier, when you can get started on your magic body. The sooner you can enter your soul realm consciously, the better. How so? I think your ancestor will be a little more willing to talk, and I hope you would ask it some questions of mine. I'll think about it, Leon replied. Well, you still need to work on getting stronger. As you get stronger, so do I. And I would very much like you to get stronger, demon, as the more power you have, the more I can draw upon, Leon said with a smile. On the island in Leon's soul realm, Zafin wore a matching smile, though it was completely obscured by bright orange fire. He could feel his flames burn hotter as his power gradually restored itself. Speaking of your power, Leon continued, I can control more of it, now. I got off quite a few more blasts of fire against Firebeard than I could have had he attacked only a day before. Your power kept us alive. Of course, you are now a 4th tier mage, so it shouldn't be surprising that you can handle stronger magics. Still didn't stop you from charring your tiny arms into uselessness, though, don't get used to things like that, Leon declared, I'm getting stronger all the time, and I may just pass you by, not a damn chance, young mage. You're still relying on the power in my soul realm to nourish your demonic core, aren't you? Zafin ground his teeth a little, but he still answered a quiet, yes, then your rate of recovery won't be as great as my gains. Once I make it to the 5th tier, I'll be able to use your 5th tier fire with impunity, as if it were my own. Don't fall too far behind, now, demon. Just watch me, boy. Don't forget that I've done all of this before, and I have far more time to devote to my recovery than you have to your training. You won't catch up, we'll see, we'll see. Zafin was silent for a moment, then he said in a smug tone, well, I was going to teach you how to project your magic senses now that you're a 4th tier mage, but I guess you can figure that out for yourself. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. I can do that now? He asked excitedly, his teasing tone with his partner gone. You can, or at least, you can do it a little bit. We should talk more when your attitude improves. Leon bit back his retort, and quietly said, I'll hold you to that, demon. Something like magic senses is a tool that I can't afford to ignore. We'll see, Zafin replied, throwing Leon's words back in his face. Trying to assert superiority over me won't get you a single damn thing, though, Leon responded, now thoroughly annoyed. He turned over in his bed and went back to silently trying to sleep, to not fuel Zafin's vanity or offend his pride again. Magic senses were fully worth him making a concession on this, at least. Chapter 163. 2 years early 3 days after it left Cyrene, the river galley Leon and Alex were aboard smoothly coasted into the Legion docks of the capital city. It was a large galley, about half again as large as the boat Leon took north, so once it was safely moored the galley became a frantic hub of activity. About 150 soldiers made their way ashore while hundreds of dock workers moved aboard to load and unload the galley's cargo. Leon and Alex were the first passengers to disembark, as Leon was the highest-ranked knight aboard who wasn't a crew member. Much like when they were in Cyrene, Alex's eyes were darting around everywhere, taking in all the sights she possibly could. The monuments in the distance, and magic in the air, the smells from nearby bakeries, and the bright colors from the flowers and other flora that decorated much of the city, she was trying to experience all of it at once. Let's keep moving, Leon said quietly as Alex slowed down from the overwhelming stimulation. There'll be time enough for sightseeing when we get our paperwork taken care of. Right, Alex replied, refocusing her attention on the task at hand. The two made their way through the harbor to the central administration area to check in. All they really had to do was wait in line for a little over an hour after Leon handed over their orders while the bureaucrats got to work. When it was over, they were instructed to return in 2 weeks and board a new ship that would take them south to the Gulf of Discord, then east to the Bull's Horns, and then they were dismissed. Leon sighed as they left the administration building. He found that getting paperwork done was almost as exhausting as the battle at the fort, and he was ready to shake off the fatigue of the journey. So, what should we do first? Alex asked excitedly as she stared at Leon in expectation. Clearly someone's not tired in the least, he thought with a little bit of jealousy and bitterness. For now, Leon answered out loud, we should nail down lodgings. We can also get something to eat at the same time. Where are we going? Alex inquired. Just follow me, Leon said with a smile. He began walking west, toward the Heaven's Eye Tower. When Leon left the capital, Elise had planned to focus on her work with nature magic. Unfortunately for her, her mother had insisted that she take a more active role in Heaven's Eye affairs. So, on the day Leon arrived back in the capital, Elise found herself in a meeting with 3 men representing the 6 merchant cities on the southern coast of the Bull Kingdom, and we can make some very generous concessions to your organization, assuming you commit to a closer relationship, said one of the representatives. He was the junior negotiator, though he was old enough to have lost most of his hair. Still, he was dressed in fine silk clothes that did little to hide his large gut, and he wore expensive perfumes that were so pungent they almost burned Elise's nose, and she had to concentrate on not scrunching up her face in displeasure. Very generous terms, such as land grants and favored status with our ships. We'll prioritize cargo coming and going from your towers, and ensure that wherever our ships can be found, there will always be friends of your organization, the senior negotiator added. He was quite different from his partner, in that he was slim and had a full head of black hair. However, his hair had been heavily oiled and slicked back, while his clothes were an almost fluorescent array of yellows, greens, and blues. This pair of negotiators gave Elise the unpleasant sense of snake oil salesmen, with the perfumes and colorful clothing seemingly meant to overwhelm her senses and distract her. However, she was dressed to the nines, and her choice of attire seemed to have a greater impact upon them than theirs had upon her. Elise was clad in a tight and low-cut black silk dress that extended all the way down to her ankles and left her arms bare. Her hair had been pulled up into a stylish ponytail that highlighted her necklace, made of silver links set with an alternating pattern of red and black onyx. Given the way their eyes roamed over her body, her wardrobe was doing much better at distraction than theirs was to her. In fact, their attire was little more than an annoyance to her. This will be a fantastic deal, we're going to make each other so much money, the junior negotiator said enthusiastically. Indeed, setting up a tower in the Southern Territories will bring nothing but benefits to all parties, the senior negotiator said with what he thought was a dignified smile, but it seemed more like a dismissive leer to Elise. She had said little during their meeting, barely sparing the 2 negotiators and their page more than a few cursory glances the entire time. It seems my attempt to be obviously disinterested has given them the wrong impression. I guess they think me struck dumb with this idiocy, she thought to herself. Elise finally broke her silence with a glare and a look of derision that immediately shut up both of the negotiators. Heaven's Eye is not interested in building a new tower in any of the cities you represent, she said bluntly. If we were, we'd have built one by now. However, it isn't worth building a new tower in the Southern Territories, so you'll have to make do with the banks, smiths, and merchant hubs that Heaven's Eye already operates in those areas. But, my lady, the senior negotiator began with a startled look on his face. There will be no tower built, and that's final, Elise said, forcefully shutting the man up. No amount of concessions on your part could ever make establishing such an operation down there worth the effort, even if you offered real concessions rather than the bare minimum the Bull King would give us freely if we were to indicate interest. You have entered into this negotiation and offered nothing of substance, while assuming we would simply move in and help you run your businesses. We will not do this. Just as the junior negotiator was going to try to argue with Elise, the door opened and a gorgeous attendant walked in. Elise glared at her for interrupting, but she gave the tower lord's daughter a graceful bow before approaching and whispering into her ear. Elise's annoyed expression immediately disappeared, and she looked back at the attendant with an expression of pleasant surprise, who emphatically nodded to her. My lady, please, if you could simply look at what we're offering again, sputtered the senior negotiator as panic seeped into his voice. However, Elise didn't let him finish, bluntly interrupting with, something important has come up. You 3 know the position of Heaven's Eye, so please don't continue to bother us with your frequent and irritating proposals. Good day. She then stood up and immediately made for the door, walking as fast as she could without impacting her noble demeanor. If I may be so bold as to ask, what has come up? The junior negotiator asked, angrily rising to his feet. Something important, Elise repeated as the attendant opened the door for her. Left unsaid was what she really meant, something more important than you. The negotiators were left alone in the room, having gained nothing but anger from the meeting. Outside, Elise turned to the attendant as they walked to the magic lift and asked, how long ago did he arrive? Young Lord Leon Ursus arrived not even 5 minutes ago, my lady, the attendant respectfully answered. Have any other attendants seen to him? Elise inquired. No, my lady, The chief attendant this shift immediately sent me to inform you, Elise frowned. Next time, make sure he's seen to as soon as he walks in. To not see to any guest, no matter who they are, is incredibly rude. Yes, my lady, the attendant replied, her pretty face growing slightly pale from Elise's subdued anger. As the lift neared the ground floor, the attendant informed Elise of Leon's seating location, so when the doors opened, Elise could walk straight to where Leon was without any hesitation or having to search for him herself. However, what did give Elise some slight hesitation was, upon noticing Leon at his booth, seeing another young woman sitting with him. But that hesitation lasted less than a heartbeat, and she hurried forward. When Leon led Alex into the Heaven's Eye Tower, she was as dumbstruck at the opulence and wealth on display as just about every other commoner that enters the tower. Everywhere were splendidly dressed nobles, knights, and high officials, and the sights and smells of the extravagantly decorated lounge and its accompanying restaurant were incredible. "We're eating here?" Alex asked hesitantly. "Yes," Leon replied. He was too busy looking around to give more complex an answer, but he quickly frowned when he didn't see who he was looking for. No other attendants came up to them to help them, so Leon's frown grew slightly deeper, and he took it upon himself to lead Alex over to an empty booth. "So," Alex began after they had been seated for several minutes, "what do we do now? Do we just wait? Normally, an attendant should have approached us, but I guess not today. Oh well, it shouldn't be too long before someone comes." The two sat there for a few more minutes in silence. Then, Leon noticed Alex staring at something over his shoulder, and her eyes grew wider and wider as he heard footsteps behind him coming closer. "She's here," Zafin told him, confirming what he already knew. He didn't even need to turn around, and already a smile appeared on Leon's face, which only grew wider when a pair of familiar arms wrapped around his neck and shoulders from behind. Elise pulled him into her embrace from behind, and Leon responded by leaning his head to the side and affectionately pressing his forehead against her cheek. When the brief hug was over, Elise slid into the seat next to Leon with a happy smile and angry eyes. However, before she addressed her anger, she turned to Alex to introduce herself. "My name is Elise, I'm the daughter of the Tower Lord in charge of this division of Heaven's Eye, and it's my pleasure to meet you." Alex sputtered. She was so taken with Elise's aura, noble demeanor, beauty, and obviously expensive clothing that she couldn't formulate too many thoughts. Elise giggled at Alex's nervousness, bringing a tinge of red to the latter's cheeks. "Now then," Elise said, turning her sharp green eyes to Leon, "it's been a month and a half, and I have not received a single word from you. Yet, here you are, waltzing into my tower accompanied by a pretty girl as if nothing were wrong. I wonder how I ought to take this." Alex's blush grew brighter when Elise called her pretty, while Leon's face grew slightly paler. "The place I was sent to was a backwater, to the point that there was no way to send you a letter in a timely fashion. By the time I found myself in a place where I could, I was already heading back south," Leon explained. "Is that so?" Elise asked, arching one of her eyebrows as she did. She remained silent and stared at Leon, while the attendant that had been almost entirely ignored anxiously came forward and took Leon and Alex's food orders. Under her silent gaze, Leon couldn't help but wilt a little, but eventually, she leaned forward and whispered, "I know a way you can make it up to me." Leon turned to her, his nervous gold eyes meeting her mischievous emerald eyes. From within his soul realm, he could hear Zafin begin to chuckle. "You're fucked," the demon choked out between his laughs. It took Leon a few seconds to work up the nerve to ask, "What is it?" From the other side of the table, Alex watched in fascination as Elise did little more than glare at Leon to make him flustered and tense. In the entire time they had been together in the Northern Territories, she hadn't yet seen this side of Leon, and she couldn't help but unknowingly join Zafin in chuckling at Leon's expense. "Lift your arm," Elise commanded. Leon didn't know what she was getting at, but he complied, slowly lifting his left arm into the air. As soon as there was enough room, Elise darted in and leaned against him, then said, "Now put your arm down." Understanding what she wanted, Leon smiled and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her in a little closer. Noticing his smile, Elise whispered, "Oh, don't think you're entirely off the hook. Just you wait until tonight." Of course, this only made Leon smile more. Zafin, however, wasn't amused. "Is that it? That's all?" he cried. "Might as well not have been angry in the first place. So, how did you manage to come back so early?" Elise asked. The question immediately wiped the smiles off both Leon and Alex's faces. Slowly, Leon began to explain what happened at the fort. Chapter 164. Trust. Elise sighed in satisfaction as she collapsed next to Leon and buried her face into his shoulder. She lay there for several long moments, naked and breathing hard, basking in the afterglow of great sex and in the relief that Leon had survived the battle he and Alex had described to her. The silence was only broken when Leon hesitantly asked, "So, can I move now?" "No," Elise said, playfully pinching him in the ribs. "Your punishment isn't over yet." Leon's arm twitched as he struggled to keep from pulling Elise in closer, while her eyes sparkled in delight. They had returned to her mother's estate not long after meeting up in the tower, and they immediately made for Elise's private wing, stopping only to help Alex get settled into a guest room. Their clothes were removed as fast as was possible once they were in Elise's bedroom, but when Leon moved in for a kiss, Elise had instead pushed him down onto the bed and enacted her punishment for not sending a letter, forcing him to lay back and not move. If his hands went anywhere near her body, she had said, she would stop immediately. Suffice it to say, as much as he wanted to take a more active role, Leon managed to restrain himself. Elise didn't make it easy, though, as she had made use of more than a few tips from her mother to drive Leon crazy. She went slowly in the beginning, dragging out the foreplay and pushing Leon to the edge multiple times without letting him go over. Eventually, she mounted him, but continued to tease and torture him with short, slow hip movements. However, after an hour or so of fun, she decided it was time to end things, and so finally gave Leon his first climax while she drove herself into her fifth. "Got any idea of when my punishment will be over?" Leon asked as he gave a suggestive look to his lady. Let me think about it," Elise teasingly answered. "In the meantime, you can tell me more about that battle at your post." "I can tell you skimmed a lot of details, given that you didn't even mention your ascension to the 4th tier," Leon smiled, then said, "That was a lucky accident. I barely managed to ascend just before the Veilmen surrounded our tower." "Lucky indeed," Elise responded, "but that doesn't explain the fire that your cute new squire mentioned." Leon looked away from Elise and stared at the ceiling. He had no idea how to explain his use of demon fire, so he went silent for a few seconds while he pondered what to say. In the end, he had to ask for help. "Any advice, demon?" Zafin muttered in surprise. He'd been actively trying not to pay attention to what the two lovers were doing, so Leon had to explain the situation. "Personally, if you trust her, then I don't care what you say to her," Zafin answered. "The only thing that would concern me is whether or not she would take kindly to knowing a demon is living in your soul realm." "Yes, that's the part that's giving me pause. Demon worship is illegal in this kingdom, and though I'm not exactly worshipping you even though you probably should be," Zafin muttered. "I don't think it's a distinction many would care to make," Leon continued, ignoring Zafin's comment. "If anyone in power here knew about you, I would be willing to bet I'd be on a one-way trip to the headsman's block in less than a day. That would be mighty inconvenient," Zafin said. "Do you trust her?" "I do," Leon answered without hesitation. "Does she trust you?" "I believe so." "Then I don't think it matters whether you tell her or not. Now that I'm thinking about it more, though, I would prefer that you try to take the option that doesn't expose me." "I can understand that." Leon thought on the problem for another few moments, then turned back to Elise. "I love you," he said. "I love you, too," she answered, but her eyes quickly narrowed. "I trust you more than anyone else," Leon continued, "but my fire is something I'd rather not speak about for now." "That doesn't sound like you trust me very much," Elise said, her gaze turning hard and cold. "I do, but this is something that affects more than me. I would put my life in your hands in a heartbeat, but I can't make that same decision for others. So for now, I have to ask you to leave me with this one secret. Please." For a second, it seemed to Leon like Elise was about to explode with anger, but then her eyes softened and she turned away and said, "I will let you have this one secret, then. But I want to know everything else." Leon smiled and almost leaned down to kiss her, but he remembered her orders not to move just in time. "Thank you, my love," he said. He proceeded to tell her all the details he could about the battle, including the effect thunderstorms have on him. Elise was a little confused until she remembered that Leon's real name wasn't Ursus, but Rame. Things were a little easier to accept then, but that also reminded her that she had a little secret of her own. "Leon," she said, her tone turning from playful and teasing to deadly serious, "there's something I think you should know. What is it?" "House Rame has her, I suppose," had a special relationship with Heaven's Eye, in the past. Leon raised his eyebrow to indicate his interest, but he remained quiet and let his lady talk. I don't know the exact details, and I suspect that there are few alive that do, but House Raim was much closer to Heaven's Eye than a noble family has any right to be. I'm pretty sure that relationship extends well before the time when they were petty kings of the Great Plateau, and long before the first Bull King united these lands. What was the nature of this relationship? Leon inquired. Like I said, I don't know the details, but Heaven's Eye has always supported your house, and the tower in Tira is probably older by tens of thousands of years than the one here in the capital, maybe even older than any other tower in Eterna. So, you're saying that Heaven's Eye was started in Tira? Leon asked. No, just that's where the first tower was built, Elise answered. Then, that's not a lot to go on, Leon said. I know, the evidence for it is mostly circumstantial, but it's just a feeling I have. There's more to what's between Heaven's Eye and your house than the usual business relationship we have with other noble houses. How do you know all of this? He asked, confused as to why she was suddenly telling him these things. My mother forced me to work in the tower for a while, and I came across some old documents from an agreement to lease a vault between the head of House Raim and the Tower Lord in Tira. That document was more than 15,000 years old. It got me curious as why there was a tower there so long ago, so I did some digging. Leon frowned again, hesitated for a moment, but then told Elise about his family's archives below the palace ruins in Tira, indicating just how old House Raim was and implying that was why Heaven's Eye set up in their city. Elise's eyes widened in response, and she stared at Leon in disbelief. Really? She asked intensely. That place sounds like ruins found within the Four Empires near the center of the plain. Leon blinked, not quite sure how to proceed, but he nodded to confirm that what he said was accurate. Elise pushed herself up off his arm so she could look into his eyes better. This put her naked body on full display, but there wasn't the slightest hint of amorousness in her eyes, rather, they were serious mixed with some fear and panic. Don't tell anyone else what you just told me, she ordered. Leon quickly nodded and said, I won't. After a moment of staring into each other's eyes, Elise calmed down and went back to snuggling up against Leon. There isn't really anything we can do about it now, but when we get a little older and a little stronger, we should go visit those archives. I'm sure there are plenty of secrets hidden away within. Her statement reminded Leon of the locked door within the archives. He had almost completely forgotten about it until right that moment, but he decided not to mention it. It wasn't a pressing issue, so he decided that he'd simply show it to her when they made their visit. Instead, he wanted to change the subject and try to alleviate some of the tense atmosphere that had been created. Speaking of strength, he said, injecting some playfulness into his tone, I noticed you ascended to the 3rd tier. Elise smiled with pride at her lover's words. Yes, I achieved it only a week or so after you left. I was planning on surprising you by being much stronger when you returned, but instead you came back 2 years early and as a 4th tier veteran knight to boot. She acted like she was offended, but the impish smile on her face betrayed her. Leon instinctively tried to pull her closer, but all he got was a pinch in the ribs for his trouble. You're still being punished, sir, Elise said. Still? Leon asked dejectedly. Elise had gotten herself off using his body 5 times, but he'd only climaxed once. This left him still quite ready to go, and it was starting to feel tortuous to not move and embrace the gorgeous woman at his side. Until I say otherwise, Elise said happily. Leon sighed in frustration. Elise took a little pity on him, but that pity was still dwarfed by her mild sadism, so she still demanded he remain still. After a few moments of silence, Leon decided to confide in her something else, and said, I was attacked on the galley on the way to Cyrene. Oh. What did you do, insult a sailor and start a brawl? Elise asked jokingly. No, Leon answered seriously. They knocked out the entire crew, then tried to infiltrate my cabin and kill me in the night. Elise's joking demeanor vanished when she realized the gravity of what Leon had just said. An attempted assassination was just as serious as repelling a Valeman raid. Tell me everything, she said. Leon obliged, filling her in first on the 3 thugs, then on the 2 men who followed later. And the weaker of the 2 wore this ring, Leon explained, showing Elise the emerald ring he still wore. I was wondering where you got that, and why you weren't taking it off, Elise said. I was just in too much of a hurry to bring it up before now. Well, it has an invisibility enchantment on it. I can turn invisible for a significant amount of time while wearing it, so long as I stay away from other mages or magical implements. Elise thought for a minute. Do you have a copy of the enchantment? Leon nodded. He still retained the copy he made to study. It had been with all of his books, so the Veilmen didn't get their hands on it. Where is it? Elise asked. In my pack, Leon answered, nodding to where it had been unceremoniously dropped by the door. He was about to rise and get it for her, but Elise pushed him back into the bed with a look of warning and rose to get it herself. Leon didn't argue, as he was too busy watching her walk around without any clothes, something which she noticed, so she played it up a little with some exaggerated movements and struck a few highly suggestive poses when going through his things. You don't have a lot of clothes in here, she remarked as she returned to bed with the copy of the enchantment in hand. Veilman got to most of it. Went missing during the battle. I'm basically down to 3 outfits. Well, that's something we can fix later, as you won't need clothes for the rest of the day, Elise said with a devilish smile, which Leon happily returned. Elise sat on the edge of the bed with her back to Leon and closely examined the enchantment. It was incredibly complex, and she could tell it would take an in-depth examination to determine where it came from. I'll have this sent to some people in the tower. We'll find out who made this enchantment, and who, if anyone, it was sold to, she said confidently as she rolled it up and placed it on the bedside table. In the meantime, Leon said, "Can I move yet?" Elise stared at him. It was obvious merely from the tent he was pitching in the bedsheets just how much he wanted to move, so she made a show of thinking about it. Just as it looked like Leon was about to lose control, she smiled at him and said, "Well, I suppose you deserve a reward for surviving that Veilman attack and coming back to me. I suppose I can deign to end your punishment." Leon immediately sat up and snatched her up into his arms. She almost yelped in glee, but Leon sealed her mouth with his own while pressing her down into the bedsheets. When they separated, Leon sadistically smiled at her and said, "You had your fun with me, now I feel it would only be fair if I had my fun with you. Oh, you're so scary." Elise cried in an extremely sarcastic tone. "Won't someone please come and save me from this despicable beast? I'm but an innocent maiden about to ravaged by a monster." Leon gave her an evil look and an eviler chuckle, then started to kiss his way down her body. "You don't even know," he thought with glee. She had made sure to agonize him with her slow and methodical actions, especially during their foreplay, so he intended to pay her back in kind. He still had plenty of tips and tricks he'd been given by Charles and Alon that he was eager to try. So he massaged, pinched, twisted, and kissed his way further and further down her body, his every move eliciting another moan of pleasure from his lover. Chapter 165. Relaxing in the capital. While Leon moved into Elise's room, Alex was given a guest room down the hall. She was in the same private wing of Elise's estate as the other two, but she was also placed far enough away as to not be disturbed if Leon and Elise were to get too loud. Alex's room was opulently decorated with marble tiles and statues, murals covering the walls made of colored glass tiles, and luxurious furniture, chief of which being the enormous bed. As soon as Alex walked into her room, the bed was so inviting that it almost demanded she lay down for a while, so she dropped what few things she brought to the capital and collapsed on the bed. She was so exhausted that she fell asleep in minutes. It took a servant knocking on her door the next morning to invite her to breakfast for her to wake up, and even then, she was still sluggish and sleepy. As she gathered herself, though, she was surprised that she was able to sleep so well in this new place. "This is a remarkable bed, to allow me to sleep so readily," she thought to herself as she struggled to her feet and out of her dirty clothes. Then again, it makes sense that the ultra-rich would live in such comfort and luxury, yet, even with that thought, she still felt at peace, as if she was welcome, which was certainly not the case at Fort 127. There, she was only able to sleep because of Sam, and later, Leon. Alex walked into the attached bathroom and marveled at the facilities, from the magically advanced toilets and sink to the huge white marble bath. The bathroom alone was larger than the tent she and Leon shared with Sam's squad. However, the good mood that Elise's estate put her in immediately vanished when Alex saw herself in the mirror. It wasn't her body or her looks that depressed her, though, rather, it was the streaks running down her face that drew her attention. She groaned as she hurriedly wiped her face. "At least Leon isn't here to see me," she thought to herself. Ever since the battle ended and she left the fort, she'd been occasionally crying in her sleep. Sam had been like a cool uncle to her, and her mourning was all the more intense now without mortal danger to distract from it. She hated crying, though, especially when it was in her sleep, as she couldn't do anything about it. She was certain Leon had seen her a few times with the tears still on her face when they were coming south, but he had been courteous enough not to mention it. Come on, knights are stronger than this, she angrily thought to herself. After wiping her face, she quickly washed her face, then started putting herself together for the upcoming day. She slapped her face a few times to fully wake herself up and to banish the last traces of sadness from her mind, then let her usual smile appear. I wonder what breakfast is like here, she thought as she forced herself to move on. Breakfast was, for the servants in the estate, a rather subdued affair. For Leon and Alex, however, it was a pampered and exciting event. They weren't eating in the main dining hall, but rather in a small room in Elise's wing that only had room for about 5 or 6 guests. Despite the lack of formality, there were still about half a dozen servants coming and going with dishes made of sparkling porcelain and silverware made of actual silver. After the table was set, the servants then brought in a veritable feast of eggs, bacon, and all sorts of other breakfast foods for Elise, Leon, and Alex to take as they pleased, pairing it all with milk, juice, and water served in crystalline glass cups. Leon and Alex could only stare at the procession of servants that did all this, with Elise happily watching them and giggling to herself. She especially enjoyed showing off for Leon, even if this wasn't even close to what would be prepared for a formal occasion. Elise walked over to her table and sat down, then looked over at the still awed Leon and Alex and said, "Well, don't just stand there, come and take a seat." The two immediately sat down at the round table, and the servants who were waiting in the corner of the room walked forward to begin serving the food with almost exaggerated grace and politeness. The knight and squire pair were a little overwhelmed, but once Elise started eating, they, too, dug in. Alex tried to go slowly so she could watch Elise, while Leon struggled to not tear into his food, as he still vividly remembered Artoria's lessons on table manners. The meal was eaten in relative silence. Alex and Leon had gotten used to eating Legion rations, and the meal they had in the tower the day before hadn't quite washed the taste of those rations out. So, they ate as fast as they could without making a mess, and Elise watched with an odd sense of glee at their obvious joy. As for herself, she had worked up an appetite the night before with Leon, but she was still done with her food long before the other two. When they were finally slowing down, Elise broke the silence, asking, "So, what's on the schedule for today?" Alex looked to Leon to answer, as he was her knight. Leon answered, "Well, there isn't much. Some training after breakfast, then some more training before bed. Nothing else, really. Then you have plenty of time to come into the city with me." Elise said happily. She turned to Alex and said, "You're more than welcome to come along, too. This guy lost most of his clothes up at your fort, and I'm going to drag him along to get some replacements." "Huh?" Leon asked in confusion. He and Elise hadn't agreed to that. "You need new clothes, my love, and not the plain kind that you're wearing now." Elise responded, "What's wrong with what I'm wearing now?" Leon asked indignantly. "They're too simple. If you're going to be interacting with nobles, which is a knight, you will be, then you need something with a little more flash," Elise said with a smile. Leon frowned. He didn't care what the other nobles thought of him, and he cared even less about what they thought about his clothes. Besides, he greatly preferred the comfort that came from simpler clothing. He wouldn't need to spend all day dressing like he would if he wore something weighed down with gold thread. After a moment of he and Elise staring at each other in silence, Leon said, "I suppose I can compromise for one fancy outfit. The rest of what I get will be some regular shit. I can live with that," Elise replied. "So, are you coming?" she asked of Alex. "Yes," Alex almost shouted. "I mean, I would love to accompany the two of you," she said much quieter. She hadn't made that big of a deal about it, but she didn't have that many clothes, either. Elise giggled a little at her enthusiasm, then, seeing that Leon and Alex were finished with their breakfast, made a subtle gesture to the waiting servants to collect the leftovers and the used dishes. "Would it be a problem if I joined the two of you for your training?" she asked Leon. He, of course, nodded his assent, as did Alex when Elise turned to her. "Wonderful," she said happily. She then dragged Leon back to her room, while telling Alex to get changed and to meet them in her training room. She also ordered a servant to act as a guide for Alex, should she need one. Much of the rest of the morning was spent with Leon and Alex sparring, and Elise happily watching, though her eyes were mostly on Leon, imagining him in various clothes to try and see what would work with his look. Around 11, Leon and Alex stopped their training to wash up and ready themselves to head out into the city. They were only slightly delayed when Elise took the opportunity to have a bath with Leon, but they still got outside in due time. "This is the place?" Leon asked, looking at the grand edifice of the tailor Elise had led him and Alex to. "This is the place," Elise confirmed with a smile. "This is where almost all of the high nobles get their clothes made when in the capital." "I don't think I can afford this place," Alex said quietly as she stared at the building. It was made of shiny polished granite and black marble, with a courtyard that had a fountain as a centerpiece. Everywhere she looked screamed at her that this place was extravagantly expensive, and she was only a first-tier squire in the Legion. She did have some money, but she guessed she'd be bankrupted before she could buy a single thread from this tailor. But Elise smiled at her and said, "This is my treat. We'll get you something good, don't worry about the price." The three walked into the building. As befitting the place of business for some of the most respected fashion designers in the Bull Kingdom, the inside was just as magnificently decorated as the outside, with murals covering the floor, walls of enchanted glass and gigantic marble columns that gave the entry hall an open feeling without letting in the heat and dust of the city, and gorgeous marble statues showing off some of the most popular clothing designs the tailors working there provided. "Lady Elise," came a cry from behind the front desk. The speaker was a young woman, Leon guessed in her mid-20s, who wore a modest dress that was incredibly similar to one of the dresses on a nearby statue. Her purple-dyed hair was pulled into a loose plait and draped over one shoulder. "How can we help you today?" asked the attendant. "I need to get my friends some new clothes," Elise politely answered, making sure to smile at the young attendant. "Of course, please follow me to a private room," the attendant said. She led them into a quiet room that had been lined with dark wood and given soft lights. In the center of the room was a small platform that was half surrounded with mirrors and could be completely surrounded with dark red velvet curtains. This platform had numerous dim magical lights, to help whoever was trying on clothes to see themselves in any kind of light. After showing them into the private changing room, the attendant left to fetch one of their best tailors. She was back in a matter of minutes, with a middle-aged woman in another dress that Leon recognized from the entry hall. Her pitch-black hair had been styled much like the attendant's, tied into a ponytail and pulled over a shoulder. "Lady Elise, it's so good to see you again," the tailor said as she and Elise hugged each other in greeting. "Miss Gisela, I'm glad you're here today," Elise replied. "Whatever can we do for you today?" Gisela asked. Elise turned to Leon and Alex and said, "My friends are looking for some formal attire, as well as something comfortable to wear every day. They're both in the Legion, so I think they might also need some training clothes, too." "Well, let's see what we can do for them," Gisela said enthusiastically. She walked over to Alex first, to inspect Alex's looks and body, to try and figure out what might look good on her. A pair of assistants entered the room, and Gisela began ordering them around. One was sent off for fabric samples while the other began to get measurements of Alex's body, much to the young woman's embarrassment. "Oh, don't mind them," Elise said, "they need to make sure your clothes are perfect fits, after all." Alex frowned but allowed the measuring to continue. When the assistant was done with her, she moved on to measuring Leon, who looked even less thrilled than Alex to have a stranger touching him just about everywhere. But he retained control over himself and let the assistant finish her work without releasing killing intent or anything else of the sort. After that, it was a flurry of changing into a wide variety of clothes behind the platform's curtains for Leon and Alex while Elise and Gisela watched and offered suggestions. By the end, they had been there for over 3 hours, and Leon was left exhausted. Alex had some fun trying on the new clothes, but even she had had enough when it came time to leave. As they were leaving the tailor, Elise leaned in to whisper to a profoundly unhappy Leon, "You looked great in that suit, you should wear it for me sometime. I think it might be a long time before I wear that gaudy thing," Leon answered, glaring back at the tailor. He and Alex had both bought some fancy clothes that would need attention from Gisela before they were ready, while they both walked away with bags full of more normal and, in Leon's case, monochrome clothing that didn't need much work from a tailor. Their ornate clothing would be delivered to Elise's estate before they left for the Bull's Horns. "Are you saying you don't want to go to parties with me?" Elise asked teasingly. "Going anywhere with you is a delight," Leon answered with complete seriousness. "However, the idea of going to any kind of party is rather unappealing to me." "Well, I'll figure out a way to get you to wear that outfit," Elise replied with a sinister smile. "I think she's right, though, you did look pretty good in it," Alex said. Leon sputtered, not knowing how to respond. "See, Are you going to argue with both of us? Elise asked. Leon wisely shut his mouth and stared ahead of them, causing Elise to laugh and Alex to chuckle a little. If Leon weren't her knight, her formal commander, then she would have probably let out quite a bit more than just a chuckle, though. Lady Elise, Alex began, tactfully shifting the topic away from Leon's wardrobe. Please, just call me Elise, the other lady replied. Alex smiled, and asked, Elise, I've been noticing the same hairstyle a lot, is that just the fashion down here? Leon blinked in confusion, but a quick glance around at the crowds of people around them revealed that most of the women indeed had their hair styled in the same way as Gisela and the attendant. Leon hadn't paid much attention to it, but he was sure that most of the ladies didn't style their hair that way before he left for Fort 127. Elise glanced around as well. Her own long shiny red hair was loose and allowed to hand over her shoulders and down her back, making her rather unique in terms of style compared to the other ladies around. Well, Elise explained, the first princess made an appearance at court about 3 weeks ago. She wore her hair like that, and it seems she made quite the impression on the courtiers. Over the past few weeks, the noble ladies have started wearing their hair like that, and it's only spread from there. Ah, Alex whispered. She and Elise spent the next few minutes talking about hairstyles until they returned to Elise's estate. After that, it was time for meditation training. Alex spent several hours in Elise's training room quietly meditating while Leon practiced trying to change his mana into lightning magic. Elise passed those hours in her garden, staring at nature enchantments and trying to make them more efficient. In the neighboring wing of the estate, her mother watched with an enormous smile on her face. Even after they'd left after morning training, she'd kept an eye on them. After a while, she called a servant over to her and instructed her to relay an invitation to Elise to invite her and her guests to share dinner, so she could get to know them better. Chapter 166. Roland's investigation. She turned down the invitation. Emily asked, seeking confirmation from the servant she sent to her daughter extending an invitation for her, Leon, and Alex to join her for dinner. Yes, my lady. Young Lady Elise was quite emphatic. In fact, the servant answered. He was standing at the door, where a light enchantment had created a black curtain-like wall that blocked all light from passing. Just beyond it, Emily was lounging on a sofa, completely naked. She was leaning back against one of her concubines, an exceptionally muscular dark-skinned man from the Samar kingdom, while another concubine, an almost effeminately thin man, rubbed her feet. Both men were also naked. The servant, of course, knew what was going on behind the light curtain, so he didn't pry. He respectfully remained behind the curtain, though Emily wasn't nearly so shy as to care if he saw her body or not. Well, that's disappointing, Emily whispered. I was hoping to meet that boy that has so captured my daughter's attention. Ajax had written to her almost immediately after Leon had left Tira, and had included just enough details in his letter for Emily to correctly guess Leon's identity. And, though she didn't say it out loud, as she didn't want to say it in front of her concubines, Leon's identity as the last survivor of House Raim piqued her interest in far more ways than him simply being Elise's lover. Very well, I won't insist that she join me, Emily said after a few moments of thought. However, please relay to her my disappointment, and my expectation that she finds the time sometime soon to make a formal introduction between myself and her boyfriend. Yes, my lady, the servant replied, and he left to relay the message. For a moment, it seemed like the man rubbing Emily's feet was about to say something, but a quick glare from her shut him up. She wasn't about to let her daughter's obstinance ruin her relaxation time. Roland leaned back into his favorite chair, stretched out, and cracked open a book. He had just returned from a meeting with Prince August and had almost collapsed from exhaustion when he returned home. It was only the smile of his wife, Melissa, and the sight of his son walking over to him that kept him going long enough to get out of his uniform and persevere until he made it to the family room in his villa. This place was his sanctuary, with no one but himself, his wife, his son, and his most trusted servants allowed within, and even the latter had to have a serious reason to enter, as Roland made it clear that when he was in this sanctuary, work was set aside. It's so rare we get moments like this, anymore, Melissa said with a contented smile on her face. She was sitting across the table from him, in another armchair with their son. Sitting in her lap dozing off. It's a shame, but as a paladin, I have work that has to get done, Roland replied. I understand, Melissa stated. My own work keeps me more than busy, but we should really allocate more time to just relax as a family like this. I certainly wouldn't say no to that, Roland said. However, this is a critical time for Prince August. Octavius has continued to tour the Western territories and has even made a few appearances in the south over the past year. Prince August has made several repeated attempts to get him to return to the capital and assist with the administration of the government, but Octavius has refused every time. Why would he do that? I would think being in the capital would give him more power than constantly being on the move, Melissa wondered aloud. We think he's been gathering support from the nobility in order to shore up his claim to the throne. He's already visited every duke in the west, and most of the dukes in the south. We also know that almost every high noble in those territories has visited him at some point, which is troubling, to say the least, as Prince August certainly isn't going to be giving up his own claim anytime soon, Roland said, his face contorting with worry. Prince August is a smart man, Melissa said, reassuring her husband. He'll get on top of this, and you'll be right there at his side as he does so. But, for now, you're supposed to be relaxing, so let the work talk drop. Yes, dear, Roland said with a chuckle. The two took a few more minutes to rest in silence before they rose and moved to a nearby couch, where they could both play with their son. It was a fine time, and for a brief moment, Roland forgot all about being a paladin. That is, until a servant timidly opened the door of the family room and stuck her head in. What is it? Melissa asked in a voice that was, perhaps, a little too sharp. She immediately regretted snapping at the servant, who ducked back behind the door and quietly said, "An urgent letter came for the good sir, my lady." Roland sighed, then walked over to the door, where he apologized to the servant and received the letter. "Who's it from?" Melissa asked. "The office of the Consul of the North," Roland answered, his eyes narrowing. He immediately sat down and stared at the letter in his hand, remembering the lengths he'd gone to in order to look into the academy trainee turned squire Luke had seen on the street about a month previously. It had started the day after the commencement and knighting ceremony, when Leon and the rest of his circle of friends had already gone out to celebrate completing their training in the academy. Prince August had no need for him, so Roland made his way down to the Knight Academy around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, accompanied only by Luke. "Sir Roland," exclaimed the secretary in the entry hall of the Academy's administration building. "Good day," Roland said in greeting. What can I help you with?" the young secretary behind the desk asked. "I'd like to speak with the legate as soon as possible," Roland answered. The secretary nodded furiously, then waved at a nearby first-tier mage to leave, who Roland assumed was there to act as a runner. The runner came back almost immediately, and Roland was led to the legate's office. "Sir Roland, welcome," the legate said as he stood and walked over to shake Roland's hand, and gestured to the chairs and couch in his office. Roland graciously took a seat, and asked, "I've come here to inquire about a trainee that was recently sent off for his squireship." "Getting right to the point, the legate said with an appreciative nod. "What's this trainee's name? I might have heard of him." "Leon Ursus," Roland answered. The legate knew exactly who Roland was asking about. He remembered Leon from the duel he had with Gaius during the combat test. More importantly, he was one of the few people in the Bull Kingdom who had correctly guessed Leon's identity. The legate's heart rate skyrocketed, but his face remained jovial, showing no sign that he was affected by Roland's purpose. "That name does sound familiar," the legate had to admit. "I believe he was one of the third-tier trainees who led the Snow Lions to victory this past cycle. Can you tell me anything else about him?" "Physical description, perhaps?" Roland asked, betraying his own burning curiosity by leaning in and narrowing his eyes. "Can't say that I can. I don't actually interact with the trainees very much in my position," the legate answered. After he'd guessed who Leon really was, he'd made the decision to avoid involving himself in the younger mage's affairs, to minimize the risk of drawing the attention of those who had destroyed House Rame as much as possible. He'd even made excuses to involve himself as little as possible in the training of Leon's cycle, and to not check the squire's hips Nicomeds gave the third-tier trainees in Leon's year. Well, then, how about where and who he went to squire for? He was in the winning unit, so he had to have been sent somewhere within or close to the capital. There was a short silence following Roland's follow-up question, while the legate smiled at the paladin. He deliberately dragged out his response, making Roland impatient. "Why are you so interested in this young boy?" the legate asked, slowly enunciating each word. "I believe that he's a boy I encountered recently in the Northern Vales. If I'm right, then I'd like to take him as a squire, if possible," Roland answered. We've already issued orders for this boy, and he's likely on his way to his assigned post as we speak, the legate said. Did you file a formal request for this boy to be your squire? I didn't, Roland admitted. Most 6th tier knights would have a high enough rank that they would have one of their subordinates send for a squire, and actually knew little about the trainees in any given year. Roland, however, liked to be a little more discerning, and to do his research on every trainee in the academy. Consequently, Luke had only been his second squire. So, then, you want to deprive another deserving knight of an academy-trained squire, so you can take him on yourself. The legate pressed, hoping, but not believing, that Roland would let the matter drop. I'm not trying to inconvenience anyone, but as I said, if it's possible, I'd like to look out for this boy. I saw him fight in the Northern Vales, and I'd very much like to take him under my wing, Roland explained. Assuming this is the same person, the legate added. Assuming this is the same person, Roland repeated. After another moment's pause, the legate stood up. Roland made to do the same, but the legate waved him back into his seat. The legate stuck his head out of his office door, spoke a few words to one of his assistants, then returned to his seat. I can't get too close to this, and if I stand in the paladin's way too vehemently, then he'll likely guess that I also know who Leon Ursus is, the legate had thought. I'm not going to get in your way, Sir Roland, the legate said out loud. However, I don't know where this Leon Ursus is being sent. So, I've asked my logistics officer, Sir Nicomedes Tullius, to join us. You may direct all your questions regarding the specifics of where the young Ursus is being sent to him. Thank you, Sir Aeneas, Roland said gratefully. Don't thank me just yet, Paladin, the legate said. I will not rescind Ursus' orders. He's going where Sir Tullius has sent him. If you want to take him as your own squire, you'll have to take that up with the unit he's been assigned to. I understand, Roland responded. They waited in the legate's office for a few minutes, until Nicomedes arrived. Nico, the legate said in greeting. Please, take a seat, Sir Roland has a few questions regarding a specific trainee we've just sent out for his squireship. Well, I hope I can answer Sir Roland's questions, Nicomedes said. Roland and the legate quickly brought Nicomedes up to speed on who Roland was looking for. His name does sound familiar, Nicomedes said. He was a little startled that Roland was looking for Leon, but he didn't let it show on his face. Do you remember where he's being sent to? Roland asked. Unfortunately, I do not, Nicomedes answered, lying through his teeth. I have almost 1,000 trainees to see to every year, and I can hardly be expected to remember where I send each and every one, wouldn't you agree? Roland frowned, as he figured the Tribune would remember the third-tier trainees, at least, but he didn't question Nicomedes. Can you check your records then? He asked the Nico as politely as he could. Is this an official request, or just something you'd like to know? Nicomedes asked. This is a personal request, said Roland. The legate almost winced as soon as the paladin said this, and he felt a powerful urge to glare at Nicomedes. I was hoping to ignore official documents, but now that asshat has brought it up, that's impossible now. Nicomedes glanced over at the legate, who frowned, sighed, and said, there are a few forms that you are going to have to take care of, if this isn't official business, Paladin. Roland grit his teeth in frustration, but he nodded his head and tried to not let it show. If you could help me, that would be great, he said. Then I will have the proper forms sent over to your home as soon as I can, Nicomedes said. Thank you, Roland said as politely as he could. With his business done, he rose, said his goodbyes, and left. He met Luke back in the entry hall, who came over and asked, so, what's the news? I get the feeling that the Tribune in charge of logistics here is slightly corrupt, and that the legate isn't so squeaky clean either, Roland said quietly. If they're noble, then I'm sure they're both a little more than slightly corrupt, Luke said with a smile. Indeed, nepotism and corruption are fairly strong ingredients in blue blood, still, they avoided my questions by throwing bureaucracy in my face. Neither are wrong, they're just obstructionist asses. What do we do now? Luke asked. We wait for the forms to come to my house, then we wait for the answer to my inquiries. Not much else we can do right now. Luke frowned, mirroring Roland's own expression. After the paladin left, the legate turned to Nicomedes. Have you ever forgotten where you've sent a trainee, before? He asked, his eyes narrowing in obvious suspicion of his tribune. There's a first time for everything, Nicomedes said flippantly. You were deliberately avoiding his questions, the legate said. There are rules and regulations that everyone must follow, Nicomedes countered. Whether they are nobles or up-jumped commoners, they must follow the procedures. I don't like yelling at my subordinates in front of others. I find it humiliating for everyone, so you will not do something like this again or I will do just that. It costs the academy nothing to tell a paladin or a consul, for that matter, where a trainee has been sent if they ask, and it puts that paladin or consul in our debt, the legate said, his anger mounting. I would be happy to cooperate with a paladin, Nicomedes passionately said, however, that man is no paladin. He was appointed by the 4th prince, but when the king returns, I'm sure he'll be kicked out in a heartbeat. Paladins should be 7th-tier mages, and of proper lineage. Enough! Shouted the legate. Roland will fill out the paperwork, and you will tell him what he wants to know without delay. Maybe then I won't have you replaced. The legate began to emit his prodigious killing intent, and Nicomedes, despite having been fired up just a few seconds before, sank down into his chair like a withered stalk of grass. Now, tell me, where did you send Ursus? The legate growled. He could tell that part of the reason Nicomedes was denying Roland was that he didn't want anyone looking into where he sent Leon, which he found obviously suspicious. Nicomedes lost what little color remained in his face, and hesitantly said, a fort on the northern border, watching over the frozen mountains for Vailman activity. The legate scowled and stared coolly at his tribune. That's actually a good place for that boy, he thought to himself, but he was careful not to let his approval show on his face. The enemies of his family would hardly look into such a backwater. I'd wager, however, his approval of where Nicomedes sent Leon was based purely on knowledge of Leon's identity. As the legate of the Knight Academy, he couldn't openly support the decision. Sending a trainee to a nowhere fort wasn't strictly against the rules, but it simply wasn't done. Do you remember what it was like when you first arrived here? The legate suddenly asked. Sir, Nicomedes said in confusion, I mean how I would scrutinize your every action, and constantly hover over your shoulder making sure you didn't succumb to the same corruption that caused me to dismiss your predecessor, and his predecessor. Nicomedes clenched his teeth in frustration. He absolutely remembered that time. He couldn't do a single thing without the legate closely scrutinizing it. After years in the position, though, the legate had backed off and given him quite a bit of autonomy, so long as he kept his nose clean and wasn't more corrupt than any other high-ranking knight in the royal legions. Do you want to go back to that time? The legate asked. No, sir, Nicomedes immediately replied. I feel that, perhaps, I have been too generous in my granting of autonomy. That will have to change, the legate thought to himself. The dignity of the Knight Academy demands more than a tiny border fort. I will be taking a more active role in squire assignments from now on, the legate said, causing Nicomedes to frown in dejection. And you had best cooperate fully with the paladin, or else I will be taking a much closer and more official look into this matter. Understand? Yes, sir. He couldn't actually punish his tribune, as Nicomedes hadn't technically broken any rules, despite the obvious disregard for ethics. Still, the legate certainly intended to make Nico's life much harder for the next year or two, to make sure the tribune wouldn't do anything so blatantly corrupt again and so that he wouldn't have to open any official investigations into the matter that would leave paper trails. Suffice it to say, Roland learned that Leon had been sent to Fort 127 a week later. It had taken that long for the paperwork to be processed, but once it was, Nicomedes made sure that the paladin was informed right away. If he didn't, then the legate would have real cause to remove him from his office, as he'd specifically ordered Nico to inform Roland as soon as the paperwork allowed. It then took Roland another few days to find out exactly where the fort in question was, and when he did, he almost screamed in anger and frustration. He couldn't leave the capital on a whim, and so was forced to send a letter inquiring after Leon to the consul of the north, who could then pass it on to his subordinates, who would then pass it on the commander of the fort. Now, a little more than a month later, Roland received an unexpected reply from the consul of the north himself, rather than the expected fort commander. What does it say? Melissa asked. Roland had opened the letter and slowly read it through twice. It was short and to the point, and Roland's face grew red from anger as he read through it. He sighed and took a few moments to choose his words carefully, so as to not break out into undignified swearing and cursing in front of his son. The consul says that I don't have a right to know about the squire in question. He says that only paladins, princes, or the bull king himself can make such inquiries of him. But you are a paladin, Melissa said, her head tilting in confusion. The consul would disagree, I think. He's implying that since the king didn't appoint me personally, that I'm not a real paladin. Roland's face was bitter and angry, but he held it in as best as he could. I'm going to see Prince August tomorrow, he said. You're going north? Melissa asked. She wrapped her arms around their son and held him close. He was playing with a toy soldier and making war sounds and wasn't paying any attention to what his parents were saying. I am. They will find it harder to deny me what I want to know if I'm there in person. Melissa frowned for a moment, then asked, How long will you be gone? No more than a month, Roland answered with a confident smile. I want to be gone from your arms for as little time as possible, so be assured that I'll make this little trip quick. I'll be holding you to that, Melissa replied. Chapter 167, Investigations and Enchantments, Roland. Please, come on in, Prince August said with a good-natured smile when his friend arrived. Your Highness, Roland said as he walked into the prince's office. The prince looked even more tired than usual, with his face more pale and the bags under his eyes more pronounced, but he still moved with the same energy as he had 3 years ago, when he had first started more of an active role in political affairs. Despite this, it was obvious to Roland that serving as regent was getting to August, the prince needed, but couldn't afford, a break. What brings you here today? August asked. I've been looking into something for a little while, and I've been getting delayed or stonewalled in my attempts, Roland explained. Maybe I can help, August generously offered. What have you been looking into, and what can I help with? Roland had been thinking about how much he should say to August ever since he'd read the Consul of the North's letter the night before, but he still needed a moment of silence to work up the courage. He was betraying his word, after all, and that wasn't something that he found natural to do. When I was in the Northern Vales last year, the paladin hesitantly began, I met a man. This man was exceptionally powerful, and he guided us to the grove of heartwood trees where we found that chunk of heartwood amber. Yes, I remember you telling me about him. A Valeman of that level of power is certainly something to take note of, isn't it? August said with a tired smile. I didn't tell you everything, Your Highness, Roland admitted. August's smile faltered a little, but he remained silent, letting Roland explain himself. This man swore me to secrecy, but I believe that it's something you need to be aware of before I explain my purpose in coming here. Roland paused until August nodded to him to continue. Your Highness, that man was Artoria's Rame. August's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when Roland said that, so surprised was he. A scion of House Rame is still alive, he wondered out loud. Out of curiosity, when he assumed the position of regent, he'd read the reports of what had happened when the local legion arrived at Artoria's villa after it had been attacked. No bodies had been found, but the villa had been nearly burned to the ground. After they'd been missing for a year, it had just been assumed that Artorias and his family had been killed in the battle that had obviously taken place. Artorias fled to the Northern Vales, Your Highness. From what I gathered, his wife was missing, but his son was present. He accompanied us through the Vales into the Heartwood Grove, Roland said. Why are you telling me all of this now? August asked with a tightly controlled tone. I assume Sir Artorias was the one to swear you to secrecy once he was identified. That was indeed the case, Your Highness. He didn't want me to inform anyone about his location and status. Yet here you are, breaking that oath. I believe it's necessary, Your Highness. Why? Because I think that Artoria's son, Leon, has come south and joined the royal legions. Roland quickly walked Prince August through the, admittedly light and circumstantial, evidence he'd collected that supported his belief, how Luke thought he'd seen Leon, Roland's discovery of a Valeman on the list of trainees with Leon's name, and then about how he'd been jerked around by Nicomedes and the Consul of the North. So, you want to go to the Northern Territories and look into this, Leon Ursus, to see if he's actually Leon Rame? August asked, to which Roland nodded in confirmation. Well, my friend, this is a lot you've thrown at me. There was a Valeman incursion into Count Whitefield's lands only a few weeks ago. It was relatively small and easily dealt with, but it has ignited a feud between Count Whitefield and his vassals and allies, and the royal legions. I've been in constant communication with both Sir Clovis and Count Whitefield, and I can tell you that things up there are complicated right now. It's all I can do to prevent another battle from taking place. I understand, Your Highness, and I wouldn't ask to continue this investigation in the Northern Territories unless I thought it was required. August sighed, then said, I will send you to Sir Clovis, in an official capacity. I will give you a missive that makes it clear that his rank as a consul is lower to mine as both prince and regent. He will assist your investigation, or his rank will be forfeit. Thank you, Your Highness. And if you can, try to cool things between him and Count Whitefield. I don't need a small civil war in the north right now. I'll do what I can, Your Highness. If this boy really is who you say he is, then make sure to bring him back here. I'm sure those that destroyed his family are still out there, so we must protect him. Plus, when he grows older, we can return the Great Plateau to him, and cement the northern territories as loyal to the crown, as they were when Archduke Kairos was still around, and make the northern territories loyal to me, or at least, keep them away from Octavius, August thought to himself. Roland frowned a little, and asked, Your Highness, that sounds a bit like you want to use him as a political pawn. August glanced at Roland and sighed. Octavius has been spending the last few years drumming up support from the west and the south, while I've been stuck in the capital trying to keep the peace. I've made some progress with the nobles in the eastern territories, but I need the support of the north. If father dies before I'm able to collect all the ingredients for the potion that will wake him up, then I'm afraid Octavius will run right over us. I'll find myself upon the headsman's block, my mother will be exiled, and my sister will likely be married off to one of Octavius' supporters, assuming both of them don't join me in death, that is. I can't afford to lose to Octavius, my friend. If this boy you're seeking can help me win, then I won't hesitate to use him. But, I'm not Octavius, I won't force him to do anything he doesn't want to do. But, can you think of any greater reward for assisting a prince than being granted the only archduchy in the entire kingdom? That would mean going public with his identity, Roland said quietly. And we'll protect him, he'll have my full support. Roland sat there in awkward silence for a little longer. After a minute or so, Prince August wrote up his missive granting Roland all the authority he needed to investigate Leon's whereabouts, and then Roland was dismissed to organize his journey to the northern territories. Aside from the time he spent training with Alex and the time he was with Elise, Leon focused on his enchantment work. Specifically, he and Zafin were working on crafting the fire enchantments Leon wanted to carve into his armor. And 3 more focusing runes near the edges, and that should do it, Zafin said. Leon carefully wrote the last 3 runes onto the large sheet of paper in front of him and sat back to examine his work. It was a sprawling mess of runes emanating from the central glyph, 5 interconnected runic circles formed by more than 50 fire runes, 14 light runes, and 8 air runes. Around this central glyph, Leon added a large runic circle with 50 lightning runes. Spiraling out from there was a web of additional runes that controlled, amplified, focused, and otherwise altered the magic power that flowed through the enchantment. Zafin gave a deep sigh from within Leon's soul realm. The fire enchantments were perfectly functional, he was certain, but the lightning additions that Leon had made were outside of his wheelhouse, and he had no idea if the overall enchantment was going to work. It's fine, Leon said confidently. And if it isn't? Zafin asked. Then we'll keep working on it until it's fine, Leon answered. Zafin took a deep breath, then said, then let's hope it's fine. Why don't you activate it and see what you can see? Leon complied, pressing his palm into the central glyph and channeling some of his magic power into the enchantment. For a moment, nothing happened. It's not working, Zafin observed. I can see that, Leon said. I'm just not channeling enough power. Leon concentrated more. He wanted to see if the enchantment worked, but if he used too much power, he could destroy the spell paper it was written on. Fortunately, he had written down extensive notes as he crafted this enchantment, so he could recreate it if something went wrong, though it would be a time-consuming process. But, Leon didn't destroy the spell paper. The enhanced control over mana and magic power he acquired from ascending to the 4th tier made it almost easy for him to adjust his magical output, so he slowly increased the amount of magic flowing into the enchantment. The central glyph began to glow, followed by the circle of lightning runes, and then the rest of the enchantment. It's working, Leon said. It's glowing, Zafin corrected. That means the enchantment is working, Leon countered. That means that the magic power is flowing to every rune, Zafin responded. We won't know if the enchantment works until we enchant something with it. Just at that moment, Leon heard a voice from behind say, "What have you been working on while I've been gone?" Leon couldn't help but smile, as he recognized the voices coming from Elise. He turned and saw his lover standing in the doorway of the small enchantment workshop adjacent to her garden that he was working in. I've been writing down the first of the enchantments I've been planning on inscribing onto my armor, he answered. Ooh, can I see? Elise asked with an expectant smile. Of course, Leon answered, and Elise almost bounced forward to examine the paper in front of him. She had just returned from a meeting with some of the merchants in the Heaven's Eye Tower. They had wanted to arrange for some new supply lines to be established from the coastal cities along the western coast of Eterna, and Emily had thrust the responsibility for dealing with it onto Elise. Elise suspected this was payback for turning down her mother's invitation for dinner, but she considered it a small price to pay to avoid the awkwardness of introducing Leon to Emily. Still, she hurriedly dealt with the merchants and came back as quickly as her formal business dress would allow. In fact, so eager was she, that she didn't even change when she came back home, going instead straight to where Leon was working. After a few moments, Elise looked over to Leon with a quizzical look. "Where did you learn these kinds of enchantments?" she asked. "I can barely tell what it's supposed to do. It's designed to amplify and strengthen the fire and lightning magic that passes through it, as well as granting much finer control over it," Leon answered. "I just don't know how well it works. Having two separate enchantments for both elements would have been a simpler solution, but there's limited space on my gauntlets, and I wanted to be as efficient as possible." "Want to test it?" Elise asked, giving Leon a proud smile. "I assume you're asking because you have a way?" Leon inquired. Elise nodded, so he said, "Of course." "Wonderful," Elise said, almost jumping for joy at being able to show off. She hurried over to a cabinet and pulled out a sheet of ash-gray paper. "Copy your enchantment onto this, I'll be right back." Leon nodded and got to work. The paper wasn't that big, so he had to be incredibly careful. However, he'd practiced his enchanting skills enough that he had finished the core glyph by the time Elise returned. She'd swapped her tight black dress for loose-fitting white training clothes and had pulled her hair back into a loose ponytail. "How's it going?" she asked. "Give me another 10 or 15 minutes, Leon answered. When he was done, Elise held out a cheap leather bracer. It was obviously old leather and wasn't made from any magical creature, so the only use it could have would be for testing enchantments. "Wrap this in that paper," Elise instructed. "That paper will then burn the enchantment into the bracer, so you won't have to carve or inscribe it yourself." Leon raised his eyebrows in surprise. He'd been assuming he'd have to use a small hammer and chisel to get his enchantments onto his armor and had been dreading it. But, if this paper could be used on the magmic steel his armor was made of, then he wouldn't have to stress about making a mistake. He hurriedly did as instructed and wrapped the bracer in the paper. The runes on the paper briefly glowed red-hot, and when he unwrapped the bracer, the runes had been burned into it. Running his fingers along the bracer revealed to Leon that the runes were slightly indented, meaning that they were far more than just burns that could be polished off. Smiling, Leon put on the bracer, and he called forth a tiny fraction of Zaffin's power. Elise already knew that he had some command of fire despite only being a 4th-tier mage, so she wasn't surprised when a tiny flame no larger than a candle appeared in Leon's palm. "It seems to be working fine on my end, how's it going with you?" Zaffin asked. Leon's smile almost split his face in half. "It seems to be working perfectly, though we'll still need some testing to be sure." He quickly explained as much to Elise, but just as she was about to offer to escort him to her training room, a servant appeared in the garden just outside the workshop. Alex had left after morning training to spend the day in the capital, so Elise had thought she and Leon would be able to be alone for a long while. She wasn't thrilled to be interrupted. However, when she went to speak with the servant, Leon noticed a look of excitement on her face as the servant handed her a message before leaving to wait outside the garden. Elise hurriedly read the message. It was only a single short paragraph, but Elise went from happy and excited to confused, and then to furious. As she scanned the message again, her fury only grew, and she began to emit killing intent, something which Leon didn't think he'd seen her do before. "That bastard!" she screamed. "What is it?" he asked as he pulled her into a hug from behind. "That animal!" she roared. "What is it?" Leon asked again, with much more insistence. "This," Elise said, brandishing the message as if it were a thing profane, "is the conclusion reached from analyzing the invisibility enchantment you gave to us." Chapter 168, Sanctions, What Did You Find? Leon asked, looking at the message in Elise's hand. She had just received a message with Heaven's Eye's analysis of the invisibility enchantment on the ring he took from the assassins who came for him on the galley a month ago. This must be something quite serious, to get her so worked up, Leon thought, as he observed Elise's towering killing intent. "That ring," she said, waving at the emerald ring on Leon's hand, "was crafted and enchanted by a Heaven's Eye enchanter for the Duke of Orleanorum. That asshole Tiberius, father." Leon's eyes narrowed in anger, and he immediately understood Elise's own rage. Tiberius had been trying to court Elise by sending her gifts and invitations to parties, despite Elise making it exceedingly clear that she wasn't interested. She had even gotten a package from him in the few days since Leon returned, containing a heavy golden necklace with 5 huge glittering rubies, which didn't move her heart at all. She gave the necklace back to the courier who delivered it and had it returned immediately. "Wait a moment," Leon said, "if this ring was for Tiberius, father, then why would he give it to a third-tier assassin? Why wouldn't he keep it for himself? It was part of a bulk order." "The Duke paid more than 40 million silvers for 20 rings, Elise answered, brandishing the message again. "He has plenty of rings to spare for assassins." Leon sighed and took a seat at the table he had been working at. He had a strange smile on his face, but Elise couldn't sense a single trace of killing intent emanating from him, in stark contrast to herself. "Do you plan to do anything about this?" Elise asked angrily. She was a little frustrated at Leon's subdued response, as she expected the same explosive anger that she was feeling. "Oh, I'm planning plenty," Leon said with a vicious smile. "But, for now, I will focus on ascending to the 5th tier. It won't take nearly as long as the 4th tier did, I can tell. Not a hell of a lot a single 4th tier mage can do, is there?" "You're not just a single 4th tier mage, though," Elise said, glaring first at him, then at the paper in her hand. "You're affiliated with Heaven's Eye. We can do plenty to the Duke. Can you destroy them outright?" Leon asked. "No," Elise replied, "or at least, not without some serious repercussions." Leon looked at her, and for the first time, she realized just how wrathful he was. When their eyes met, she felt a tiny sliver of his killing intent, and it was like catching a glimpse of the endless ocean through a distant window. So great was the killing intent that she saw that for a split second, she lost herself in it and froze up completely. She regained control of herself a moment later when Leon looked away, and she immediately collected herself and restrained her own aura. "They still attacked you, my love," she said quietly. "They can't just be let go. I can't just let them go." Leon's smile softened, and he rose from his seat and pulled Elise into his arms. "I understand. I'm not forgiving them, not by a long shot. There will come a day when I visit Tiberius, and he and I are going to have some words." The pair stood there embracing for several silent minutes. They stewed in their anger and fury, though anyone who saw them would have only seen 2 blissful lovers enjoying each other's presence. Elise was the first to break that silence, saying, "There is actually a way we can act against them right now, and not have to wait around for years until we can personally strike back against them." Leon noted her use of the word "we" when talking about personal retaliation, and he smiled wider. He asked, "What do you have in mind?" "We don't have to do anything overt, but there are a few things I can do as my mother's daughter that can make their lives a living hell." As she thought more and more about what she could do apart from simply sending Heaven's Eye guards after Duke Decimus and Tiberius, Elise started to smile in a manner that reflected Leon's before he stood up. "Going after their money?" Leon asked. "More than that, we can go after all of their assets," Elise stated. "We can sink their vaults into a quagmire of paperwork so they can't be accessed without significant effort, and we can remove them from our list of trusted partners. They'll be the only high nobles in this kingdom that aren't on it. This will probably cut profits on their products by at least a third due to lost business with our other business partners, probably more. Also, a few words whispered into the ear of the right official in the royal palace will see an army of accountants and lawyers invading their lands. That family will see their taxes rise sharply, and I'm sure they've done some shady things to build their wealth, as all noble families have done, which would be uncovered during the audit. They are a powerful noble family, though, wouldn't they be able to fight back against the audit?" Leon asked. He knew that the first 2 actions Elise suggested would badly mangle Tiberius' family's finances, but it was the audit by the royal family that could truly ruin them. The audit was also the only thing that House Decimus could resist with any kind of effectiveness. "They can, and they most certainly will," Elise said, "but it will drive a wedge between them and the royal family. A good relationship with the Bull King is worth more in this kingdom than just about any trade agreement with Heaven's Eye." It wasn't as viscerally satisfying as Leon thought driving his sword into Tiberius' chest would be, and he was certainly thinking about it, but he still looked at Elise and said, "I actually like this idea." "Really?" she asked, arching an eyebrow. "I thought I would have needed a little more time to convince you before you said that." "There will be time enough for vengeance with a more personal touch later, when I'm a little stronger," Leon replied. "Don't you mean when we're a little stronger?" Elise asked, with a hint of steel in her voice. Leon was silent for a moment, but then he said, "Of course I do, it's just hard to change my mannerisms, even though I'm no longer alone in this." The two of them leaned forward and softly kissed, with their anger and killing intent quickly fading away in each other's embrace. Speaking of hard things, Elise whispered into Leon's ear. Neither of them needed to say anything more, and Leon pulled off the test bracer, tossed it onto the table, and followed Elise back to her bedroom. Emily stared at the documents in her hand. She was in her office at the top floor of the Heaven's Eye Tower, with Jordan, her first husband and commander of all Heaven's Eye guards in the city, who had just brought the documents to her. "So, what are you going to do about that?" Jordan asked her. "Did these really come from our daughter?" Emily asked, sounding almost impressed. "They did," Jordan confirmed. "Why is she doing this? What has House Decimus done to warrant such an extreme reaction?" Emily wondered out loud. Jordan had an idea, as Elise's request for more information on the invisibility enchantment had gone through his department and been brought to his attention, but he didn't know all the details. "I guess we're just going to have to ask her," he said. Emily asked. "Yes, it's been too long since I last saw our daughter. I'd like to catch up for a while," Jordan said with the smile of a doting father about to see his only child again. Emily was silent for a few moments, but before Jordan could leave, she said, "I'm not going to allow these sanctions, or at least, not yet. I want her to come to me and explain why she's doing this. I hope this isn't just because that young boy Tiberius is continuing to try and court her. How about this?" Jordan suggested. "In exchange for these sanctions to go into effect, let's have her introduce her boyfriend to us." With his suggestion, Emily's eyes grew wide and she almost jumped out of her chair as she enthusiastically said, "Yes. Let's do that. I'll have the dining hall prepared for a family dinner. The cooks will go all out. Let's slow down there, my dear," Jordan said with a soothing tone. "I think part of the reason why she turned down your last invitation was because of the formality of it. How about instead of a feast in the dining hall, we have a small, informal, and intimate meal with our daughter, her boyfriend, and her new friend. No servants, no noble trappings. Sound good?" A frown appeared on Emily's face, but she gave it serious consideration. "Elise has always been more open with him than with me, so he's probably right about this. Still, I wanted to make an impression on that young man," she thought, her expression turning a little bitter. "Very well," she said out loud through clenched teeth. "Wonderful," Jordan exclaimed. He immediately left to make the arrangements. After making love, Leon had to finish his enchanting work while Elise dispatched a servant to relay her orders to sanction House Decimus. Then, she went to her library to read. To her surprise, when Elise pushed open the door to her library, she found Alex already there, having come back from her afternoon in the city some time before. The two ladies smiled and nodded at each other in greeting, but as the point of going there was to quietly read, they didn't say much. However, Elise had barely been reading her selected book for an hour before someone else entered the room. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the newcomer, but instead of a frown of displeasure at the intrusion, she let out a cry of delight and ran straight into the arms of the man who had just walked in. Alex was startled at Elise's behavior, but she understood when the latter said, "It's so good to see you again, Daddy." "Ah, it's been far too long, Butterfly," the man responded. "What are you doing here?" Elise asked happily when the two separated. "I've come to drag you to dinner," her father replied with a wide smile on his face. He then turned to Alex and said, "And your two guests are invited as well." The smile on Elise's face faltered a little as she asked, "Will Mother be there?" "Of course she will," her father answered, "but don't you worry about anything. I've already spoken to her and she'll keep things casual." Elise crossed her arms and cutely pouted, saying, "I don't want to eat with her, Butterfly." Her father said, "Will you please come and eat with us? It's been so long since we last sat down and spent some time as a family. So long, in fact, that you've gone and made our family a little bit bigger." Elise continued to pout, but a hint of red started to creep into her cheeks. Slowly, she lowered her arms and averted her gaze from Jordan. Seeing her do this, Jordan put his hands on her shoulders, making her look back him. "I would love it if you were to come. We have some things we need to talk about." His tone was gentle, and his gaze was soft, like he was looking at the person he loved most in the world, or at least, that was how it seemed to Alex, who was watching in fascination. Of course, she wasn't wrong, but Jordan also knew that Elise probably wasn't going to say no. And indeed, she slowly nodded her head and said, "I'll be there, and your boyfriend?" Jordan asked. "I'll invite him too," Elise responded without the slightest hint of enthusiasm. I love you, Butterfly, Jordan said, pulling his daughter into another hug. When they separated again, he turned and walked over to Alex and said, My lady, may I request the honor of your presence at dinner tonight? Alex's eyes went wide and her cheeks turned bright red at how polite and formal Jordan asked, and she was so caught off guard at being directly asked that she could only respond with a slight head nod. Splendid. I'm looking forward to it, Jordan said as he politely bowed to Alex. He then walked back to the door and opened it, saying to Elise, I'll see you in a few hours, Butterfly. And then he was gone, leaving Elise to sigh in dejection and put her book back on its shelf. Best prepare yourself for a formal introduction and an awkward family dinner, she said to Alex. My mother has always been stubborn and has a tendency to ask personal questions. I'll do my best, Alex responded with a less than confident smile. What should I wear? Go with something informal. In fact, what you've got on now is probably perfect, Elise said, looking at Alex's tight white blouse and frilly blue skirt. I'm almost tempted to say you should change into training clothes, but that might be going a little overboard. Anyway, I'll go get Leon ready, and we'll come and find you around dinner time. Sound like a plan. See you then, Alex said, smiling back at Elise. Chapter 169. Family dinner. Dinner that evening was a tremendously tense affair, but not for the reasons Elise envisioned. Things started off well when she, Leon, and Alex met up in her small dining room. It was a small and intimate room, one that Leon hadn't really seen before as he and Elise would typically eat in her room or in the living room. But, small as it was still as lavishly decorated as the rest of the estate. It was a circular room, with the walls made up entirely of enchanted glass that gave a pleasant view of the gardens between the estate and the Heaven's Eye Tower. It was lit with magic lanterns that gave off soft and direct light, and the domed ceiling had a colorful mural depicting an underwater reef. Along the bottom corner of the ceiling was a long frieze that extended all the way around, with images of dozens of different water beasts carved into it. So, are you ready for this? Leon asked Elise. Elise didn't respond verbally, but she reassuringly entangled her fingers with Leon's. Is it really all right for me to be here? Alex asked nervously. Before anyone could respond, they heard footsteps approaching the dining room from the hall outside. Too late to leave now, Leon whispered. Several seconds later, the door opened, and two people walked in. The first was a stunningly beautiful woman who looked like a slightly older version of Elise, red hair so bright it was almost luminescent, shining green eyes, and a body that would cause every lady lover to stare. Even Leon was captivated for a moment before he was able to turn his eyes back to Elise. Despite the dinner being informal, this woman was dressed to the nines, with a long black dress that had a plunging neckline and left her shoulders bare. It was a dress that seemed to Leon like it was made for the sole purpose of seduction. That woman is dangerous, Zaffin warned. What can you tell about her? Leon asked. It's hard for me to be certain, but I can say for sure that she's strong. Easily the strongest mage we've met in this kingdom, the demon answered apprehensively. I'll keep that in mind, Leon said, vowing to himself to never underestimate this woman, especially if what Zaffin said wasn't exaggerated and she was stronger than men like the legate of the Knight Academy, the Consul of the North, and Ajax, the Tower Lord of Tira. Walking into the dining room behind her was a tall and handsome man, with short brown hair, blue eyes, and an angular face covered in stylish stubble. The last detail was especially notable to Leon, as it was the fashion of the Bull Kingdom for men to be clean-shaven. This man was at least dressed for the event, with plain gray pants and a white shirt. His outfit almost matched Leon's, with the only difference being in the materials their clothes were made of, creating slight variance in their appearance. How about this guy? Leon asked Zaffin. What can you tell me about him? 6th tier would be my guess. No stronger than that consul you met not too long ago. Although, he's probably far more skilled and possessed of better gear than that knight, and thus far more dangerous. Still far outside your capabilities. Well, that's encouraging, Leon replied sarcastically. Dad, Mom, Elise said, purposefully greeting Jordan first. She rose from her seat, prompting Leon and Alex to do likewise, and walked over to the two newcomers and giving them each a hug. Hey there, Butterfly, Jordan said, giving Elise a warm smile. It's good to see you, Elise, Emily said. Her smile was a little colder than Jordan's was, but by no means was it fake. She was genuinely happy to see her daughter and to have the opportunity to meet Leon and Alex. The latter two hovered off to the side until Elise made the introductions. Leon, Alex, this is my father, Jordan, and my mother, Emily. Mother, father, this is Leon, my boyfriend, and Alex, his squire. It's wonderful to meet you, at last, Emily said as she rushed forward to pull Leon into a hug, causing the latter to freeze up from the sudden human contact. Indeed, it's great to have a formal introduction, Jordan said, extending his hand out to Alex, who nervously shook it. After a moment, they swapped, with Emily wrapping her arms around Alex, and Jordan and Leon shaking hands. Leon was a little surprised to see that there wasn't any hostility in Jordan's eyes, or in his handshake. In fact, both he and Emily seemed genuinely warm and welcoming, though he resolved to keep his defenses up for the time being, as Elise still hadn't relaxed yet. Everyone took their seats at the circular table, with Leon and Alex flanking Elise, while Jordan and Emily sat roughly opposite to them. There was a short awkward silence as a few servants filed in with food and drinks, then left once the table had been set. For 5 long minutes, there was no sound except for the clinking of silverware. It was Jordan who spoke up first, to try and alleviate the tense atmosphere. He said to Elise, I noticed you've been getting more involved with Heaven's Eye of late. How has that been going? Fine, Elise answered. It would be going better if I didn't have to deal with greedy merchants or arrogant nobles every single time it comes time to negotiate something. Yes, that is always tiring, Jordan said with a grimace. I've never had much patience for that kind of deal-making, to be honest. I remember Emily tried to have me sit in on a few of her meetings, and by the end of the last one I was in, I almost beat a man to death for his overly aggressive demeanor. Really? Elise asked, looking at her father in amazement. I suppose that makes some sense. I never really pictured you as the negotiating type. I think it was that particular experience that destroyed any career I may have had in negotiating contracts, Jordan said with a laugh. That merchant he nearly killed was the Lord Mayor of one of the 6 great cities on the southern coast. It caused no shortage of problems for us, Emily said, though she almost laughed as she did. Why did you do that? It can't have been for just some combative language, Elise asked. He assumed that he had enough power in his city to kick Heaven's Eye out, and he made no secret of that belief by repeatedly insulting both your mother and Heaven's Eye, though it was the former that truly set me off. In the end, he found that he did not, in fact, have the power to kick out Heaven's Eye, Jordan said with a vicious smile. Speaking of business, Emily began, can you tell me why you're suddenly issuing sanctions against House Decimus? I hope it isn't because that Tiberius is continuing to try and court you, because what you ordered is incredibly excessive for sending a few gifts and not being able to take a hint. Elise didn't hesitate with her response, stating matter-of-factly, they tried to murder Leon. They what? Jordan asked, his gaze turning sharp. In less than a second, a slight undercurrent of killing intent started to permeate the room. They tried to kill me while I was taking a galley north, Leon explained. He then told Jordan and Emily everything he knew about the incident on the galley, finishing with the invisibility enchantment that led back to House Decimus. I've heard rumors about Duke Euphemius' shadow guards, but I didn't put much stock in them. It's hard to imagine someone who invests so heavily in public welfare programs and infrastructure having much need for assassins, Jordan admitted. And yet, assassins who tried to kill Leon had a ring that was made specifically for his house. Elise said angrily, why would they do something like that? I mean no offense, but Leon is hardly a threat to one of the eminent houses in the kingdom, Emily wondered. Unless they learned your true identity, Leon's eyes narrowed and he stared at Emily, barely containing his killing intent. Oh, I suppose we should say that we know you're the last surviving member of House Rame, Emily stated with a nonchalant smile. Leon's instinct to reach for and draw his sword was so strong that fighting it caused him to twitch. The fork in his hand was bent completely out of shape, he was so taken aback. Of course, Emily wasn't nervous at all, as she didn't believe that Leon had the capacity to harm her. Still, she felt the need to reassure both him and Elise, who was staring daggers at her. Oh, you needn't worry about that. We know about you, but we won't be telling anyone. Your identity is your own business, and we're not going to interfere in that. Leon was hardly reassured, but he relaxed slightly, setting the deformed fork down on his plate. He'd quite lost his appetite. On the other side of Elise, Alex was staring at him with wide eyes. She was a girl from the Northern Territories, and even though Archduke Kairos had been dead for most of her life, she knew all about how powerful and influential House Rame was. So your sanctions were for their attempted assassination and not for Tiberius' inability to take no for an answer? Jordan asked, continuing as if what Emily had just said hadn't happened. Yes, Elise said, still not averting her glaring eyes from her mother. Well then I don't see why we shouldn't enact them, Jordan said. I agree, those who attack my future son-in-law ought to be punished. Emily said with a wicked smile that was remarkably similar to Elise's when she had come up with the sanctions only a few hours before. With Emily's mention of son-in-law, both Leon and Elise turned bright red, their anger evaporating like a puddle in the way of a lava flow. Ah, you're not embarrassed, are you? Zafin asked, not missing this opportunity to jab at Leon. Look at you, blushing so hard you've turned almost as red as me. Quiet, demon, Leon growled. How do you know who I am? Leon asked Emily. Ajax sent us a letter describing you, and while he didn't say who you were outright, he did give enough information that we were able to guess, Emily responded. Right, Leon said quietly. Leon and Alex, Emily said, calling out both of their guests, I want the both of you to consider this place a home. You're welcome here any time. Thank you, Alex muttered. She was still too overwhelmed with being in the same room with such powerful people to say much. Leon thanked Emily as well, but he was even quieter than Alex. I think our guests are a little on edge, Jordan observed. How about we change topics to something that's a little more relaxing? Of course, Emily said as she turned her attention back to Elise and Leon's relationship. So, how often do you two sleep together? Are you remembering to use your contraception spells? Do you two need any advice? Elise turned bright red again and shrunk back into her chair. I don't forget to use the spells, mother, she mumbled. Good, not that I'm not interested in seeing my grandchildren, but you two clearly aren't ready for that kind of responsibility. Emily stated. Leon was mortified by the conversation and only grew more so as Emily launched into a long explanation of her favorite sex positions. You know, I think I like this woman, Zafin said with admiration in his voice. She's completely comfortable talking about anything, isn't she? Yes, she's certainly something, Leon responded. It was only once the conversation shifted to sex that he truly began to understand Elise's actions when they first met. If this was the woman who raised her, then it made a great deal of sense to him why she was so excessively physical. Anyway, next time you train, there's something I want you to try, Zafin continued. What is it? I want you to train in fire magic as well as lightning. I've already told you about your affinity for fire, and I absolutely refuse to have you ignore it. Got it, just tell me what to do, Leon agreed. He and his demon partner began talking about the specifics, and Leon threw himself completely into the discussion. It was an easy way to forget about the significantly more embarrassing conversation happening between Emily and Elise. So, Sir Rame, Alex said pointedly during their evening training. Leon sighed, knowing that this was coming as soon as Emily revealed who he was. It is Ursus, Alex, not Rame. Getting the two confused will lead to death and violence, and since you're affiliated with me, much of that will be directed towards you as well. Alex frowned, but she pressed on, choosing not to interpret Leon's statement as a threat. Very well, Sir Ursus, but if it's all the same to you, wouldn't mind hearing a story. For a long moment, Leon contemplated the wisdom of invoking his rank and ordering her to shut up, but he knew that wouldn't be the best idea. Alex already knew, and if he were to order her to not ask for further information, then it would only breed resentment and mistrust between them. Besides, if he were to be straight up with her, Leon figured that Alex would be more likely to keep the secret from any other friends she might make in the Eastern Territories. Reluctantly, Leon decided to give her some more information. I was raised in the Northern Vales by my father, Artorias Rame, second son of Archduke Kairos Rame, he said. Alex's eyes immediately went wide, and she gleefully asked, so you're a noble? You really don't seem like it, but I guess if you were raised that far north then it makes sense. Is that why you've come south? To claim your birthright? Do you want to be the Archduke of the Great Plateau? Fuck no, Leon cried out. There are many things that I want to do, and given my relative lack of strength, I can't quite deal with them, and they seem to just keep piling up. But to be tied down to that land in the Northern Territories is definitely not something I want. Then why come here at all? I mean, I get not wanting to stay around Valeman. Alex trailed off a little, suddenly remembering that Leon had told her that his father was dead. My father was killed by assassins, most likely sent by the same people who attacked my grandfather's palace in Tira and killed him and my uncle, Leon said with a carefully measured tone. They're still at large in this kingdom, which is why I gave you that warning about keeping this a secret. Alex furiously nodded. She didn't want to be targeted by anyone strong enough to wipe out the second most powerful noble family in the Bull Kingdom. That is the main reason why I'm focusing on gaining strength, not because I want to be worthy of inheriting my family's archduchy, but because I want to kill those who killed my father, who separated me from my mother, who destroyed my family. Leon began to emit a considerable amount of killing intent, and the first tier Alex felt her knees start to shake. What Leon had said about his mother raised more questions for her, but Leon seemed angry and worked up enough that she decided to bite her tongue for the time being. I understand, she said. I won't speak a word of this to anyone. Good, Leon replied, clamping down on his killing intent at the same time. Now let's get back to training. Chapter 170. Inner Fire. After the short family dinner, Jordan and Emily left to enact Elise's sanctions against House Decimius, while Leon, Alex, and Elise spent the rest of the day in evening training. Alex spent her time after the short conversation with Leon meditating, flooding her body with magic power in order to ascend to the second tier. Judging by her aura, Leon guessed she was only 2 or 3 months away from doing so. After saying goodbye to her parents and coming to join them, Elise began similar training, but she was targeting her brain and organs, just as Leon had been doing until recently. Leon, however, was working on ascending to the 5th tier, which involved changing his mana type. Since he made it to the 4th tier, he'd been focusing on lightning, using the techniques described in his family's instruction books. This training session was a little different, though, at Zafin's urging, he temporarily switched to fire magic. In fact, he was so excited from his talk with the demon that he wasn't even sitting down to meditate, instead choosing to mindlessly work through a few basic sword exercises Artorias had taught him years ago. Now, summon your magic and gather it into your chest, Zafin instructed. This shouldn't be too difficult even for you, as it starts off almost identical to the basics for lightning magic. I won't be compressing it, though, will I? Leon asked. You will, but only a little, Zafin said. Think about it like this. Let your magic power gather into your chest, and have it act as if it were a fire that had enveloped your heart. Leon frowned, but he did as he was instructed, gathering his mana while he slowly swung his sword. What now? He asked once he had done so. Hold it there as best you can for a moment, but then let it slowly leak out into the rest of your body. Imagine the mass of power you start with to be like a bonfire, and the magic power you release to be heat, slowly spreading throughout your body, Zafin explained. You may need to compress it a little, but don't go too far. You're striving for the glorious majesty of flame, not the empty and fleeting flash of lightning. With the power in his chest gathered, Leon concentrated on trying to keep it under control. This was much harder than Zafin had made it sound, as even though he was only a 4th tier mage, the amount of magic power in his blood wasn't so easily reined in. He barely kept it contained for 10 seconds before losing control. Damn it, Leon shouted, feeling the magic power spread throughout his body in less than a second, far too fast for his purpose. Did you fail? Zafin asked. What do you think? Leon responded as he prepared himself for another attempt. I think you failed, and quite spectacularly, too, Zafin said without bothering to hide the mockery in his voice. Leon almost growled out loud before going back to concentrating on the task at hand. He summoned up the magic power within his blood and gathered it in his chest. If he were to try his family's techniques and alter his mana for use with lightning magic, then he'd immediately start compressing the power as much as he could. Now, however, he had to hold it there without any meaningful compression, which he was struggling to do. Again, Leon lost control, but he lasted for 12 seconds rather than only 10. He didn't say anything, as he didn't want to give Zafin any ammunition to hurl at him, and he simply got to work silently gathering his power again. Over the course of an hour, Leon failed more than 100 times to use his magic power in the way Zafin had described, but he had managed to increase the time he was able to hold his power in his chest up to 30 seconds. When that hour was over, Leon paused his training. He was still on his feet swinging his sword, but he wasn't nearly so excited as he was when he began, so he sheathed his sword and sat down close to Alex and Elise. Meditation is all well and good, but I think it would be better to practice these techniques as you move, Zafin suggested. You will hardly find time to meditate on the battlefield, after all. I have to figure out how to do this to begin with before I worry about that, Leon responded. When I've got the techniques down, then I can start focusing on using them in more strenuous conditions. Fair enough, the demon said. Now that he was sitting down and not going through sword exercises, Leon was able to devote all of his attention to the task at hand. He called up his magic power one more time and sucked all of it into his chest. He was able to hold it for 40 seconds before it all slipped from his grasp. There, Leon said with pride, I held it for a third again as long as I did when I was on my feet. Congratulations, Zafin said with sarcasm dripping from every syllable, do you want a medal? How about a nice big juicy steak to celebrate? Leon scowled, then responded, I'll take the steak, but you can fuck off with your medal. A failure is still a failure, young mage. You failed to conjure your own fire, so the length of time you held the power in your chest doesn't matter. A proper fire mage can summon their fire in an instant, so holding your power there for 40 seconds is no accomplishment. Reflecting back on all the times he'd seen his father using lightning, as well as the times he'd seen other mages use their power, Leon had to admit that Zafin had a point. That being said, he didn't have any other metric for how well he was doing, so as he continued to train, he found himself continuing to latch onto how long he was able to keep his power contained in his chest. When he, Elise, and Alex stopped training for the day, he was able to hold his magic power for 50 seconds before losing control, but his power still wasn't behaving like the inner fire that Zafin had described. Over the course of the next week, he alternated between training with his family's lightning techniques and with Zafin's fire technique. He certainly made progress, as it was getting easier to manipulate his power the way he wanted to, but without knowing where the finish line was, he wasn't able to determine how much progress he'd made at the end of that week. This put something of a damper on his mood, but he was cheered up immensely when Elise returned from spending some time in the Heaven's Eye Tower and told him some good news. The sanctions against House Decimius went into effect last week, and word has arrived in Orleanorum. They've lost easy access to a majority of their vaults, and their businesses will be seeing some steep rises in expenses and some steep drops in revenue. Additionally, I think they'll be receiving a letter from one of the Prince Regents angrily demanding answers to a number of damning questions. It wasn't as viscerally satisfying as taking his revenge personally, but Leon figured could wait on that front. This economic attack would hopefully keep Tiberius' family from taking any further actions against him until he was strong enough to deal with them without relying on Elise. A smile broke out on Leon's face, and he and Elise stared at each other for a moment in her training room. Alex had gone out into the city again, so they had her entire wing of the estate to themselves. Leon scrambled to his feet from where he'd been meditating, and he and Elise all but ran back to her bedroom and began pulling at each other's clothes. Leon and Elise's excitement and elation spiked at the same time that Duke Euphemius Decimius was plummeting. Far to the west, in the palace of Orleanorum, the Duke had just returned from the primary Heaven's Eye Bank in the city. He'd been told that his people weren't able to access their accounts, and when he'd gone down to the bank to try and sort things out, he'd been given more than 2,000 forms to fill out in order to access his vaults. He was exhausted, frustrated, and furious. There were dozens of scribes handling most of the paperwork, but he was still required to go through more than 300 of the forms personally. Making matter worse, the bank manager had told him that the same procedure would have to be followed every time he wanted access to his vaults. Why would Heaven's Eye do this? What could their motive possibly be? Is this because of Tiberius? Is this the whore's daughter's way of rejecting my son? The more Euphemius thought about it, the more he thought it made sense that this petty move was Elise trying to forcefully dissuade Tiberius from continuing to send her gifts and letters. It never crossed his mind that this was related to Leon, as he was under the impression that Leon was dead. The head of his shadow guards had told him so, and he had seen no reason to doubt the man. After all, he wasn't personally acquainted with all of his pet killers, so too going missing wasn't something he'd notice unless someone informed him. Ultimately, the inability for Euphemius to access his vaults wasn't something that greatly concerned him. It was a serious inconvenience, but it was hardly ruinous. Still, it was frustrating and aggravating for the Duke, and he spent the next few hours pondering how to deal with the situation, so he could regain access to his assets in the Heaven's Eye banks as soon as possible. While he was lost in thought, one of his servants timidly knocked on the door to his study. "What is it?" Euphemius growled. The servant, with as much dignity and politeness as he could, entered the room and said, "Your Grace, we have a very grave problem." "And that problem would be?" Euphemius asked, making it apparent with his tone that he didn't appreciate the servant's needless pause. "Your Grace, the caravan dispatched to sell your wine and glassware has returned." The merchants they spoke to in the forum have lowered their buying price by a significant degree, so significant that the caravan has returned to the warehouses and are waiting for word on what they ought to do. The servant respectfully held out a piece of paper for the Duke to examine, upon which was written the new terms the merchants had given him for his goods. "What is this?" Euphemius asked rhetorically. He struggled mightily to keep his tone even and free of profanity so as to not mar his image in the eyes of the servant, but the terms offered made that a titanic task. "They've cut the price almost in half. What are they playing at?" Euphemius was livid, and the hand that held the piece of paper was shaking in anger. Glass and wine were the two most expensive commodities produced in the Western Territories, and he'd gone to a great deal of trouble to get as many wineries and glassworks in his pocket as he could for that reason. 40 years ago, he'd invested almost every silver coin his duchy brought in through taxes and tariffs in buying up huge swaths of private property in the hinterlands around the city of Orleanorum. He then rented that land at generous rates to businesses in his lands. However, since the products of these businesses were all taxed on their sale, Euphemius was essentially double-dipping, charging his tenants rent and taxing what they produced. The only two exceptions to this were glass and wine. Instead of directly charging rent to the wineries and glassworks in his land, he instead took a portion of whatever they produced. He just had to sit back and watch as glass and wine flowed into his warehouses at a staggering rate. He could then stamp his house's sigil upon the boxes of glass and barrels of wine, and their price would increase by anywhere from 50 to 200%. This policy had made him one of the richest nobles in the Bull Kingdom, though that wealth didn't mean much if it was locked away in a heaven's eye vault. He still had a great many other assets, but if the vaults and thus his liquid assets were inaccessible to him, then he might have to sell off some property to keep paying for his duchy's expenses. The sale of his glass and wine could prevent that, as it was a ludicrously lucrative deal for him, but the merchants had drastically lowered their offer. Euphemius shot straight to his feet and made for the door, growling at his servant, "Come with me. We're going to have a chat with these merchants." He bit his tongue so he didn't call them common filth. He certainly believed that was what they were, but that also wasn't the image he wanted to present. Unfortunately for him, none of the merchants budged on the price. He met with more than a dozen of the biggest merchants in the city, and every one of them barely offered Euphemius half of what his wine and glass were worth. When he returned several hours later, he was almost sputtering with rage, and he had to retreat to his private study as fast as he could so the rest of his servants didn't see him in that state. Euphemius almost shouted for his secretary outside to summon the head of his shadow guards, to teach the merchants a lesson in defying him, but again, he had to hold his tongue. The need to maintain a pleasant and trustworthy reputation was the only reason he wasn't calling for the merchants to be beheaded. He could almost see his wealth disappearing before his eyes. After half an hour of pacing in his study to clear his head, Euphemius called in his team of accountants. "How badly is this going to hit us?" he asked. "Your Grace, this could very well be catastrophic," his lead accountant replied. "Without being able to withdraw funds from the vaults and without the income from your luxury goods, it's going to be extremely difficult to pay for your army. It's also going to lead to an increase in corruption among the lower ranks of the bureaucrats who work for you if we can't pay them." Euphemius was silent for a long moment. There was only one solution he could think of that could keep him from resorting to selling off his properties. "I need to expand my silverleaf farms," he thought. "That's enough, you all may go," he said to his accountants. Once they had all dutifully left his study, he summoned another accountant, the head of his shadow guards, and a liaison with a confederacy of pirates and smugglers that stayed in his palace under the guise of an ambassador from a kingdom far to the south. Upon their arrival, Euphemius ordered them to increase silverleaf production. "Your Grace, that may not be so easy," his shadow guard said. "Silverleaf is highly illegal, and the more we expand, the greater the chance that the Bull King will take notice. Just do it," Euphemius spat. "Well, I'm certainly not going to complain," the smuggler said with a smile. "The more you grow, the more money we can all make. Just give me a few days and I'll have new buds brought in, so you don't have to harvest prematurely." "That's appreciated," Euphemius said. "We're going to have to expand by at least 30% if we want to make up for this shortfall," the accountant said. "There aren't many places left in the duchy where we can grow silverleaf without detection. That decision has been made," Euphemius said intensely. He was desperately trying to keep himself from screaming at the accountant, but he still got in the man's face while glaring and emitting staggering killing intent. He didn't care about these men seeing his rage, for they were people he had to intimidate rather than persuade and cajole. Under the weight of his aura, his three guests excused themselves to see to the Silverleaf expansion, leaving Duke Euphemius alone to ponder how this had happened, how in the course of a single day he had been nearly ruined. Chapter 171. Southern Cruise. It was the night before Leon and Alex were scheduled to leave the capital and continue on their journey to the Bull's Horns. They were going to take another galley south along the Naga River, switch to a ship more suited for the waters of the Gulf of Discord, and continue east until they reached the southeasternmost tip of the Bull Kingdom. To ensure he was ready for the trip, Leon had laid out all of his things before packing. First, and most importantly, was his combat gear, his armor and sword. His armor wasn't enchanted yet, as he'd decided to make a few adjustments after testing the bracer Elise had given him a little more. He did, however, pack some of the special and mind-bogglingly expensive, he guessed paper that would burn the enchantment into the metal. Next came his books, which were neatly stacked next to his armor. Next to the books was all the rest of his enchanting supplies, of which he'd restocked. In fact, he'd gotten so much more spell paper and ink that he had to buy a separate pack to carry all of it. Then came his clothing. He'd bought a fair amount of plain clothing at Elise's tailor, and the custom and much fancier clothes had been delivered a few days before. The fancier clothes were primarily black and had silver trimming, which he thought paired quite well with his snow lion coat. Once all of this was packed into a pair of bags that he wasn't looking forward to carrying, he turned his attention to a leather bag, within which was all of his ID documents as well as his gold card. He quickly went through it, to make sure everything was still there. Most of those documents identified him as a scion of House Rame, so he had to make absolutely sure they were accounted for. Leon started to pull things out of the bag and put them on a nearby table. There weren't that many documents, but he still carefully scrutinized them as he pulled them from the bag, ensuring nothing was gone. He placed the supposedly empty bag on the table, and it made a muffled clunk sound, indicating he'd forgotten something. With narrowed eyes, Leon searched the bag again and found a thing he hadn't thought about in over a year, not since he buried Artorias and left his home behind, the black heartwood seed. The pitch-black seed was cold in his hand, far more than it would be if it were dead, and it emitted a steady aura that he hadn't noticed when it was concealed in the bag. When he pulled it from the bag, his free hand instinctively twitched toward the lion's tooth necklace around his neck. For a moment, it was as if Leon was back in the forest of black and white, sitting dazed with his back against the obelisk in the center of his and Artorias fortified compound, while Artorias lay dying in his house. "What is that?" Zafin asked in wonder from Leon's soul realm, abruptly distracting the latter from his rapidly escalating depression and grief. "A seed my father found a while back," Leon answered. "It came with another seed, only that one was gold." "Where is that other seed?" asked the demon. "I cut open my father's chest and planted the seed within his heart. Then I buried him," Leon said bitterly. "Don't lose that seed," Zafin said carefully. He could hear the sadness and grief in Leon's voice, and he wanted to step lightly. "Do you know what this is?" Leon asked. "Nope," Zafin answered. "I know about a great many species of flora, especially about those suited for fire magic, but that is something I've never seen before." "What's it called?" "It's the seed of a heartwood tree," Leon replied. Instantly, Zafin went quiet. Leon waited for the demon to say something for a long moment, and just as he was about to ask what was up, Zafin said slowly and deliberately, "I take back what I said. I have heard of this thing before. The primal gods and devils would bury their most powerful and fervent worshipper with one of these implanted in their chest." "Why would they do that?" asked Leon in fascination. I'm not entirely sure. But don't lose that seed. There's power in it, though that should be obvious to anyone who sees it. If you can, don't tell anyone you have it. I doubt they'd recognize it, let alone know what to do with it, but it's always better to err on the side of caution." "All right," Leon responded, and he carefully put the cold black seed back in the leather bag, right next to his gold card. Only a few seconds later, Elise entered the room. "All ready to leave?" she asked teasingly. When she got closer, though, she saw that Leon's eyes were a little watery, and her playful demeanor vanished. "Is everything all right?" "I'm fine. Or, as fine as I can be right now," Leon answered. He walked forward a few steps and pulled Elise into his arms, whispering, "I love you," into her ear. Elise shuddered in his arms, from both hearing those words and feeling his breath on her ear. For a few more moments, she enjoyed just standing there quietly with Leon. When those moments were over, she pushed herself up on her toes and gently kissed him, then took his hand and led him back to her bed. They laid there quietly for a while, merely embracing and making sure each knew the other was there for them. They didn't start anything more intimate for over an hour until their arousal that was slowly building from being in each other's arms finally became too much for either to bear. The two lovers made love rather gently at first, but after a while, they went at each other so vigorously that Leon was still thinking about it several days later on the galley heading south. His depression at being so reminded of his father's death had been greatly lessened, and he had spent the past few days diligently working on his planned edits to the enchantments he was placing on his armor. His cabin on this galley was much like the one he and Alex had on the way from Cyrene to the capital, small and cramped, but much nicer than the hold that the rest of the crew slept in. There was plenty of privacy for him to work, and for Alex to voraciously read her way through the books she bought in the capital. Her books and his enchantment work had been all they had done for the past few days, so it came as something of a surprise to him when Alex suddenly closed the incredibly thick book she was reading and asked, "Mind if I ask you a few things, sir?" Leon was placing the finishing touches on his enchantment, so he said, "Give me 5 more minutes." 5 minutes later, once Leon was finished, he turned to Alex and nodded. "If it's all right with you, I'd like to ask a bit about House Rame," she said. Slowly, Leon nodded. He and Alex had been through a few life-threatening situations together, and he trusted her, but that didn't make him comfortable talking about his family. "You mentioned your father and your grandfather before, but do you have any other family? Anyone else you could go to for help in taking revenge?" Alex asked. Most noble houses had extensive family trees and blood connections with other houses, which would provide support to the main branch of the family in case of an emergency. "None that are worth mentioning," Leon answered simply. "None?" Alex asked incredulously. "Your family was one of the oldest in the entire kingdom, and you have no branch families?" "None that are worth mentioning," Leon repeated. "There are a few cadet families of House Rame living on the Great Plateau, but there are other circumstances that lead to them not really being considered true members of my house, not the least of which is having gone enough generations without awakening their blood that such a thing is no longer possible," Leon finished in his mind. "Huh," Alex responded. She sat there quietly for several more moments, thinking and hesitating about whether to ask her next question or not. Eventually, her curiosity won out over her caution, and she asked, "If you don't mind, could I ask about the specifics that led to House Rame's collapse?" "Why are you so interested?" Leon asked instead of answering her question. His counter gave her pause. "I'm curious. House Rame was the strongest noble house in the entire kingdom. How can anyone hear of its fall and not be fascinated? Is it really so fascinating?" Leon inquired. "It's not too common, but the rise and fall of noble houses is hardly something unique in history, and the Bull Kingdom has had its fair share of strong and venerable noble houses falling to ruin. And none of those other noble families very suddenly fell when they were at the height of their power, or had the royal family go to such great lengths to suppress information about what happened. I doubt there's anyone in the entire Northern Territories who hasn't wondered what happened, especially since no one knows anything more than one day, Archduke Kairos Rame was alive, and the next, both he and his son were dead. His younger son, too, was widely believed to be dead, killed months before." Leon frowned as he pondered what to say. After a few quiet moments, he decided that there wasn't much he could say that wouldn't put him at any more risk than he already was with Alex knowing the truth. "My father, Artorias Rame, moved to the capital after marrying my mother, whom my grandfather didn't approve of. He and my grandfather were supposedly not on speaking terms because of this, and is why my father didn't return to Tira when his villa was attacked. Instead, he took me and went north, into the Northern Vales, where we stayed for years," Leon explained. Alex's eyes almost glittered in excitement as Leon continued to tell her his entire story, from when Artorias ran from his home to when he was forced to leave the forest of black and white. Her mood was dampened a little when he got to the part where the assassins entered their home, poisoning Artorias, but she still couldn't help but stare in fascination as Leon spoke in detail about his life. However, a few things that Leon intentionally omitted were the prison where he found Zafin, the archives under the palace in Tira, and the ancient history of his family. She already knew he was of House Rame, but he was neither going to tell her what he'd learned of the Storm King from Zafin nor about his inherited bloodline from the Thunderbird. "So, you're the last heir to a venerable noble house, on a quest for revenge against those who attacked your family," she said, barely able to contain her voice from the sheer excitement. Leon was struck speechless for a few moments, unable to respond. He was completely taken off guard at her enthusiasm for his situation now that she had the full story. When he finally found his tongue again, he said, "I wouldn't say that, exactly, what do you mean? You already told me that you're seeking strength so that you can get your vengeance, you haven't changed your mind, have you?" Alex incredulously asked, as if the concept of Leon walking away from the entire affair was completely and utterly alien to her. And she quickly revealed why, when she added, "That would be so boring." With teeth clenched in agitation and anger, Leon said, "Well, I'm hardly here for your amusement, am I?" Hearing his tone, Alex quickly averted her eyes in shame and didn't say another word. "My father," Leon reminded, "was approaching the threshold of the 8th tier when he was killed. By assassins, who I think probably had bosses. Bosses, I assume, must be stronger than they were. I'm only a 4th tier mage. Those odds are far longer than I'd be willing to gamble. It's going to be a long time before I can start my investigations in earnest." "I'm sorry," Alex apologized. "I was just caught up in your story and lost my head a little." "It's just, your life is practically out of a story." Leon clearly didn't think that way, as he subtly glared at Alex. "I've been thinking that lately. I've been going too soft on you during training. Why don't we fix that tomorrow?" "Shutting up now," Alex said, hurriedly returning to her book, while Leon turned back to his enchantment work. After about half an hour, Leon finished up and sat back to look at his work. He'd made his adjustments and copied the enchantment onto 2 of the sheets of enchantment paper he received from Elise. Neither he nor Zaffin saw any problems with the enchantment, so with great trepidation, he began to wrap the papers around his gauntlets. The papers began to quietly burn, the glow illuminating the cabin more than the cabin's magic lanterns. Alex looked over a few times, but she kept her silence. It would take a while for the enchantments to burn onto the metal of the gauntlets, especially since they were made of magmatic steel. Leon had been thinking that he was a little too much of an asshole when he was talking to Alex earlier, so to pass the time, he decided to try and mend bridges, so to speak. "What are you reading?" he asked, keeping his tone as light and jovial as he could. Alex looked up from her book. She hadn't actually been reading, only staring at the pages. Leon's enchantment procedure was too distracting, but hearing Leon's friendly question, she eagerly launched into an explanation of her book, The Epic Tale of a Knight That Tamed a Wyvern and Rode It into Battle. Leon was quite interested, as he hadn't been able to indulge his own interest in literature since his classes early on in the Knight Academy before he stopped going to them in order to make time for more training. The two chatted for hours about books, all while the paper continued to burn on Leon's armor. Chapter 172, The Bull's Horns. 2 weeks after leaving the capital, the bull's horns appeared on the horizon. First came the city on the Gulf, then the southern horn behind that, and then finally, when the galley was sliding into port, Leon could see the northern horn 5 miles away through the haze and smoke of the hot day. Few other kingdoms had such robust natural defenses as the Bull Kingdom had in the frozen mountains to the north, the border mountains to the east, the endless ocean to the west, and the Gulf of Discord to the south. For these other states, a fortress complex as large as the Bull's Horns would be an extravagant waste of resources, as there were few locations that could truly make the most of it. For instance, the Talfar Kingdom east of the border mountains was primarily flat plains, and as such their border defenses were comparatively light, as any potential enemy could easily bypass them. The Bull Kingdom, however, only had one land route into their territory large enough for armies to march along and for trade to flow, this 5-mile-wide passage between the Gulf and the border mountains. As such, the fortress guarding it had been built, rebuilt, and extensively added to countless time over the Bull Kingdom's 5,000-year history, and had become one of the largest and most heavily defended places outside of the Central Empires. Arimenium, the city to the south, was equally impressive. It had been first constructed to house the families of the soldiers who guarded the pass, but there were now 3 full combat legions stationed at the Bull's Horns, 60,000 soldiers, along with tens of thousands more for supply and logistics. Their families had to live somewhere, and that somewhere was in the city. Artorias had told Leon that this city had the 3rd highest population in the entire kingdom, behind only the capital Antira, with over 1 million people calling it home. The port was suitably impressive for such a large and important city. The city had been built on the river delta and had several enormous canals flowing through it. However, to enter these canals, a boat would have to sail or row past a half-dozen towers on small islands in the Gulf that could raise a gigantic chain to enclose the port. If the Legion didn't want someone to approach the city from the Gulf, then said approach wasn't going to happen. Leon and Alex marveled at the size of these towers as the galley sailed past them. They had come to the deck so they could see the city, and so far, it hadn't disappointed. "Look," Alex shouted, pointing to 3 enormous banners that were easily seen even hundreds of feet out into the gulf, where they were. She was so excited that she was almost jumping up and down, taking in the sights of the city and happily pointing them out to Leon, and appeared much younger than her 19 years. "What do those banners mean?" she asked. "The one on the right," Leon answered, nodding towards one that was dark red with a golden eagle emblazoned upon it, "is the sigil and colors of the royal legions." "And the middle one?" Alex asked, pointing to the largest of the 3. It was dark green, with a bright silver bull charging and brandishing its horns. "That's the sigil of the royal house, and the banner for the entire kingdom," Leon said. "But then what's the one on the left? I thought that one was the royal families," Alex inquired, tilting her head in confusion. The indicated banner was the exact same as the middle one, only with the same colors as the Legion banner, red, with a golden bull. "That's the personal standard of Prince Trajan, the king's older brother. And, the consul of the East, based here at the Bull's Horns." "Ooh, haven't you ever seen the royal standard before?" Leon asked. Alex had lived her entire life in the Bull Kingdom, so Leon was quite surprised that she had gotten the royal standard confused with Prince Trajan's. "There aren't many standards hung in the mines and lumberyards in the Northern Territories," Alex responded. "Still, we were in the capital for 2 weeks," Leon pointed out. That did give Alex some pause, as the royal family's banners were hung everywhere in the capital. "I guess I must have missed it, there was quite a lot to see," Alex said with a shrug and a cheeky smile. Leon chuckled a little, then said, "All right, we can sightsee when we're settled in. For now, we should get ready to go. Let's head back to the cabin and make sure we have everything." Right. It took another hour for the galley to finally reach their docking area and have all the paperwork completed for the passengers to disembark. That was plenty of time for Leon to put on all of his armor, though he had to do so in front of Alex. She respectfully averted her gaze, and he got it over with as quickly as possible. When it came for them to leave the galley, they were both fully dressed and packed, and they quickly got off the galley. Leon, especially, was grateful to be back on dry land, as it meant he didn't have to use Zaffin's technique for countering motion sickness every waking moment. Alex, on the other hand, seemed quite at home at sea, so her enthusiasm stemmed more from being able to see the city than from any specific desire to get off the ship. Much like when they arrived in the capital, the first things the two of them saw after disembarking was the dry, boring, depressing offices of a Legion port station. Fortunately, though, they didn't have to stay long, only long enough for one of the knights to look over Leon and Alex's orders, check them with the copy he'd received several weeks prior, and send them on their way with directions to where they should report in next. That place ended up being another office within the walls of the massive southern horn, which acted as the citadel of the city. This gave them plenty of opportunities to admire the city, and Alex took full advantage, swinging her head around to delight in every marble statue, immaculate garden, and monumental piece of architecture on their way. Leon, on the other hand, rarely lifted his eyes up from the street. Eventually, the two started to approach the southern horn. It towered over the city, ensuring that no matter where they were, neither Alex nor Leon could ever get lost. The horn was a massive castle, with the central keep large enough that Leon guessed it could contain thousands of rooms. Surrounding it were 5 white marble towers, each capped with a dome of blue tiles reminiscent of a heaven's eye tower. To reach the castle, one would have to enter the citadel and pass through more than a dozen internal walls. As a result, Leon thought the architects might have gotten a little bit lazy and decided to lay off the fortifications a little, as the gatehouse of the last internal wall was a pair of pylons at the foot of a staircase leading up to a propylaea, without even a portcullis between the pylons. The horn was built atop a massive hill on the northern side of the river delta the city had been built upon, and as Leon and Alex steadily climbed it, they saw the massive black granite walls that protected the keep and other castle buildings. The outer walls of the citadel were 3 layers deep, with the smallest, shortest, and outermost layer being more than a dozen feet thick and almost glowing with magic power from the enchantments in the stone. The boxy towers along the wall were gigantic, easily able to fit 200 or more archers, and capped with red ceramic tiles. Leon and Alex approached the Legion soldiers standing guard at the immense outer gate and presented their orders. The huge drawbridge over the moat was already down and the massive portcullis had been raised into the gatehouse. The drawbridge was only ever raised and the portcullis lowered if the castle were under siege, as there were thousands of people coming and going from the citadel every day. Following their passing of the first gatehouse, the two had to pass more than 5 additional gatehouses and cross another drawbridge before they were in the first of dozens of the castle's outer bailies. They made their way through the streets and passed through a number of gatehouses for internal walls aided greatly by the fact that the entire citadel had been built in as much of a grid as the hill allowed until they arrived at their destination, a big whitewashed limestone building with a monumental arch over its entrance. "This should be the place," Leon said. "That is a seriously intimidating building," Alex muttered. The arch was more than 50 feet high, and the building was higher still, with a stark and cold facade. "Not as much as that one," Leon responded, nodding toward the keep higher up the hill. Stepping through the open door beneath the arch, the two found that inside, the building was far more inviting with thick carpets, marble statues set into decorative alcoves, and long rows of plants illuminated by the glow of the nature enchantments that kept them alive. In the center of the spacious entry hall were a pair of knights who were working behind a large mahogany desk, who Leon approached. "How may we help you?" asked the older of the two, a third-tier mage. He was the picture of respect and courtesy, smiling and waiting patiently for Leon's response. "I'm looking for Sir Marcus Aurelius," Leon stated. "Ah, you must be Sir Ursus. And his young squire, Miss Alex," the receptionist immediately replied, startling Leon into silence. A quick glance to his side told Leon that Alex was just as surprised as he was, but her expectant look helped him to recover and say, "You were expecting us?" "We were," the receptionist proudly admitted. "Sir Aurelius sent word to expect a young knight and his squire arriving sometime this week." "Can you point us to him? We're supposed to join his unit," Leon asked. This time, it was the receptionist's turn to stare in surprise. He'd only been told to expect Leon, not why he was there. The receptionist certainly wasn't expecting someone so armed and armored as Leon to be joining the diplomatic corps. "Yes, sir, please follow me," the receptionist replied, recovering his composure quickly. He muttered a few words to his younger colleague, then started to lead Leon and Alex to the back of the spacious hall, where 4 magical lifts could be found. The group entered one and shot straight to the second highest floor. When the doors of the lift opened, the three were greeted with the sight of an open and airy lounge, filled with couches, tables, and even a bar and kitchen in the corner with their own staff. The lounge had been decorated to the nines, but there were only about half a dozen extremely well-dressed people relaxing in the dozens of couches and armchairs, most of whom were hunched over nearby tables staring at various documents. None of these people looked up from their work to see the receptionist leading Leon and Alex through the lounge. Leon was a little distracted by the delicious scent coming from the kitchen, especially since neither he nor Alex stopped for food after leaving the galley several hours before, but the receptionist didn't slow down in the slightest, forcing him to keep moving. On the other side of the lounge was a long hallway with both walls covered in painted sculptures, and the door Leon and Alex were led to was at the very end, which was labeled with, Sir Marcus Bellius Aurelius. The receptionist knocked, waited for the gruff, "Come in," and opened the door for the other two. "This is where I'll leave you," he whispered. "Thanks," Leon replied. He then took a quick breath and walked into the room. Alex hesitated a little longer, but she followed only a moment later. It was time for them to meet the knight whose unit they'd be joining. Chapter 173, Diplomatic Corps. Leon walked into the office of Marcus Aurelius, closely followed by Alex. The first thing they saw was the back wall of the spacious office, which was entirely made of crystal clear glass. In front of the wall was Marcus Aurelius himself, sitting with his back to the windows and leaving himself completely obscured by the relatively bright outside light. The shadow of Aurelius looked up from his desk, and said, "Are you two just going to stand there? Take a seat." Leon and Alex sat down in the comfortable armchairs in front of the desk while Aurelius finished what he was working on. "Please forgive me," he said, "but this letter can't be postponed. I'll get right to you two in a moment." "Don't worry about us, sir, please take your time," Leon said politely. His response brought a subtle smile to Aurelius' face, who was expecting an angry and insulted retort from the 17-year-old knight. The three sat there in silence for 10 more minutes while Aurelius deliberately took his time putting the finishing touches on his letter and rereading it several times. The room was filled with the sound of his pen scratching on the paper, which Aurelius hoped would create an oppressive and tense atmosphere. After the diplomat finally set aside his pen and carefully folded the letter into an envelope, he turned his shiny blue eyes to his guests. He was pleasantly surprised to see that neither Leon nor Alex seemed impatient with his little bit of theater. In fact, both seemed quite calm, with Leon quietly meditating in his chair and Alex staring out of the windows behind Aquilius, admiring the beautiful view that an office in such a tall building provided. Well, this is encouraging, Aquilius thought. I almost thought this boy would arrogant beyond belief, after achieving the 4th tier and knighthood at only 17, now then, he said out loud, let's talk for a few minutes. His words brought Leon and Alex out of their distractions, and they turned their eyes back to him. Do you both know what it is we do here? Aquilius asked as he carefully brushed a few strands of his relatively long brown hair out of his eyes. This is the diplomatic corps, Leon answered. Yes, that is what we are, but what do we do? You go out and talk to foreign people, make treaties, and negotiate things, Alex said. A wonderfully non-detailed answer, but not inherently wrong, Aquilius said quietly. The Bull Kingdom has only 2 direct neighbors, the Talfar Kingdom to the east, and the Samar Kingdom to the south. The diplomatic corps is headquartered here in Arimanium because this is where the borders for all 3 kingdoms meet. Leon frowned slightly. He didn't quite know what the geography lesson was for, but he was sure that he didn't need it. Seeing Leon's reaction, Aquilius decided to get to the point. Because of our relative isolation, our kingdom doesn't have much contact with foreigners outside of here, the capital, and the trade cities on the coast of the Gulf. But, what few foreign relations we do have, are managed by the diplomatic corps. We negotiate everything from non-aggression pacts to trade treaties. But those 2 kingdoms aren't the only foreign relations we have, Leon said quietly. There are also the Veilmen and the Stone Giants. Aquilius was about to say that the Veilmen weren't organized enough to warrant attention from the diplomatic corps, but he caught himself just in time. He judged that the sentiment wouldn't be well received with a pair of survivors of a fort that was just nearly wiped out by a Veilmen raid. I'm glad you bring up the Stone Giants, Aquilius said, deflecting away from the topic of Veilmen, because right now our focus is on ending the frequent raids they launch on the eastern territories. To that end, you 2 will be helping in our endeavors, assuming I don't send you back to the regular legion. We don't have any experience or training with this kind of work, Leon warned. And I'm not sending you to go out and make peace with the Stone Giants alone, Aquilius said. You 2 will accompany me and several of my more experienced knights as we do the work. We can arrange specific training later, but for now, your only job is to watch and listen. The Stone Giants aren't particularly proud, so they're hard to insult, but I still don't want you 2 to talk more than you have to, just in case. Are the Stone Giants really that big of a threat? How hasn't the Legion ended their raids by now? Alex asked. She was a northern girl through and had little knowledge of the threats in the eastern territories. Stone Giants are incredibly dangerous, Aquilius answered, with all the patience of a lifelong diplomat. By the time they reach adulthood around the age of 20, they're invariably of the 4th or 5th tier. They rarely advance any further, but they live in tribes of hundreds and thousands. Hundreds and thousands of 4th and 5th tier mages, alongside a few 6th tier leaders, and all the added strength of a giant more than 20 feet tall. Making matters worse is their mastery of the terrain they live in. It's incredibly difficult for humans to get through the border mountains, but the giants have little trouble. They can move quickly, while the Legion can't get enough soldiers into the mountain range to properly bring an end to the raids. That's why this is a job for the diplomatic corps. All the legions in the Bull Kingdom can't end this threat, so it's up to us. What, specifically, are we to do? Leon asked. First of all, I haven't decided to allow you into the corps, yet. I can quite easily issue you new orders and have you seeing to the defenses between the horns. What would you need to convince you not to assign us such a menial task? Leon inquired. He wasn't thrilled about being in a job where he had to talk to and negotiate with other people, but he still considered that a far sight better than wasting his days sitting in a watchtower. I'm going to be heading into the border mountains in a few weeks. I've been making some headway with the strongest tribe of stone giants in the region, Aquilius explained. You 2 will accompany me, and I will evaluate you, to see if you've the temperament to be in this corps. I don't much care that you've no training or experience in this field, as those will come with time, but not everyone is made for the finer points of diplomacy, and I want to see if the 2 of you can handle this. So just watch and listen, as you said before. Leon asked. Aquilius smiled and nodded. We'll depart in 19 days, Aquilius said, after quickly checking his calendar. So, for the time being, I'll arrange for you 2 to be assigned your quarters. You won't be sleeping in the regular barracks with the other soldiers, but I would advise you not to get too comfortable. You're in your probationary period, and if I decide that you're not suited for this line of work, you'll have to move. We'll keep that in mind, Leon said, appreciating Aquilius' honesty. Now then, are there any questions you might have? The diplomat asked. Who else should we watch out for? Like, other high-ranking knights here that we should be mindful of? Alex asked. And just some general specifics of how many people are here, and what our position is relative to theirs, unless you think we should just learn as we go, Leon added. These are good questions, and I'd be happy to answer them for you, Aquilius said. For starters, there are 3 senior diplomats in the city, including myself, and we're all of the 6th tier. We're all ranked equivalent to a legate. I report directly to Prince Trajan and assist him in matters he needs doing, such as the negotiations with the stone giants. The other 2 senior diplomats are in charge of relations with the Talfar Kingdom and the Samar Kingdom, respectively. They don't report to the prince, but to the king. I doubt you'll have too many interactions with them, as you'll be working under me. Moving on, there are more than 300 additional diplomats assigned to the 3 of us, and they're the ones who do most of the actual legwork in ironing out the specifics of our treaties. I, personally, have 80 of them working for me. Then, there are perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 others who take care of other necessary duties, mostly having to do with dealing with our kingdom's bureaucracy. Any need for knights whose skills start and end with the sword? Leon asked sarcastically. Not really, as the Legion assigns us a battalion of guards whenever we leave Arimenium. In the case of the stone giants, however, we will only have about a company's worth, as any more would cause us to move too slowly within the mountain range. Well, that's unfortunate, Leon muttered. I'm sure you'll define, Aquilius said. Not many people can get such a glowing recommendation from Clovis. After a confused look from Leon, Aquilius then added for clarification, Sir Clovis is the consul of the north. He used to command the battalion that guarded me years and years ago. I see, Leon responded. He'd wondered how the consul of the north knew a diplomat on the other side of the Bull Kingdom, but not so much that he was actually going to ask about it. Anything else? Aquilius asked. I have nothing that can't wait, Leon replied. Alex shook her head, indicating that she had no other burning questions, either. All right, then, head back outside and wait in the lounge. I'll have one of my assistants come along in a few minutes and help you 2 get settled into your quarters. He'll also give you further instructions, but since there isn't much for you to do, the next few weeks will largely be yours to do with as you please. Understood, Leon said, and he and Alex rose to their feet and walked out of the office. Aquilius hummed in thought once the door closed behind the other 2. That went much better than I expected it to. He glanced down at a letter that was still on his desk, amidst the other papers that he had pushed off to the side. This was the letter that the consul of the north had sent him, describing the events at Fort 127 and how Leon had reportedly conducted himself. I guess you're not as much of a liar as you used to be, Clovis, Aquilius said to himself with a laugh. Outside, Leon and Alex walked back to the lounge. Leon was intent on getting some food, while Alex was lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Leon asked curiously. Nothing really, Alex replied. It's just, I'm not looking forward to heading into the border mountains. I kind of got my fill of mountains in the northern territories, I understand. I've lived my entire life around mountains, and it's a bit frustrating that even coming south hasn't changed that, Leon responded with a nod of his head. Did you know that the Knight Academy actually had earth mages build artificial mountains for training purposes? Of course, after I left the frozen mountains, I had to end up in the one place in the plains of the Central Territories that had fucking mountains. I'm beginning to think that I'll never get away from the damn things. Alex chuckled, then said, well, I'm not so passionate about it, I'm more concerned about the stone giants. Dealing with hundreds of 4th and 5th tier mages doesn't sound like something I can handle. We made it through that Valeman raid, I think we can make it through a few conversations, Leon stated. I guess it's good to have some perspective. Hopefully, these stone giants won't be trying to kill us like the Valeman were. Sir Aquilius mentioned that they were making progress with the giants, so I assume that means they've spoken before. They shouldn't be too hostile. Shouldn't be isn't too reassuring, Alex replied. No, but it's better than knowing the giants will be outright hostile. Ultimately, we'll just have to wait and play it by ear. For now, let's get some food. Sounds like a plan. Chapter 174. Diplomatic Corps. 15 minutes after they sat down in the lounge with a couple of snacks, one of Aquilius' assistants approached Leon and Alex and, after identifying them, curtly said, follow me. The assistant was a gruff and serious man, but neither Leon nor Alex minded. They immediately rose from their seats, grabbed their bags, and made to follow the assistant. They ended up going back into the magic lift, returning to the ground floor and making their way toward a back door to the building. It was a big building, so it took a few minutes to get there, during which the assistant didn't offer a single word. He did, however, in his own terse manner, answer their questions. "Where are we going?" Alex asked after they got off the lift. "The neighboring building houses all the diplomats," the assistant replied. "What's your name?" Leon inquired. "Why do you want to know?" The assistant defensively shot back. He was only a second-tier mage, so Leon was almost taken aback at how confrontational he was in the face of a fourth-tier mage. "Because I'm curious," Leon said with some confusion, but not backing down and even glaring at the assistant a little. "This guy's an asshole," Zaffin muttered. "If he gives you any more sass, I'll expect you to straighten him out." "I'm not going to get violent in the headquarters for diplomats," Leon retorted, "and I'm not suggesting you get violent. I'm saying you should straighten him out, in any way you deem most appropriate." Zaffin responded, "Although, if you did beat the living hell out of him, I certainly wouldn't lose any sleep over it." "Overprivileged lordlings don't need to know my name," the assistant venomously spat. "Who are you calling an overprivileged lordling?" Leon demanded, grabbing the assistant's arm and forcing the group to a halt. "Get your hands off me, rich boy," the assistant shouted, attempting to wrench his arm free of Leon's grip. However, Leon's grip was like steel, and the second-tier assistant couldn't break free. "You will explain your attitude to me," Leon ordered, "and you will tell me your name." For the first time, Leon began to emit a degree of killing intent, and the assistant froze in fear. Glaring at him, Alex coldly said, "You're speaking to a knight and a fourth-tier mage. He's a Valeman, not a spoiled son of a lord. I don't need to justify myself to this guy," Leon said quietly, cutting Alex off before she could continue. "However, you need to justify yourself to me." The attendant glared at them, then cast his gaze around at their surroundings. They were in a nondescript hallway in the back of the diplomatic corps building, and there wasn't anyone else around that he could see. "I'll drag you back to the reception desk to make a formal complaint, if you would prefer," Leon threatened. Seeing no other way to get out of this, the assistant reluctantly said, "Gerald." "Is that it? Just Gerald?" Leon pressed. "Gerald Abramson," the assistant shouted. Though he had no way to verify it, Leon now had the assistant's name, so he released his arm. The assistant jerked back from the pair and glowered at them, but he remained silent. "By the ancestors, man. Was that so damned hard?" Alex asked. "Sir, Leon was only asking for your name." "Whatever," Gerald growled. "I have to take you to the residential building. Follow me." The rest of the walk was quiet, as neither Leon nor Alex had any questions that they needed answering so badly as to ask Gerald, and Gerald certainly wasn't speaking, either. In fact, the latter was pointedly not looking at either of them, and his face burned in anger and humiliation. "You'd better watch this guy," Zaffin warned. "He has it out for you, for some reason. Might as well try finding out what for," Leon responded. Finally breaking the silence once the three were outside and moving toward the residential building, Leon asked, "What's your problem with me?" Gerald was quiet for a while, long enough that Leon was about to impatiently ask his question again. However, just as he was opening his mouth, the assistant said, "You're an asshole." "Is that why? You just met me," Leon indignantly replied. "You walk into the diplomatic corps like you owned the place, wearing inappropriate armor, lording your superiority over the rest of us. I don't need to meet the 17-year-old knight wearing your fucking armor to know you're a waste of life." Leon hopelessly glanced over to Alex, who quietly said, "Wow, you're just digging yourself deeper, aren't you? That's some strong language that you can't back down from, guy. And you're a knight who parades around your beautiful concubine and making her carry your shit for you. Forcing the entire world to stare as you abuse this girl," Gerald said intensely, prompting Leon and Alex to stare at each other in confusion again, especially since they were both carrying their own bags. "You already knew who I was when I arrived, did you not know who Alex was?" Leon asked in disbelief. "She's my squire, not my concubine." "Sure, like I believe that," Gerald replied. "You're making a lot of assumptions." "Gerald," Alex whispered in a dangerous voice. "You work for diplomats, have they never taught you that assumptions and preconceptions are incredibly dangerous?" Gerald turned and glared at Alex and was about to try and use his aura to apply pressure to her, but he could still see Leon in the corner of his eye, and he didn't dare try it. "This is as far as I'm going to take you," the assistant said once they had pushed open the heavy oak door of the neighboring building and walked inside. "Go talk to the people up front, they'll get you sorted out." With that, he immediately turned and left out the door they had just walked in from. After few moments of Leon and Alex left standing in the small entry hall in quiet disbelief, they turned to each other and Alex said, "What was that all about?" "No idea, but he's got a weird head on him," Leon replied while shaking his head. "Whatever, let's just try and forget about him, and get our room." As the two started exploring the building, trying to find the main reception desk, Alex suddenly asked, "Wasn't he supposed to tell us what our duties were supposed to be over the next few days?" Leon frowned and said, "That's what Sir Aquilius said. Should we go back?" Alex asked with uncertainty in her voice. "Let's get our sleeping arrangements made first," Leon said, pointedly adjusting the pack on his shoulders as he did. After a few more minutes of wandering, the pair managed to find the front desk. The two first-tier mages behind it were a little surprised to see the two of them come in through the back but were nonetheless accommodating. "Hey, we could use a little help," Leon said to the receptionists. "What do you need, good sir?" one of the receptionists asked. "We just transferred into the diplomatic corps, and we're told that is where we go to get assigned our quarters," Alex said. There was a short back and forth with the receptionists getting their identities straightened out, but it turned out that they had been told that Leon and Alex would be assigned their room today, so everything worked out after a few minutes. Leon and Alex's quarters were on the 5th floor, in a building almost 20 floors tall. One of the receptionists led them to their room and gave them their keys, but as the young man was about to leave, Leon said, "Can you wait a moment? Are you concerned something might be wrong with your quarters?" The receptionist asked. "No, I'd just like to send a message to Sir Aquilius, and I was wondering if you could arrange for it." "I can, indeed, Sir Ursus. We can't transmit spoken messages, but if you were to write it down, seal it, and bring it to the front desk, we'll have it delivered once Sir Aquilius arrives." "Thank you," Leon replied, dismissing the receptionist. He and Alex then turned their attention to their quarters. Leon unlocked the door and pushed it open, but he didn't make it far in before he was stunned motionless. The quarters they were assigned were gorgeous. The floor was tiled in white marble, streaked with an artfully asymmetrical black pattern, though much of it was covered in a rich dark red rug so thick and high quality that Leon almost felt like he was bouncing off it. The walls were painted in a bright red, matching the carpet, and much of the furniture was made from a dark red wood and covered in bright red velvet. In the center of the spacious main room was a section cordoned off by a rectangular row of white granite columns. This section was lower than the floor by 2 steps and filled with sand. It was closer to the back of the room than the front, where the living area and the kitchen were located to the right and left of the door, respectively. There were 2 more doorways, one on either side of the room that led to the bathroom and bedrooms. Leon's bedroom had the same style of furnishings as the main room, with a huge bed and more than enough storage space for all of his clothes and books. There was even a small office space in one corner. Alex's room was slightly smaller, as it lacked the office space, but still had plenty of room for her to feel almost too comfortable. The bathroom, too, was quite well appointed. It lacked the carpets the other rooms had but retained the clean white marble for its giant bath, sink, and toilet. "Is this really our place?" Alex asked in wonder. She had gotten somewhat used to luxury in Elise's estate, but she had never once thought that she would live in a place like this. "I guess," Leon muttered. "Perhaps we ought to take Sir Aquilius at his word and not get too comfortable for the time being." "That's for the best," Alex responded. They were both stunned at the opulence of their quarters, and neither thought for a moment that it would last, as it was just too good. After placing his things down in his room, Leon removed his armor and started writing a quick letter to Aquilius detailing what had happened with Gerald. As he wrote, he reflected on his own actions and admitted that he didn't think he handled the situation well, particularly his grabbing Gerald's arm was something that Leon regretted. He laid it out as truthfully as he could, asked as respectfully as he could for further instructions, then left to return to the front desk. When he got there, the receptionists didn't look busy, so he walked up and asked, "Are you guys sure we got the right room?" The receptionists looked at each other in slight confusion, but they nodded, and the man in charge asked, "Is there something wrong with the place you've been assigned, sir?" "No, nothing," Leon hurriedly said. "If anything, it's almost too much. It's certainly not what I was expecting to be assigned when I arrived, all the diplomats live here in this building, and all of their rooms are of similar quality, or better, the lead receptionist informed. While it's true that you're new, sir, you're still a knight, so of course we weren't going to put you up in some sty. Leon frowned a little, but he quietly accepted it. He didn't object to it, but he still wasn't used to being treated as a knight. Did you bring your message? The other receptionist helpfully asked. I did, Leon said as he turned it over. We'll hand it over once Sir Aquilius returns, the lead receptionist said. Leon quickly thanked him and went back to his and Alex's room. Looks like this is indeed our place, he said. You won't hear me complain, Alex responded, a big smile breaking out over her face. She was already changed into some clean clothes and was lounging out in one of the comfortable-looking couches with a book in hand. So, do we have the rest of the night to ourselves? She asked. It was clear to Leon that she wanted to relax and keep reading, so he said, I suppose we can do some light training in a couple hours, but other than that, I think we're on our own until someone comes to get us. It had been a long day, from the galley, though all the paperwork in the port, to the diplomatic corps, and finally to their rooms. It wasn't quite dinner time yet, but it was already late afternoon, and both of them needed their rest. To that end, Leon made like Alex and broke out a book to relax with. But their relaxation was interrupted only a few minutes before they began their training by the sound of knocking at their door. When Leon walked over and opened it, he found Marcus Aquilius staring back at him. Chapter 175. Anna. Several hours after sending Leon and Alex on their way, Aquilius put his work down and called it a day. He hadn't gotten word back from Gerald about whether the former two had been settled in or not, which brought a smile of anticipation to Aquilius' face. I wonder how that young knight dealt with Gerald's behavior. No diplomat worth his salt would ever lose his cool when confronted with someone antagonistic, so hopefully, he conducted himself well. I guess I'll find out tomorrow. Aquilius happily left his office and descended to the ground floor, then turned and made his way over to the diplomat's quarters. He rarely got any correspondence sent to the residential building, so he was quite surprised when the receptionist knocked on his door and gave him Leon's message just before dinner time. His curiosity was piqued, so he took a seat in his favorite armchair by the fireplace and opened the message. He hummed in thought. His forehead creased slightly as he reread the message. He'd known that Gerald would be abrasive, but not outright insulting. Leon's response to Gerald's terrible attitude wasn't what he expected of a diplomat, but the fact that Leon was owning up to it was a promising start. The message closed with Leon giving his and Alex's room number, and a request for further instruction, so Sir Aquilius rose from his chair and left his quarters. A quick minute in the magical lift brought him to Leon's floor, and soon enough, Aquilius found himself loudly knocking on Leon's door. The door opened in seconds, and Leon was brought face to face with a stoic and serious Aquilius. The latter was a career diplomat, and if he didn't want someone to be able to read his expression, it was an easy thing for him to wipe his face of all emotion. He did this now, so Leon wouldn't realize just how much pleasure he was taking in seeing the younger man's surprise and momentary panic. Sir, Leon said. He stared for a second before stepping to the side and saying, Please, come in. Aquilius availed himself of Leon's hospitality and entered the room. I received your message, the diplomat said sternly, but I want to hear what happened from you. He took a seat at one end of the dining table and asserted himself by gesturing to the seats at either side of him, inviting Leon and Alex to join him. Alex hurried over, while Leon took a moment to steady himself and regain his own normal stoicism. Once he sat down, Aquilius stared at him expectantly, so the younger mage launched into his explanation of what happened. He started with Gerald's brusqueness when picking them up, to their confrontation that started over his name, and ended with when Gerald left them at the doors of the residential building. I see, Aquilius muttered. He watched Leon speak the entire time, and he didn't see any obvious moment where Leon lied. He also kept an eye on Alex, and she didn't react in any way that made Aquilius think Leon was telling an unexpected lie. Him showing up unannounced was mostly because he wanted to catch them off guard and disturb any coordination the two might have put into lying, yet he didn't see a single instance where he would have guessed Leon wasn't being honest. For almost half a minute, the three sat there in silence. Leon and Alex were slowly getting more tense, though neither showed it, while Aquilius was perfectly comfortable, yet neither did he show it. Finally, the diplomat said, You're no diplomat, that's for sure. No true negotiator would have lost his head and laid hands upon someone insulting them. I'm aware of that, sir, Leon said, only showing his regret by averting his gaze. And you're owning up to it. Taking responsibility for your mistakes is a quality that I value, Aquilius stated, bringing Leon's eyes back to his own. You're not a diplomat, but you've got the potential to be one. I will speak to Gerald about this matter, but for now, you two may consider yourselves not in trouble. Thank you, sir, Leon and Alex said in unison. As Aquilius stood up, he continued, however, my mind may change after my conversation with Gerald, and if there is a punishment that needs to be meted out, you can rest assured that kicking you out of the diplomatic corps will not be it. Aquilius calmly walked back to the door, but as Leon opened the door for him, he turned to the younger man and said, "Oh, and come to the lounge tomorrow around 10 in the morning. I'll have one of my junior diplomats give you two a tour of the place. Get you acquainted with the post, and all." "Yes, sir," Leon acknowledged, and with that, Aquilius departed. As he walked down the hall, Aquilius allowed his serious face to drop, and he almost split his face in half with his smile. Yes, he has some potential, but only if properly nurtured, he thought to himself. Leon stood there with the door open in shock for several moments before he closed it behind the diplomat. "That was," he began, "unexpected," Alex finished. "But, at the same time, relieving. We have new instructions, and we're not in trouble over that whole thing." "Yet, not in trouble yet," Leon corrected. "I suppose," Alex muttered. She preferred to be more positive, but she had also gotten to know Leon well enough to know that he preferred to examine the negatives. "Anyway, let's get to training," Leon said, leading Alex over to the sandpit. After they were finished with training, Leon and Alex had to find themselves some food, as the kitchen was devoid of any. Fortunately, there had been a map of the citadel waiting for them on the kitchen counter when they had arrived, so finding a place for dinner wasn't that difficult. Of course, they then had to do the same the next morning for breakfast. So it was with a full stomach that they made their way to the lounge on the 14th floor of the diplomatic building, only to discover that the lounge's kitchen was still serving breakfast. Leon was a little regretful that they hadn't come here for free food, but the place they'd gone to wasn't that bad, so he put it behind him though the delicious smell was making doing so difficult. He and Alex didn't have to wait in the lounge long before a young woman almost seemed to bounce over to them. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with a head full of shining gold hair, and a smile that lit up her cute face. However, Leon barely registered her looks, as he had noticed her fourth-tier aura and realized that she wasn't one to take lightly. "Hi, there," she said enthusiastically. "You two are Sir Ursus and Alex, right?" "That we are," Alex replied, matching the other girl's chipper smile. "I'm Anna, one of the knights assigned to Sir Aquilius' diplomatic team. He asked me to show you two around and to introduce you to the team we're going into the mountains with." "Well, then lead on, Dame Anna," Leon responded. "You can just call me Anna, Sir Ursus," Anna said with a wink. "Call me Leon," he bluntly replied. "Good to meet, Cha," Anna said with a smile and a laugh. She then reached out and grabbed one of Leon's and Alex's arms, and started pulling them to the magical lift. "We don't need to be led around like pets," Leon muttered. "But you don't know where you're going," Anna insisted. She pulled them into the lift before she let go. She then mashed the runic circle that would bring them down one floor almost a dozen times. "Is there some kind of hurry?" Alex asked. "Oh, no hurry," Anna replied. "I just don't like wasting time. It shouldn't be a problem to relax and take things a little slower," Leon said. Anna's smile grew a little strained, and she said, "I really don't like wasting time." As soon as the lift doors opened, she grabbed their arms again and started half dragging them across the hall, without giving them much time to stop and examine their surroundings. The lift had opened into a long hallway with dozens of doors, almost all of which Anna completely ignored as she pulled Alex and Leon along. "This floor is entirely made up of our offices. But, this is the only room you need to know for now," Anna said as she stopped them in front of one particular door. She pushed it open and led Leon and Alex in, giving them a quick glimpse of a large stylishly furnished room with 3 other people within. There was barely enough time for Leon and Alex to get a good look of those 3 people, or for them to give the 2 newcomers a look of pity before Anna dragged them back to the magical lift. "Is there anyone we should meet right now?" Alex asked, in a subtle protest to try and get Anna to stop. "Nope," Anna said as the magic lift doors opened and she dragged them inside. "There's another floor we need to see, and then we can go and talk to people." This time, They went down 5 floors, and the lift opened into a large lobby with more than a dozen different hallways branching off. But, again, Anna barely gave the two time enough to get their bearings before her hands were on their forearms and she was dragging them down one hallway in particular. This is one of the floors with all the scribes who keep track of all of our logistics. This floor also houses our archives, where copies of every treaty, agreement, official piece of correspondence, and all the rest of the stuff that comes in and out of here is kept. Anna explained. She had them stop in front of a door, but she didn't open it, rather, she simply said, "Remember this room number. These are our archives. If you're ever given something to bring down here, just poke your head in and give it to one of the scribes inside." She then turned to Leon and said, slightly quieter than usual, which was still her speaking at a relatively normal volume, "But, you don't need to worry about being used as a gopher. Knights aren't given such mundane tasks." Alex frowned a little, guessing that she, as the squire, would be used as the gopher in this situation. Anna then began dragging them back to the magic lift. Once they were inside, she mashed the runic circle to bring them back to the lounge on the 14th floor. "Do you two have any questions?" she asked on the way up. "What are the other floors in this building?" Alex asked. "The first few floors are, as I said, scribes, bureaucrats, and archive storage. Then, the top few floors are the diplomats' offices, with the higher floors for the highest ranked knights." "What about the top floor?" Leon asked. "Sir Aquilius made it seem to us yesterday that he and his 2 other 6th-tier colleagues are the top guys here, so who works on the 15th floor if they're on the 14th? "That's a guest floor, for visiting royalty," Anna swiftly answered. "You mean they don't stay in the castle?" Alex asked with some slight disbelief. "The Bull King and his relatives stay in the castle. If any visiting royals from other kingdoms come here, then they stay here on the 15th floor. Or, if any high nobles from any kingdom visits Prince Trajan, they will stay up there as well," Anna informed. "I see," Leon muttered. "Now, if there isn't anything else, let's meet the people Sir Aquilius has taken with us into the mountains," Anna exclaimed with her usual enthusiasm. After they arrived at the lounge, she pulled Leon and Alex toward Aquilius' office. However, her actual destination was a meeting room just off to the side, where there were about half a dozen other people, 4 men and 2 women who were going through a stack of paperwork together, all of whom looked up in curiosity when Anna burst in, dragging Leon and Alex behind her. "Here's the new guys," she announced. "Dame Anna, you are a knight, please act with a little more of the grace and dignity expected of your station," said one of the people in the room, a woman with black hair neatly tied up into a proper bun and wearing a pristine dark blue formal dress that didn't have so much as half a wrinkle. "And how am I not acting dignified?" Anna asked good-naturedly. The serious woman narrowed her eyes in displeasure, but before she could speak, the other lady in the room said, "Please, Dame Anna, introduce the newcomers to us, we'd like to learn their names before we delve into boring talks of dignity and grace." Chapter 176. Meeting the diplomats. Anna, Leon, and Alex stood before the group that Aquilius was either going to take into the border mountains with him or had some role in planning the diplomatic mission. They were 4 men and 2 women. "This is Dame Juliana," Anna introduced, indicating the woman who had chastised her, and Dame Eleanor, nodding respectfully to the woman who had asked for introductions. The latter was relaxing in her armchair with her long blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, leaning over to one side to better see the new arrivals in stark contrast to the former, who had her black hair tied back and was sitting straight as a board with absolutely perfect posture. "A pleasure to meet you," Leon said, using all the etiquette Artorias had taught him. Which, granted, wasn't that much to begin with, but he made a reasonably good impression on Juliana, whose chilling dark blue eyes sparkled in curiosity. Eleanor, however, wasn't so subtle, saying, "Now that's certainly a proper response, sir." "Oh, this is Sir Leon, and his squire, Alex," Anna said. "Ah, Sir Leon," Eleanor continued, "your manners are quite something, not what I'd expect from a Valeman." "Manners shouldn't be praised," Juliana said with a glare, "they should be expected of all knights, no matter their origin." Her eyes flickered over to glare at Anna as she said this, but the latter either didn't notice or didn't care, as she continued to smile and almost vibrate with energy. "Let's not get too carried away, there are still introductions to be made," said one of the men, an impeccably well-dressed 5th-tier mage with brown hair and eyes, sharply chiseled features, and an easy-going smile on his face. Leon and Alex looked to Anna, as did everyone else in the room. "Sir Leon, Miss Alex, please Please meet Sirs Antonius, Helvius, Viridius, and Lucilius. Each one of the men sitting around the meeting table nodded in turn, with the man who spoke up being the last. Both Leon and Alex's minds were spinning a little as they tried to memorize everyone's names, something which Lucilius seemed to pick up on, as he said, "There's no need to remember everyone's names right this moment, we've at least 3 weeks for that. Anyone in our field should at least be able to remember a few names and faces," Juliana said disdainfully. "A few, sure," replied Eleanor, "but I'm also sure that they've had to meet a great many people in the past few days, and I think it's understandable if they might need a reintroduction or two before they've got everyone's names down." "Moving on," Lucilius said, interrupting before the two ladies' disagreement turned into an argument, "Sir Leon, why don't you join us and tell us a little about yourself?" Lucilius gestured toward an open seat, which Leon hesitantly lowered himself into, while Anna sat down opposite from him. Alex, however, stood by the wall, as none of the knights offered her a seat and she didn't think it would be wise to sit at the table without an invitation. After taking his seat and sitting for several silent moments, Leon looked up to meet the expectant gazes of the other knights. "So, what would you like to know about me?" he asked after being unable to decide where to start. "Tell us about the Valeman attack," Anna cheerily demanded, causing Juliana to glare at her. However, before the latter could say anything, Lucilius added, "Yes, we've heard a few scattered reports of what happened at the northern border, but nothing concrete. I think we're all quite curious to hear about the incident from the mouth of someone who was actually there." Leon thought for a moment, then began by explaining his assignment to Fort 127. This raised a few eyebrows, but no one interrupted. He then continued by describing the fort and giving his disappointed first impression, Jean assigning him to Sam, and the supply mission that ran into the invading Valeman. He recounted his and Alex's retreat south, the attack Jean led on the Valeman camps, and then finally the battle itself, ending with the Consul of the North's timely arrival. "Well, that's a hell of a story," said Antonius. "I've been to the northern territories and seen some of the fortifications that have been built to guard the passes. To have nothing more than a fort of 500 to watch for Valeman is negligence at its highest." "Oh, you were sent somewhere before you came here?" Helvius asked. "Yes, for my first command as a centurion, I was at Clear Ice Fortress on the Great Plateau. After I achieved the 5th tier and became a tribune, I was reassigned down here." "Sir Antonius isn't a diplomat, he's the commander of our guard detail," Eleanor quietly explained to Leon. "Anyway, I'm impressed you managed to survive such long odds," Antonius continued, turning back to Leon. "It was only because the Consul of the North arrived when he did that I'm alive now," Leon replied. "Hakon Firebeard had my throat in his hands and was closer to ending my life than I think anyone else has come before. I survived by luck, not skill. Still, from the sound of it, you acquitted yourself well," Lucilius praised. "At the end of the day, that's all we can do, to do the best we can with what we're given," Viridius added. "Oh," Eleanor asked, raising her eyebrow at Viridius. "So when I had to literally drag your lazy ass out of your room this morning so you wouldn't be late for this meeting, that was you, doing the best you could with what you were given?" "Hey," Viridius almost shouted back. If Leon wasn't able to see their friendly expressions, he'd think that Viridius was about to fight Eleanor. Instead, he said, "I can't be held accountable for what just woken up Viridius does. That guy's an asshole." As most of the other knights around the table chuckled, Juliana straightened the perfectly arranged papers in front of her and coolly said, "If it's not too much trouble, could I request that we return to the task at hand?" "Why the rush? We should be welcoming to our new member," Eleanor replied. "There's a time and place for such things, and the middle of a meeting isn't it?" Juliana insisted. "Levity is good for a person. You should try it, maybe then you wouldn't be so uptight all the time," Eleanor muttered. Juliana glared at Eleanor, then turned her eyes toward Lucilius, who sighed and said, "I suppose we should get this done. It won't take long, and it would be best to just knock it out. 18 days from today, Sir Aquilius will be taking myself, Eleanor, and Juliana with him as he goes north." "And Sir Leon," Anna reminded. "Right, Antonius, you'll be accompanying us, as usual, with a company of soldiers. Everyone else, we'll need you to be organizing our supplies and gifts to the giant chieftains and hammering out the last few details of our proposed treaty." "What should we get these chieftains?" Viridius asked. "No raw goods, they have little need for anything that isn't granite or basalt, from what little I understand," Helvius said. "Then, food," Viridius suggested. "I'm not sure what they eat, so maybe we should just get something made of gold or silver. Hard to go wrong with that, Helvius said with a troubled look. What do the giants typically go raiding for? Leon asked. Depends on the tribe. The stone giants further north tend to steal food and livestock, though they take so much it's hard to tell if they look for anything in particular. Those closer to the horns typically take slaves and treasure, Anna answered. Then some gifts of gold and silver should be enough, Lucilius decided. This will get easier after we get our non-aggression pact sealed, and we start talking about trade. The discussion about specific logistics continued. Leon paid as much attention as he could, but the diplomats eventually transitioned to an in-depth discussion about what future treaties they would attempt to negotiate with the giants, and his eyes started to cross. Fortunately, the discussion was over after about 45 minutes, and the meeting was adjourned. Sir Leon, Lucilius called out as everyone was leaving the room. Sir, Leon answered, stopping near the door to wait for the older knight. Let's walk for a little while, Lucilius suggested. Sure, Leon replied. He and Alex then followed Lucilius out the door and back toward the magical lift. As they walked, Leon saw Eleanor and Juliana walking together, with the latter trying to persuade the former to tame her loose hair. You really should tie your hair back, it makes you look sloppy and disheveled when you don't. Juliana said. Are you saying I look sloppy and disheveled? Eleanor asked combatively. No, Juliana replied, but I am saying your hair would look good tied up. I'm not tying it into a bun. Eleanor replied with a playful laugh. Seeing that Leon noticed the ladies' friendly disagreement, Lucilius chuckled and said, I hope you didn't take any of our disagreements back in the meeting room too seriously. We're all friends, so we know how far we can push each other without going too far. I wasn't too concerned about it, you seemed like you were keeping everyone in control, Leon stated. Good, Lucilius responded. You know, despite your lack of diplomatic training, it's comforting to know that you not only graduated from the Knight Academy but are also a combat veteran. We don't get many people transferring in who are either. Well, my combat experience isn't as extensive as some, and I didn't exactly graduate from the Knight Academy, Leon said. What do you mean you didn't graduate? You went through the academy, and now you're a knight. Lucilius responded. I was supposed to have a 2-year-long squireship after my time in the academy. The Consul of the North sped that up by knighting me barely a month into said squireship, and essentially forced the both of us to give the academy the finger in the process, Leon explained. Good to know. I'm not as well versed on many aspects of the Legion as I'd like to be. In fact, I don't think many people here have ever been in a fight, and even less have been through any of the myriad knight academies around the kingdom, let alone the Knight Academy. Having you here will bring in some valuable new experiences to our corps. Leon said with some slight confusion. He, Alex, and Lucilius had passed through the lounge by this point and arrived at the magical lift, and Lucilius immediately took them down toward the entrance hall. I would have thought that the diplomatic corps would be a post that many nobles would strive for, Leon continued on the way down. Being assigned here seems prestigious enough, and there are more than a few high-ranking knights around. It's certainly prestigious, but not in the same way that leading soldiers into battle is prestigious, Lucilius explained. Negotiating the finer points of a trade agreement doesn't have the same visceral satisfaction as swinging a sword into a monster's face or stabbing a power-mad mage in the chest. It also requires a lot of sitting in tight, stuffy rooms with many boring people. Leon frowned. The magical lift arrived on the ground floor, and Lucilius started to lead him and Alex back to the residential building. Would you two like to get lunch with me? The chefs in the residential building really know their business. Sure, Leon and Alex answered in unison. I didn't even know there was a cafeteria in the place. Alex said with glee. It's not quite a cafeteria, despite the name, think more in line with a private restaurant, Lucilius said. As they walked, Leon picked up from where their talk ended, saying, First think this corps is probably more influential than being a centurion or tribune, as a trade agreement or non-aggression pact will change the kingdom in ways that a low or mid-ranked commander never could. I'm glad you see it that way, Lucilius said with a smile. However, I've been working as a diplomat for over 40 years now and have brokered no shortage of agreements between our kingdom and various other parties. In doing so, I have won no medals or ribbons, and no triumphs have been held in my honor. A diplomat's job is honorable and influential, but it doesn't afford the glory and prestige that most young people yearn for, I'm afraid. Leon went quiet for a little while. Their conversation was certainly giving him plenty to think about. Zaffin, he said. What is it? The demon asked. Is your pride marred by my working in the diplomatic corps? Not at all, young mage. I'd say that those who perform the diplomatic jobs aren't appreciated nearly enough by most of those they serve. I know that I certainly relied heavily upon my own subordinates who could speak well when I was back in the void, and I doubt I gave them enough recognition for their work. He's right, though, Leon stated. There's a small part of me that's regretting not simply getting in contact with Roland and asking to join his retinue, or at least asking for a more dangerous and glorious post from the Consul of the North. Isn't that Roland guy someone who might be trying to kill you? Zafin asked incredulously. Maybe, Leon muttered. My gut says no, but he's certainly connected to someone who took part in my father's murder, so it's best not to take the chance. Then you didn't make a mistake, you're right where you should be. Never consider joining anyone that puts either of us at risk. Leon sighed. He knew Zafin was right, but those what-ifs weren't too far from his mind. Still, he pushed them as far away as he could and returned his attention to Lucilius and Alex. Well, I think that's enough on that topic, Lucilius said as they entered the residential building. Let's move on to something more interesting. More specifically, I'd like to know more about you, Miss Alex. Me? Alex asked a little nervously. I'm no one, sir, just a village girl from the Northern Territories. You're a Legion veteran, a soldier who survived a battle that was stacked heavily against you. Lucilius said. Besides, you weren't given that great of an introduction, and I must admit that I'm a little curious about you. Lucilius eventually managed to get Alex to talk a little more about herself, much to the latter's embarrassment. The three had a pleasant lunch together, and when it was over, Lucilius departed back to the diplomatic building, while instructing Leon and Alex to report back to the meeting room at the same time the following morning, just in case there was any work they needed to do. He assured them that there probably wasn't going to be any, but to check in regardless. Chapter 177. Magic Senses. Leon breathed deep, allowing his magic to flow unimpeded throughout his body. He'd been a 4th-tier mage now for over a month, but he still reveled in the feeling of control over the magic power he now had. He could feel every single drop of mana within him and knew that he could manipulate it in ways that he never could have when he was only a 3rd-tier mage. After separating from Lucilius, Leon and Alex returned to their rooms and spent some time in combat training. Alex was growing quite proficient with her sword, and with her diligent use of the breathing techniques Leon taught her, she was getting closer to ascending to the 2nd tier. Leon himself could feel the progress he was making, as the amount he could compress his magic power was growing at an almost noticeable rate. He called forth his power to do so again, letting it fill his chest until it felt like he was about to burst, then he began to compress. He'd learned in the past couple of weeks that compressing his magic was far more about control than it was about strength, so he tried to compress as fast as he could without straining himself. It was still difficult, and the more he compressed, the wilder and more uncontrollable the ball of magic became, but he held on as long as he could. Finally, when he could take the pressure no longer, he allowed the compressed magic to burst out of his chest. However, he didn't just let it go wherever it pleased, he sent it hurtling down his arms as fast as it could. His muscles bulged and his veins and arteries almost glowed from the magic power, but it still wasn't enough to conjure lightning. Looking up at a nearby clock in his bedroom, Leon noted that he had been practicing his lightning techniques for about an hour and a half, so he switched over to practicing fire. He gathered as much of his power as he could, compressing it as needed to fit more in his chest, then he allowed it to slowly leak out and fill his body. Zafin had told him that the magic in his chest was like an inner fire, and the magic should leak out like heat radiating from that fire, to slowly fill his body. Again, Leon wasn't able to conjure any fire, but after another hour and a half of training, he was satisfied with his results. Zafin, I'm ready now, Leon said after a 10-minute water break. Finally. The demon exclaimed. I've been sitting here bored as hell. Sorry to hear that, but there isn't much I can do about your boredom, Leon replied. You can hurry up to the 6th tier, so you can start building your mind palace. At least then I won't have to sit here like an ass on your diminutive little rock. I'll have my proper magic body then, too, so I'll be able to enter my soul realm and give you a few good hits for your disparaging remarks, Leon said, relishing every word as he thought about the possibilities. Your empty threat is empty, Zafin dryly remarked. Form your magic body first, and then maybe I'll take you seriously. To that end, I think it's about time we got started on magic senses, no? Leon said. Right, get yourself situated, this'll be easier for the time being if you're not moving. You'll need to learn how to project your magic senses when moving, but for now, sitting down is fine. Leon was already sitting down, so he said, I get that, so let's just get on with it. Patience is a virtue, young mage, Zafin said with a mocking sage-like tone. I prefer brevity, Leon countered. Zafin sighed, then continued, all right, so the key to magic senses is to understand that they're an active power, not a passive power. You must consciously use them. They're not like your eyes or ears that are always on. Right, so, summon up your magic power, and channel it into your brain and spine. Do it slowly, straining something in either of those places would mean suffering a nightmarish injury. Show a little patience and keep a tight control over your power. Leon did as instructed, allowing his power to slowly pour into his head and back. He'd done this sort of thing often enough when training to ascend to the 4th tier, but now that he could do significantly more damage to himself if he wasn't careful and relearned the process. What's next? Leon asked as he continued to concentrate his magic power in the key areas. This will be incredibly difficult for you, as a 4th tier mage, so temper any expectations you might have, Zafin reminded. I'm hoping for at least 5 feet if I'm able to get a handle on this technique before I ascend to the 5th tier, Leon responded. Not an unrealistic expectation, Zafin admitted. Moving on, Leon said, urging Zafin onward. Moving on, then, on a fundamental level, magic senses aren't that different from your aura. The key here is that your aura, the magic you emit unconsciously, is something that you have to actively hold in, and once emitted it's essentially out of your control. So I have to project my aura? Leon asked. Yes, but in a controlled way. Project your magic, let it slowly pulse, and you should feel what I can only describe as resonance with the power within your spine. Leon did as instructed and tried to push his magic out of his body. This wasn't nearly as easy as Zafin made it sound, and after several minutes, Leon hadn't managed it at all. This is something that tends to come naturally to 5th tier mages, though their range will rarely grow beyond 40 or 50 feet, Zafin explained. You'll get a hold over this power eventually. You say that as if I was about to give up, Leon said. I've only given this a few minutes of effort, I'm not done yet. Leon spent the next hour or so attempting to project his magic senses, but if it were so easy to do, it wouldn't be a power associated with 5th tier mages. He was unsuccessful in his efforts, but he at least had an idea of what to train and how. Oh, what a shock, you couldn't manage to pull it off, Zafin sarcastically mocked. Funny, I don't recall ever saying I would, Leon calmly replied. I've been practicing for an hour. I'll get it down eventually, no doubt in my mind about that, I just have to keep working at it. Zafin was quiet for a moment, eventually saying, you know, young human, it's not satisfying mocking you when that's how you react. Leon burst out with a few laughs so strong that he almost snorted. You know, demon, there's something I've been wanting to ask you for a while, now. What is it? Are all demons like you? Like me? Can mean quite a few things, be more specific, Zafin demanded. Well, the stories my father told me, and from what I could glean from books, demons are hardly the most friendly of creatures. And yet, you don't really treat me that bad, you're plenty willing to talk to me, and not just about things that concern you. You don't fit into the mold of what I've been taught, and I'm wondering if what I was taught was wrong. Well, that makes me curious, young mage, according to your own preconceptions, how am I, a demon of flame revered as a mighty lord of flame, supposed to act? I guess, aloof, distant, not speaking much, always trying to impress your will upon others. Oh, and haughty beyond measure, along with a tremendous helping of pride and arrogance, though, I'd say you have the latter parts down pat. Zafin murmured. He took a few moments to think a while before he gave his answer. No, most demons are nothing like me. In fact, you're not too far off the mark, especially with the haughty and arrogant parts. Most demons are incredibly prideful, and why shouldn't they be? Humans kill each other in droves just to obtain fragments of our power. Arrogance and a sense of entitlement is, I think, something to be expected from a demon when so pursued. You can add a certain amount of self-awareness to the list of traits I didn't think a demon would possess, Leon quietly added. I've had a long time to think about these things, young mage. I'm old enough that those 80,000 years I spent in that prison was hardly much compared to the entire breadth of my life, but I would never call it an insignificant amount of time. Other demons are arrogant, but most demons don't spend 80,000 years trapped by those who summon them. They don't spend millennia humiliated by members of one of the most powerful Nexus clans in existence. They don't have to suffer the indignity of having your life and liberty demanded as payment to be free of your restraints. Leon's eyes widened in slight alarm, as he could feel Zaffin's mounting rage. He had no idea what he was unleashing when he asked his question, but he also felt like this might have been something that his demonic partner might have been holding in. And now that he had started to release some of his frustration, Zaffin wasn't stopping. I was imprisoned, forced to kneel to my captors. Deprived of all movement, my power was leached away to help power the prison's enchantments, so that I was still useful to them, even in my refusal. And, because I continued to reject their contract demands, they abandoned me. They forgot about me. Zaffin seemed to stop for breath here, and Leon didn't even try to interrupt. I'm different, young mage, because I have had a long time to reflect on my life. What once interested me, the dogged pursuit of power at all costs, no longer holds the same charms. I will regain my old strength, and I will reclaim my lordship, but it will be at my own pace. No one will ever dictate to me how I should live. I will take life as it comes and enjoy it when it does. I'm different, young mage, because there are things I want to enjoy. I will not take what few freedoms I still possess for granted ever again. Silence fell between the two after Zaffin's rant. The demon's words gave Leon some things to think about, and drove all thoughts of training from his head. Well, I think that certainly answers my question, Leon muttered. I guess, Zaffin said. Also, don't forget that we forged a bond, formally acknowledging the other as our equal. With that bond comes understanding, and with understanding, a feeling of familiarity. With that familiarity comes more understanding, and it makes relaxation around each other easy. For as long as this contract remains to bind us together, Leon, I will always know you better than anyone else, just as you will know me better than anyone. I don't really know that much about you, though, Leon responded. I'm not talking about personal history, or the names of our parents, or other asinine facts like that. What I am talking about are emotions, what we feel, when we feel, and why. If something makes us happy, then we both experience it, to a degree. If something infuriates one of us, then the other will feel that anger and fury is our own. That makes it hard to not be familiar with each other. Makes sense, Leon said. He'd certainly felt more than a few of Zaffin's emotions on multiple occasions, and it was easy for him to guess that Zaffin felt some of his. Out of curiosity, Demon, how is the recovery of your power going? Need any terrible and painful potions? Not at the moment, but that could change, Zaffin answered. For now, just continue to gain power in your own right. I'm rebuilding my own power base, and the more power you have, the more I can use to heal. A candid answer, as expected, Leon said with a chuckle. And with his questions answered, he and Zaffin fell back into silence. Leon continued to sit there not doing anything for a few more minutes before he turned his attention back to his training. Chapter 178. Diplomatic mission. Over the next couple of weeks, Leon and Alex were allowed to do their own thing for the most part, which mostly consisted of Leon getting the two to stay in their room and train. They were taken around to meet many of Aquilius' other subordinate diplomats, but that hardly took much out of their day, so there was plenty of time to also explore the city and the citadel. But, the relatively laid-back days quickly came to an end the morning that Aquilius and his team were to depart for the border mountains, with Leon and Alex in tow. To that end, the two left their rooms early in the morning, ate a hearty breakfast in the private cafeteria, then made their way over to the neighboring building. They had spent the previous day packing, but since they were only scheduled to be gone for a week at most, their packs were fairly light. However, Leon had also done some work on cleaning and polishing up his armor, so the black magmic steel gleamed in the light of the morning sun. He hadn't gotten around to doing any more enchanting work on the armor, but he'd made the time to inscribe the bow over his shoulder with 3 runes forming an enchantment that more than doubled his effective range. There was a dedicated room on the ground floor of the diplomatic building for gathering a team together before departing. When Leon and Alex arrived, the entire team save for Lucilius had beaten them there. Aquilius was near the front, chatting with Eleanor, Juliana, and Antonius, while their squires and the 100-man company that would act as their guards were sitting on the ground and resting up before the mission got underway. Just behind the soldiers were 3 wheel-less carts loaded with supplies, including the presents that had been bought for the giant chieftains. Sir Leon, Miss Alex, Aquilius called out once he saw the two. Leon walked over and joined the conversing knights, while Alex took a seat next to the other squires. "Ready for your first diplomatic expedition?" Eleanor asked Leon with an encouraging smile. "As I'll ever be," Leon answered. "You made it through a Valeman invasion, I think you can handle some reasonably friendly giants," Antonius said. "We're going to get moving as soon as Lucilius arrives," Aquilius said. "I sent him off to finish a few last bits of paperwork to inform Prince Trajan of our departure, and he should be back shortly." Leon guessed the second part of Aquilius' statement was for his benefit, as he couldn't imagine the others didn't know where Lucilius was. "Is there anything in particular I should be on the watch for in the border mountains?" Leon asked. Antonius said with a thoughtful expression. "There aren't a lot of predatory creatures up there, but there is the odd mountain lion and a great many griffins. They rarely mess with humans, so no particular need to watch out for them. The real threat in those mountains are the stone giants, and I'm not expecting them to give us too much trouble." Leon nodded, feeling some slight relief. The frozen mountains in the north were exceptionally dangerous, being filled with all manner of monstrous beings, and so Leon had long since come to associate mountains with grave danger. Still, he didn't imagine he'd be getting too much sleep until they returned to the horns despite Antonius' assurances. About 15 minutes after Leon and Alex arrived, Lucilius returned. As he handed a few papers to Aquilius, all of the resting soldiers and squires got to their feet and started to pick up their packs. Several soldiers tossed their things onto the carts and grabbed a pair of handles on the sides. The giant air runes carved onto the bottom of the carts made them almost trivial to transport, despite their heavy load. However, Leon did note that the soldiers didn't look too happy to be pushing carts, regardless of how easy it was. After another couple of minutes, Aquilius turned to the entire group and said, "Let's get moving." He then led the knights and their squires out the front door while the soldiers and the carts went out the back. "Are we not going as one group?" Leon asked curiously, seeing the soldiers departing through a different door. "The carts won't fit through the front, and a 6th-tier knight is hardly going to go out the back, is he?" Eleanor whispered. "We'll meet up again outside the citadel," Juliana curtly added. "The walls extend from here all the way to the northern horn, so we'll be walking across its battlements to reach the border mountains," Lucilius explained. Leon blinked in confusion and asked, "How big are the walls that they allow for foot traffic?" "The last wall is the biggest at 70 feet tall and more than 40 wide, Lucilius answered. "More than wide enough for us to walk across." Leon had to agree, thinking to himself, 40 feet wide might as well be a raised road instead of a wall. The group made their way through the streets and open baileys of the citadel until they found themselves at the northern gate. As he did upon arrival at the port of Arimenium, he marveled at the tremendous defenses of the bull's horns. The north side of the hill had been sculpted by earth mages into a mesa-like formation, so the group had to pass through two massive portcullises defended by an equally massive gatehouse, across a drawbridge to a tall tower, then take a hard right and over another drawbridge to reach the top of the wall. They had to pass through two additional portcullises in the tower, and another two portcullises in the gatehouse on the wall. Looking back, Leon could see that there weren't any other gates on the north side of the citadel, leaving that one death trap of a route to get past the citadel's walls. But, once they were past all those bridges and portcullises, they were on the wall. Unlike the black stone of the palatial keep in the citadel or the whitewashed limestone bricks of the diplomatic building, the entire wall had been constructed out of concrete mixed with volcanic ash. This made it extremely strong, as well as resistant to most fire magic, which was the element of choice for most besieging armies when trying to penetrate walls. Leon's previous thought of the wall almost being a raised road wasn't too off the mark, as there was a clear path made of light gray stone tiles running down the center of the dark gray ramparts for people to walk along. Taking a glance over the east side of the wall, Leon could see the other two walls that formed the border of the Bull Kingdom. There were only about 30 or 40 feet between the walls, and each one was shorter than the one directly to its west, allowing each wall to fire down upon the one to its east if an enemy ever managed to seize one of them. Leon also noted battlements on both sides of the ramparts in case an enemy were to gain access to the area between the walls, as well as small machicolations for archers to shoot anyone at the foot of the wall. "This place really has been fortified," Leon said. Hearing him, Antonius said, "Of course it has. What you see is the cumulative efforts of more than 1,000 years of hard work. I don't think there's a kingdom in Eterna who could make it past these walls." "Careful, there, buddy," Lucilius cautioned, saying such a definitive thing all but guarantees that our defenses will be breached. "Since when were you so superstitious?" "Oh, don't look now, Luke, but I think I see a cracked mirror," Antonius sarcastically responded. The group continued on, walking the entire 5-mile length of the wall in about an hour and a half. They passed through dozens of towers that doubled as gatehouses, and Leon saw that there were thousands of men on the wall. The Legion clearly wasn't understaffing this place as they had at Fort 127. The northern horn was much the same as the southern horn, only without the city. The main castle was up on a large hill close to the mountain sculpted into a mesa, and within its gigantic walls were more than a dozen baileys forming what might as well have been a small city by itself. From what little he could see of it as Aquilius' group passed through, the only thing that was missing from the northern horn that the southern horn had was the titanic palatial keep in the diplomatic building. By noon, the group had made it all the way to the western gates of the northern horn. Leaving the northern half of the fortress was just as much of a chore as entering the southern horn had been, with multiple portcullises, gatehouses, and drawbridges, as well as a long concrete ramp down to the plain between the horns, interspersed with yet more gatehouses. But, once they were through, they were finally close enough to the border mountains for Leon and Alex to get a good look at them. Immediately, Leon found some of his assumptions being challenged, as the border mountains barely resembled the frozen mountains that he knew so well. Instead of great boulders, immense lumps of earth, snowy peaks, and the occasional mountain forest, the border mountains were comprised of millions of towering hexagonal basalt pillars. Most were fused and twisted together, forming steep cliffs and deep crevices. The group halted near the bottom of the ramp and waited for the supplies and Antonius' company of soldiers to catch up. Fortunately, they only had to wait for a few minutes before the carts and soldiers appeared on the road heading toward the ramp. "Is everyone here?" Antonius asked the company centurion, who responded in the affirmative. "Good, then get those supplies off the carts and let's get into those mountains." The soldiers grumbled a little about being used as pack mules, but they did as ordered and started to unload the carts and carry everything themselves. The carts were left at a Legion post house near the ramp and the group started walking into the mountains. They barely walked a quarter-mile before the dirt and grass beneath Leon's feet gave way to the hexagonal basalt pillars, which were short enough to almost be steps leading upward. However, there was a large amount of winding the group had to do in order to keep going, as there were many taller pillars forming sheer cliffs that blocked their way. An hour into their trek, they entered the mountains themselves. There was some dirt here and there with weeds and grass, but for the most part, the only thing that could be seen were black pillars. Their path was rough and narrow, only allowing for one person to continue at a time in many places. More often than he cared to count, Leon had to proceed with one shoulder pressed up against a cliff, and the other hanging over the dark abyss of a deep crevice. Eventually, the group arrived at the top of a mountain where the pillars formed a reasonably flat surface and stopped. Leon noticed 6 particularly large pillars on the rim of the mountaintop that didn't look natural. Seeing Leon walk up to one for examination, Aquilius said, "This is where we're meeting the giants. It's a meeting place they established to be neutral ground and is actually where we met for our first talks." "I thought these looked a little out of place," Leon said as he reached out and lightly touched one of the large pillars. Just as his fingers brushed up against the pillar, the group heard a deep rumbling coming from somewhere in the cliffs further down the mountain. For a moment, Leon thought that he had accidentally caused something to happen, especially when, several minutes later, the ground began to shake. He quickly stepped back away from the pillar and started to look around with a not insignificant amount of panic, but he quickly calmed himself when the diplomats seemed completely unfazed. "The stone giants are coming," Aquilius said, casting his gaze down the mountain at a specific rocky passage between the cliffs. Leon followed his eyes and saw, emerging from the crevice, 6 stone giants appear. Chapter 179. The crater. Much like the border mountains themselves, the stone giants looked nothing like Leon imagined. He'd thought they would appear to be extremely similar to humans, only much taller and with an exterior similar to when an earth mage uses their magic to harden their skin into stone. However, the 6 giants that emerged from the dark crevice only resembled humans in the most general sense. They had 2 arms, walked on 2 legs, and had a head, but they lacked visible sensory organs. Their bodies were entirely made up of boulders that groaned and crunched with the giants' every move, creating a noise that reminded Leon of a distant avalanche. Their height also greatly varied, the smallest being around 10 feet tall, and the tallest towering over the rest at what Leon estimated to be more than 20 feet. The giants moved relatively slowly, with the ground shaking beneath their every step communicating their immense weight and power. As they walked closer, Leon tried to see if there was anything between the boulders that made up their body, but he couldn't see anything. The stone giants appeared to actually be big stones stacked in a bipedal form and somehow animated. What are these things? Leon asked himself as he stared at the great lumbering creatures. After a few brief moments, he decided to ask that question to Zaffin. The demon thought. It's hard to say without taking some time to properly study them, but I'd guess that those things are earth wisps inhabiting stone bodies. Just a guess, though, it's not like I'm the font of all knowledge, despite my undeniable greatness. An earth wisp, what's that? Leon asked. He remembered Zaffin saying something about wisps before, back when he saw the bronze golems in his family's archives beneath the palace in Tira, but with the flight from the archives, Leon had completely forgotten about it until now. A sufficiently powerful mage can split off a portion of their power and use it to animate some kind of artificial body, like a suit of armor or something. However, it requires an extreme amount of power to do so, enough that I doubt anyone on this plane could ever hope to create one. Anyway, if the wisp is left in its body for long enough, it can potentially develop a modicum of self-awareness and sentience. If I could hazard a guess, I'd say that's what these giants are. So there might be some cataclysmically powerful mage creating these giants? Leon asked, his eyes starting to widen in panic and his hand starting to twitch closer to his sword. Not likely, Zaffin answered. Creating a wisp and allowing it to grow to full sentience is a lot like creating life, which is why it requires a mage of extreme strength to do so. I've never done it, as I've never had the need to, but I've heard stories that occasionally these wisps grow smarter and eventually figure out how to reproduce. And that's what these stone giants are. Self-aware wisps of magical power capable of thought and reproduction. Leon asked. That's indeed what I suspect they are. Probably leftover constructs from when your Thunderbird clan was here. The mage that created them is probably dead, and the constructs slowly developed self-awareness over the resulting millennia, creating the giants you see before you. The massive stone giants continued to lumber forward until they arrived at the mountaintop. There, they stood motionless, creating the same atmosphere as if they were staring unblinkingly at the 100 or so soldiers and diplomats. Aquilius walked forward and said, "Lapis. It's good to see you again, my friend." His tone was light and seemed to Leon to be genuinely happy and cheerful, but given that it was a diplomat speaking, Leon took his impression with a grain of salt. The giant responded with a series of low rumblings that sounded like rocks crushing and grinding against each other, which Leon had no hope of understanding. Aquilius, however, seemed to understand the giant perfectly fine, as he laughed good-naturedly and said, "We're committed to peace between our peoples." Something like that is hardly enough to scare us off. The giant rumbled again, then it and its comrades turned to start walking back toward the crevice. "Let's go," Aquilius ordered, and the entire group started following. The mountaintop was relatively flat and open, but the crevice was much narrower, though still big enough to allow the largest giant. Still, the group only entered 2 or 3 at a time, and Leon noticed that the diplomats were spreading themselves out among the soldiers. Aquilius led the group accompanied by the company centurion and a prefect. Lucilius walked with Antonius in the center of the group, and Eleanor and Juliana walked near the rear with the other 2 prefects. Most of the diplomats, squires joined Lucilius and Antonius in the center, but Leon and Alex walked near the back, just ahead of Eleanor and Juliana. "This is so cool," Alex gushed to Leon. "It feels like we're on our way to a hidden village. A hidden village filled with giants made of stone that could crush us all with little effort," Leon cynically reminded her. "They don't seem that scary to me. Besides, Sir Aquilius and Sir Lucilius have stated multiple times that they've made a great deal of progress with them, so there shouldn't be any violence," Alex said. "What should be and what is aren't always related," Leon countered. "Look, just don't let your guard down too much until there's an actual non-aggression pact in place. Until then, there's no guarantee that the giants will remain so cordial." "You really need to lighten up," Alex stated with a slight pout. "Don't get me wrong, I'm certainly excited to see where we're going," Leon said, "but I'm also trying not to make any assumptions that might put us in danger. I'd rather any surprise I suffer to be pleasant, as opposed to not." From behind them, Eleanor spoke up, saying, "A wise policy, but don't forget that levity always has its time, and it's oftentimes best to take the opportunity to relax when it presents itself." "Levity is all well and good," Juliana said, glancing over at Eleanor as she did, "but so is caution. Technically speaking, we're still walking into enemy territory, at least until our non-aggression pact is finalized." The two lady knights then began a heated debate over whether they should be cautious or relaxed. After walking a mile into the crevice, neither had managed to gain any ground against the other, and yet they argued with such passion that Leon and Alex were hardly able to get a word in edgewise. Eventually, the latter two simply accepted that they were no longer a part of the conversation and turned their attention back to their surroundings. The crevice eventually turned into a long tunnel. The walls weren't smooth and had a kind of zigzag pattern from the hexagonal basalt pillars that were present even here. The ceiling was more than 3 stories tall, and the giants had built the tunnel in such a way as to leave the ceiling stylishly vaulted from the remains of cut pillars. The group continued down this tunnel for more than half an hour. Leon was starting to wonder just how long it was when he saw a faint light at the end. That light was the exit, and it opened onto a platform that overlooked an enormous crater in the side of a basalt mountain. The platform was more than large enough for the 100 soldiers, diplomats, and giants, and the group paused there to wait. Leon and Alex took the opportunity to walk closer to the edge, as the view was spectacular, and they wanted to drink it in despite Leon's words about remaining cautious. The crater was deep and unnatural. It seemed to be entirely of the giants' making, as it was a long oval shape and had hundreds of caves cut into its sides. But, to call them caves would be something of an understatement, as they had elaborate entrances that suggested something more than just a dark, damp cave, something closer to a bright, spacious, and comfortable home cut into the side of the mountain. Many of the entrances had covered stone porches, with the coverings held up by gigantic pillars covered in the giant's strange script. Leon soaked in the sight, but when his eyes drifted down to the bottom of the crater, he froze. He saw a large formation of pillars serving as the foundation for a building that, based on the architecture, anyone could tell hadn't been built by the giants. However, Leon didn't need to compare architectural styles to know that the building hadn't been built by the giants, as it was possessed of a style familiar to him. It had been built in the shape of a cross, with an enormous dome at the center and entirely made up of black granite. There was an entrance at each end of the cross, sealed with a trapezoidal plate made of gray metal that had a gently blinking dark red runic circle in the center. However, the building wasn't in great shape, as the roof had a great many dents and damage marks and one entire branch of the cross had collapsed. Around the edges of the entrances were friezes and sculptures that Leon had to squint and channel some magic into his eyes to see, but he could tell were depictions of numerous birds of prey. In several other places around the building and on the roof above the entrances were huge stone statues, each showing a predatory bird in a different pose. Some of the statues had been broken when portions of the building collapsed or worn down with age, but Leon could still tell what they were supposed to be: thunderbirds. What is that place? Leon wondered aloud. Aquilius, who was not too far away, heard him and came over. He quickly placed his hand on Leon's shoulder and said, "Stay away from that place, Sir Leon. The giants call it something like the cradle, and it is an extreme taboo for them. If any outsider were to approach, the giants would fly into a rage and kill them instantly." "I see," Leon muttered, but his eyes never left the building, and he began to unconsciously rub the ring of invisibility on his finger. He had already made the decision to investigate the ruined building at the first opportunity, despite Aquilius' warning in direct order to stay away. While they were staring at the building, another group of giants approached. Leon was able to easily guess that the giant leading them was someone important, as its limbs were studded with thousands of tiny rubies and flecks of gold. Aquilius hurried over to the giant while saying, "Rakos. Wonderful to see you, it's been too long." The giant responded with its deep and rumbling voice, then turned around and began to walk away. Aquilius turned and gestured to the rest of the group, indicating that they should follow this important giant. "I'm guessing that's the chief of the giants?" Alex asked, whispering to Eleanor. "Chief of this tribe of giants," Eleanor corrected. "There are dozens of tribes in the border mountains, but this one is the closest and arguably the most powerful of the tribes for hundreds of miles. Many of the other nearby tribes are even subordinate to this one, which is the main reason why we're here instead of somewhere else." As he listened to this, Leon glanced over the side of the platform again. When he'd heard that the giants had formed tribes, he'd been expecting something akin to the Valeman tribes, but the architecture and building materials, at least, gave Leon enough of an impression of organized civilization that he wouldn't describe the giants as tribal. He had to admit, though, that he hadn't much of an idea of how the giants governed themselves. He'd been assured in the last few weeks, though, that had he arrived a few weeks before he'd have gotten a comprehensive briefing on the situation, instead of just a crash course in the diplomatic corps' standard practices. Along the edges of the steep crater were pillars that had been cut into stairs, facilitating travel between clusters of cave houses. Since they had been sized for giants, even the narrowest set of stairs were several dozen feet wide, making for a relatively comfortable journey for Aquilius' party. They eventually arrived at the bottom of the crater. With the raised platform, the cradle was on to one side, and the crater wall to the other. Here, the largest and grandest of the cave houses was found. This was the home of the giant chief. The roof over the doorway was supported by more than a dozen pillars, and many pillars more had been left artfully cut in a half circle around the door, with the shortest pillars up front and the taller decorative pillars closer to the door. The door itself was an enormous slab of black basalt and looked like it weighed more than all of Aquilius' party combined, but the giant chief pushed it open with apparent ease. Leon clenched his teeth at the show of strength. It may not have been the chief's intention, but it clearly demonstrated its titanic strength that far exceeded even Leon's own fourth-tier strength. This gave Leon the impression, despite his inability to read most of the stone giant's auras, that the chief was probably stronger than even Aquilius, the only sixth-tier mage in the entire party. The group hurried inside, and Leon was in for another surprise, as the immense entry hall had been built in an enormous trapezoidal shape, extremely reminiscent of Zaffin's prison and his family's archives, if fairly crude. There weren't any bright white fires lit in the bottom corners. Leon guessed this was because the giants didn't have eyes, and there were dozens more hexagonal pillars holding up the crater wall above them along the upper corners of the trapezoid. The group was escorted about a quarter-mile underground. The hall was staggeringly large and much longer than a quarter-mile, but that was where their guest rooms were. The guest room had been built for visiting giant chiefs, so there was more than enough space for the entire group to comfortably set up camp. "Rest up," Aquilius said. "We'll be speaking with Reikos again in several hours, and it'll be all business for a long while, so don't plan on getting much rest tonight." Leon's thoughts turned back to the cradle. He, for one, wasn't planning on getting any sleep that night, as it was an enormous building and just begging for some exploration. Chapter 180. Exploring the crater. "This place is truly awful," Zaffin remarked. "Too much like that prison?" Leon asked. "Too much like that fucking prison," Zaffin muttered. "Well, we'll only be here a few days," Leon said. "But there's still the worst place to see before we can go," Zaffin said bitterly, causing Leon to frown a little. "Whatever," Zaffin continued, "don't mind me, do what you will." Leon could understand Zaffin's antipathy for the giant's sense of architecture, as they seemed quite taken with the trapezoidal hallways he'd seen in the prison and archives. This extended to more than just their hallways, too, as much of the furniture the giants built for themselves had slightly wider bases to ape that style. Of course, it was all built out of black and gray basalt and the odd piece of shiny granite rather than the clean gray metal of the prison, but Zaffin still couldn't help but hate that shape. But the demon would have to suck it up, as there was no way Leon was going to miss out on the chance to explore the cradle, no matter what the stone giants had to say about it. However, he wouldn't be able to go anytime soon, as the diplomats had gone into a flurry of activity upon getting settled into the guest room in Reikos' hall. Alex and all of the diplomats, squires were organizing papers and putting the finishing touches on the sleeping arrangements, while Leon and the diplomats were sitting around a table going over their negotiation strategy as well as giving Leon a late introduction to giant politics. "The stone giants are relatively simple, politically speaking," Aquilius explained to Leon. "Reikos is their chief, though I suppose it might be more correct to translate their word for his title as king, but our official word is chief. Here in this crater, his word is law." Picking up on something Aquilius just said, Leon asked, "Is it he? Do stone giants even have definable sexes or genders?" "Oh," Aquilius said, slightly surprised at Leon's question. "Actually, I don't think they do. I just said he, because it's easier, I suppose. Regardless, you are to treat Reikos like royalty, even if you don't follow his directives." "Got it," Leon responded. "Good. We call this the Crater Tribe, and it has more than 8 subordinate tribes of giants underneath it. They collect tribute from these subordinate giants, though we're not sure what form that takes. It could be the reason for many of the raids on the eastern territories, as these subordinate tribes need to pay tribute to the Crater Tribe, but again, we're not quite sure. I do know that the occasional human slaves they take certainly aren't kept here. I would suppose any slaves they take wouldn't last long here," Leon said. "There are hardly many farms in the area, so what would they eat?" "A good point," Aquilius replied with a smile. glad to see that Leon was thinking about the problem. Assuming we're able to clinch this non-aggression pact, the next treaty we hope to get with the Crater tribe is the repatriation of these taken slaves, if any are still breathing. Would this non-aggression pact with the Crater tribe extend to the subordinate tribes? Leon asked. Rather than Aquilius, it was Lucilius who replied, yes. You can think of these subordinate tribes as a lot like the noble vassals of the Bull King, semi-independent, but still subject to the decrees of the Crater tribe. If Reikos orders them not to attack our eastern territories, then attack our eastern territories they will not. Leon hummed, absorbing this quick briefing as best as he could. We would have given you a much more comprehensive briefing if time allowed, Aquilius said, but unfortunately, you came to us quite late. So, we're going to have to leave this where it is for now. Sir Lucilius, I'm going to put you in charge of getting Sir Leon up to speed once we return to the Horns. Yes, sir, Lucilius responded. Good. Now, it's getting to be about time for us to meet with the giants, make our formal introductions, and give our gifts. This should probably take 3 or 4 hours. We'll convene here afterward and go over our agenda for the next few days. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement of Aquilius' schedule, and soon enough, a stone giant opened the door of their guest room and it was time for them to go. The soldiers stayed in the room, while the diplomats and their squires departed. Their destination was the throne room at the end of the hall, with a throne carved out of the same trap rock pillars that the mountains were made of, and merging seamlessly into the gigantic wall behind it. This wall sparkled with bits of granite, and the pillars were warped and distorted, creating spectacular waves of glittering pillars behind the throne. Upon the throne was Reikos, waiting for them in a pose that Leon honestly didn't think the giant could make, given that its body was made entirely out of rock. One arm rested on the throne, while Reikos rested its head on the other. It even had one leg crossed over the other, with what Leon identified as an ankle resting on what passed for Reikos' knee. The giant rumbled in its language as Aquilius slightly bent at the hip with his right hand over his chest and his left hand behind his back in a respectful but not submissive bow. Chief Reikos, Aquilius began, I, Marcus Bellius Aquilius, Knight of the Bull Kingdom, present to you my party. Aquilius quickly listed off all of the names of the diplomats and their squires, and humbly thank you for your generous hospitality. The giant on the throne rumbled again and almost seemed to shudder in laughter. Or at least, so it seemed to Leon. The giant spoke for several long minutes, occasionally gesturing with its enormous arm and causing every ruby embedded in its stony skin to sparkle in the light of the 4 massive pits of fire flanking the throne and door that illuminated the room. Leon and the diplomatic party were there for as long as Aquilius guessed, a little over 3 hours. Aquilius was the only diplomat who spoke, but Reikos' throne room was filled with several dozen giants that often quaked and rumbled with their chief at certain things either Aquilius or Reikos said. Leon tried to follow their conversation as best he could, but since he could only understand Aquilius and Reikos seemed particularly verbose, he quickly found himself lost and struggling to keep his attention focused. Finally, though, after presenting the gifts of gold and silver to Reikos and several of the stronger giants in his court, the diplomatic party left the throne room to return to the guest room. Man, how much did those things cost? Leon heard Lucilius wonder out loud, referring to the gold and silver bands that, to a human, would be an absurdly ostentatious crown, but were barely rings to the stone giants. If it helps us buy peace, then it doesn't matter, Aquilius said, hearing the junior diplomat and shooting him a glare to shut him up until they returned to the guest room. Lucilius quickly quieted down, but he glanced over at Eleanor, who had arranged for the gifts, and she mouthed, more than 20 million. The former diplomat almost reeled in shock at the staggering sum. The giants had seemed pleased with the gifts, at least. Aquilius sat all the diplomats down and began their post-introduction meeting. There truly wasn't much to say, as everyone already knew the agenda, but Aquilius liked to make sure everyone was on the same page. Half an hour later, the meeting was adjourned. As the other diplomats went their own ways with their squires, Leon quickly caught up to Aquilius before he could disappear somewhere in the enormous guest rooms. Sir Aquilius, Sir Leon, is there something you need? Aquilius asked politely. Actually, sir, there is, Leon answered. What is it? Well, I'm not too comfortable being this far underground, sir, so I was wondering what the rules were regarding whether or not we could go outside. Of course, despite asking this, Leon wasn't going to stay there if Aquilius said he couldn't go for a walk, but it was always better to ask first, he thought. If something went wrong, it would be better if someone knew where he was, and that he had someone's permission to be out there. Aquilius thought for a moment, weighing the risks. After several quiet moments, he said, "It should be fine. The giants here aren't particularly hostile, especially with our negotiations and friendly meetings lately. Sure, you can go outside. Just be sure to be back before, let's say 10 o'clock. Got it, sir," Leon agreed. That would only give him about 3 hours, but they would be there in the crater for several days, so he suppressed his impatience and accepted the time hack. But, just as Leon was about to end the conversation and head outside, Aquilius said, "Oh, and make sure to check in with me when you get back." Leon had to fight to keep his face in its usual stoic expression instead of frowning, but he managed a, "Yes, sir." Aquilius then nodded to him, and Leon turned to go. On the way, he stopped to tell Alex to relax and meditate, and that he'd be back in a few hours. His squire wasn't happy being left behind, but she accepted his order and went back to their tent. With everything taken care of that needed to be taken care of, Leon hurried out of the door and walked as fast as he could down the hall without seeming suspicious. He passed a few giants in the hall, and though they gave him odd looks or, at least, their heads seemed to track him a little, they didn't stop him, and he soon found himself back outside of the hall. The crater stretched out before him, and he took a few minutes to just stand at the edge of the entryway and admire what the giants had built. Their tribe was, Leon guessed, as big as the entire noble quarter of the capital, and every cave that the giants had cut into the walls of the crater would be considered a palatial estate in human civilization. But Leon hadn't gone outside to sightsee, as he reminded himself when his gaze eventually wandered back to the raised platform in the center of the crater where the cradle sat waiting for him. Leon's instinct was to immediately run over and begin his exploration, but there were still plenty of giants milling around the stairs and platforms around the edge of the crater, despite the sun having set more than an hour before. If these things don't go to sleep at night, then this'll not be easy, Leon thought to himself in dismay. As he thought more about it, he didn't even know if the giants needed rest at all, let alone stick to a human-like sleep schedule. Needless to say, Leon quickly found himself rubbing the emerald ring on his hand, fighting the urge to disappear right then and there. The bottom of the crater was a rough and broken landscape, which only grew more so the further away from the crater walls one would go. Leon decided to leisurely stroll around the fissures, crevices, and pillars for a while, and if he felt like he could get away with it, then he'd activate his ring and make for the cradle. It was only the approach to the cradle, where the landscape evened out, that was off limits to outsiders. He started walking away from Reiko's palace. The entrance was large, enough that Leon had no fears of getting lost, as he could simply climb up one of the bigger pillars in the crater and check his bearings. Plus, the cradle platform loomed over everything, so he figured he'd always have a landmark in sight. Leon was grateful for these things, as the center of the crater turned out to be a warren of cracks and crevices in the massive pillars, and Leon found himself turned around more than once whenever he took his eyes off the cradle for too long. There weren't any giants in the pillar maze, and the noise of the tribe didn't penetrate that far into the maze. This silence nearly brought a tear of joy to Leon's eye as he felt himself unconsciously relax in the darkness. The only thing he could hear was the sound of his own footsteps on the step-like basalt hexagons beneath him. After about 10 minutes of wandering, Leon realized that he was deep enough in the maze that he could activate his ring and none of the giants would notice. Or at least, none of them could see him, assuming they had eyes. He began to channel his magic power into the ring. He hadn't used it since leaving Fort 127, so he was looking forward to seeing how long he could hold the invisibility almost as much as he was looking forward to exploring the cradle. The emerald flashed green, light bent around him, and he slowly faded from view. With a smile on his invisible face, Leon began to quickly walk in the direction of the cradle. However, barely 5 minutes before he arrived, a massive shadow passed over him, blocking the moonlight for a brief moment. Leon froze, his first thought being that a giant had seen him and come to stop him. A few seconds later, he heard a dull thump come from not too far away, and with his eyes now turned to the sky, he saw what had made that shadow, a massive griffin. He only got a quick glance at the beast, but he could still tell that it was strong and powerful, with an aura that was far too strong for Leon to make an accurate guess as to its relative tier. It had the body of a lion more than 12 feet long, with claws that looked like they could shred steel, a lustrous golden coat, and a deep brown mane. The mane slowly gave way to the golden brown feathers that covered the griffin's eagle-like head and wings. Leon could only stare and mutter, "Shit," at the majesty of the creature that was strong enough to fly through the middle of a tribe of stone giants with no obvious fear. But, as beautiful as the beast was, Leon considered it no more than a mere distraction that he could tell Elise about when he saw her again rather than a thing of any consequence. And then he heard some shuffling and pained squeaks coming from where the griffin had momentarily landed. The sounds didn't seem to be coming from too far away, so Leon decided to indulge his curiosity and check them out. He took a turn away from the path he was following, squeezed through a pair of pillars blocking his way, and emerged in a small clearing. In the center of the clearing was a tiny white bundle that twitched and squeaked. Whatever it was clearly in pain and started to panic, but it wasn't strong enough to do more than lay there. Leon apprehensively approached the bundle, and his eyes widened when he got close enough to clearly see what it was: a newborn griffin, white as fresh snow and no larger than a house cat. Chapter 181. Stupid dumb idiot. The tiny white griffin had been badly hurt, as Leon could see trickles of blood staining its downy feathers and newborn fur. It was still struggling to move, but it was far too weak to do anything more than twitch. As Leon cautiously approached, he noticed that the griffin was so young that its eyes were still stuck closed. "You're stopping for this beast?" Xianxia asked Leon in slight confusion. Leon didn't answer, choosing to instead crouch down and examine the injured griffin. "Be careful, you don't want to get fleas or something from touching this filthy creature," Xianxia said derisively. After taking a few minutes to gingerly check out the baby griffin, Leon guessed that most of its injuries were probably related to the older griffin pecking it a few times to prevent it from trying to follow it out of the crater. Leon thought that it needn't have bothered, as the tiny griffin was still blind and its wings were too small to fly yet. Back in the Night Academy, a few hours had been spent on griffins during the mandatory classes that focused on monsters within the Bull Kingdom. There had been a tremendous amount of information thrown at the trainees during those classes, so Leon couldn't quite remember them all, but he did recall enough to guess that the griffin was less than 2 weeks old, as that was usually how long it took for them to open their eyes. And then, suddenly, Leon realized something. Fuck. He bellowed at Xianxia. He almost had to bite his tongue to prevent himself from screaming out loud. "What?" the demon responded, clearly startled. "What's wrong? What's the problem?" "I'm a moron is the problem," Leon shouted back. "I'm a stupid idiot." Huh. Leon fumed in frustration. He was so angry at himself that he didn't even care that his fingers gently brushing through the down of the griffin's head had dispelled his invisibility. "Ever since I was born and my father named me Leon, I have found myself associated with lions," Leon explained to Xianxia as calmly as he could. "My father called me Little Lion. I awakened my blood by hunting and drinking the mana of a snow lion, and when I came to the Night Academy, I was assigned to the Snow Lions unit." Xianxia said, still not quite following. "This led to me deciding to take the lion as my own personal sigil," Leon continued, glancing down as best as he could to glance at the silver lion in the center of his cuirass. "Yeah, that's actually a little strange. Most of those with inherited bloodlines would take their ancestor as their sigil," Xianxia added. "They would," Leon agreed. "Now, let me ask you something, demon, what is a griffin?" "Why would you assume I know the answer to that question?" Xianxia asked. "This kind of shit isn't my forte. If you were to ask about fire beasts on the other hand, it's a beast with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle." Leon shouted. "Ooh," Xianxia said, finally understanding the connection. "Okay, so an animal you associate yourself with and a bird that's kind of similar to your ancestor are combined into one beast. What's your point?" "That's what my sigil should have been," Leon said, glancing down at the silver lion on his cuirass. "As soon as I get back to the bull's horns, I'm finding a smith and I'm changing this from a lion to a griffin." Xianxia was quiet for a few moments. "This is what you're worked up about?" he asked in disbelief. "I'm upset because I'm dumb. I should have made this connection before and not wasted my damn time." So, what are you going to do about this tiny thing?" Xianxia asked, turning Leon's attention back to the baby griffin so the mage would stop yelling. "Don't know. It looks to be an albino, and it's probably a runt if the mother griffin was so willing to abandon it. I'd say it's best to just move on. The thing is close to death, anyway." Leon frowned. The way the tiny creature twitched made him think the griffin wasn't quite done with life, that it wanted to live. "You would advise me to abandon this little griffin, but it's so young it hasn't even seen the world yet," Leon said, a hint of anger appearing in his voice. What would you do to help it, then? Zafin asked. I don't know, Leon admitted. My healing spells should work for it, but since it isn't human, I won't make any guarantees. Beyond that, it's still a griffin. I don't think it would have any trouble surviving after a few months. If it can even survive those months, Zafin cynically added. Leon couldn't disagree with the demon, but he also didn't want to just leave. I wonder, Leon murmured as he began to fish around in his satchel for an emergency healing spell. What are you wondering? Zafin asked curiously. It's just a thought, but since this thing hasn't even opened its eyes yet, if I'm the first thing it sees, maybe it will imprint on me think I'm its parent. You want to raise this thing? If it's possible, Leon responded. He finally extricated the healing spell from the satchel and gently pressed it against the griffin. There was a quick flash of golden light, and the wounds on the griffin slowly began to seal. It didn't improve the creature's appearance much, though, as the healing spell didn't clean up the blood that had already been shed. Leon waited there for a few minutes, watching the griffin slowly stop twitching and squeaking. I have a question, Zafin began. How are you going to get this beast to imprint on you? If I recall correctly, a griffin's eyes shouldn't open for at least 2 or 3 weeks after birth, as their eyes aren't quite fully formed yet. The healing spell might accelerate this, so the griffin might be able to see in just a few minutes, but only if you recall correctly, Zafin said. Yes, thank you for fixating on that part, Leon said sarcastically. He continued to wait there for 15 minutes, and his eyes began to be drawn from the griffin back to the cradle. He'd certainly waited long enough to turn invisible again, but he was also hoping that he was right about the griffin. And then, the griffin began to raise its head and squeak. Leon hurried over and crouched down so that his face would take up the griffin's entire field of view if its eyes opened. The creature's eyelids cracked open, giving Leon a brief glimpse of bright red albino eyes before they snapped shut again. Shit, Leon thought to himself. Looks like it didn't work, Zafin said, striking a tone that almost gave Leon the impression that the demon was gloating. So, instead of responding, Leon simply sighed and turned back to look up at the cradle. He channeled his magic back into his ring, and he took a few steps back to the path he was following. However, something made him stop and turn around. It was just a tiny little thought, one small regret that he wasted a healing spell on a wild animal, but when his gaze fell back upon the griffin, he froze. The glittering green emerald in his ring stopped shining when, in shock, he stopped channeling his magic. He saw 2 bright red eyes staring back at him. The griffin had lifted its head again and made another attempt to open its eyes, and it and Leon made eye contact. You were saying, demon? Leon asked, gloating with a much less ambiguous tone than Zafin had used. Talk when the imprinting works, boy. Leon hurried back over to the griffin and took the creature's head in his hands. It was ugly, with fluffy down that was tattered and covered in blood, and a beak that was barely a nub in the center of its face. But its red eyes sparkled with life, and neither the griffin nor Leon broke eye contact for more than a minute. Is that all you're going to do? Zafin asked. It's really all I can do, Leon answered. Where'd you learn this, by the way? The demon continued. Read about it, Leon replied. The first thing most newborn animals see is their mother, so hopefully, this griffin can be tamed now that I'm the first thing it's seeing. However, as if the griffin could hear Leon's reply and felt spiteful, it immediately broke eye contact, struggled to its feet, and started running away. Leon wasn't committed enough to it to chase after it, though, so he just stood and watched as the griffin disappeared into the dark pillar maze. Damn it, he whispered. If only it were so easy to tame a wild beast, Zafin chided. Laugh it up, demon. It was worth a try, at least. I'm not going to blame you for it, but don't lose sight of the more immediate concern. I'm not, trust me. But, as I said, worth a try, Leon replied as he turned his gaze back to the cradle. Although I'm surprised that you would be so quick to spur me onwards, demon, I thought you weren't looking forward to being in there. I've had to look at your clan's mind-bogglingly terrible architecture for far too long, and the prospect of seeing more of it isn't appealing. That being said, what might be hidden away in that ruin certainly piques my interest. So, be quick, and find whatever is in there. Leon smiled and didn't waste any more time. He immediately reactivated his invisibility ring and started hurrying in the direction of the cradle. He was actually quite close to it and exited the maze of pillars about 5 minutes later. However, the sight in front of him froze him in his tracks. 5 stone giants, standing guard over the approach to the cradle. The mass of trap rocks that the cradle had been built upon could only be effectively approached from the direction of Reiko's hall. All the other sides were too steep for Leon to scale before he ran out of magic power and his invisibility gave out. His only option was to take the stairway that had been cut into the rocks that the giants now stood guard over. Fortunately, they didn't seem to be able to sense Leon's presence, as they had made no reaction to his appearing from the maze. Slowly, and as quietly as he could, Leon inched forward, suddenly becoming quite conscious of how much magic was still in his blood. He guessed that he could hold his invisibility for about 20 more minutes, but he still had to keep in mind the return journey. He figured that it would take about 10 minutes to get back through the maze again, so he'd have to get past the giants and into the cradle in the remaining 10 minutes. If he did, then he would have about an hour or so to explore the ruin before he would have to leave in order to return in the time Hack Aquilius had given him. Leon took one valuable minute and continued to inch closer while keeping his eyes on the giants and looking for a way to get past them that didn't involve walking underneath their legs. His options were hardly plentiful, but he eventually came to the conclusion that the giants truly couldn't perceive him, so he started to speed up. Just in case, though, he made sure to restrain his aura as much as he was able to. He was heartened to see that, despite coming almost close enough to touch the giants, they still hadn't reacted to his presence. Unfortunately, the stairway was so narrow that all 5 standing shoulder to shoulder was all that was needed to block the way. He wasn't going to get through without walking between some legs. Before he did so, Leon stopped and took one last look at the stone giants. They had merely stood there, as still as statues, guarding the cradle. They were so still, in fact, that Leon might have guessed that they were statues had they not been emitting powerful magical auras. Leon, feeling his magic drain with every passing second, slipped past one of the giants as carefully as he could. He then began to climb up the enormous stairway, grateful that the wind and the ambient noise of the crater kept him from needing to be too quiet. Several seconds later, he reached the top of the stairway and was left with only one last problem for the immediate future: how to get into the cradle, as it was the wing of the building that was facing the stairs that had collapsed. He wasn't deterred, though, and he eagerly began his exploration. Chapter 182. The Cradle. Leon stared at the cradle ruins, conscious of every second that passed. He had about 5 minutes to get into the cradle before he decided to call his exploration off while he still had enough magic power in his blood to return to Reiko's hall unseen. His eyes wandered over as much of the ruin as he could see, searching for a way to get inside. After another minute, he decided to get closer and ran up to climb onto the ruins of the collapsed hall. Over the top of every hall was an enormous statue of what, to Leon's eyes at least, appeared to be a thunderbird. The statue over the ruined hall was still mostly intact, with only a single leg and a wing missing, but it still gave a good view, so Leon climbed onto the statue's head and looked around. "Looks like the doors to the other wings are still intact," Zafin observed. "Yes," Leon replied, "but I would prefer an entrance that has a less likely chance of being locked." "You don't know if those entrances are locked, though," Zafin responded, urging Leon to check them. Seeing no other way in his quick scan of the building, Leon took off running to the hall on his left, which was slightly closer than the one on his right. Upon arrival, he wasted no time slapping the red runic circle on the trapezoidal plate, causing it to vanish and reveal a more conventional door as well as dissipate his own invisibility. The door was huge, almost 3 stories tall. However, when Leon impatiently threw himself against it to minimize his exposure, it opened with startling ease. In fact, Leon was expecting much more resistance, so he tripped and fell when the door opened. Leon scrambled to his feet to the sound of Zafin's laughter and hurried to close the door behind him. The last thing he needed was for a stone giant to see the open door and missing plate. Just before the door closed, the plate reappeared with another runic circle in the center. Leon sighed in relief and allowed himself to relax. But he couldn't afford to wait too long, so he turned and took his first good look around. The hall he found himself in wasn't dark, which came as a bit of a surprise. The ceiling was adorned with an enchantment to look like the sky and was awash with the deep blues and blacks of late evening, illuminating the hall with the light of millions of stars. There was no moon, though, which tipped Leon off to the fact that the enchantment was a projection of light rather than somehow making the distant ceiling transparent. The rest of the hall was just as lavishly decorated with additional, if somewhat less functional, light enchantments. The floor had been constructed of pale blue marble tiles, and enchanted to have a mirror sheen to them, though only about a third of the tiles were still reflective, with the remaining being dull and dirty. There were dozens of large columns supporting 4 hallways stacked over the ground floor on each side, forming galleries that protruded and opened into the hall. Leon could see even from his own low point of view that the walls on each floor of the gallery were angled, forming part of the now familiar trapezoidal shape that was so common in the Thunderbird clan's old facilities that he'd been in. Much like he'd seen in the prison, murals made of light were projected off of these slanted walls, but whatever was powering them didn't seem to have much power left, as the projected murals were flickering too much for Leon to clearly see their details. At the opposite end of the hall was another set of doors, though they were only about half the size of the doors Leon had just walked through. Still huge, but not absurdly so. Leon guessed from having seen the exterior of the building, that these doors led into the central domed part of the structure that connected the 4 wings. "So, Demon, where do you think we should start?" Leon asked. "I would check out the central dome, but that's just me," Zafin answered. Leon agreed, and so he ignored the doors in the galleries and made for the other end of the hall. The doors swung open as easily as the others did, but with the previous embarrassing experience, Leon pushed much more gently and kept his balance. Walking through the doorway, Leon found himself standing in a spacious rotunda with the dome ceiling above. At its highest, the ceiling was probably 10 to 12 stories high, and what he could see was made entirely of some kind of concrete similar to what the wall between the bull's horns was made of. Another light enchantment covered the inside of the dome, but instead of just projecting a night sky, it also showed brilliantly spiraling and multicolored nebulae and bright celestial bodies too distant for Leon to see clearly. In the center of the dome, the enchantment faded out, leaving only a massive glittering pale white diamond set into the center of the dome, backlighting 3 nearby constellations. 2 of these constellations were of humanoid figures, each with a sword and a crown, while the last was of a bird, which Leon guessed to be the Thunderbird. The rotunda was in much better shape compared to the hall Leon had just left, as the black marble tiles were clean and tastefully reflective, and the light projections on the walls were steady and stable. However, Leon still couldn't see the projected murals clearly, as around the rotunda's edges were trees, bushes, and flowers, contained in long trenches filled with dirt and kept alive through what he guessed was nature magic. Leon drank in the marvelous sight, admiring everything that he could. However, his eyes were eventually drawn to the center of the rotunda, where he could see a gleaming shallow pool filled with crystal clear water, and in the center of the pool was a raised marble platform. Upon this platform were 8 gray metallic rods, perfectly cylindrical and without a single blemish to mar their polished shine. This platform was directly underneath the diamond, moon, which in the simulated night seemed to cast a spotlight on the platform. "There is an enormous amount of magic flowing through those rods," Leon observed. "I can sense it too," Zafin responded. Leon approached the platform, walking across the pool using several small marble steps that formed pathways for anyone coming from the halls to reach the platform without getting their feet wet. Upon arriving on the central platform, Leon cautiously examined the rods from a few feet away. The extreme amount of magic he could sense flowing through them made him wary of getting too close too hastily. The appearance of the rods wasn't particularly noteworthy, save for the bright red ruby set into the top of each one. What was more eye-catching was the platform itself, as its marble tiles were so reflective that they created the illusion of glass separating 2 nearly identical worlds. Below the surface, within that optical illusion of a reflected world, Leon could see thousands of glowing runes spiraling and flowing into each other in the air surrounding the platform, and especially concentrated around the rods. Looking up, Leon couldn't see the runes that the tiles seemed to reflect. The air around the platforms and rods were devoid of any hovering runes. The platform had nothing else except the rods, no consoles of control runes, no tables with instructions or notes, nothing explaining what the place was supposed to be. So with a degree of confusion, Leon turned to Zafin. "Given their name for this place and the way they guard it, I was assuming that this place was where the giants were built by the powerful mage that created them." The demon in his soul realm was quick to defend himself, saying, "It was only a guess on my part. Obviously I can't know for certain what this place was built for or where the giants come from." Leon frowned, then murmured, "Maybe the answer is somewhere else in this place." Leaving the platform for the time being, Leon started exploring the rest of the building. Since he made it inside before he ran out of magic power, he could stay for about an hour before he had to turn back, enough time that he didn't feel rushed, but also not enough for him to justify staring at something he couldn't comprehend. The other 2 intact wings of the building were much like the one he'd entered from, being large 5-story tall halls with dozens of rooms on both sides accessed from galleries. However, the enchantments in these parts of the cradle were much more decayed than the ones in the hall Leon had entered from, as none of the floor tiles were reflective, the walls projected no murals made of light, and even the fake skies had started to dissolve in places, revealing the bare concrete of the ceiling, which he could see was cracked and in poor shape due to lack of maintenance. There weren't any rooms on the ground floor of the halls, with the few doorways instead leading to stairways that provided access to the galleries above. There were plenty of rooms branching off from the galleries, though, which Leon eagerly started to explore until he realized that all of these were devoid of anything of interest. A few had a few pieces of stone furniture, a granite desk with extraordinarily elaborate geometric engravings, several chairs, a couple tables, but nothing caught his eye. "Looks like this place has been completely mothballed," Zafin observed. Leon couldn't completely disagree, as it seemed like whoever had built the cradle abandoned it in an orderly enough manner as to take everything of value. However, there was something that bothered him about that idea. If they were going to mothball this building, then why didn't they take whatever was powering the enchantments? Leon wondered. There was a huge diamond in the center of the dome, why didn't they take that? "I can't say," Zafin admitted. "There are still rooms to check, maybe we'll get lucky and find some answers," Leon said. The rest of the rooms in the last hall he had to check were just as empty as the others, but Leon did find something of interest on the highest floor of the last gallery he had to search, an inscription upon the only door on the top floor of one of the galleries. "Look at this," Leon muttered as soon as he saw it. "This room has been labeled. Well, check it out, it might have something nice inside if it were important enough to have a label," Zafin urged. Leon did so, but the rooms behind were just as empty as he'd come to expect, though it was clear they would make for a palatial residence if they were fully furnished, so he returned to the inscription. It was the only writing he'd found in the entire building, and he didn't find anything else left to investigate except for the rods and their accompanying enchantment back in the dome. "Can you read it?" Zafin asked impatiently. "It's an old script," Leon said, a little annoyed that Zafin was being so lazy as to make him do the work, "but it's still based on the runes as far as I can tell and not the ancient runes, thankfully." "But can you read it?" Zafin repeated. "Give me a damned moment," Leon responded. He stared at the letters on the door, trying to discern their meaning. As most written languages in Eterna were based on the runes, it didn't take too much work for two different peoples to read each other's language, but Leon found this a little more complicated. After about 30 seconds, he said, "It's a heavily stylized script, but I think I can understand it. Let's see, I think that's an N, Prince." "These rooms were a residence for a prince," Zafin said, his voice subtly growing lower from restrained anger. "Does it say which prince?" Nestor," Leon answered. "Nestor? I think I might know that name, it sounds familiar. That bronze golem back in your family's archives name-dropped him as its creator," Zafin said. "Right," Leon exclaimed. "So then, I guess this Prince Nestor must have been the one to create the stone giants. If I was correct in my guess as to their origin, which to be fair, we haven't found any hard evidence of yet," Zafin said. "Maybe I'll find some. I'm not leaving the crater for a few days anyway," Leon said. It was time to leave the cradle, but he intended to return the next night to study those enchanted rods, especially since it seemed the giants were created by the Thunderbird clan. Leon made for the exit. He'd been in the cradle for a little over an hour, which had been enough time for him to recharge plenty of mana for his return journey. He slipped through the door, vanished from sight, and hoped that no one saw him. He raced back to the stairs, slowing only he came close to the guardian giants. He didn't think they'd moved an inch since he'd snuck past them earlier, but he was still cautious of moving past them just in case they could hear his footsteps. His caution was rewarded when he managed to return to the maze of tall trap rocks without incident, and he made his way through it as quickly as he could, dispelling his invisibility when he started drawing close to the exit closest to Reiko's hall. The return journey was swift and uneventful, but that almost changed when, just as he was leaving the maze, Leon saw a small white blur in the corner of his eye. When he turned to get a better look, whatever he'd seen had disappeared, but he could still make a guess as to what it was. He reached into his satchel and pulled out some travel rations of dry meat. It was enough to be a hearty meal for a small animal, and he left the food just inside the maze, where nothing else would see it. Leon then turned and left with a proud smile on his face, returning to the diplomats' guest rooms minutes before Aquilius' time hack was up. Chapter 183. Anzu. There was little for Leon to do the next day in the crater. The other diplomats socialized as best as they could with the giants, which wasn't that much since Aquilius was the only one among them who could understand the stone giants' language, while Raycos and Lapis were the only giants who could do likewise. As a result, much of that socializing came about with the diplomats hanging around the hall watching the giants go about their business. Leon was left feeling profoundly bored, as there was effectively no way for him to help with the mission. Aquilius would spend his days quietly talking with Raycos, while the rest of the party was just there. The entire diplomatic party had assembled in Raycos' throne room early the morning after Leon explored the cradle. They were off to the side in a place that was honorable enough, but also kept them out of the way. The rest of the throne room was packed with 5 or 6 dozen stone giants, most of whom weren't from Raycos' tribe. Rather, they were representatives of the Crater tribe's subordinate tribes, who had come at Raycos' request as a favor to Aquilius. The giants were discussing something that Leon was unable to follow, and he couldn't help but start to zone out. Noticing his obvious boredom, Lucilius leaned over and whispered into Leon's ear, "Try to pay attention." His voice in Leon's ear nearly made the younger man jump out of his skin, but he turned and nodded to Lucilius to indicate that he'd try. The older mage quietly chuckled, then said, "This is perhaps the most boring part of the job when you're only brought along to flesh out a more important person's posse. But this isn't always a job where you face off with a master of the art of speech in epic battles of wit. You have to take the good with the bad, I'm afraid." Leon nodded his understanding. As he watched Raycos slowly introduce each newly arriving stone giant to Aquilius, he asked Lucilius, "If I may ask, where did Sir Aquilius learn the giant language?" "Ah, that. There are some people in the eastern territories that trade with the giant smugglers, mostly, who give the giants gifts so they can move through the border mountains without trouble. A group of these smugglers was caught in a raid on a warehouse filled with contraband, and one of them was given the choice of 10 years in prison or 2 years as Sir Aquilius' translator. He chose the latter, and he taught Sir Aquilius how to understand the giants in those 2 years." Leon asked. "No, Sir Aquilius taught himself. That translator served his time and left us a little over a year ago, and Sir Aquilius hasn't needed a replacement since." "That's impressive," Leon said honestly. "Indeed, the rest of us barely have more than a rudimentary understanding of the giants' body language, let alone their speech," Lucilius said. Leon smiled a little as he watched Aquilius converse with Raycos as naturally as he did with any of the rest of the party. Aquilius was respectful before Raycos, but not submissive, striking a friendly tone but not afraid to let the occasional hint of steel enter his voice. "I suspect that's what he meant when he wanted me to watch and learn. It's not about the words he's using, but about his attitude," Leon thought. Not a lot of nobles could perform delicate diplomatic work, as they'd usually be too arrogant, but Aquilius seemed to be an exception to that trend. He could be friends with another political leader and be respectful in their home without also tarnishing the dignity of the Bull Kingdom he represented. Now that he was taking a closer look at Aquilius, Leon started paying more attention, trying to memorize the diplomat's bearing and demeanor. He doubted he'd be able to do what Aquilius could do anytime soon, but he was ready to learn. Introductions for the arriving giants took the entire morning and most of the afternoon. The diplomatic party had been on their feet the entire time, but no one was more tired than Aquilius. Still, despite his fatigue, Aquilius was energized and almost shook with excitement. His 3 years of diplomacy and carefully building up trust with the Crater tribe was finally paying off, now that Raycos had brought his subordinate tribes to meet with him. After returning to the guest rooms, he checked and rechecked the terms of the non-aggression pact with the Crater tribe. Not that such a simple agreement needed such scrutiny, but he wanted to make sure everything was ready for proposal. His mind also raced with questions about what kind of trade the giants could open up to the Bull Kingdom, and he couldn't wait for the next day for the negotiations to begin. Aquilius' excitement, however, meant that there wasn't much else for the rest of the party to do. After a couple hours of being holed up in the guest rooms, he eventually decided to allow everyone to explore the outside for a little while. There were now giants in the crater that were still officially hostile, but he trusted Raycos to keep them under control, so he wasn't worried about any trouble. Still, no one was allowed to leave Raycos' hall until they agreed not to roam too far away. Leon took full advantage of this, being the first of the party to leave the underground hall with Alex close behind. As he stepped out into the light of late afternoon, he turned to his squire and said, "If you don't want to follow me, then please don't consider yourself obligated to." I'm fine with it, Alex replied, giving him a radiant smile. Leon surreptitiously glanced at the cradle in the distance and briefly considered forcing Alex not to follow him so he could explore the ruins a little more, but he decided that could easily backfire on him. He allowed Alex to accompany him outside. "Sue, what did you do last night when you were out here?" Alex asked. Leon clenched his jaw for a moment, afraid that she might have some idea of where he went. However, his rational mind knew that it was almost impossible and that she was probably only asking out of curiosity. "I went for a walk. Mostly explored the maze in the center of the crater," he answered. "Is that it? You were out for hours just walking around the crater?" Alex inquired doubtfully. "Yes, why do you sound so incredulous?" "It's a little weird," Alex responded. "How so?" "We were underground for a while, and I needed the fresh air. Plus, we were and are going to be around all these other people for a hot minute, so I was savoring the solitude." Alex hummed, understanding Leon's explanation to an extent, but still not quite believing him. Leon could hear the doubt still in her voice, so he decided to let her in on at least one secret, as he had a feeling that the secret would refuse to stay hidden once they got far enough away from the stone giants. "There's one other thing," he began, proceeding to tell her about the abandoned newborn griffin. When he was finished with the story, concluding with the glimpse he got of the griffin when he exited the maze, Alex almost looked like she had stars in her eyes. "That little griffin sounds adorable," she cooed. Then, something suddenly occurred to her, and she asked, "Is that why you packed extra food before coming outside?" Leon smiled and nodded. "He's still out here, and on the off chance that we run into him while we're out seeing the sights, I'd like to leave him a little food. I can't imagine there's much in the maze that's edible, though I also doubt that there's anything out there that could kill even a newborn griffin. Then let's hurry up," Alex said with a determined expression as she hurried toward the mass of hexagonal pillars in the center of the crater. Leon blinked a few times in confusion, then silently chuckled to himself. Should have led with the griffin. Something to keep in mind for the future, I guess, he thought. They didn't have to go far into the maze before they caught sight of a small white bundle familiar to Leon. In fact, they found the albino griffin only a few steps away from the entrance to the maze where Leon had left it the night before. Alex's eyes went wide and she rushed forward to examine the tiny creature. However, once she drew close, the griffin woke up, took one look at her, scrambled to its feet, and retreated a ways. Alex frowned and came to a stop, completely discouraged. "Can't blame it for being cautious, can we?" Leon asked as he caught up to his squire. "I guess not," Alex muttered. Leon glanced over at the griffin, which was staring straight back at him, his golden eyes meeting the griffin's, bright red. He didn't take another step forward, choosing instead to sit down on a short nearby pillar. "Might as well have a seat," he said to Alex. "It doesn't look like the griffin is going anywhere, so I think we can afford to wait for him to come to us." Alex frowned again, and begrudgingly took a seat, next to Leon, but she was still repeatedly glancing back at the griffin. The two sat there in silence for several minutes, while the griffin continued to stare at them without moving. It seemed to Leon that it might have approached him if Alex weren't there, but he couldn't see a way for him to be sure without rudely demanding her to leave. "So, what should we call this little thing?" he asked Alex, finally breaking the minutes-long silence. "Anzu," she replied immediately. Leon was a little taken aback at the speed of her reply, so it took him a moment to respond. "That was fast," he murmured. "I brought the Myths of Ninurta with me to read," she explained. "Ah," Leon said in understanding. He'd read that book before, so he needed no further explanation. Zafin, however, wasn't so familiar with Eternan literature, so he piped up, asking, "What is she referring to?" "A myth from the Eastern Territories," Leon replied. "Before the first Bull King united these lands and instituted ancestor worship, the people living near the border mountains worshipped a sky god named Ninurta. He was the bringer of rain, lightning, and sunlight. One of his myths involves him getting into a dispute with a lightning griffin, who steals a scroll detailing Ninurta's magical arts. The sky god fought with the griffin to retrieve his scroll, causing an enormous storm to break out over the entire mountain range. In the end, the griffin returned the scroll, and Ninurta recognized it as his brother and equal. The two were the best of friends from that moment onward, and I'm assuming that the griffin in that story was called Anzu." Zafin asked. "He was indeed," Leon affirmed. An appropriate name for a beast of the Thunderbird clan," the demon mused, returning to his normal silence. "Anzu's a good name," Leon said out loud. Especially given how you ascended to the 4th tier, Alex added with a smile, pointedly not mentioning his family's famous lightning arts. Leon slowly nodded. Alex was giving an expectant look. She was clearly angling for an explanation but didn't want to outright ask for one, so instead, she brought it up to make her curiosity known. Leon, however, wasn't going to indulge her. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Do me a favor, Alex, and don't mention what happened to me during the storm to anyone." "Why not?" "I mean, I didn't intend to, but why?" "It's a house reign thing," he said. "It's best not to talk about too much." "I see," Alex said quietly. She had known Leon's identity since Emily had let it slip during the dinner they'd had together, but she hadn't been quite willing to bring it up again ever since their subsequent conversation, and Leon wasn't willing to offer much information, leaving her burning curiosity unsatisfied. As they were talking, the griffin took a hesitant step forward, drawing their attention toward it. "We can talk about this later," Leon said to Alex. "For now, let's focus on what's in front of us." He quickly pulled out a few strips of dried meat and tossed them on the ground a few feet in front of him. The griffin's eyes followed the food as soon as it appeared, and it took another couple of tentative steps toward them. There had been about 30 or 40 feet between the griffin, Leon, and Alex, but it took almost 5 minutes for the beast's hunger to overcome its caution and finally cross that distance. "There's a good Anzu," Alex said softly as the griffin started to peck with its stubby pale white beak at the meat on the ground. As Alex happily watched Anzu eat, Leon's eyes were drawn to the cradle, visible over even the tallest pillars in the maze. "Now, I just have to figure out to get in there without Alex knowing," he thought to himself. He briefly considered telling her what he was doing, but in the end, decided against it. Given how the giants seemed to venerate the cradle, he thought it best not to involve anyone else in his explorations. Besides, he didn't have a spare invisibility ring to give his squire. Chapter 184. The map. By the time Anzu had finished off the food Leon had laid out for him, his caution was long gone. He immediately bounded forward and rubbed up against Leon's leg. Leon chuckled and pulled out a few more strips of dried meat and Anzu began eating them out of his hand. Alex watched this with a gleeful smile, and she extended a hand down to try and pet Anzu. However, the griffin clearly wasn't nearly so comfortable with her, as he darted out of the way of her hand and squeezed himself between one of Leon's legs and the rock he was sitting on. Alex frowned and retracted her hand, but Leon subtly took out one more piece of dried meat and gave it to her. Anzu wasn't able to see it as he was still hiding behind Leon's leg. He did, however, see Alex lowering her hand down with the piece of meat. It took another few minutes, but Alex managed to coax him out from behind Leon's leg and take the food. But he immediately returned to press himself against Leon's legs once he was done, to Alex's slight dismay. "I don't think he likes me," she said dejectedly. "He spent the entire night alone after his mother abandoned it. I can't fault him for being slow to approach someone new," Leon said quietly. "As a matter of fact, I doubt he would approach me so readily if I hadn't been there when he opened his eyes or if I hadn't left it food last night." Leon slowly lowered his hand down and laid it upon Anzu's head. The griffin froze, but he still allowed Leon to touch him. "I would be a little more worried and disappointed if he was still reluctant to let you pet him after a few weeks," Leon reassured Alex. "I hope so," Alex said hopefully as she stared at Anzu. What kind of creature would abandon a cutie like that? A wild beast would. Anzu probably had 2 or 3 other siblings born at the same time, and his mother decided that her time would be better spent on keeping them alive than watching out for an albino. It's actually a fairly common thing for animals to do, in my experience. It's still monstrous, Alex spat bitterly. That's the way of the world, Leon said quietly. The conversation reminded him of Artorias and what he'd been told of Serana. It was easy for him to empathize with Anzu's lack of parents, even if the reasons for his own being absent weren't exactly the same. There was a short period of silence while Leon smiled down at Anzu and softly rubbed the griffin's head. A few minutes later, Anzu laid down over Leon's feet and looked like he was getting ready to sleep. "What are you going to do with him?" Alex asked. "Are you going to try and take him back to the horns?" "If I can, then I certainly will," Leon answered. "Although, I'm sure there's plenty of regulations that will make that difficult, let alone whether or not Anzu will actually cooperate and come with us." "Well, you should absolutely try," Alex insisted. "I say we're not leaving this little guy alone. We're bringing him back with us." Leon chuckled a little at her definitive tone, and he glanced at her with a cocked eyebrow. Instantly realizing what she had just done, Alex stiffened and nervously added, "Sir." "Relax," Leon said, "I'll bring it up with Sir Aquilius when I get back." The two spent about an hour with Anzu, who fell asleep draped over Leon's feet. Leon decided to get in a little training so as not to waste the time, and he had Alex meditate as well. When that hour was up, Leon stood up, waking Anzu and disturbing Alex's meditation. "What's up?" Alex asked. Leon thought for a moment, as he still didn't quite know what to say that would let him get back to the cradle without Alex. After a few seconds, he said, "I'm craving some solitude." Alex gave him a strange and slightly offended look. "I don't mean anything against you, Alex, but I just don't get a lot of opportunities for seclusion, so I'm sorry for being rude, but I'm taking this chance to head into the maze for a few hours." "How long will you be in there?" Alex inquired as politely as she could, but she still couldn't help but frown. "A few hours probably," Leon answered. "I'll be back by nightfall at the very latest." Alex grumbled under her breath a bit, but she didn't stop Leon from walking into the maze. Leon still felt her eyes boring holes into his back, though, and he felt every bit the asshole he knew he was being by leaving her behind. Anzu, meanwhile, had gotten to his feet and scampered off after Leon, leaving Alex to sigh and resume meditating all by herself. As soon as he was out of sight of Alex, Leon started running through the maze with Anzu hot on his heels. Leon had to slow himself down a little so as to not lose the baby griffin, but he didn't lose too much time. Soon enough, the pair arrived at the edge of the maze, with nothing between them and the cradle except 5 intimidating giants. "How do you plan on getting past those things?" Zafin asked curiously. "I doubt they'll let you or your new pet pass without trying to turn you both into bloody smears on the ground." "I have an idea," Leon said. He then crouched down without elaborating, much to Zafin's annoyance. "Now, let's see if this will work," Leon muttered as he gently picked up Anzu. The griffin didn't seem too thrilled at being held, but he didn't struggle against Leon, either. Leon then began channeling his magic into his invisibility ring, and to his relief, both he and Anzu disappeared. "Ah, so you're going to carry him inside rather than leave him outside? Not a bad idea, that didn't even occur to me," Zafin said. "I'm a little paranoid about leaving him out alone again, so I'd like to stay as close as possible," Leon explained. "But, if I were to pick him up after turning invisible, I'd probably instantly become visible again. However, since my sword and armor don't seem to interfere with the ring when I have them equipped, I figured Anzu would turn invisible with me so long as I was holding him." "I'm glad to be proven right. I can tell you weren't too confident in your plan," Zafin said teasingly. "You're taking pride in it, but if you really felt like it would work, you would have told me." "And why would I do that, demon?" "To gloat." Leon scowled, but fortunately, his face was too transparent for Zafin to notice. So, while holding Anzu to his chest, Leon silently slipped past the giant guards again, and he hurried back into the cradle. This time, the inside of the building looked a little different. As it was daytime, the projection on the ceiling changed to match, showing a perfect blue sky and a handful of fluffy white clouds. And, just like the moon the night before, there was no sun in the projected sky. Leon didn't linger in the Great Hall, choosing to instead hurry back to the central dome. He let Anzu down by the door, and the griffin cub eagerly followed him as fast as his baby lion legs could carry him. Everything within the main chamber was exactly as Leon had left it the night before, save for the ceiling which had changed to a daytime scene just like the previous hall. Leon immediately made for the central pool with Anzu sticking to his heels. However, as soon as he began to cross the pool, Anzu halted at the water's edge. Looking back, Leon saw the griffin constantly looking between him and the water, as if he were unsure what he should do. "I think this one's instincts are more feline than avian," Leon thought, Anzu's behavior reminding him of a few wild cats he'd seen that were reluctant to get too close to water. He shrugged and continued on, while Anzu decided that he didn't want to cross the water, so he sat down at the edge and stared at Leon. Once on the platform, Leon looked down to examine the runes beneath the reflective surface. Many of the individual glyphs spun and rotated around, making it difficult to concentrate on any one single aspect of the enchantment, so Leon sighed and took a seat, resigning himself to a long period of study. More than 2 hours passed before he moved again. Sitting still and concentrating for so long made him a little stiff and tired, so he rose to his feet and started walking back across the pool. "Did you make any progress?" Zafin asked him. No. Did you? Nope. These enchantments are completely new to me. Yeah. I don't think we're going to figure this out in the few days we're going to be staying in the crater, Leon said desolately. I'm sure there will be opportunities to come back, especially with the peace agreement that Aquilius Guy is working on. I'm sure even you will have time enough to figure this out eventually, Zafin responded with a teasing tone. Ignoring the obvious jab, Leon stated, we don't even know what these rods do, or the purpose of this place, since it doesn't look like to me like a place where stone giants might have been built. Don't forget that there's still a collapsed hall, and besides, the giants may have been brought from elsewhere as laborers, they don't necessarily have to have been born here. And yet, they still call this place, the cradle. A lot of people call a lot of things by weird names, doesn't mean those things are what they're called. Leon sighed, he couldn't really argue that point. The cradle was obviously built by the Thunderbird clan, judging by the familiar architecture and the numerous statues of Thunderbirds around, and Leon just wanted to know what this place had been built for. Once he crossed the pool, Leon started to walk around the chamber with Anzu close behind. The chamber was quite spacious, being completely devoid of any furniture or decorations, except for the small gardens along the edges of the room and the murals of projected light behind them. Leon paced around the chamber thinking and ruminating on the enchantment, while he stared at the murals out of a lack of other places to look. And then, he suddenly stopped and stared at one particular section of the mural, with his eyes widening and his jaw opening in shock. Is that what I think it is? Leon asked Zafin as his eyes scanned the entire section of the mural that had caught his eyes. What is it? Zafin asked as he, too, started to pay attention to the mural. The part that had drawn Leon's eye was actually 3 small sections in sequence. The first section showed a humanoid figure sitting cross-legged between 2 gray rods tipped with red diamond shapes, clearly rubies. The second section showed a cross-shaped building being struck by lightning. The third section showed a nearly identical copy of the first section, only with lightning arcing out of the rods and into the sitting figure. Are these murals instructions? Leon asked. I thought they were just decorations, but this bit looks like the central platform. That building is clearly this building, and I think that last bit is what the rods are supposed to do. Huh, was the only thing that Zafin could utter in his own annoyance at missing something so obvious. Leon quickly scanned the entire mural along the walls of the dome. Most of it was hidden behind the trees, and when he squeezed himself between the trees and the walls, he judged that those sections were only as decorative as he'd first assumed. But there were 5 sections where the trees left a big gap, and these parts of the mural Leon realized weren't simply decorative. The one that had drawn his eye seemed to show what the purpose of the central rotunda was, while the other 4, Leon guessed, showed what had gone on in the 4 great halls. So, what do you make of it? Zafin asked. I think that this was a place for young mages to train, Leon answered. It looks like they'd sit in the center of the platform during a storm, and somehow train their lightning magic. That actually makes a lot of sense, Zafin said. I've heard that that's how many lightning demons train, by directing lightning into their residences. Places rich in ambient lightning magic are rare, after all, so it's understandable in my eyes that places like this would be constructed assuming you're not misinterpreting anything, of course. Of course, Leon answered with a large amount of sarcasm. It's just a shame there's no storm out right now, otherwise we could put it to a test. Leon frowned, disappointed in his own interpretation of the mural, and moved on to the next mural. This depicted a handful of figures bowing and maybe worshipping one large figure in the center. This was also just outside the hall where Leon had found the door inscribed with Prince Nestor, so he guessed that that hall was simply the residence for the prince and his retainers. The next mural was cut into 2 sections, with one showing half a dozen figures hunched over a table or a desk, and the other with those same figures stacked horizontally on top of one another. Offices and common residences, Leon guessed. He had no way to know for sure, so he decided to go with his guess and move on to the next mural. The 4th mural next to the destroyed hall showed 2 figures with their arms raised aloft, commanding a dozen much larger figures. Leon could see the smaller ones that seemed to be in charge weren't any different to the figures in the other murals, but the larger figures were a monochrome gray stone giants. I suppose that's proof the giants come from the Thunderbird clan, Leon muttered. Fucking called it, Zafin gloated. Leon moved on to the final mural. All it appeared to be was a map, but it was easily the mural that affected Leon the most. It showed the entire plain of Eterna, from the most distant coasts in the south all the way to the mountains in the deepest parts of the frozen mountain range. What interested Leon the most, however, were about 36 golden lights that were spread out around the entire plain. It took a few seconds for Leon to understand what he was looking at, given that Eterna under the Thunderbird clan was a completely different political entity than what existed now, and the mural's stylization and lack of political borders had thrown him off a little. Once he got his bearings, though, his eyes wandered the map, scanning over every golden light. It wasn't until he got to the north where the Bull Kingdom now stood that he fully understood what the lights meant, though. First, he saw a golden light approximately where the cradle was located. There was another light in the same location as Tira, as well as one more about where Leon knew the prison to be located. Finally, there was one more light in the least likely place Leon expected, the northeastern corner of the Forest of Black and White. Chapter 185. An unexpected storm. Leon stared at the light in the northeastern corner of the northern vale he'd grown up in. "What is that doing there?" he muttered incredulously. "What is it?" Zafin asked. "I grew up here," Leon replied, pointing to the relatively tiny Forest of Black and White on the map. "Oh, then what's that light represent?" "It looks like the cradle, your archives, and that place are marked, so it should be a location of some importance to the Thunderbird clan." "I have no idea what's there," Leon said truthfully. "Not in all the years my father and I lived there did we go so far to the east." "Why not? I'd figure that anyone who spends so much time in so small a place would know everything there is to know about it," Zafin responded disbelievingly. "Well, my father certainly went farther east than I did, but he always told me that there were far more dangerous creatures in the easternmost reaches of the Vale, and to stay away from there." "Dangerous for you, or for him?" Zafin asked. Leon thought for a moment, then said, "Hard to say for sure. Too dangerous for me, who was barely a first-tier mage back then. For sure, but for him, a powerful 7th-tier mage, I honestly don't know." "Don't wait too long to see for yourself," the demon said with some impatience. "I know," Leon muttered. "It's just another damn thing I'm going to have to keep in mind. How many things am I going to have to revisit when I'm stronger? This had better be the last one." "You say that as if you have any power to change things," Zafin said teasingly. "How about you simply copy down that map, and we can visit every light on it as we find the time?" "I must admit, exploring more Thunderbird clan ruins is an enticing prospect, even if I can't stand their architecture." "I know," Leon said, resigning himself to adding this to his laundry list of things he had to do when he became strong enough to do so. He pulled out some paper from his satchel and hurriedly copied the map as best as he could. It took about half an hour for him to be satisfied with the quality and accuracy of his map sketch, and he double and triple checked to make sure he wasn't missing anything important. "I wonder if Heaven's Eye has any information on any ruins at these sites?" Leon wondered. "Ask your girlfriend, I'm sure she'll have some useful information." "I don't doubt that. Heaven's Eye is too powerful not to have at least some knowledge of these sites. Besides, I'm sure that many of these ruins have already been explored and pillaged, so that should narrow down at least a handful of these lights." "Makes sense," Zafin agreed. "In the meantime," Leon said, pausing for a moment as he turned his attention back to the platform in the center of the rotunda, "I suppose we ought to get back to figuring out how this thing works." "Did you already forget what you figured out only a moment ago?" "I can't say I'm surprised, but if you're truly so absent-minded, I suppose I can deign to remind you," Zafin said with sarcasm almost dripping from his words. "I know I said this place seemed to be a training ground, but that mural was hardly very specific about how to use those damned rods." Leon retorted. He walked back over to the mural, and all it showed was a figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the platform, something which he'd already done. "This middle mural seems to indicate that a storm is needed, so it's possible I won't be able to make use of this thing at all. Just the kind of defeatist attitude I expect from a human," Zafin teased. "And what is your interpretation of this? If you have some nuggets of wisdom to drop on me, then please don't be shy." Leon shouted back. "Look, waiting for storms to come around is hardly efficient, is it?" Zafin asked. Leon couldn't disagree, as in the past year or so since he experienced the first thunderstorm that left him dazed, he'd only seen about half a dozen more, including when he had ascended to the 4th tier. In fact, he hadn't even seen any storms since then. "I guess," Leon agreed. "Then I would hazard a guess and say that there's something around here that's been storing magic power in order for whoever might make use of this facility to train as they pleased or, if not that, then with slightly more reliability than only during storms. Since many of the enchantments in this place still function, then there's definitely still magic power left in the building. Leon's eyes widened in realization, and he turned his gaze up toward the diamond in the center of the dome, shining a bright gold like a fake sun. With a smile, he hurried back to the platform, leaving Anzu at the edge of the pool. However, once he got there, he didn't have much of an idea of what to do next, so he sat down and crossed his legs in the center of the platform, just like the figure in the mural had done. And nothing happened. You didn't really expect something to happen just with that? Zafin asked derisively after several minutes. You've already done that, and nothing happened. Looking at a mural won't change that. I know, Leon said quietly. I'm just thinking, and examining the enchantment again. Half an hour of silence passed while Leon continued to study the spiraling enchantment. He managed to at least isolate and identify more than 10,000 runes making up around 20 glyphs, but with all of them rotating and circling independently, it was difficult for him to be certain of the exact number. Making matters more complicated, every 5 minutes, one of the glyphs would dissolve, and the runes would either form a new glyph or join existing ones. So there's constant maintenance going on, with glyphs being created and destroyed within the enchantment as needed, Leon thought to himself. He was absolutely fascinated with the construction of the enchantment, and the more progress he made, the more he wanted to study it. Leon said so Zafin could hear, there's far more than just lightning runes within. I count at least 500 lightning runes, but there are also more than 100 air runes, and at least 30 water runes. If the enchantment controls and channels the magic of a storm, then wouldn't there have to be more than just lightning runes? Zafin asked. I guess, Leon responded. Zafin wasn't too much help with this particular enchantment, given that there wasn't a single fire rune to be seen within, but he'd hoped that the demon would be able to at least provide some assistance with the overall structure of the enchantment and its glyphs. Maybe you're getting too caught up in the enchantment itself. Perhaps you could try examining the rods. Zafin suggested. Good idea, why didn't I think of that? Leon wondered aloud. Because you're only a young dumb human, as you admitted last night after realizing you missed the perfect symbol for your armor, Zafin smugly replied. Leon clenched his jaw and forced himself not to respond, then approached one of the metal rods for a closer examination. He found that, although they looked simple from far away, they had extremely faint etchings creating a design that made it look like the rods were made of thousands of different-sized needles. The etchings on the top face of the rod created a similar segmented pattern, with a ruby the size of Leon's palm glittering in the center. Leon analyzed the rod as best he could, but he wasn't able to get far. The etchings seemed decorative, the ruby was dazzling but magically inert, and he couldn't sense even the slightest trace of magic within the rod itself. Disappointed, Leon moved on to the next rod, and the next, until he had examined all 8. None of them were meaningfully different from the first. Well, I'll admit that I'm stumped. We don't have the time to properly analyze the enchantment, and the rods are a dead end, Leon said with obvious dejection. Are they? Zafin asked mischievously. Aren't they? Leon countered. You didn't touch them, so can you really say that you examined them properly? What good will touching them do? Probably none, especially not with your pathetic lack of magic senses, but it never hurts to try. Leon was silent for a long moment, squinting at the closest rod. Did you sense something, demon? Zafin didn't respond, but Leon took his silence as confirmation that he did. He sighed, but it came out more like a low growl, and he approached the rod he was staring at. With a great deal of hesitation, he slowly extended his hand and brushed the tips of his fingers against the body of the rod. And he didn't sense anything. Leon frowned and started to brush his fingers more deliberately against the rod, feeling every shallow etching in the otherwise smooth metal. And yet, he still felt nothing. What did you sense, demon? Leon demanded. Try examining the gem a little closer, Zafin said with his air of mystery that Leon was finding increasingly irritating. With his frown deepening, Leon gently reached out for the ruby. As soon as his fingertips made contact with the ruby, he felt a sharp shock journey through his entire arm, and he let out a cry of pain as his arm fell to his side completely numb. Aargh. Fucking ancestors, damn it! He bellowed. Anzu, waiting patiently by the edge of the pool, shot to his paws and stared at Leon. The griffin made a low whining noise and started to shift his focus between Leon and the water in the pool again. He wanted to join Leon on the platform, but he still couldn't get past his antipathy toward the water. Zafin's reaction, however, was to laugh uproariously. In between great guffaws, he managed to gasp out a few words, "Ha ha ha, you'll need more magic in your arm to stop that." With his fury mounting, Leon clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming in frustration at Zaffin's lack of answers, and he flexed his shocked arm, quickly regaining feeling in it. His left arm, meanwhile, instinctively went down to grip the handle of his sword. Leon was too angry to make the connection, but his arm immediately started to feel better as soon as his hand touched the weapon. With his right arm rapidly recovering, Leon channeled a fair portion of his magic into it and reached out for the ruby again. "I swear, demon, if this damn thing shocks me again, you and I are going to have words," he snarled. "Well, excuse me while I shake in my boots," Zaffin said sarcastically. "You're a dick," Leon muttered just as his fingers made contact with the ruby again. This time, Leon prepared for the shock, and when it came, his magic was there to fight it. His power easily dissipated the foreign lightning magic, and Leon didn't feel more than a few brief seconds of discomfort. But, once the shock was over, and Leon's fingers lingered on the ruby, something strange began to happen. The ruby began to glow and change colors. In fact, Leon immediately started to doubt whether it was actually a ruby, as its bright red shifted to a shining orange, then to brilliant gold, and finally settling on a gleaming silver blue. "What is this?" he asked. "Some kind of diamond specifically used to channel and store magic power," Zaffin answered. "I'm going to guess that once you activate all of the gems on the rods, the platform should activate." Should. Biting his tongue, as he didn't want to say something that could later be used to embarrass him, Leon began to activate the other 7 rods. Each one would give him the same shock the first had, but as he had prepared his magic beforehand, none did anything more than sting a little. Unknown to Leon was that these shocks were also having a great effect on his soul realm. Zaffin watched as bluish-white lightning arced around the tiny island every time Leon touched one of the diamonds. This lightning possessed a terrifying aura, one that even Zaffin was apprehensive of, despite the front he showed to his partner. If anyone except one of the Thunderbird clan touched one of these rods, they'd probably be turned to ash, the demon thought, wincing slightly with every blast of thunder that accompanied these lightning bolts. As soon as Leon finished with the last diamond, he returned to the center of the platform. "What now?" he asked as he looked around at the glimmering silver diamonds. "I've changed the color of the gems, but that seems to be it. This place hasn't been used for millennia, give it some time," Zaffin said. Alex was quietly meditating in the maze, pouting and more than a little offended that Leon had abandoned her to gallivant around the maze. However, she felt the crater's shallow breeze start to pick up, and she suddenly smelled rain in the air. Her eyes snapped open, and she saw deep black storm clouds materialize over the entire crater. She leapt to her feet, as it was obvious to anyone with the power of sight that this wasn't natural. The wind continued to pick up, and more clouds began to coalesce over the crater. Alex didn't know what to do, whether she should wait for Leon or to hurry back to Reiko's hall. In the end, her loyalty to her knight and her desire to live up to her own knightly ideals kept her feet planted. However, the now dark sky began to light up with bolts of lightning and the crater resounded with booming thunder. The ground shook, and Alex thought for a moment that this lightning was so powerful that it was shaking the ground, but several seconds later she saw the real reason. Every stone giant in the crater had abandoned their halls and began sprinting toward the cradle, where the clouds were thickest. "Miss Alex!" came a shout from just outside the maze. Alex spun around and saw Aquilius coming to a halt just behind her. "What's going on?" he demanded. "These clouds just appeared," she shouted. "Where's Sir Leon? He went to do some solitary training somewhere in these pillars," she answered. "Shit," the diplomat whispered. The two waited there for several minutes as the rest of the diplomatic party and their legion escorts hurried over. Even those who had gone to explore the crater arrived in short order. "Well, let's go see what the fuss is, Aquilius began, but he was interrupted when a blinding bolt of golden lightning fell upon the top of the cradle's dome and filled the crater with a deafening clap of thunder. Before Aquilius could repeat himself, another bolt fell onto the cradle, followed by a third and fourth, and in seconds, dozens of lightning bolts were striking the top of the cradle's dome. Chapter 186. Lightning. The giants gathered around the platform of basalt pillars that held up the cradle. Reiko's stood in front, with Lapis and the chiefs of the subordinate tribes right behind it. When Aquilius and the other members of the party arrived, the giants were standing stock still and silent as they seemed to stare at the cradle. Golden lightning continued to strike the top of the dome at least once a second, and the 100 or so humans were forced to be just as silent as the giants, as the thunder was so deafening that any attempt to speak would be pointless. Again and again, brilliant golden lightning bolts fell upon the dome. As everyone was transfixed, rain slowly began to pour. What is this? Aquilius wondered, not caring at all about the rain soaking his clothes and flattening his hair. No way, this is natural, the storm appeared too quickly for that. And where is Sir Leon? Not a damned chance he hasn't noticed this phenomenon, so where is— No, Aquilius had a sudden idea, or rather, a suspicion, and his eyes turned from searching the crowd back to the cradle. If he's in that damned building, and he's putting 3 years of my hard work at risk, I'm going to skin him alive. He's going to push so many papers the paper cuts will bleed him dry. I will drown him in the lowest reaches of bureaucracy. Leon had no idea any of this was going on outside, as the dome was effectively soundproofed and kept even the loudest blasts of thunder from reaching his ears. However, with every lightning strike, the diamond in the ceiling grew brighter and its aura grew greater, and he couldn't help but watch it with increasing trepidation. I'm surprised that thing hasn't exploded yet, Leon muttered out loud. That diamond is, without a doubt, the keystone for this entire training room, so of course it can handle the function it was designed for, Xianxia said with a hint of scorn. Leon frowned and was about to respond, when a blinding bolt of golden lightning erupted from the diamond in the ceiling, split into 8 separate bolts only 3 or 4 feet above Leon's head, and struck the gems in the 8 rods. The bluish-white gems then glowed even brighter, and Leon could feel a huge amount of magic building up within them. I would recommend getting ready to train, this place isn't going to wait around for you, Xianxia warned. Right, Leon nervously responded. He then sat down in the center of the platform, but he continued to stare alternatively at the rods in the ceiling diamond. After a few more minutes of waiting around, another bolt of lightning was discharged from the ceiling diamond into the rods. This bolt was more than twice as large as the first, and the rotunda shook from the ear-splitting roar of thunder. It was so loud, in fact, that Leon momentarily blacked out, and when he regained his sight and hearing he found that he'd collapsed on the platform, and had to push himself back into sitting position. To prevent something like that from happening again, he channeled a significant amount of his magic power into his ears, which was fortuitously just in time for a third lightning bolt to fall from the ceiling and into the rods. Again, this bolt was stronger than the previous 2, but Leon was ready and so he remained conscious. How long is this going to take? He thought as he stared at the rods. This training can't only consist of sitting here and enduring the light and sound of lightning, can it? As if to answer his question, a 4th bolt of lightning exploded out of the ceiling diamond, finally providing enough power for the rods to perform their function. Leon could feel that the charge built up within had reached its tipping point, and he prepared himself as best he could without knowing exactly what would happen. He also began to nervously grasp the sword at his hip for comfort, which seemed to do the trick as his heart rate slowed and his muscles relaxed. And then, arcing out of all the rods simultaneously, came 8 small lightning bolts that struck Leon in various parts of his body. In that moment, Leon's entire existence became pain, and all the muscles in his body seized up so tightly that he couldn't even scream. It was with barely a whimper that he again collapsed on the platform and was so stiff that he resembled a toppled statue. Keep channeling your magic, Xianxia shouted. Leon could barely hear the demon, but he did as instructed, and he circulated his magic power within his body as much as he could. Over the course of 15 seconds, he slowly regained control of his body, starting with his left arm which was still gripping his sword. What kind of training is this? Leon said angrily through gritted teeth. It's not uncommon, Xianxia said. My own personal training chamber back in the void concentrated a large amount of magical fire and immersed me within it. Just try to absorb the lightning. Magic as best you can, and it'll help you with changing your own element-less magic power into more lightning magic. With a resigned sigh, Leon pushed himself back into a sitting posture and waited for the next blast of lightning. He called forth as much magic power from his soul realm as he could and closed his eyes so as to try and keep himself as relaxed as possible. This was only moderately effective, as his body shook with anticipation. It took more than 2 minutes, and 3 more bolts from the ceiling diamond, for the next round of lightning from the rods. Leon was ready for it, or at least, as ready as he could be, and he managed to stay in his sitting position this time. However, the lightning magic rampaged throughout his body, causing an indescribable amount of pain. He tried to channel his magic to fight against it, but his own magic was ripped out of his blood and melted away in the face of this tremendous power. "Don't fight against it, absorb it," Xianxia shouted. As he was in Leon's soul realm, he could tell that the latter wasn't absorbing any of the foreign magic power. "How do I do that?" Leon shouted. He was in so much pain that even those 5 words spoken in his head took titanic effort. "Just as you would your own power. Draw it into your chest and channel it into your soul realm." Leon clenched his jaw again and began to try and assert control over the lightning rampaging through his body. It took an enormous amount of willpower, as he couldn't just gather all the power together with his hands, but he was just barely able to direct the lightning into his chest. He could feel his chest expand with all of the power gathering there, and much of it leaked out back into the rest of his body. With great effort, he grasped as much of the lightning magic as he could by wrapping it with his own power and started forcing it into his soul realm. And then, Leon felt his heart stop. So much lightning was coursing through it so it could be absorbed, that it simply stopped beating. However, the pain of this happening paled in comparison to what he was already experiencing, and he just kept going. It took 30 seconds of mind-bending agony, but Leon managed to absorb all of the lightning magic. When his body was free of the foreign magic, Leon felt the pressure in his chest dissipate and his heart began to beat again, and he took several deep breaths to steady himself. "I have to be honest, demon, I never would have thought of absorbing this magic," Leon said, trying to distract himself from the residual pain left over from the lightning bolts, and from the pain he knew he was still in for. "This is a place for training, it wouldn't make much sense if the magic couldn't be absorbed," Xianxia said. "Yeah, I get that," Leon replied, "but my father always taught me to avoid absorbing foreign magic if I could get away with it. You've taken plenty of foreign magic into your body before, such as when you drank my potion, and even when you breathe in the air around you that's filled with foreign magic. This isn't that much different, fundamentally. You should only avoid magic absorption when that magic is still under the control of another mage. To take someone else's power into your soul realm is indescribably dangerous, as they can then use that power to cause you horrific damage." The rod sparked, and more lightning struck Leon, cutting off the conversation. Leon could feel every bolt rushing through his body, ravaging everything it touched. He could feel his body locking up, but he held on to his consciousness as tightly as he could and did everything within his power to direct that lightning magic into his soul realm. Within Leon's soul realm, Xianxia braced himself for another wave of lightning. The throne Leon's pseudo-magic body was slumped over began to spark and glow, and immense bolts of golden lightning rushed out. These bolts arced out into the mists of chaos surrounding Leon's small island, vanishing deep within. Still, Xianxia could feel the aura within Leon's soul realm growing more violent and tempestuous, more akin to that of a lightning mage. "He'd better not slack off on training fire," the demon grumbled silently. "Too much more of this, and the magic I can siphon off will be much harder for me to train with, and this little kid actually will surpass me." Every time Leon was struck with lightning from the rods, he endured it. He eventually became so numb to the pain it caused that he stopped feeling it. Everything else faded from his mind, and the only thing he could think about was the lightning in his body. However, the bolts that the rods launched at him weren't static, they increased in potency with every round. Leon had to circulate his magic faster and faster to keep enough control of his body to channel all of this lightning into his soul realm. He didn't even realize it, but he was instinctively compressing his own magic in order to make it move through his body faster. By the 30th round of lightning, Leon countered one of the bolts rampaging through his body with magic of his own. His intent was to corral the lightning and move it toward his chest, as he'd been doing, but suddenly, his own highly compressed magic seemed to explode with speed and power. This magic glowed and sparked within him, and slammed into the lightning bolt, instantly canceling it out and dissipating both magics. Leon's eyes, closed in his meditative trance, snapped open. For a long moment, he contemplated what he had just done, but the rest of the lightning bolts jerked him back to reality, and he went back to channeling them into his soul realm. As he did, he consciously compressed his magic and allowed it to arc throughout his body, mimicking the very lightning he was trying to control. With 30 rounds of examples, Leon found it almost comically easy to do. As his magic raced throughout his body, it underwent a radical transformation, taking on the power and characteristics of lightning. Leon realized then that his body was completely relaxed, and he didn't feel any pain. In fact, he felt quite comfortable. His magic did everything he wanted it to do. He compressed it until it violently exploded outward, arcing through his body exactly where he wanted it to go. He sent some power into his right arm, and he could see tiny sparks of lightning arc around his fingers. With the amount of magic he'd already absorbed fueling his growth, Leon felt like he could conjure 1,000 lightning spears described in his family's books of magic, and if he weren't in the middle of the training platform, he'd put that feeling to the test. "I dare say that you've ascended to the 5th tier, boy," Xianxia stated. The demon was rather conflicted at this turn of events, as on one hand, Leon was better able to protect both of them. On the other, the young man was rapidly catching up to him, and he wasn't too comfortable with that. Instead of responding to the jealous demon, Leon patiently waited for the next round of lightning. He sat there reveling in his power, building the muscle memory he'd need to reliably call upon it in battle. However, such a good thing couldn't go on forever. Leon was only able to absorb 3 more rounds of lightning before the dome above him cracked from the strain of the storm outside. The building looked quite formidable, but it had endured for 80,000 years without meaningful maintenance and was far more fragile than it appeared. The amount of lightning striking the dome and the transfer of that magical power was eventually too much for the cradle to bear, leading to the crack that interrupted Leon's training. This crack prevented more magic power from flowing into the diamond, which in turn meant no more power flowing into the rods. The gems in the rods and the diamond in the ceiling rapidly dimmed, while a few more cracks appeared in the dome above. "Oh shit," Leon muttered as the projected sky sputtered and blinked out of existence, showing him exactly how bad the damage was. Small cracks and weaknesses in the concrete dome that had already been there, but hidden by the fake sky, turned into large cracks that snaked and spider-webbed all throughout the dome. "That thing's going to come down, get out of here," Xianxia shouted. Leon didn't need any more encouragement, so he shot to his feet and sprinted off the platform. He didn't even bother looking to make sure he was landing on one of the marble platforms, and he consequently landed in the pool. He couldn't care less about the water that soaked his boots, because as soon as he leapt off the platform, the diamond in the ceiling came loose and fell. The platform fractured under the impact of the massive rock, and several of the rods were bent outward and discharged the last vestiges of their stored lightning magic, launching bolts of lightning at the walls. "Of course it's fucking broken," Leon yelled in frustration. "Whine about that later, for now, get out of here." Xianxia responded. The destruction of the dome didn't stop with the fall of the diamond. It was an incredibly old structure, with only the enchantments in the building holding the structure together. With the diamond gone, the dome continued to crack, and tiny chunks of concrete were already starting to rain down into the rotunda. With narrowed eyes and a determined look, Leon turned away from the platform and ran for the exit, but he didn't get far before he came to halt. He couldn't see Anzu. The griffin wasn't waiting for him at the edge of the pool. He frantically scanned the room as a big chunk of concrete several times larger than his body detached itself from the ceiling and fell into the pool with a titanic crash. "Anzu!" Leon shouted. He didn't really expect the griffin to come running, as Anzu had only received the name earlier that day, but there wasn't much else he could do. Fortunately, when he heard Leon's slightly panicked cry, Anzu poked his tiny eagle's head out of the bush he'd been hiding in near the outer edge of the rotunda. The griffin had been absolutely terrified of the massive amounts of lightning and thunder that had filled the rotunda, and when Leon didn't move for a long while, he'd gone and hidden in fear. Leon saw the little griffin appear from the bush, and he immediately sprinted over and scooped the beast into his arms, much to Anzu's consternation. The griffin thrashed and fought to get out of Leon's arms, and 2 more chunks of the dome collapsing during those few seconds didn't help, making him that much more scared. But Leon ignored the griffin's terrified struggles to get out of his arms, and he ran as fast as he could to the nearest great hall, leaving the dome to finish its collapse. Chapter 187, Judgment of the Giants. Leon raced out of the collapsing dome with a terrified Anzu in his arms. For a brief moment, he thought that he would be safe enough in the great hall he'd run into to take things a little slower and sneak back outside, but one look at the ceiling told him how wrong he was. Just like in the dome, the projected sky in the hall had dissolved, showing hundreds of widening cracks that threatened to bring the concrete ceiling crashing down on his head. Without missing a step, Leon sprinted through the great hall to the sound of the rest of the dome giving out behind him. He was so focused on getting out of the building that he barely even registered the hall starting to collapse behind him, or the clamor of rain and wind that now made its way inside. The only things he paid any attention to were the thrashing Anzu he was holding to his chest, the doors in front of him and the ring on his right hand. "Settle down, damn it," he shouted in frustration at Anzu, and the griffin must have picked up on something in his voice as the tiny beast settled down, though his eyes were still wide with fear. The collapse of the dome had jostled the door somewhat, and he could see through the crack that the plate was gone. This small piece of good fortune, however, went unappreciated in his desire to get outside, and the emerald in Leon's ring pulsed with power. Opening the plate would have broken his invisibility, so with the plate gone, he didn't hesitate to activate his invisibility ring. Leon had to wait for a brief few seconds at the door of the hall for the light around him to bend and for his body to fade from sight. Faster, faster, he thought with increasing panic as he looked back and saw the hall crumble. The ceiling was disintegrating, and the largest pieces of concrete were destabilizing the walls and columns supporting the galleries on both sides, which also started to collapse. As soon as the ring fully activated and his body faded from view, Leon burst out of the doors, leaving the devastated cradle behind. Aquilius and the rest of his team watched in awe as the lightning struck the top of the dome again and again. The rain that soaked their clothes and the wind in their ears were minor annoyances, but they weren't going to leave as long as the giants were still there and whatever was happening with the cradle continued. And then, about an hour after the unnatural storm first began, there was a tremendous cracking sound, and the storm immediately began to clear up. "What the hell?" Juliana said in confusion. The sheets of rain thinned out to a gentle downpour, while the wind slowly died down from the howling gale into a brisk breeze. "That thing's going to fall apart," Lucilius observed, noticing the cracks visible in the dome even from where they were standing once the clouds had thinned enough to let a decent amount of light through. Sure enough, only a few seconds later, the dome began to sag and crumple, and the plates on the doors disappeared. Aquilius started to alternatively stare at the dome and at the giants, but the latter watched the collapse of their sacred cradle in complete silence. In fact, most of them weren't moving at all. He expected them to show some kind of anger, but he'd also never seen a stone giant angry, so for all he knew, they were seething with rage and he just couldn't identify it. "Best to keep our distance until I can get a better read on the mood, and until we can locate Sir Ursus," he thought to himself. Again, he scanned the crowd for Leon, but he still couldn't see the younger knight. The dome finally gave out, crumbling in pieces right before everyone's eyes. The force of the dome coming down then caused the three deceptively unstable great halls to begin their own rapid destruction, with the ceilings going first followed by the walls and columns tipping over and falling apart. "Fucking hell," muttered Antonius, the knight in charge of the company of soldiers acting as security for the diplomats. "It almost looks like that place was designed to fall apart all at once. That can't be entirely true, or else that other ruined hall would have brought the whole thing down centuries ago," Eleanor responded. As they spoke, they saw the door of the closest hall burst open. Everyone focused their eyes on the door for a moment, but when they didn't see anything, they turned their eyes back to the building as a whole. Most of Aquilius' group assumed that the force of the cradle's destruction had simply caused the door to open. Rakos, however, did not make that assumption. The stone giant began to move, drawing Aquilius' attention, as none of the other giants had moved an inch since the storm began. Rakos took 2 steps forward, then drove its fist straight into the ground. The cradle's platform shook with the impact and cracks spread out from the giant's rocky arm. Leon practically flew out of the cradle once the door was open, and he was concentrating so completely on getting out of the collapsing building that he didn't notice the hundreds of stone giants surrounding the cradle until he'd put 10 or 15 feet between himself and the door. The sight was intimidating as hell, and Leon couldn't help but come to a near-instantaneous halt. The young mage stared out at the sea of giants in front of him, frozen and thinking fast about what he should do. However, he also saw Aquilius, Alex, and the rest of the diplomatic party standing on a large outcropping of pillars near the edge of the maze. Leon began trying to make his way over as quietly as he could, without disturbing the giants. Suddenly, Rakos surged forward and punched the ground, sending cracks in Leon's direction. Leon's eyes barely had time to widen in panic and surprise before the pillars beneath his feet began to crack and vibrate, sending their shockwaves into his legs. As soon as these vibrations touched his feet, Leon's invisibility was immediately dissipated, leaving him completely exposed before all the giants and Aquilius' party. Aquilius could hardly see with anger and fury clouding his eyes. Rakos' magical attack had caused a cloud of black dust from the basalt pillars that made up the cradle's platform to be flung into the air. The figure that was revealed, however, was still perfectly visible even in this dust cloud. The diplomat could see Leon plain as day, as could everyone else. The watching crowd was stupefied into silence as the shock of seeing Leon revealed on the platform, and there was almost an audible clunk from their jaws hitting the ground. It was Antonius who broke that silence with an eloquent, "The fuck? What is this?" Lucilius furiously demanded of Alex. "Why is your knight over there? What was he doing in the cradle?" Eleanor added, glaring at Alex as if it were her the giants had caught instead of Leon. "How was he invisible?" Juliana asked, striking a far more curious tone than angry like the other two. I don't," Alex stammered. She backed a few steps away from the enraged knights, desperately trying to think of something to say that would deflect their ire. "You're his squire. You had to know what he was doing," Lucilius said, advancing at Alex. "We've put years of our lives into this," Eleanor said, but as she was about to continue, Aquilius interrupted her. "Enough. All of you, shut up." He turned from watching the giants only to glare at his junior diplomats who had lost their composure in public, ensuring that his order was followed instantly. Lucilius and Eleanor froze instantly. "The giants aren't doing anything," Aquilius observed. "Sir Leon trespassed on their cradle, and yet they're not doing anything." Reiko's attack had knocked Leon to the ground, and Anzu had scrambled out of his arms and stared at him from several feet away. Leon knew that his invisibility was gone and that everyone could see him, but it took several seconds for him to work up the nerve to push himself off his stomach into his feet. But, once he did, he rose with as much dignity as he could. Inside, however, he burned with shame and a little bit of anger at being caught. In the distance, he could see Aquilius calmly watching him, but the diplomat was clearly curious if the way he glared at Leon was anything to go by. Alex's expression, however, was something completely different. Instead of anger, her face showed more hurt and betrayal, and it cut right through Leon. She was his squire, and someone he considered a friend, but he'd left her in the maze and he couldn't imagine that she'd get off lightly after this, despite her lack of involvement. With his invisibility disrupted and hundreds of giants surrounding him, there wasn't anything Leon could do other than wait for whatever came next. Fortunately, that seemed like it was going to come sooner rather than later. Most of the giants remained standing stock still, but Reiko's began to lumber toward him, as did Lapis and several of the visiting chiefs of other giant tribes. With a determination to own this, he confidently strode forward to meet them halfway. As soon as they came into speaking distance, they halted and began rumbling in their speech that, to Leon, was completely incoherent. "At least they don't seem to expect me to respond," he thought to himself, as the stone giants only spoke amongst themselves. It was obvious that they were talking about him, however, as all of their heads were still watching him. In fact, when Leon took a look around, he noticed that all of the giants in the crater seemed to be staring at him, which was only made creepier by their lack of visible eyes. About 5 minutes after the giants met with Leon, Aquilius arrived with Lucilius and Juliana, leaving Eleanor and Antonius with the rest of the party. The three ignored the giants, brazenly walking right past them to corner Leon between them. "What in the name of all the ancestors were you doing in there?" Lucilius demanded, leaning in closer to Leon and keeping his voice under control so as not to make a scene in front of the giants. Aquilius and Juliana stared at Leon, awaiting a reply. Leon thought for a long moment about what to say, and in the end, he only said one word: training. "Try you were training?" Lucilius asked, clearly taken aback. "You ascended to the 5th tier," Aquilius observed, finally noticing Leon's much stronger aura. We can deal with you later, but for now we have to present a united front to the giants. However, know this, Sir Leon, you have placed all of our efforts in jeopardy. We have spent 3 years trying to put a stop to the giant raids that have killed thousands. We are going to have words later." "Understood," Leon responded. With that, the diplomats no longer penned Leon in, and the 4 knights stood side by side before the giants. Leon noted that the talking giants seemed exceptionally animated. They had always moved relatively slowly, owing to their enormous mass. Now, however, they were moving much quicker and with greater energy, which he suspected was due to an argument about what to do with him. "I think we're in trouble, demon," Leon muttered in a voice far more nervous than he would ever care to admit. He was not looking forward to what the consequences for this would be. "We'll deal with it as it comes," Zafin replied. "Don't stress too much over it now. In fact, it would be better if you were to conserve that energy, rather than wasting it on worrying about the future. Prepare for something violent, as I doubt this will be solved in any other way." "You've a fair point," Leon quieted down and trying to not listen to the deep rumblings of the speaking giants. Instead, he concentrated on figuring out just what changes to his magic power ascending to the 5th tier would bring. He knew what would happen from a theoretical standpoint, obviously, but he needed to feel it in order to understand it in more than just an academic way. The other knights, however, weren't quite so willing to ignore the dozen or so 5th and 6th tier walking mountains in front of them. "Can you understand what they're talking about, sir?" Lucilius asked Aquilius. Aquilius looked troubled, and he did his best to listen in. "It's hard to follow, they're using a dialect I can't quite understand," he said. "It actually sounds a lot like their formal speech, and yet different. Maybe it's more formal than usual. I don't suppose we can just ask?" Juliana suggested. "That's always an option," Aquilius replied. After another minute or so of listening to the giants talk amongst themselves, Aquilius stepped forward and addressed Rakos. "Chief Rakos, I would like to apo." Before Aquilius could finish his apology for Leon entering the cradle, Rakos thundered something at Aquilius, and the diplomat instantly stopped talking in shock. He stood stunned for several seconds, then returned to the other three, taking a few furtive glances at Leon as he did so. "Sir?" Lucilius hesitantly asked, seeking an explanation for what had just happened. "They're arguing about who Leon is, not what he did and what their response should be, I think," Aquilius interpreted. "For now, let's just wait and see what happens." Rakos certainly did not appreciate me interrupting. "Have you ever seen something like this before, sir?" Juliana asked. "No, I was under the impression that Rakos' word was law for the subordinate tribes, but now they seem to be debating," Aquilius answered. Leon couldn't help overhearing their conversation, despite his attempts to remain calm. He subconsciously began to grip his sword, taking to heart Zaffin's warning about violence being the only way to get himself out of this mess. The group waited for about 5 or 10 minutes in silence. All 4 knights were growing increasingly nervous, despite their attempts to stay calm, as the giants were only growing more vigorous in their dialogue, with a couple even waving their arms at them as they spoke, as if to emphasize a point they were making. Finally, Rakos quieted the contentious dispute with another thunderous roar to assert its authority and stepped forward to address Aquilius. The diplomat also took a few steps forward so the two could comfortably speak without shouting. "I see," Aquilius replied after Rakos was finished speaking its piece. "I don't suppose there's another way to," Rakos interjected with more sounds of stones harshly grinding together, and Aquilius nodded while glancing at all of the rest of the soldiers and diplomats that he'd brought with him. "Then that's what we'll do if there's no other way." The two parted, with Rakos returning to the other giants, and Aquilius walking back to Leon, Juliana, and Lucilius. "What's the plan, sir?" Juliana inquired. "Sir Leon will battle a giant," Aquilius replied with an ugly look on his face. "To what end? Is this an execution?" Juliana asked. "I'm not sure. However," Rakos insisted, and said that we would not be welcome in this crater if this was refused. Juliana, Lucilius, and even Leon could read into what Aquilius had just said. If the duel was rejected, then their entire party would have to fight the giants. The company of soldiers they brought with wouldn't help against the full might of the near 1,000 stone giants in the crater. "I guess we have little choice then," Lucilius said. "Sir Leon, you have gotten us all into quite the predicament. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about that. Assuming we get out of this, I'll take full responsibility," Leon said. There was no talking his way out of this, even if he had the skill or desire to try. Instead, he had a look on his face that Aquilius found exceptionally curious. Leon almost seemed to smile in anticipation, and any worry he had seemed to vanish into that smile. After Rakos returned to the rest of the giants, Lapis stepped forward. Leon steeled himself for battle against the giant, then started walking forward to meet it. The giants were not going to wait for this battle, as whatever question would be answered with Leon's performance seemed like it was exceptionally important. Given what the cradle seemed to be for the giants, Leon could understand. Lapis stopped about 20 feet away from Leon, and the latter did likewise. Slowly, he drew his sword and waited for whatever would signal the start of the duel. Chapter 188. Lapis. The entire crater was silent. The stone giants were like crude statues, watching Lapis and Leon face off. Eleanor, Antonius, Alex, and the rest of the party still by the edge of the maze watched just as transfixed. They had no idea what was going on, and suddenly a stone giant and Leon were squaring off with one another. "I guess this is the punishment, then," Eleanor wondered. Sir Leon trespassed on their sacred ground, and so they now wished to make a show of his execution, the Lady Knight watched in fascination, worried only for the future of their diplomatic mission and not for the young man who had put it in jeopardy. Alex, meanwhile, stared in horror. She was certainly furious with Leon for leaving her behind, but she didn't want to see him crushed beneath the feet of a stone giant more than 3 times his height. Her immediate instinct was to run to Leon's side and defend him, fulfilling her duty as his squire. However, she never lost sight of the ring of giants surrounding the cradle platform, and she doubted she'd get close enough to fight assuming her first-tier power was capable of rendering any assistance. Everyone had to stand and watch, silent and unmoving, as the duel between Leon and Lapis began. Leon slowly drew his sword and waited for the signal for the duel to begin. Lapis seemed to do likewise, with the giant stepping forward and taking an aggressive stance. The giant chief stood behind Lapis, while Aquilius, Juliana, Lucilius, and Anzu the baby griffin was frozen in fear of the giant stood behind Leon, all waiting for the first blow. The stone giant towered over Leon, being over 20 feet of solid rock. Leon speculated that its body was made of some kind of dark granite, and it seemed to be highly polished because Lapis began to sparkle as the storm clouds above finally dissipated. In the resulting late afternoon sunlight, Leon could also see thin streaks of dark blue around the giant's joints, which he assumed was what prompted Aquilius to give it the name, Lapis. In the first place, its name in its own language was completely unpronounceable with a human mouth, unfortunately. The two combatants stared at each other, or at least, Leon stared at Lapis' head for what seemed like an eternity. Then, Reikos raised its arms into the air and clapped, creating a sound as sharp and loud as the thunder of the just-passed storm. Leon guessed this was the signal to begin, and so lunged forward a few steps while calling upon his magic power. Lapis, however, remained standing still, and Leon came to a halt in confusion. "Sir Leon, the fight has started. Keep going," Aquilius called out from behind him. Leon wanted to turn and give the senior diplomat a questioning look, but he wasn't about to take his eyes off of Lapis. So, instead, he decided to give Aquilius the benefit of the doubt, and he surged forward again, with his sword raised and his aura soaring. And yet, Lapis continued to not move, even when Leon closed the distance between them and brought his sword down with all of his strength on Lapis' leg. For a moment, Leon was terrified that this was some kind of trap, and his suspicion intensified when his sword bounced right off the giant's leg without leaving so much as a scratch. Leon hurriedly pulled back, expecting the giant to follow up with something, but still, Lapis refused to move. Leon glared at his opponent, then lunged forward again, striking the other leg this time. Unfortunately, his attack had the same effect as the previous did, which is to say none at all. "I see what you're doing," Leon thought bitterly. "You're looking down on me, thinking that with that body made of stone, I can't harm you." Looking at the seemingly nonchalant giant, Leon had to admit that he didn't see much of a way to actually harm the thing. Most soldiers that fight stone giants in the eastern territories do so with huge crushing weapons, such as mauls and hammers. His sword was painfully unsuited to the task of causing the stone giant damage, so rather than continue to wail ineffectually on the giant's stony exterior, Leon sheathed his blade and decided to take a different approach. Calling forth his magic power, Leon expelled it from his body to sense his surroundings, just as he had practiced in the past. This time, however, was quite different in that it actually seemed to work. Leon channeled magic into his spine where he could feel it resonate with the magic outside of his body. It was a confusing feeling, but he could vaguely perceive his surroundings. Using this technique, he felt relatively comfortable taking the risk of scanning the ground with his eyes while keeping his rudimentary magic sense fixated on the giant. Glancing around, Leon found a few fist-sized stones, and he picked one up. What in the name of all the gods and devils are you doing?" Zafin asked exasperatedly. "I don't want to damage my sword on that giant's skin, so I need to use something else," Leon answered. He then channeled a great amount of magic into his arm and hurled the rock at Lapis. The giant stood there completely unfazed as Leon's stone almost exploded from the force of the impact. Lapis was completely unharmed. "This is embarrassing," Zafin complained. If Leon looked behind him at the knights watching him, then he'd have noticed that Aquilius seemed to be thinking along the same lines as Zafin, as he was struggling not to face palm when Leon threw the stone. "Now, I know what I'm about to say is going to be some kind of revelation, but try to wrap your tiny mind around this concept," Zafin continued, layering as much sarcasm into his voice as he could. "How about you use magic?" "I am using magic," Leon retorted. "You know what I mean." Zafin shouted back, "I'm not sure I want to," Leon explained. "I used quite a bit of magic power when I was invisible, and though all that lightning feels like it charged me up, I still want to be economical with this. The only reason you're getting a chance to be economical is that giant isn't moving." Zafin countered, "That thing is about equivalent to a 6th tier mage. If you don't open up with something a little more substantial, then when it moves, you're going to die." Leon hummed, deliberately not giving a definite answer. He glared at the motionless Lapis. "You're not going to give me the courtesy of effort, so why should I?" He bitterly thought. But then, with far more speed than Leon expected given how big it was, Lapis lunged toward him and raised its fist in preparation for a punch. Leon's eyes widened in slight surprise, but his magic sense had given him about half a second of extra time to react, so he was already diving out of the way when Lapis' fist impacted the ground right where had been standing several moments before. Lapis' fist fractured dozens of pillars beneath the giant's strength and weight, creating a small pit in the cradle platform big enough for a full-grown man to curl up inside if he so chose. Leon knew that he couldn't be hit by one of those punches. Even with his newly ascended 5th tier strength and his magically strengthened muscles and bones, he doubted whether he would be able to survive a blow like that. Lapis rushed toward him again, the giant's punches ruining not only the pillars beneath the two combatants but also the sense of levity Leon had when the giant was standing still. Understanding that it was past time to get serious, Leon immediately began to call upon his newfound power. He had an opportunity to test his strength, but only if Lapis didn't kill him first. Leon dodged another of Lapis' blows by throwing himself to the side. The giant's massive size made turning on a dime impossible, so Leon kept himself relatively close to it, just outside of its reach. Lapis swiped out for him, but the giant grasped nothing but air. With his magic power flooding his body and his attention firmly fixed on the giant, Leon was able to easily dodge, duck, and dive out of the way of all of Lapis' attacks. In fact, he found it a little easier than he expected, but with Lapis keeping the pressure on, Leon couldn't spare the time to think too much about it. Instead, he devoted everything he could into compressing his magic power and allowing it to flow into his right arm, just as he'd learned to when he was being struck by lightning in the cradle. He felt the magic power change into lightning, and his fingers began to spark and crackle with power. As the power flowed through his arm and into his hand, Leon held it there as tightly as he could. He did not, however, leave the lightning magic without a place to go, as this ball of magic power began to elongate and slip out past his thumb and little finger. In less than 2 seconds, Leon's upper body was illuminated by a silver-blue lightning spear held in his right hand. It was incredibly bright, so much so that Leon struggled to keep his eyes open. The spear vibrated in his hand, but he wasn't worried about accuracy. Lapis was far too close for him to miss. Leon hurled this spear as hard as he could at Lapis, shouting with exertion as it left his hand. The spear crossed the short distance between the two faster than even Aquilius' 6th tier eyes could track, and exploded on the giant's rocky skin, showering both combatants in sparks and causing small arcs of lightning to appear all over the giant's body. The force behind the attack sent the giant skidding back across the platform several feet, while Leon struggled to maintain his own balance from the reaction force of throwing the spear. The lightning cleared up after a few seconds, and a scorched and blackened Lapis paused in its attacks while Leon stood and stared at the giant. The latter was circulating his magic through his body, getting ready to continue the fight, but something had started to bother him. Lapis was the equivalent of a 6th tier mage, but it wasn't using any magic at all. Suddenly, Lapis broke its silence, shouting something in its grinding voice back at Reiko's. Aquilius tried to listen in, but Lapis spoke in the same ancient dialect that the chiefs had used when they were debating what to do about Leon, which the diplomat couldn't understand. Reiko's responded by lumbering forward, with the flecks of gold and rubies in its skin glittering in the sunlight. Reiko's spoke, this time directing its voice at Aquilius, who hurried forward to interpret. He says that, the fighting is over, there is to be no harm done to you. The diplomat said to Leon. The younger mage relaxed somewhat, allowing his magic power to be slowly pulled back into his soul realm. He didn't take his eyes off either Reiko's or Lapis, though. Again, Reiko's spoke, and Aquilius responded, with, I understand, give me a few minutes and I'll be right there. In one last surprise, as the giant chief and the diplomat parted ways to organize a new meeting, the rest of the hundreds of assembled giants roared. The humans watching were startled and put on alert, with many of the soldiers that were there to guard the diplomats reaching for their weapons. Antonius, however, halted their hostile behavior by simply raising his hand and wordlessly telling them to halt. The giants continued to roar. This cacophony of crashing, grinding, and crushing rock sounds echoed throughout the entire crater and was loud enough to even shake the cradle platform. "Are they singing?" Juliana asked as she and Lucilius approached Leon and Aquilius. "That they are," Aquilius confirmed. "They've got a hell of a bass section, have to admit," Lucilius said with a hint of a smile and an expression of complete relief at the giant's apparent lack of hostility. "We're returning to Reiko's hall," Aquilius said in a tone that brokered no argument. "I'm going to speak with Reiko's afterward, and then we're going to have a long talk, Sir Leon." Aquilius sent a chilling glare Leon's way, and the younger mage could only nod in acknowledgement. The diplomat then led the four of them, followed by Anzu, who only started moving again when Leon turned and waved to him back to the rest of the party. The giants finished singing after several minutes, and they, too, dispersed, with none of them getting in the way of the diplomatic party. As Aquilius' group fell back in with the rest of the party and began making their back to Reiko's hall, Alex moved to walk alongside Leon. Remembering the betrayed look she gave him when he was first revealed, Leon quietly said, "I'm sorry, sir," she curtly replied, shooting him a look that could almost kill before turning back to watch where they were going. Leon took a deep breath and tried to steel himself for what he was about to face. If he were to be honest with himself, though, he was far more apprehensive about the talk he would need to have with Alex than with Aquilius. Chapter 189, Power of the Gods. The first thing Aquilius did upon returning to Reiko's hall was to point at a chair and say to Leon, "Sit." Leon complied, with an apprehensive Anzu hiding behind his legs. Aquilius then turned around and left the guest room to meet with Reiko's, with Juliana, Antonius, and half a dozen soldiers in tow. The others gave Leon a wide berth, giving him nothing but the occasional curious or slightly hostile look. Even Alex and the other diplomats avoided him, with Alex choosing to quietly read or at least, quietly stare at an open book and the two diplomats whispering to each other in a private alcove. Leon didn't mind this treatment, as it allowed him the time to take stock of the changes in his body. Perhaps the most obvious was that he could now change his magic power into lightning, meaning he was a 5th tier mage. This was the only distinction between the 4th and 5th tier, so after a few breathing exercises and some silent meditation, he realized that his mana reserves weren't that much greater than they were before he ascended tiers. One thing that he wanted to check, but was more than a little hesitant to, was Zaffin's fire. The demon had told him months ago that he would be able to use his fire with impunity once he was 5th tier, but to test it around so many other people was something he wasn't willing to do. There were quite a few people who knew he could use some kind of fire, of course, but he still only wanted to rely on demon fire when there was no other choice. Plus, he figured it would be a little rude to suddenly call forth fire or lightning right in the middle of Reiko's guest rooms with about 100 other people around. While he was getting a rough idea of his new capabilities, Leon asked Zaffin, "How are you doing, demon?" What do you mean?" Zaffin asked in confusion. "How are you on getting to the 6th tier, or whatever you demons call it?" Zaffin's face twisted in anger and embarrassment, and he said, "I'm doing just fine, boy." "I'm sure you are, but is just fine all you want to be?" Leon replied, forcing a joking tone. "I'm still 5th tier equivalent, and I will be for a while unless you have some kind of idea for speeding things up." "No, I guess I was just curious as to whether you were worried at all that I'm about to pass you up in power." The demon quietly sighed and said with a heavily controlled tone, "The only thing I'm worried about right now is what is going to happen to you. Even if the giants let you leave this crater alive, I can guarantee that your fellows are none too happy with you right now." "Ah, you used your stellar powers of observation to notice that, did you?" Leon asked sarcastically. Even a blind person would be able to see the rejection in the eyes of everyone around Leon. There were, however, a few curious looks given to Anzu, who was still huddled behind Leon's legs and glaring back at anyone who looked at him, and no one was willing to approach Leon and ask about the griffin. Before Zaffin could respond to Leon's comment, the doors to the guest rooms burst open, revealing a serious and unsmiling Aquilius, who looked directly at Leon and said, "Come with me." He then turned around and left, not even waiting for Leon to comply. Leon almost leapt to his feet, startling Anzu a little, and followed Aquilius out of the room. Anzu scurried after the two as fast as his little legs could carry him. The walk to the throne room almost went by without any conversation, with Aquilius setting a quick pace and not looking at Leon even once. However, he knew that simply dragging Leon into the room without giving him some kind of heads up about what was going on would be a bad idea, so he stopped just outside the throne room and finally faced the young man following him. "The giants demanded your presence, and they wouldn't hear anything I had to say without you," Aquilius explained in a carefully controlled tone. Despite this, Zaffin still picked up on some concealed bitterness, saying, "I think this guy finds this entire event to be insulting." "I can understand," Leon replied. "He's put so much time into this, and now he has a new guy putting it at risk, and the giants he's built a rapport with won't even speak with him without said new guy. I'd be furious as well." "Sir," Leon said with as much respect as he could to acknowledge Aquilius' explanation. "I'm going to try and smooth over any ruffled feathers in there, so you just stay quiet and don't make a sound unless directly spoken to, got it?" "Got it, sir," Leon tersely responded. "Good." Aquilius then pushed open the massive giant-sized door and led the two into the throne room. Racos, Lapis, and the dozen other lesser chiefs were waiting for them, as was Juliana, Antonius, and the other guards Aquilius had taken. Everyone was standing, even Racos, who was standing in front of its throne. Racos rumbled, and Aquilius responded with an odd look and asked, "What exactly do you want with my knight? I understand he encroached on your sacred gr," but, before Aquilius could continue, the rest of the giants in the room seemed to kick up a fuss, rumbling and grinding and preventing the diplomat from getting a word in edgewise. Racos quickly reasserted control but waited a few seconds for Aquilius to understand that the giants wanted him to be quiet and not continue speaking out of turn. Racos spoke again, and this time Aquilius turned to Leon and said, "They want you to step forward and stand in front of them." Leon nodded and slowly took a few steps forward, preparing himself for the battle that he felt was inevitable. He felt like he was on trial, with all the giants in the room seemingly staring at him, and the group behind him boring holes in his back with their eyes. Needless to say, this social pressure had put Leon on edge, and it was all he could do not to rest a hand on his sword for comfort. He came to a halt about halfway between Aquilius and Racos. The latter spoke to him, but there was no way he could understand. Leon realized that Racos asked after that very thing, as Aquilius quickly replied with, "He does not, but I can interpret." However, instead of continuing, Racos turned and spoke to one of the other chiefs. This stone giant, thinner and shorter than most of the others, replied with only a few words, then stepped forward. Again, Leon had to repress his instinct to reach for his sword, as he wasn't too keen on the giant getting closer, but it also hadn't made any overtly threatening movements. After another few rumblings from Racos, Aquilius said, "That giant wants to give you something. I have no idea what." I couldn't understand what Racos meant when he described it. Leon frowned, but he stood still as the giant lumbered closer. He heard the clinking of chainmail as the soldiers behind him shifted into more defensive stances, ready to act if the giant harmed Leon in any way. He may have gotten them into a mess, but Leon was still a knight of the Bull Kingdom and a member of a diplomatic mission, and he'd be defended even if they had to make permanent enemies out of the Crater tribe in doing so. The giant approached Leon, but stopped a few feet away, far enough that it didn't seem hostile, not that that did anything to help Leon or the soldiers relax. Slowly, as if it understood everyone's apprehension, the giant extended one of its hands. Like all giants, it had 6 thick fingers, each equidistant from the others and opposing one of the others. In the center of its palm, however, it had something none of the other giants did, a pale blue crystal, about the size of one of Leon's eyes that looked tiny in its massive hand. The giant rumbled something, but its tone and cadence were slow, quiet, and somber compared to Racos' more forceful and authoritative voice. "It says, touch the crystal," Aquilius interpreted. Leon glanced back at the senior diplomat apprehensively. Aquilius seemed just as nervous and on edge about what was happening as he was, but the diplomat nodded to Leon to go ahead. So, Leon took a deep breath to steel himself for whatever was to come, and he reached out and touched the crystal. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain right between his eyes, as if he was being stabbed in the forehead, and he fell to the ground just barely holding in his screams of pain. The soldiers behind him drew their swords, while Aquilius, Juliana, and Antonius waved their hands and pulled their own weapons out of their soul realm, a spear, a thin saber, and a war hammer, respectively. However, the giants did nothing to respond to their actions. They simply stood there, frozen, quietly watching Leon. The giant with the pale blue crystal even retreated to fall back in with its comrades. After a few seconds, the pain in Leon's head went away, and he knelt on the floor gasping for air. He didn't panic, however, as he'd actually recognized that pain from several experiences he'd had before. Whenever Zafin had given him information, it had always come with a similar, but much more subdued pain. And what the giants had given him became clear once Leon struggled back to his feet. Before any of the knights behind him could inquire after Leon's status, Reikos boomed and thundered, speaking to Leon. "Can you understand me, young human?" Doing his best not to show any of his surprise, Leon responded, "I can." Aquilius' eyes instantly swiveled away from the giants to stare in shock at Leon, but the giants ignored him and continued. "We welcome you to our halls, and apologize if our hospitality has been lacking." Leon hesitated a bit before responding, as he didn't quite know what to make of this situation. "Thank you," he said with a great deal of uncertainty. "It is an honor to have one that wields the power of the gods among us," Reikos continued. "If it is agreeable to you, we'd like to speak further without the rest of your companions." Aquilius, already thoroughly confused as to what had just happened and what was being said, suddenly said, "I am not comfortable leaving one of my people alone here. We still haven't agreed on that non-aggression pact yet, then you may consider us at peace. There will be no more raids upon the lands of the Great Bull." The diplomat stared at Reikos, stunned. He'd spent 3 years of his life trying to get Reikos to say those words, and here they'd been said just to get him to leave the room. I'm grateful for your agreement, Chief Reikos, but certainly, this would be better if we got it down in writing first, no?" Aquilius said, tripping over the first few words in his surprise but quickly finding his usual bearing. "My word is enough, no other chief will cross me," Reikos said. "Now, please excuse us, we won't keep the young human for long." The other giant chiefs made noises of agreement, confirming that they would not continue their raids, and Aquilius was too flustered to think of any other excuse to stay that wouldn't insult the chiefs and put that agreement in jeopardy. After a few seconds of frantic thought, Aquilius was forced to lead the others out of the throne room. Just before a pair of giants closed the door behind them, the senior diplomat shot one last conflicted look back at Leon, his eyes conveying a mix of anger, elation, and a hint of jealousy. Leon was left with Reikos, Lapis, and the other giant chiefs with no one there but Anzu, who was shivering in fear behind his feet. The tiny albino griffin was barely able to lift his head from the terror, but fortunately, the giants didn't seem to pay him any mind. "Su," Leon awkwardly began, "what did you mean by power of the gods? You possess the power and strength of our creators, our gods. We have been waiting centuries for one with that power to visit us here, and now, here you are." "I see," Zafin whispered from Leon's soul realm, "they worship the Thunderbird clan, and they recognize the lightning you used on that giant. This could actually be extremely beneficial, I'm sure they'd do whatever you ask." "Let's not jump to extremes just yet," Leon cautioned. "I'm still doubtful as to what their intentions are, and I don't think they'll come right out and say it to my face. Besides, their assistance would hardly be practical anywhere that isn't the border mountains. Why did you want to speak with me alone?" Leon asked. "That other one has been pressuring us to stop our raids. We have been reluctant to abandon a source of wealth, but now that we know you are allied with the bull, then we will do so as well. Tribute shall be gathered from other sources." Again, the other chiefs rumbled to acknowledge Reikos' order, affirming their intention to no longer raid the Bull Kingdom. "Ah," Leon whispered. Reikos didn't explicitly answer his question, but the implication Leon got was that the giants were well entrenched in their love for raids, even if the giants in the south weren't as frequent about it, and they didn't appreciate Aquilius' efforts to get them to stop. "Well," Leon continued, "I'm hoping that we can all be friends. That would be great, wouldn't it? Peace for everyone. We can then open up trade, and defend each other from our enemies. It would be an honor to fight alongside a descendant of the gods." Reikos roared, and the other giants roared in approval. "From now on, you may consider us your friends and allies, your enemies are our enemies." Leon smiled at the thought of hundreds of 5th and 6th tier giants besieging Tiberius and his father in Orleanorum, but he knew that most of his enemies would require a subtler, more personal touch. He didn't want the Bull King to think he was invading with an army of stone giants, after all. "I appreciate the gesture, Chief Reikos. In that case, you may consider your enemies my enemies as well," Leon declared. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Zafin cried out. Let's not get dragged into some petty squabbles between giants, now. Especially since you've dragged us into the local kingdom's army as well. Leon immediately regretted his choice of words, but Reiko seemed to laugh and said, "We appreciate the sentiment. In return, allow us to send some of our warriors back with you as a sign of our pact." With an awkward smile, Leon said, "Thanks, but that might attract a lot of attention. We must protect and serve the descendant of the gods." Reiko's thundered, "Should you ever require it, our tribes will fight alongside you." The other giants again roared in agreement, and Leon was left feeling far too awkward to try to refuse. He resigned himself to the thought of a stone giant following him around wherever he went and hoped that his assumption of how this would play out was wrong. However, there were a few things that he could think of that would be much easier with stone giants backing him up, but he figured that bringing more than a handful into the Bull Kingdom wouldn't be a wise idea until he was more politically powerful. Leon stood there and endured more flattering words from Reiko's for about 15 more minutes before he insisted, for Aquilius' sake, that the non-aggression pact be made official with some kind of document. The giants reaffirmed their commitment to peace, and Leon and Anzu finally managed to leave the throne room after Aquilius was called back in. The other diplomats were staring at Leon with complex expressions as he left the throne room, but by this point, he was far too mentally exhausted to care. He only shuffled back to the guest room and collapsed into his bedroll. Chapter 190. Returning to the Horns. Finally getting the non-aggression pact he'd worked so hard for turned out to be almost frustratingly easy for Aquilius after Leon left the throne room. In fact, he and Reiko's formalized the treaty in less than 5 minutes, leaving the diplomats to return to their guest rooms and figure out what the plan was to do next. In the end, with the task of negotiating peace with the southern giants complete, they decided to return to the Bull's Horns. Aquilius informed Reiko's of this, and that he hoped he could return in several months with some proposals for trade agreements. The diplomat couldn't get Reiko's to commit to anything more than hearing them out, but he figured that was good enough for the time being, and so made preparations to leave. Leon was woken the next morning by the sounds of the diplomatic party packing their things and getting ready to leave. He had been sleeping on his side, and when he started groggily pushing himself to his feet, he found that Anzu had curled up right next to him. The little griffin had pressed himself into the crook of Leon's stomach and remained cuddled there with Leon for the entire night. Anzu had actually woken several minutes before Leon, and his bright red eyes were warily watching all the other diplomats and soldiers scurrying about. Leon silently chuckled at Anzu's nervous behavior, and he gently patted the griffin's tiny head as he rose to his feet. Leon packed much faster than anyone else, as he didn't have that much to begin with. What was out amounted to essentially just his bedroll, as he had been so tired that he'd slept in his armor. Within several minutes, he was ready to go. He sat on his pack, waiting for everyone else to get ready, silently eating some of his rations and feeding a few pieces of jerky to Anzu. Eventually, Alex joined him, though she was quiet and unsociable, and Leon began trying to think of a way to explain himself to her. "Let's get moving," Aquilius finally called out, and the soldiers and diplomats departed Reiko's hall. Once they reached the passage that would take them out of the crater, however, they were stopped by a group of 5 stone giants, led by Lapis. "Please wait, Bull Warrior," Lapis said. "Is there something Reiko's needed before we left?" Aquilius asked with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "My chief intends for me to journey with you to the Bull's lands. If we are to be friends and allies, then we need to speak reliably." Aquilius subtly frowned, as even a single 6th-tier giant could wreak havoc in such a dense population center as Arimenium, the city that had been built around the Bull's Horns. Yet, it wasn't easy to say no, and since Aquilius was confident that Prince Trajan and the legates at the Bull's Horns could easily subdue a giant if the need arose, he didn't say no. Putting on his best diplomat's face, Aquilius said in a jovial tone, "We would be honored to host you as the representative of your people, though there are a few places in our path that I fear may prevent you from joining us. That is no problem, I will find a way around when the time comes," Lapis said, and the other giants made way for the group to pass. Seeing this, Leon took his hand off the handle of his sword, where it had instinctively gone when he noticed the giants blocking the passage. He didn't want to think about what they might have done if Aquilius refused the giant, so he was glad that the diplomat didn't. Besides, given the connection between himself and the giants, he wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible before something happened that revealed his identity. He certainly wasn't looking forward to returning, even though he was sure the giants would receive him with open arms, he genuinely hoped that Aquilius would decide to keep him away from stone giant affairs for a while. It was a quiet march through the passage for Leon as he contemplated everything that had happened over the past day, from the discovery of the map to the conversation with Reikos. The other soldiers were far more open, talking and joking and laughing amongst each other, but the diplomats were as serious and stoic as Leon was. Leon knew that the reason for their silence was probably him, and how he had not only put their mission in danger but somehow accomplished said mission by being so selfish and reckless. And one of the biggest reasons he knew the diplomats were disturbed and didn't know how to handle the situation was that no one had even commented on his ascension to the 5th tier, yet. Though, if he were being honest, he wasn't that upset to not be speaking with them. Alex, on the other hand, was still treating him extremely coldly and spoke only when necessary. She did, however, spare a few smiles for Anzu, who was almost literally sticking to Leon's heels. Of course, this silence between Leon and the diplomats couldn't continue, and after a few words with Aquilius, Eleanor fell back from the front of the group to walk with Leon at the back. So, Eleanor said awkwardly once she reached Leon's side, "Does this little guy have a name?" "Anzu," Leon curtly replied. Sensing that he was being talked about, Anzu looked up and glared at Eleanor before moving to walk between Leon and Alex. "Please don't mind him, Dame Eleanor, he's shy," Alex said, not bothering to make it clear if she was talking about Leon or the griffin. "I understand," Eleanor said with an understanding smile. "He's young, he'll learn." "So, what now?" Leon asked, keeping his face in its usual stoic expression. "Well, once we return to the Southern Horn, you're going to have to take little Anzu to the Beastmaster and get him checked out. It's not uncommon for knights to return from missions with tamed beasts, and there are some tests that need to be run to ensure the beast isn't carrying parasites or diseases." Leon nodded in acknowledgement as Eleanor told him where to find the Beastmaster. "After you get that sorted out, you're to meet us at headquarters, and we're going to make our way to the Citadel as a group. Prince Trajan will want a briefing on what happened at the crater and what we walked away with." "Understood," Leon said. After working out the specifics of where to meet after visiting the Beastmaster, Eleanor leaned in toward Leon's ear and whispered, "Look, between you and me, Aquilius is furious. He's elated that the non-aggression pact was formalized, but he could very well kick you out of the diplomatic corps for being so reckless that the giants seemed to appreciate you sneaking into the cradle and doing whatever you did that destroyed it was pure luck. Even if you aren't kicked out, you'll be on thin ice from now on." "Thanks for the heads up," Leon said, giving her a nod of appreciation. "No problem. If it were up to me, I'd probably confine you to your quarters for a few weeks, but it isn't up to me, so don't get too comfortable in your rooms." "We appreciate the sentiment," Alex replied. "Oh, and congratulations on ascending to the 5th tier. That will make you high enough rank that, at the very least, you're not going to be kicked out of the Legion or sent somewhere like that fort you came from, so no need to worry about that." "That's good to hear," Leon said. He didn't follow up with anything, and the three wound up enduring a long awkward silence, during which Leon wondered why Eleanor was talking to him after what happened. Probably just the 5th tier thing, he thought cynically. His ascension gave him not only greater power but also greater status, and Eleanor was probably simply being polite due to that status. Or it was just the diplomat in her. Leon honestly couldn't tell, and he became more and more unsure the more he thought about it. "Sue," Eleanor said, desperately trying to break the silence, "lightning, huh? A rare element to use, not many books or teachers in the kingdom who can explain it." "So I've been told," Leon tersely responded, causing Alex to frown at him for being rude, but since she knew his identity, she also couldn't fault him for not wanting to talk about it. "Sometimes the more difficult elements to learn are the most rewarding," Alex said, trying to help Leon deflect a little. "What element do you use, if I may ask, Dame Eleanor?" "Oh, I use fire. Though I'm not that great in a fight, fire's a useful element. Even if you leave the Royal Legions you'd be set for life as a civilian mage," Leon stated. "A nice sentiment, but I doubt I'll be leaving the diplomatic corps or the Legion anytime soon." "Speaking of diplomacy, what did the giants want with you? I thought they were going to try and kill you after the cradle collapsed, but instead, they seem to revere your magic," Eleanor said, staring in thought at Leon. "I'm afraid you'd have to ask the giants," Leon said as he nodded to the figure of Lapis Far in front of them, "because I have no answers for you in that regard." "Really?" Eleanor asked incredulously. "Then why did you enter the cradle?" "Curiosity," Leon said after a moment of hesitation. You trespassed on the giant's sacred ground out of curiosity. Eleanor practically shrieked. You'd have to be beyond stupid to do something like that for such a reason. And I don't think you're that stupid, so why don't you tell me the real truth? I've told you the truth, Leon replied. Eleanor glared at him with eyes that could kill an entire field of grass, but Leon remained unmoved and refused to elaborate on his reasons. Fine, I will let you keep that secret, but in return, tell me how you became invisible. We all saw you appear out of thin air when Reikos attacked you, so don't go trying to wriggle your way out of that. Leon sighed and began absent-mindedly twisting the ring on his finger. The ring was an important tool for him, one that he would rather people don't know about. That being said, Eleanor already knew that he had the capacity to turn invisible, and Leon suspected that if he didn't tell her about the ring then she'd go back to pressing him for details about the cradle. With a great deal of reluctance, Leon slowly raised his right hand and displayed the emerald ring. Some men came to kill me once, and one of them wore this. I killed the assassins and took the ring. Someone tried to have you killed. Eleanor gasped. Who? When? Why? Don't know, about 2 or 3 months ago, and don't know, Leon answered. However, as people have been so keen to point out to me ever since I was given my squireship and sent to the most distant frontier of the kingdom, I have apparently made enemies in the year and change since I moved here. Fortunately, no one's come again since then, Alex muttered before she could stop herself. I mean, I would be in the way, and most likely would have been killed if someone had. Leon smiled and nodded, and didn't push his squire over what she said. It cheered him up immensely, however, to know that she still would be saddened if he were to be killed and that it still seemed that she considered him a friend. He vowed to get her some decent equipment when they got back to the Horns as an apology, something better than what she would be issued if they were in a regular infantry unit. It wouldn't be an immediate fix to her anger, he knew, but he hoped it would be a start. Besides, he knew that she would need decent weapons and armor eventually, regardless of how she felt about him at the time. Hours later, after they had left the passage and were winding their way through the massive clusters of hexagonal pillars that made up the border mountains, they spied the highest reaches of the northern horn peeking over the tops of the mountains in the distance. Aquilius sped up and hurried on ahead of the rest of the group, as he had to inform the legates and tribunes in charge of security that Lapis wasn't an enemy. This was a fairly lengthy process, though, so the group was forced to halt near the foot of the closest mountain, a fair distance away from the small village near the northern horn. While waiting for Aquilius to return, Leon decided to train a little. One of the more useful powers a mage could learn was storing items in their soul realms, and the 5th tier was generally accepted as the lowest tier that such a power could be learned, though outliers were known to exist. Leon wasn't one of these outliers, and he was keen to acquire this ability, but he wasn't about to practice with anything he valued. Fortunately, there were plenty of pebbles around, so he gathered a small handful and sat down to meditate. Leon already knew the general theory behind storing something within his soul realm, but knowing the theory and putting it into practice were too often wildly different things. So, with the resigned sigh of a young man with far too many things that he needed to practice, Leon began trying to muddle his way through the theory. He was tempted to ask Zafin for some advice, but he wanted to try it first before being forced to suffer through the demon's mocking words. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.